A female CEO, worth billions, is diagnosed with cancer. Her only hope for recovery lies in accumulating good deeds and reaching a certain level of merit. Just as she's about to reach her goal, she sacrifices herself in a fire while saving others. When she opens her eyes again, she finds herself in the body of Fu Qibao, a 14-year-old girl in ancient times. Not only are decades of painstakingly accumulated merit wiped out, but she also inherits a massive karmic debt of nearly 100 million merit points, thanks to the original Fu Qibao's deplorable actions. Fu Xing, as she is now known, is utterly despairing. Seriously? After amassing such wealth, what on earth did this original soul do? She laments internally. Merit system, she calls out. Quickly show me the original host's memory fragments. The memories flood her mind. The original Fu Qibao, spoiled rotten by her doting grandfather and grandmother, had become a lazy, selfish, and arrogant brat. Bossing around and bullying her nieces and nephews was the norm. Because neighbors gossiped about the acne on her face, calling her ugly, she retaliated by setting their house on fire. Later, she found a handsome mute boy in the mountains and forced him to become her child groom. Not content with that, she treated him like a punching bag, subjecting him to constant beatings, starvation, and forced kneeling. After absorbing these memories, Fu Xing could offer no defense. System, are you sure you're not messing with me? How could someone like this have a soul frequency compatible with mine? And why should I be responsible for her debt? The merit system responded indifferently. Pay it or not, it's up to you. But if you don't accumulate 100 million merit points within 5 years, your cancer will return and you'll die. With that, it vanished. Fu Xing sighed deeply. Stuck with this body, she had no choice but to strive for change and accumulate merit. Suddenly, a large hand rested on her forehead. Qibao, what's wrong? Your fever's gone down. Why are you talking to yourself? Did you hit your head when you fell? It's all that little mute's fault. If anything happens to you, I won't spare him. Fu Lihua, the unwitting culprit, trembled and spilled water everywhere in fright. Realizing she needed to blend in to earn merit points, Fu Xing quickly slipped into character. Mother, I'm fine. By the way, where is that little mute? Fu Qibao's father flinched. He's locked in the woodshed. Qibao, what are you planning? If you keep beating him, he'll die. Qibao smiled. Don't worry, I won't hit him. Not anymore. Fu Qibao separa and exchanged bewildered glance. What's going on? Is this really our daughter? Meanwhile, Qibao gathered some food and ointment for external injuries and headed to the woodshed. Opening the door, a foul odor assaulted her senses. A thin, ragged figure lay curled up on the floor. His eyes were closed, but she could still tell he was an extraordinarily beautiful boy. Seeing the bruises and cuts covering his body, Qibao sighed softly. This child is so pitiful. The original Qibao was truly cruel. What a sin. Let's get some ointment on him first. As she dabbed the ointment onto the boy's wounds, he suddenly opened his eyes and recoiled with lightning speed. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes before quickly morphing into terror. He trembled uncontrollably, a clear conditioned reflex from repeated abuse. Fu Xing, unfairly bearing the brunt of the original Qibao's actions, felt a pang of guilt. It was clear the original Qibao had deeply traumatized him. If she suddenly became gentle and kind, it might only frighten him further. I'm sorry, she said softly. No one will hurt you anymore. She set down the supplies and left the woodshed. Don't worry, the food isn't poisoned. As her figure disappeared, the terror in the boy's eyes vanished, replaced by a chilling, venomous glare. What is this woman up to? He thought. I will kill you sooner or later. Outside, Qibao suddenly heard the merit system's cold voice. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 merit points. She was surprised. Previously, she'd exhausted herself saving a person to earn a mere 20 merit points. This time, she'd only applied ointment and offered food, yet she received 10. This usually only happened when interacting with someone who made significant contributions to society. Could this boy be extraordinary? But how'd he end up in this situation? She shrugged it off. It doesn't matter. I just need to be good to this living ATM. While the boy plotted his revenge against those who had wronged him, the time-traveling Qibao saw him as a merit-generating machine and planned to shower him with kindness. Leaving the woodshed, Chi Bao bumped into a young girl. The girl, upon seeing her, looked terrified and ran away. It was clear the original Chi Bao had caused a lot of suffering. The girl was Fu Lihua, the daughter of the original Chi Bao's second uncle, only 15 years old. Earlier that day, in a bad mood, the original Chi Bao had deliberately provoked her. Seeing the hot water about to splash on her, Fu Lihua panicked and instinctively shoved Chi Bao. The original Chi Bao fell, hit her head, and died instantly. That was when the merit system brought Fu Xing into her body. To avoid responsibility, Fu Lihua concealed the truth and blamed the mute boy. The original Chi Bao's death was essentially self-inflicted. Fu Xing thought for a moment. System, she called. I want to redeem something. Merit. The system appeared instantly, eager to do business. But seeing her paltry 10 merit points, it rolled its eyes dismissively. A pauper with 10 merit points. See for yourself what you can afford. Everything from strength pills and invulnerability shields to wood manipulation started at 100 merit points. Profiteer. So expensive, Fu Xing exclaimed, her eyes fixated on the wood manipulation technique. With that, she could sense plant spirits, control plant growth, and extract essences for beauty products. It was a path to wealth and a way to fix the original Chi Bao's acne-ridden face. In her previous life, this very skill had allowed her to rise from poverty and become a cosmetics tycoon. But 100 merit points is so much. System, can you give me a discount? The merit system remained aloof. No, if you can't afford it, go away. Don't disturb my sleep. Fu Xing, well versed in the system's stubbornness, knew that pleading wouldn't work. She decided to save up and return later. For now, she'd buy something affordable to explain her sudden change in personality to the Fu family. That evening, the Fu family had a feast. The table was laden with food, and the room was full of people. Mr. Fu boasted about his daughter. You're all benefiting from Chi Bao's generosity. This was originally stewed for her, but she insisted on sharing it with everyone. Mrs. Chun, seeing the children squabbling over the chicken, chided them. You ungrateful brats. Remember Chi Bao's kindness. Fu Xing understood now. This was how the original Chi Bao had been spoiled. As for her, she found the chicken too greasy, fearing it would worsen her acne. Fu Lihua approached with a bowl of chicken soup, wanting to gauge whether Chi Bao remembered being pushed. However, her nervousness caused her to spill the soup all over Chi Bao's hand. Terrified, she knelt and pleaded, I'm sorry, Aunt Chi Bao. It was an accident. Please forgive me. Fu Xing understood her fear. She had no intention of avenging the original Chi Bao. However, Fu Lihua had wronged the mute boy, and that couldn't go unpunished. Lowering her voice, she said, It's all right. Your apology should be directed at the mute boy. You pushed me, but it was self-defense. I don't blame you, but you shouldn't have framed him. Fu Lihua's last shred of hope vanished, leaving only fear. I'm sorry, Aunt Chi Bao. I was so scared. I'll do all of the mute boy's chores from now on. Please don't tell Grandma. Fu Xing nodded, satisfied. That's more like it. Get up. She helped Fu Lihua to her feet. Fu Lihua couldn't believe Chi Bao was being so reasonable. It was truly strange. Fu Xing turned to her parents. I'm full. After you finish eating, come in my room. I have something important to tell you. She then left. Her parents exchanged puzzled looks. Their daughter seemed different. Back in her room, Mr. Fu asked anxiously, What is it, Bao? What's so important? Fu Xing slowly revealed the item she had redeemed. It's good news, mother and father. Don't be afraid. She presented a crystal-clear object, a miniature palace shimmering within, emitting a soft, ethereal melody. Mr. and Mrs. Fu gasped. Heavens, what is that? Having spent 5 merit points on a music box from the system, Fu Xing, committed to her path of good deeds and drastically different from the original Chi Bao, began her elaborate deception. Don't be scared, mother and father. This is a celestial palace given to me by the immortals. Mr. and Mrs. Fu, having never seen anything so radiant and musical, were awestruck. Fu Xing, with a serious expression, continued her charade. When I hit my head and fainted, I had a dream. I saw the immortals. They said I was originally a celestial child under their care, banished to the mortal realm for my mistakes. She gestured to her scarred face. This is my punishment. If I continue to be wicked like before, I will meet a terrible end. Only by repenting and performing good deeds can I atone for my sins, achieve enlightenment, and return to the celestial realm. This is the proof the immortals gave me. Mr. Fu was almost convinced. The object certainly didn't seem earthly. Such inexplicable phenomena could only be explained by celestial magic. Mrs. Chun was ecstatic. I knew our bower was blessed. Our family has produced an immortal. Fu Xing, seeing her opportunity, pressed her advantage. I thought it was just a dream, but after I helped the mute boy with his medicine, my headache vanished. Mother, father, did I truly do many wicked things before? Her parents exchanged glances. Their daughter had caused her share of trouble over the years. While they couldn't lie and say she was blameless, their love made them protective. You only scolded and hit the mute boy a few times. You didn't kill him. It's not a great evil. Besides, if you hadn't found him, he might have died on Mount Bliss. Mr. Fu recalled the legends of immortals ascending from Mount Bliss. The thought that his daughter might have extraordinary origins filled him with a newfound tenderness as he looked at Fu Xing, seeing her deception succeed. Fu Xing gave her parents a serious warning. The immortals said, "This is my greatest secret. You must never tell anyone, or disaster will befall us." Mr. Fu nodded in agreement. People were treacherous. Such good fortune couldn't be revealed to outsiders, who might harbor ill intentions. Good girl, quickly put the celestial palace away. Fu Xing nodded, inwardly relieved. She had managed to explain away the original Qi Bao's sudden change in personality. She wasn't worried about the music box falling into the wrong hands. The merit system had a storage function. Redeemed items could be stored within and retrieved at will. It was incredibly convenient. That night, no longer worried about her deception being discovered, Fu Xing prepared food and ointment, determined to earn some merit points from the mute boy. This time, the boy didn't flinch when she took his wrist. He seemed quiet and docile. As she bandaged his wounds, Fu Xing spoke gently. "You don't have to work until you're healed. Someone will bring you food. Don't get the wound wet after I apply the medicine. You must rest." Unmoved by her kindness, the boy rubbed his arm vigorously, as if trying to scrub away something unclean. Fu Xing knew how cruelly the original Qi Bao had treated him. She could only be patient. Suddenly, she noticed a wooden tag hanging around his neck. Curious, she pulled it closer. "What's this?" The boy froze for a second, then swatted her hand away. He clutched the tag protectively, glaring at her with disgust. He couldn't understand what this malicious woman was up to now. Fu Xing, understanding his wariness, quickly explained, "Don't worry, I won't steal it. I just wanted to see." She saw the inscription, silence before the stunning cry. Fu Xing mused that calling him mute boy was inappropriate. The tag gave her an idea. "I'll call you Li Ziming." As soon as she spoke, the boy stiffened, staring at her in disbelief. For the first time, a genuine emotion flickered across his face before he quickly looked away. "Fuxing understood instantly." "No way. Is that really your name?" The boy remained silent. She quickly changed the subject. "Your arm is bandaged. Now, for your other shoulder. Take your shirt off a little." Li Ziming, his face expressionless, pulled the tattered fabric down, revealing a smooth, jade-like chest, strikingly beautiful. Humans are visual creatures. Fu Xing, a sucker for beauty, was momentarily captivated. "This boy is too handsome," she thought. A mental battle ensued. "Snap out of it. He's still a child. Don't be fooled by appearances. Focus on getting those merit points." Shaking off her distraction, she prepared to apply the ointment, only to discover it was gone. She crouched down to gather her things, planning to buy more later. Li Ziming watched her silently, unable to comprehend this sudden change in attitude after 6 months of torment. He, more than anyone, knew how much he yearned to see this woman suffer. But his circumstances forced him to remain still. Oblivious, Fu Xing gathered her things and prepared to leave. "I'll go back now. I'll visit you again." The moment the door closed, Li Ziming's eyes filled with scorn and mockery. "This treacherous woman. Everything I've suffered is because of her. How laughable. Does she think these paltry acts of kindness will earn my gratitude? As long as I live, I will repay the Fu family 100-fold, 1,000-fold for what they've done to me." In stark contrast to Li Ziming's brooding, Fu Xing was beaming. Applying the medicine had earned her another 5 merit points. "Pretty boy, your merit point ATM. I'm broke right now, so you'll have to endure the woodshed. Once I have money, I'll treat you well. I'll cure your congenital illness and buy your freedom." A plan was forming in her mind. "Tomorrow, I'll perform good deeds in the village. First goal, 100 merit points. Redeem the wood manipulation technique and make some money. The village, nestled between mountains and water, was a picturesque landscape of idyllic countryside. Fu Xing woke early. Seeing a neighbor working, she approached with a bright smile. "Grandma Su, are you heading home? Is it heavy? Let me carry those vegetables for you." While asking Grandma Su if she needed help, Fu Xing snatched the basket from her hands. Hearing the merit points +2 notification, she practically skipped away, leaving a bewildered Grandma Su staring after her, jaw agape. Fu Xing continued her spree of good deeds, helping several other elderly villagers. The neighbors were stunned. The village's notoriously lazy girl was actually helping them. Suddenly, a pebble struck Fu Xing's face, causing her to stumble and fall. A group of children erupted in mocking laughter. "Bullseye, we got her. Rich family, ugly girl. Lazy, gluttonous, and unloved. Ugly freak, your face is getting worse and worse. How dare you even show yourself outside, trying to scare people to death." The original Qi Bao would have been devastated by such taunts. But Fu Xing, with the merit system, was unfazed. She could become as beautiful as she wanted. She had no patience for these brats. "You little punks, fighting dirty. I'll break your arms." The leader of the group, undeterred, stuck out his tongue and continued to taunt her as he ran. But his triumph was short-lived. He tripped over a rock and tumbled headfirst into the river. The other children, still young, panicked and started to cry. "What do we do?" Fu Gui fell in the river. Fu Xing, despite being young herself, didn't hesitate. She jumped into the river. Quickly reaching Fu Gui, she began to pull him towards the shore. It was a struggle. He was heavy, and he thrashed wildly in panic. "Stop moving," she yelled. "If you keep flailing, I'll leave you." Finally, she dragged him onto the bank. Safe on solid ground, Fu Gui finally quieted down. Fu Xing, breathless and weak, collapsed onto the ground. But the notification, merit points +20, made the effort worthwhile. By now, the villagers had gathered, staring in disbelief. They rubbed their eyes. Was that really Fu Qi Bao, the short-tempered terror of the village, saving someone? Had she changed? And where did she get the strength? In her previous life, Fu Xing had trained in self-defense with special forces soldiers, preparing for just such a situation. Now, the villagers no longer saw Fu Qi Bao as ugly. Until she could acquire the wood manipulation technique, Fu Xing had to rely on traditional methods to earn merit points. But even after working from dawn till dusk, she had only managed to accumulate a few dozen. Just as she arrived home, she saw Li Ziming crawling on all fours, a teenage boy on his back. The boy held a bamboo whip, lashing it through the air. The whip cracked loudly. Fu Xing recognized the boy as her nephew, Fu Yin, her older brother's 16-year-old son. Li Ziming, only 13 and frail, struggled under the weight. Sweat poured down his face, and blood oozed from his hands and knees. Just as the whip was about to strike Li Ziming again, Fu Xing rushed forward and grabbed it. "What are you doing?" Fu Yin, still oblivious, greeted her cheerfully. "Andy, you're back. I'm playing horsey. It's so fun. By the way, this little brat was hiding in the woodshed, slacking off. I caught him red-handed." Before Fu Yin could finish, Fu Xing grabbed his arm and yanked him off Li Ziming's back. Fu Yin's smile vanished, replaced by confusion. Usually, his aunt enjoyed watching him torment the mute boy. What was going on? He whined. "Annie, what are you doing?" "Defending a child groom against me? Seriously?" Fu Xing roared back. He wasn't slacking off. "I told him to rest. The mute boy is mine. You have no right to bully him." Looking at the boy's fresh wounds, she promised fiercely, "Aze, no one will ever hurt you again." Li Ziming didn't react. He didn't believe her. "She's just playing a new game," he thought, finding new ways to torment me. Already weak, Li Ziming collapsed, unconscious. Fu Xing, alarmed, realized he was burning with fever. She carried him back to the woodshed. Before she could do anything else, an uproar erupted from her brother's house. Fu Yin was screaming, scratching furiously at his skin, his face raw and bleeding. His mother, Fu Xing's sister-in-law, panicked, crying for help. Their cries brought the entire Fu family running. The doctor examined Fu Yin and declared it wasn't serious, probably an insect bite. Some ointment would do the trick. Suddenly, Fu Yin had a revelation. "It was an insect," he shrieked. "That mute brat scratched me earlier. I started itching right after. He did this to me." Fu Xing refused to let Li Ziming take the blame. You're lying. If Aze had that kind of power, he wouldn't let you ride him like a horse. Old man Fu, wise and experienced, scolded Fuyin. Did you sneak off to Mount Bliss again? How many times have I told you? That place is crawling with poisonous insects, plants, and wild animals. Blaming others for your own stupidity. Fu Yin protested, insisting he hadn't gone near the mountain. In truth, it was Li Ziming's doing. Despite his seemingly docile nature, he was cunning and vengeful. Mrs. Chun, unconcerned with her grandson's predicament, focused entirely on Fu Xing. Since the doctor was already there, she asked him to examine Fu Xing, who had fallen into the river earlier. Fu Xing insisted she was fine and instead requested the doctor see Li Ziming, who had a dangerously high fever. Dr. Zhou was surprised to see Fu Xing so lively. After her head injury and near-death experience, he hadn't expected her to recover so quickly. The girl seemed to have quite a bit of good fortune. He agreed to examine Li Ziming and followed Fu Xing to the woodshed. After a thorough examination, the doctor's expression grew grave. The external injuries are minor, he said. I'll prescribe some fever-reducing medicine and ointment. However, he suffers from a peculiar, chronic illness that has left him extremely weak. At this rate, he may not live for many more years. Fu Xing's mind raced. She remembered that when the original Fu Qibao found Li Ziming, he was already severely injured. His refined features and bearing, along with the unusual inscribed wooden tag he wore, suggested a hidden story. It seemed Aze's background was more complicated than she thought. After giving Li Ziming his medicine, she gently laid him down. Overwhelmed with pity for the boy, she pressed the doctor for answers. Is there any way to cure Aze's illness? Dr. Zhou pondered for a moment. This illness is beyond my capabilities, he admitted. The best I can do is prescribe tonic medicines to improve his constitution. But such potent remedies are expensive. Fu Xing understood the unspoken implication. As long as she could earn enough money, she could find the necessary medicine and everything would be all right. After seeing the doctor off, she returned to the woodshed and gently stroked Li Ziming's cheek. Don't worry, Aze, she whispered. I'll slowly repay the debts the old Fu Qibao owed you. I'll find a way to cure your illness. The thought of the boy's limited lifespan weighed heavily on her heart. She was so preoccupied that she didn't notice someone eavesdropping. Fu Lihua, her brother's daughter, listened from the shadows, her mind buzzing with confusion. What did she mean by the old Fu Qibao? She wondered. The mute boy was sickly and frail, further weakened by the original Fu Qibao's constant abuse. Now, Fu Xing was whispering promises of kindness, healing, and freedom. After ensuring he was asleep, she left the woodshed. Suddenly, the merit system notification appeared. Congratulations, host. Merit points plus 27. Fu Xing paused, surprised. Caring for Aze had earned her so many merit points. It seemed his condition had been truly dire. Earning money was now even more urgent. She asked the system how many merit points she had. Including the previous 20, you now have exactly 100, the system replied. Fu Xing's heart leaped with joy. She immediately redeemed the wood manipulation technique she'd been longing for. As the merit points deducted, the wood manipulation technique transformed into a golden light that surged into her consciousness. A warm sensation enveloped her, eliciting a soft sigh of contentment. Although it was only the basic level, it was enough for now. As the golden light fully integrated, the aches and pains from her earlier labors vanished, replaced by a feeling of lightness and well-being. The wood manipulation technique would not only heal her scarred face, but also maintain her health and vitality, making her practically immune to illness. And most importantly, it would allow her to earn money effortlessly. After she left, the seemingly unconscious boy abruptly opened his eyes. He looked at the bowl of egg custard beside him, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. The meager scraps he usually received were a stark contrast to this unexpected treat. What did she mean by the old Fu Qibao? He pondered. Despite his fever, he hadn't been truly asleep. Fu Xing's words and actions were drastically different from before. It was as if she had become a different person. A person's nature wasn't easily changed. Why was she so different now? but perhaps this was his chance. Li Ziming silently finished the egg custard. The next day, Fu Xing went to the foot of Mount Bliss and gathered some gardenia blossoms, which she planted in her family's field. After a morning of hard work, she had planted dozens of gardenia buds. Then, she touched the branches of the gardenias, channeling her wood manipulation energy. The branches rapidly sprouted dozens of new buds, which bloomed with astonishing speed. Fu Xing beamed with satisfaction. The rich, distinctive fragrance of the gardenias filled the air. She carefully plucked the blossoms one by one, and using her wood manipulation technique, condensed their essence into her palm. The flowers instantly withered, leaving behind a single drop of colorless dew on her fingertip, which she carefully deposited into a small porcelain bottle. This fragrant essence, extracted using the wood manipulation technique, not only smelled divine, but also possessed calming and soothing properties. In her past life, she had used this same technique to create highly sought-after skincare products. Mrs. Chun, who had appeared behind her unnoticed, stared in astonishment at the sudden profusion of flowers in their field. "My goodness, Qibao, what kind of magic is this?" she gasped, even more shocked than when she first saw the celestial being. "Where did all these flowers come from? And your face isn't as red anymore. Even the pus-filled pimples have gone down. Qibao, how did you do it?" Fu Xing smiled. "Because I've been doing good deeds lately, the immortals taught me a magic technique. It can create fragrance and nourish the skin. Mother, try this fragrant dew. Just one drop, and the fragrance will last for 3 days." Mrs. Chen opened the lid, and the unique scent of gardenias wafted out again. The intoxicating aroma enraptured her. "Heavens, I've never smelled anything so wonderful in my life. I feel so much lighter. This is like the goddess of flowers herself has descended. Qibao, if you take this fragrant dew to the cosmetic shops in town, you'll definitely fetch a good price." Fu Xing nodded, indicating that was her plan. "I'll earn money and be filial to you and father. It's just a pity I still lack some necessary flower seeds." Mrs. Chun was pleased to see her daughter finally showing some sense of responsibility. She said she would take care of the seeds and have her brothers dig some up on Mount Bliss the next morning. Seeing her mother in a good mood, Fu Xing brought up another matter. "Mother, about Aze's deed of sale. I want to find an opportunity to return it to him." Fu Xing used her wood manipulation technique to rapidly grow plants and extract their essence to create fragrant dew. Having gained the support of her parents, she spent the next 2 days busy planting flowers and extracting their essence. Meanwhile, Li Ziming hadn't been beaten, scolded, or ordered around by the Fu family for several days. He hadn't gone hungry like before, and his strength was gradually returning. In the dead of night, he stealthily slipped into Fu Xing's room, searching quietly for his deed of sale. He meticulously checked all the most likely hiding places, but couldn't find what he was looking for. He figured that if it wasn't in this room, it could only be in Old Man Fu's main room. It seemed he would have to find a way to lure the Fu family out and seize the opportunity. Fu Xing, sleeping soundly in her bed, turned over, interrupting Li Ziming's thoughts. He walked over and looked at the malicious woman who had tormented him for more than half a year. Without hesitation, he reached out, ready to strangle her. But at the last moment, he hesitated. Killing her would only provide momentary satisfaction. Without the deed of sale, escaping would be endlessly troublesome. Moreover, even with the deed, he would need the owner's consent and money to officially remove his slave status. And the only person he could use in the Fu family was this suddenly changed Fu Xing. So, for the sake of the deed, he suppressed his desire for revenge, neatly put everything back in its place, and left the room. The next day, Fu Xing and her mother were planting flowers in their field and extracting fragrant dew when a breathless neighbor burst in, shouting, "Terrible news! Something awful has happened." The sudden shout startled Mrs. Chun. "What are you yelling about? Scaring the souls out of us? Can't you see we're busy planting flowers?" The neighbor, accustomed to Mrs. Chen's fierceness, hurriedly explained, "Old sister, something's happened. Your husband and sons, they encountered a tiger on Mount Bliss." The rest of the Fu family, hearing the commotion, came out. Soon, with the help of the villagers, Old Man Fu was brought back, covered in blood and unconscious. Fu Air and Fu Si had chunks of flesh missing from their arms and legs. Fu Dashin, with a broken leg, lay groaning in pain. Fu Sanhai and Fu Wujiang only had minor scrapes. Nothing serious, but they were clearly terrified, babbling incessantly about the tiger on Mount Bliss. Fu Xing was filled with worry and guilt. After all, they had gone into the mountains to find flowers for her. How could this have happened? Qin Shi, the eldest son's wife, immediately directed her anger at Fu Xing. It's all your fault, little sister-in-law. If it weren't for you wanting to plant these flowers, father-in-law wouldn't have taken my husband and the others into the mountains. If they hadn't gone into the mountains, they wouldn't have encountered the tiger, and they wouldn't be injured like this. Fu Sanhai and Fu Wujiang, snapping out of their days, also vented their anger at Fu Xing. That's right, it's all little sister's fault. You caused this. Fu Dashin, hearing this, retorted unhappily, Sanhai, Wujiang, you two abandoned father and us and ran. What are you acting tough for now? Fu Wujiang and Fu Sanhai retorted defiantly. Can you blame us? In that situation, who wouldn't want to save their own life? Big brother, you can't say you didn't want to run. You were just too slow. The scene descended into chaos. No one noticed a thin figure slip quietly into the main house from the woodshed doorway. In no time, he found his deed of sale and tucked it into his clothes. He then placed a forged document back in its original spot before casually strolling out of the house. With a cold smile, he thought, this thing that controls my fate is finally back in my hands. And the Fu family will eventually reap what they sow. Fu Xing, facing the accusations of her family, felt her heart sink. But she had no rebuttal. She had to bear the burden of the mess the original Fu Xing had left behind. The young man at the woodshed door watched Fu Xing, blamed and ostracized by her family, a cruel smile playing on his lips. I'm looking forward to seeing this vicious woman in tears. Mrs. Chen suddenly roared, Enough! Shut up, all of you! Qibao, take Dashin and the others to the returning spring hall in town. Dr. Bien is a descendant of a divine healer. He was even a royal physician. He'll definitely be able to cure them, Mrs. Chen declared. With their mother-in-law having spoken, the daughters-in-law didn't dare to shout anymore and busied themselves preparing to go to town. As Qin Shi passed by Fu Xing, she muttered under her breath, You're a jinx. If your eldest brother can't walk in the future, I won't let you off. Fu Xing lifted her head, meeting her sister's-in-law's resentful gazes. She calmly replied, If blaming me makes you feel better, then go ahead. The daughters-in-law were taken aback by Fu Xing's lack of tears and distress. If it were the original Fu Xing, she would have been crying her eyes out by now. But the current Fu Xing was, at her core, an adult and wouldn't be so easily shaken. Qin Shi continued to grumble, fuming as she watched Fu Xing's retreating figure. Fu Xing earnestly and solemnly promised, I'll take responsibility for father and my brothers. I'll go and call for the ox cart. Li Ziming, who had been waiting to see Fu Xing's tears and despair, was stunned. He had assumed she wouldn't be able to bear such a misfortune, but she was surprisingly composed, robbing him of the satisfaction he craved from his planned revenge. This malicious woman's transformation was truly remarkable. After watching the commotion, Li Ziming was about to return to the woodshed when Fu Xing, about to leave, suddenly remembered him. She called out, Aze, come here, you'll come with me. Fu Xing didn't realize that calling him Aze shocked Li Ziming once again. Aside from his birth mother, no one else had ever called him by this intimate name. This woman had used it twice now, and both times with such familiarity. As they walked along the village path, Li Ziming followed, lost in thought. Fu Xing, also preoccupied, explained, Things are chaotic at home right now. You might get caught in the crossfire if you stay. I'll take you to the village chief's house. Wait for me there. Don't worry, the village chief's family is very kind. No one will bully you. Li Ziming was slightly taken aback. His expression was a mixture of bewilderment and suspicion. Could this woman actually be worried about him? To confirm his suspicions, he quickly caught up to her, grabbing her clothes. Fu Xing stopped, puzzled. What's wrong? Why aren't you walking? Just a moment ago, he had worn a look of cruel cunning, his mind full of schemes. Now, facing Fu Xing, he adopted a timid, pitiful expression. Fu Xing, easily swayed by such displays, felt her heart melt. Such a handsome boy deserves to be pampered. Do you want to come with me? She asked. Li Ziming nodded obediently, confirming his intentions. Fu Xing smiled and immediately agreed. She patted Li Ziming's head. All right, Aze, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Her actions and words made Li Ziming's heart skip a beat. That night, Mrs. Chun and her eldest daughter-in-law returned from town. The second and third daughters-in-law rushed to ask about the situation. Mrs. Chun said with grief and helplessness, "Eldest is all right. Setting the bone isn't a major injury. But father, second, and fourth were bitten badly by the tiger." Dr. Bien said they need 100-year-old ginseng to recover fully. As soon as Mrs. Chun mentioned this, everyone's faces fell. How much will that cost? Seeing her fifth daughter-in-law's reluctance to pay for the treatment, Mrs. Chun firmly stated, "No matter the cost, we have to treat them. Even if we have to sell the land, we must treat them." As soon as she finished speaking, her fifth son, Fu Wujiang, rushed out to object. "Mother, we can't sell the land. What will we eat if we sell the land? Do you want our whole family to become beggars?" Fu Wujiang, a gambler who frequented the town, said, "I know some people at the broker's office. They specialize in selecting good-looking girls to send to wealthy families as servants. The more attractive the girl, the higher the price. Look at Taohua, Lihua, Meihua, and Hihua. They're all very pretty. I'll go and negotiate the price. Well, I definitely get more than 100 taels." Mrs. Chun, knowing her fifth son's character, immediately raised her cane to hit him. "Nonsense. 100 taels for being a servant girl? You're trying to trick me. You're talking about selling them to brothels, aren't you?" The second daughter-in-law also protested. "You heartless wretch. Why should my Hihua be sold? Why don't you sell your own daughter, Juhua?" Fu Wujang feigned righteousness. "Juhua is still young. They won't want her. This is all to save father, second brother, and fourth brother." The courtyard erupted in chaos. Inside the house, Fu Lihua was terrified. She didn't want to go to such a disreputable place, and she certainly didn't want to die. She screamed and ran out, kneeling before Mrs. Chun. "Grandma, mother, fifth uncle, please don't sell me. If you have to sell someone, sell the little mute. He's more handsome than us. He'll definitely fetch a higher price." As the ultimate authority in the family, Mrs. Chun slammed her cane on the ground. "Enough! Even if our Fu family is poor, we will not sell our children. We can always earn back the land through hard work." Fu Wujiang, however, was still persistent. "But mother, the little mute isn't really one of our children, isn't he?" Fu Xing, having just returned, boomed with surprising force. "No one is selling anyone." Li Ziming trailed behind her, wearing a timid expression, but a flicker of murderous intent went unnoticed in his eyes. Determined to gain a stronger voice in the family, Fu Xing decided to play her trump card. "Mother, there's no need to sell anyone or the land. I have a way." Mrs. Chun sighed wearily. "Qibao, this time, our family is truly facing a crisis." Fu Xing leaned in and whispered, "Don't worry, mother. Have you forgotten about that treasure I have?" Mrs. Chin's eyes widened in understanding, and she swiftly put an end to the distressing argument about selling her granddaughters. She ordered everyone back to their rooms, assuring them that they needn't worry about the money. Back in the woodshed, Li Ziming's timid facade crumbled, replaced by a chilling indifference. He struck a flint, igniting a small flame. This disgusting, laughable family. How could I forget my deep hatred for a few paltry acts of kindness? The deed of sale was in his hand. The Fu family was preoccupied with their own troubles. Nothing could stop his revenge now. A raging fire would consume this wretched family. But just as the flames began to lick at the kindling, a knock echoed on the door. "Aze, are you asleep?" Li Ziming, still too weak to directly confront the Fu family, quickly smothered the flames and plastered a harmless expression on his face before opening the door. Unable to speak, the beautiful boy gazed at Fu Xing with eyes as deep as the night sky. Bathed in the moonlight, Fu Xing's features appeared delicate and beautiful, disarming any suspicion Li Ziming might have harbored. Earlier, Fu Xing's display of wood manipulation had stunned Mrs. Chun, creating an opportunity for Fu Xing to request the return of Li Ziming's deed of sale. Mrs. Chun, however, refused. The fact that the family had considered selling the mute boy today had alarmed Fu Xing. So, while Mrs. Chun was distracted, she stole the deed and brought it to Li Ziming. "Aze, look at this. This is your deed of sale. I was planning to take this to the magistrate in a while to officially remove your slave status and then return it to you. But now, it seems it's better to put it in your hands sooner rather than later. With this, no one can sell you. Keep it safe. Hide it somewhere secret, a place no one can find." Li Ziming clutched the wooden box tightly, his eyes a mixture of confusion, bewilderment, and shock. The torment and suffering of the past 6 months had made it abundantly clear just how cruel and vicious this woman, Fu Qibao, could be. How utterly hateful and despicable. Yet, here she was, the same person, but her actions and behavior had completely changed, as if she possessed a different soul. Seeing his stunned silence, Fu Xing, understanding the boy's apprehension, cupped his face and reiterated, "Tomorrow, I'll be going to town. Just in case, go hide at the village chief's house tomorrow morning. Wait there until I come back for you. Do you understand?" Li Ziming could sense no malice in Fu Xing. Her tone was sincere, her gaze open and honest, filled with genuine concern and warmth. A feeling he'd never experienced before bloomed in his chest, warming his face. He nodded, indicating his understanding. Fu Xing, charmed by the handsome and obedient boy, praised him. "Good boy, Aze. It's getting late. I'm going back now. You get some rest." After she closed the door, Li Ziming lowered his gaze and pulled the real deed of sale from his pocket, sighing inwardly. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have bothered stealing it and forging a fake. He was now even more certain that this woman was definitely not the same cruel and vicious Fu Qibao from before. But who was she? It seemed he would have to stay a while longer to find the answer. Having endured so much darkness, it was difficult for Li Ziming to trust anyone. Yet, he felt inexplicably compelled to see if this woman would keep her promises. He picked up the water jug and silently extinguished the embers in the woodshed. He had intended to burn the entire Fu family alive, but now, because of Fu Xing, he had changed his mind. In the darkness, his delicate features were barely visible. His dark eyes held an unfathomable depth. "I'll spare you for now. You owe your lives to her." Meanwhile, back in her room, Fu Xing heard the system notification. "Congratulations, host, for receiving 350 merit points. Please keep up the good work and continue helping others." Fu Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. "This is such a pleasant surprise. What good deed did I do? Did I get all these merit points just for stopping Aze from being sold?" Fu Xing was unaware that she had also inadvertently saved the entire family, contributing to the large number of merit points. At dawn, Fu Xing woke Li Ziming, reminding him to go to the village chief's house. After giving him instructions, she joined her mother and sisters-in-law in the ox cart, its wheels creaking and swaying as they made their way to town. The rural ox cart was simple and crude. The ride took half an hour. Fu Xing's back and waist ached. She longed for the cars of her previous life. Under Mrs. Chen's guidance, they walked towards the returning spring hall. At the entrance, Mrs. Chen instructed her daughters-in-law to go inside and attend to the injured, while she and Fu Xing went to find Fu Sanhai and Fu Wujiang. One of the daughters-in-law, her face etched with worry, said, "But mother, we only gave the clinic 50 taels. The medicine will only last until tonight." Mrs. Chen, unwilling to see their tears, spoke firmly. "Your father and brother's medical expenses will be taken care of by Qibao and me. You just wait here patiently." The streets bustled with activity, but Fu Xing didn't see the ideal buyer she had in mind. Mrs. Chen, convinced that her daughter had been blessed by immortals, hesitated. "Are you really sure about selling this divine palace?" Fu Xing smiled and hummed in agreement. "There's no other way to pay for father and my brother's treatment. Mother, which is the largest jewelry shop in town," Mrs. Chun told her, was the Jean family's Golden Jade house. But the Jean family are imperial merchants. They hold a prestigious position. It's not a place ordinary people can just walk into. Fu Xing considered this. Since the Golden Jade house sells all sorts of expensive gold and silver jewelry, naturally all kinds of people go there. But first, we need to visit a clothing store. We'll use the remaining money to enhance our appearance. If we go in looking like ordinary villagers, the value of the divine palace will decrease and we'll arouse suspicion. A short while later, a luxurious carriage stopped in front of the Golden Jade house. An elderly woman and a young woman wearing a veil stepped out. They looked every bit the part of a wealthy family. A shop assistant immediately greeted them enthusiastically. "Madam, miss, please come in." This was when the benefits of Fu Xing's silk attire became apparent. The assistant eagerly showed them the Golden Jade House's various jewelry and accessories. All of these are personally crafted by masters with decades of experience. "What are you ladies looking for today?" Fu Xing feigned aloofness. "We'll look around first. If we find something we like, we'll call you." The shop assistant, understanding that some customers preferred not to be hovered over, readily agreed and busied himself elsewhere. Once he was gone, Mrs. Chun whispered to Fu Xing, "There's no one else here in the main hall. What do we do now?" Because her body had been refined by the wood manipulation technique, Fu Xing had exceptionally sharp senses. She discreetly used the technique to eavesdrop on conversations within the building. Meanwhile, on the third floor, in a private room, the manager of the Golden Jade House was fawning over a wealthy young man. "Young Master Yuan, if you desire anything, just send someone to call for it. Why trouble yourself to come all the way here?" Young Master Yuan replied nonchalantly, "I heard you recently acquired a batch of new, high-quality goods from the people. I wanted to see if there's anything that catches my eye. I might choose something to gift to my grandmother. Enough with the pleasantries. Take me to see them." Their conversation reached Fu Xing's ears. "This sounds like a wealthy customer. Excellent. I should be able to sell the music box for a high price." She opened her eyes and smiled faintly at Mrs. Chun. "The buyer has arrived." Just as she finished speaking, the richly dressed young Master Yuan descended the stairs, frowning. "What high-quality goods? They're all vulgar trinkets." The manager, anxious about the young master's displeasure, followed him, his face creased with worry. "Young master, please don't be angry. I'll immediately have someone look for more items." Fu Xing stepped forward and stopped the young man. Yuan Jin was taken aback. He hadn't expected anyone in Jingyang Town to dare block his path. Before he could speak, Fu Xing bowed slightly. "Are you the manager of the Golden Jade House? I apologize for the interruption, but I was wondering if you acquire treasures." The manager, still irritated by his failure to please young Master Yuan, snapped impatiently at Fu Xing. "Where did this little girl come from? This is the Golden Jade House, not a pawn shop. We sell jewelry, not scrap." Calmly, Fu Xing produced a wooden box. "You can take a look first. If it doesn't catch your eye, I'll naturally leave and not impose upon you any further." The manager, still unconvinced, was about to dismiss her when he caught young Master Yuan's subtle signal. He immediately changed his tune. "If you truly have a treasure, miss, I wouldn't mind taking a look." He didn't believe for a second that this young woman possessed anything of value. Fu Xing presented the small wooden box to the two men and opened it. A brilliant light shone forth. Both Yuan Jin and the manager, accustomed to seeing valuable items, stared in disbelief, practically itching to snatch the box. Seeing their captivated expressions, Fu Xing closed the box, knowing she had them hooked. Yuan Jin coughed lightly to mask his astonishment and subtly gestured to the manager to take over. "I must have this." Understanding the young master's intent, the manager's attitude became exceedingly polite. "We were too hasty earlier. Miss, please join us upstairs on the third floor for a more private discussion." Fu Xing followed them to a private room on the third floor. She had them draw the curtains, then open the wooden box once more. Inside the transparent crystal sphere nestled a palace unlike anything they had ever seen. Snowflakes danced within its miniature walls. Even young Master Yuan, accustomed to rare treasures, had never encountered such a marvel. Fu Xing pressed the music and light switches on the back. The ethereal melody of Above the Moon filled the room, accompanied by twinkling lights that made the scene even more dreamlike. Yuan Jin was astonished. This treasure played music on its own. The melody was so novel, so enchanting. He yearned to hold it in his hands. Unwilling to spend merit points on batteries, Fu Xing switched it off, abruptly silencing the music. She then proceeded to weave a tale, calling the object the Snow Peak Celestial Palace. She claimed the music was a dance performed by otherworldly, celestial beings. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jin immediately conjured images of graceful, ethereal maidens twirling in an exotic dance. Seeing his fanciful interpretation, Fu Xing felt no guilt. She reasoned she wasn't entirely lying. After all, the tune was a favorite among square dancing grannies in her previous life. Collecting herself, she continued her fabrication. "This celestial palace has been passed down through generations in my family. Sadly, my parents succumbed to a grave illness 2 years ago. To pay for their treatment and to have enough money to continue my journey, I have no choice but to sell this treasured heirloom. I heard the Jin family is a prominent household in Jingyang Town, and the Golden Jade House has a century-long reputation for integrity. That is why I came here taking the liberty of presenting this unique treasure. It deserves to be with the Jean family rather than languishing in the hands of someone who wouldn't appreciate its value. Her words were eloquent and persuasive. Yuan Jean was pleased. Since you are facing such hardship and are forced to sell your family treasure, my family will not take advantage of your situation. I will buy this Snow Peak Celestial Palace. Name your price. Cleverly, Fu Xing tossed the question back to him. She had heard the Jean family was known for their generations of kindness and generosity. You decide the price, young master. I trust your judgment. Yuan Jean prided himself on his ability to assess character. He studied Fu Xing, convinced by her elegant demeanor that she was indeed from a fallen noble family. A young woman facing such adversity, placing her trust in him, offering a low price would be unconscionable. Besides, the Snow Peak Celestial Palace was no ordinary item. Presenting it in the capital might even bring him great merit. With this in mind, he declared, I will offer 1,000 taels of silver for your Snow Peak Celestial Palace. The music box, which cost the equivalent of 100 yuan in modern currency, had been expertly inflated in value by Fu Xing's persuasive narrative. Mrs. Chun nearly gasped aloud when she heard Yuan Jean offer 1,000 taels. The entire Fu family, working tirelessly for decades, couldn't earn that much. The manager was also taken aback. He acknowledged the Snow Peak Celestial Palace was a rare treasure, but given Fu Xing's apparent predicament, he felt they should leverage her situation. A merchant's instinct was to maximize profit, to haggle and drive down the price. He started to protest, young master, but Yuan Jean cut him off sharply. Silence. He knew what the manager was about to say, but all he wanted was the treasure. The Jean family had plenty of money. Acquiring the object was paramount. He looked eagerly at Fu Xing. If you agree, miss, I will have someone prepare the contract and the silver at once. Fu Xing was calculating. Silver held significant value in this era. One tael was equivalent to 500 yuan in modern currency. 1,000 taels amounted to 500,000 yuan. Her crystal music box, worth a mere 100 yuan in her time, was being sold for a fortune. Without hesitation, she bowed. Thank you, young master. I am eternally grateful. Would it be possible to exchange 100 taels for cash? Yuan Jean, pleased that she hadn't attempted to haggle, readily agreed. No problem, he replied, then instructed manager Chung to prepare the contract, the silver notes, and the cash. With the young master's command given, the manager complied without further protest. Having successfully concluded the transaction and secured the money, Fu Xing excused herself from Yuan Jean and the manager and descended the stairs. Mrs. Chun finally released her pent-up excitement. She bowed. 1,000 taels of silver. I've never seen so much money in my life. Suddenly, Fu Xing called out to a nearby shop assistant. Pointing to a display case, she said, "Get my mother a solid gold bracelet. That one. We'll pay now." The delighted assistant retrieved the bracelet. Mrs. Chen admired the gleaming gold, but hesitated at the 50 tael price tag. She bowed. This bracelet is so expensive. I'm old. I wouldn't know what to do with such a thing. Fu Xing smiled dismissively. It's nothing. We've earned the money. Your days of comfort are just beginning. Her words brought a wide smile to Mrs. Chen's face as she slipped the bracelet onto her wrist. A daughter truly is a comforting treasure. After paying, mother and daughter left the Golden Jade House and boarded their carriage. Fu Xing instructed the carriage driver to take a circuitous route through town. Unseen, a figure clad in black followed discreetly. Inside the carriage, Mrs. Chen was puzzled. Qibao, why did you tell the driver to take us on this roundabout way? Fu Xing explained, We can't be too careful, mother. With this much wealth, we need to be wary of being followed. We'll circle the town a few times, then stop somewhere secluded. We'll change our clothes, and then go to the clinic to get medicine from Dr. Bien for father and your sons. Mrs. Chun marveled at her daughter's foresight and prudence. Fu Xing was taking pains to avoid drawing attention to herself and the music box, wanting to prevent any unforeseen complications. She took out 200 taels in silver notes and the remaining 50 taels in loose silver, giving them to Mrs. Chun. The remaining 700 taels she stored safely within her system space, eliminating any risk of loss. Mother and daughter then changed back into their simple village clothes, transforming themselves once more into an unremarkable peasant woman and a scruffy young girl, easily blending into the bustling crowds. Meanwhile, back at the Golden Jade House, the man in black respectfully reported to Yuan Jean, who dismissed him with a wave of his hand. Lost her, have you? That girl is clever. Well, let it go. It's no matter. He toyed with the music box, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Such craftsmanship, such unusual materials, unheard of in the entire Tang dynasty. That girl is no ordinary peasant. The manager sighed regretfully. A pity. If we could have learned the secrets of its creation, it would have been a lucrative venture for the Jin family. Yuan Jin shook his head. We conduct our business with honor. Such underhanded tactics are beneath us. Besides, he added, that girl was sharp, clearly on her guard. We likely won't see her or her mother in Jingyang town again, and it's doubtful she even knows how it was made. If she did, she wouldn't be in such dire straits. Back at returning Spring Hall, Fu Xing's grandfather and his sons lay in bed, barely able to move. For ordinary families, a serious illness could spell financial ruin. Dr. Bien had instructed them to keep the men at the clinic for at least 3 days before taking them home, and they would be unable to do any heavy work for 6 months. Their entire savings of 50 taels wouldn't even cover 3 days at the clinic. Worry etched deep lines on their faces. When Fu Xing and Mrs. Chun returned, the eldest daughter-in-law rushed over. Mother, were you able to borrow the money? Before Mrs. Chun could answer, Fu Xing's grandfather tried to sit up, agitated. Borrow money? Did you go to Masterly? I told you I forbid it. My 6th son is our family's only hope for a better future. He will not marry into the Li family. Seeing his distress, Mrs. Chun quickly reassured him. Calm down, old man. Don't listen to them. I didn't go to the Li family. I promise. We did get the money for the medicine, but we didn't borrow it. It's all thanks to Qi Bao. Beaming, Mrs. Chun pulled Fu Xing forward and launched into the story they had concocted. Qi Bao saved an elderly gentleman from being trampled by a horse. It turns out he was a respected elder of the Jin family. He heard about our troubles and gave Qi Bao 200 taels as a reward for saving his life. My filial daughter gave it all to me. Now you can all rest easy and recover. Mrs. Chun attributed all the credit to Fu Xing, reinforcing her daughter's special status within the family. Her sons and daughters-in-law stared at Fu Xing in astonishment. The troublesome girl had single-handedly saved their family from disaster. Fu Xing stood quietly, feeling a little uneasy. The story about the Jin family elder was a fabrication, and she wasn't sure if they would believe it. Then, the eldest daughter-in-law rushed up to her. Is it true? Such a miraculous thing. Is this the Jin family, the wealthiest family in Jingyang town? The second daughter-in-law chimed in. The ones who are imperial merchants in the capital, with family members in high office? Fu Xing nodded, relieved. They believed her. Mrs. Chun seized the opportunity to further elevate Fu Xing's standing. Qi Bao is our family's great benefactor. She insisted that the remaining 50 taels be used to buy you all tonics to aid your recovery. Remember her kindness. The daughters-in-law nodded eagerly, overjoyed that they wouldn't have to sell their land or children. Only Fu Xing's grandfather looked skeptical, finding it hard to believe such good fortune had fallen upon them. Meanwhile, a system notification sounded in Fu Xing's mind. Merit points increased by 60. She was delighted. Saving the lives of her family had earned her a substantial reward. With her previous savings, she now had over 200 merit points to use. Still suspicious, Fu Xing's grandfather sent his daughters-in-law away and quietly asked Mrs. Chun, where did the money really come from? Mrs. Chun knew she couldn't keep the sale of the Snow Peak Celestial Palace a secret from the astute grandfather Fu. She went over to him and confessed everything. Grandfather Fu reacted with the same shock Mrs. Chun had initially felt. How could you do such a thing? That palace was a symbol of your status. How could you sell it? Seeing their distress, Fu Xing hurried over to soothe them. It's all right, father. If the Celestial Palace can save you and my brothers, it's a virtuous act. The immortals surely won't blame us. I was afraid of losing the remaining silver notes, so I hid them using a concealment technique the immortals taught me. When we get home, I'll give them to you for safekeeping. Grandfather Fu refused without hesitation. No need. That's your money. I already feel terrible enough for making you sell the Celestial Palace. Keep it for yourself. It will give you a good foundation for your dowry. He softened his tone. Don't blame yourself for the tiger incident. It was an accident. None of us went into the inner mountains. Grandfather Fu's attitude filled Fu Xing with a sense of contentment. She felt that the original Fu Xing must have offered incense to the gods in a past life to have such parents. She didn't argue. knowing the money was safest within her system space, readily accessible when needed. "Thank you, Father," she said, then seized the opportunity to advocate for Li Ziming. "By the way, Father, there's something I've been wanting to discuss with you and Mother. Now that we have the money, I want to go to the magistrate and remove Aze's slave status and register him for a household. After all, I've wronged him in the past." Mrs. Chen immediately protested. "Dealing with officials is tricky. We don't have the connections to remove his slave status or buy him household registration. It would probably cost hundreds of taels. We'll just treat him better from now on." Fu Xing was resolute. "We were wrong from the start, Mother. I made up my mind. I have to give him his freedom, no matter what." Mrs. Chen was about to argue further when Grandfather Fu silenced her with a look. "Enough. If Qibao wants to do it, then let it be." In truth, Grandfather Fu had always felt guilty about Li Ziming. Now that his daughter was showing such compassion, he naturally wanted to support her. "I'll go to the magistrate and take care of it once I've recovered a bit. You two go home now." Fu Xing beamed and bowed. "Thank you, Father." "Thank you, Mother." With the matter of Aze settled, she could finally relax. Due to the unexpected events, Fu Xing's plans to buy fragrant lotions were temporarily shelved. Everything would have to wait until Grandfather Fu and her uncles had recovered. Mrs. Chun left her daughters-in-law at the clinic and hired an ox cart to take her and Fu Xing back to Fontian village. Now that they had money, Fu Xing indulged herself, buying some large meat buns for lunch. She ate with evident satisfaction. After all, at 2 copper coins each, meat buns were a rare treat for the Fu family. Mrs. Chun, though happy, was puzzled. "If you really like Aze, why not have him marry into our family? If you remove his slave status, aren't you afraid he'll run away?" Fu Xing shrugged. "If he runs, he runs. Someone who can run is a free person." Before they reached their house, they saw 3 figures running in the distance. It was Fu Xing's 3rd and 5th elder brothers, with Fu Lihua screaming for help. "Grandma, little aunt, save me. 3rd uncle and 5th uncle are going to sell me." Mrs. Chen quickly got off the cart and bellowed, "Stop, you 2 brats. What do you think you're doing? Did you take my words as empty air before I left? You dare try to sell your niece. How dare you?" Fu Sanhai and Fu Wujiang were dismayed to see their mother return early. They refused to admit their intentions. They claimed they weren't trying to sell anyone, that Li Hua was lying. They were chasing her because she had stolen money from the house. Fu Li Hua, knowing who held the real power, quickly appealed to her grandmother. "Grandma, I didn't steal any money. 3rd uncle and 5th uncle wanted to sell us sisters because Aze ran away to Mount Bliss." Fu Xing's face darkened at this news. Fu Lihua, adept at exploiting weaknesses, continued her tearful plea. "Little aunt, I'm not lying. Soon after you left, 3rd uncle and 5th uncle tried to catch Aze to sell him, but he escaped into Mount Bliss. We don't know if he's alive or dead." Fu Wujiang, seeing Fu Lihua's eloquent accusations, threatened her menacingly. "Shut up. Stop your lies." Mrs. Chun, fists clenched, was ready to teach her good-for-nothing sons a lesson for shifting blame and resorting to such despicable tactics. "I'm not blind. I can see who's lying. How did I end up with 2 useless lumps like you? The money issue is resolved. If you ever think of doing something like this again, I'll throw you out without a penny." Fu Xing's thoughts drifted. She had never been inside Mount Bliss, but a tiger had appeared on its outskirts. The dangers within were undoubtedly far greater. Li Ziming was so frail, he wouldn't stand a chance against wild beasts. She had promised to protect him, to give him his freedom. But now, because of her family, he was in danger again. She had already made up her mind to go to Mount Bliss and bring back Li Ziming. Mrs. Chun, seeing her daughter's troubled expression, quickly intervened with a heartfelt plea. "Mount Bliss is too dangerous, Qibao. You can't go there." Understanding her mother's concern, Fu Xing feigned exhaustion. "I'm tired, Mother," she said. "I want to rest for a while." Once in her room, Fu Xing opened her merit system and exchanged points for a strength pill and an iron skin charm. The charm would last for a day, granting her immense strength and the ability to withstand physical attacks of up to 1 ton. Thus prepared, even encountering a wild beast wouldn't be a concern. After making her preparations, she slipped out the window, avoiding her family, and headed straight for Mount Bliss. Meanwhile, deep within Mount Bliss, a wounded Li Ziming hid in a large tree, evading a tiger. The majestic and ferocious white tiger, however, wasn't about to let its prey escape. Man and beast remained in a tense standoff. In truth, Grandfather Fu and the others had been attacked because Li Ziming had deliberately used a tiger-attracting herb on them as revenge for the Fu family's treatment of him. He hadn't expected the tables to turn so quickly. Karma, it seemed, was a dish best served cold. He had resigned himself to becoming the tiger's next meal, but unexpectedly, after drinking his blood, the tiger bowed its head in submission. Li Ziming realized he now had a connection with the beast, able to understand its thoughts and command it. After the initial shock of this bizarre turn of events, Li Ziming calmly accepted his newfound power. Having a powerful protector offered significant advantages. He confidently sat on the tiger's back, allowing it to carry him deeper into the mountain. After a while, the tiger stopped in front of a patch of wildflowers. Li Ziming slid down, his face filled with wonder. He stared at a luminous purple plant. The tiger nudged him with its tail, as if urging him forward. Li Ziming looked at the glowing purple herb, a thought forming in his mind. Could this be the legendary, mystical herb of Mount Bliss? Without hesitation, he reached out, plucked the herb, and put it in his mouth. He was already suffering from an incurable poison, and was so frail that neither a mystical herb nor a poisonous one could make his condition much worse. However, what followed was a surge of power coursing through his body, threatening to tear him apart from the inside. The pain was so intense that he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Fu Xing, using her with spirit magic, navigated the treacherous terrain of Mount Bliss, avoiding dangerous animals. "Ize, wait for me," she whispered. "If anything happens to you, I'll never forgive myself." Still unable to find him, she risked attracting predators by shouting, "Little mute, where are you?" She wanted Li Ziming to know she was searching for him. Just then, she heard rustling nearby. Thinking it was Li Ziming, Fu Xing excitedly followed the sound. "Ize, is that you?" But she was met with a tiger's roar. The sudden appearance of the massive creature startled her. Her only thought was to run. Wild tigers were not to be trifled with. "Don't chase me," she mentally pleaded. "I don't taste good." As she ran, she spotted a blood-stained figure in the distance. Overjoyed, she thought, "Finally, I found you." Like a mother hen protecting her chick, she stood between the tiger and Li Ziming. "And you're not eating him either," she declared. No matter the danger, she wouldn't abandon him. Knowing she couldn't defeat the tiger in a direct confrontation, she decided her best option was to flee. She quickly swallowed the strength pill. A warm sensation spread through her body, filling her with power. With newfound ease, she scooped up Li Ziming and ran. Glancing back at the pursuing tiger, she had a strong suspicion it was the same one that had injured her father and uncles. Eze had unexpectedly tamed the tiger and eaten a mystical herb. The pain from the herb's cleansing effect had caused him to lose consciousness. Fu Xing, having consumed the strength pill, was now carrying him, fleeing for their lives. Unaware that the tiger was now Li Ziming's mount, she ran, calculating her route. Wild animals were dangerous, and she didn't want to endanger the villagers, so she avoided heading downhill. Even with the system's enhancement, she couldn't shake the tiger. "Eze," she groaned internally. "Of all the places to hide, why Mount Bliss? You idiot." Focused on escaping the tiger, she didn't notice the young man in her arms open his eyes. Li Ziming, realizing he was being carried by Fu Xing and noticing her labored breathing and frantic pace, glanced curiously behind them. When he saw the large white tiger close behind them, he instantly understood what was happening. He looked at Qi Bao with a complicated expression. Last night, this woman had returned his contract of servitude, and now she had ventured alone into Mount Bliss to save him from a tiger. She was running with him, clearly with no intention of leaving him behind. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, yet none offered a clear answer. He was mostly puzzled. Where did this woman get such strength and speed? He was certain once again that this woman, protecting him as they fled, was definitely not the Fu Xing he knew. He decided to continue feigning unconsciousness to test her further, silently commanding the white tiger to fall back. The white tiger looked at him, bewildered, as if to say, "I'm protecting you." Nevertheless, it obediently stopped its pursuit. Fu Xing, still running, suddenly realized the silence behind her. She quickly turned to confirm. "Yes, the tiger isn't following anymore. I almost thought I was going to die here." "Eze, are you all right?" seeing the young man in her arms, still unconscious, and feeling the effects of the strength pill wearing off. She found a large tree to lean against and rest. Looking at the blood-stained young man, she sighed. You've gotten yourself hurt again. You really are a worrywart. She lowered her head and began to examine Li Ziming's wounds. Why are his shoes black? She gently wiped them with her clothes and brought the fabric to her nose. The pungent odor was both invigorating and nauseating. So smelly. Did you roll around in a cesspit? Fu Xing's face scrunched up in disgust. She quickly held her breath, failing to notice Li Ziming's hands clenching into fists. His ears flushed red. This woman is actually mocking me. Fine, then I'll let you suffer a little longer. Keep smelling the stink. He concealed his emotions well. Fu Xing, oblivious to his change in mood, continued diligently wiping the dirt from Li Ziming. Why isn't he waking up? I'll have to get Dr. Bien to take a good look at him when we get back. As Fu Xing's hands moved over him, Li Ziming could no longer maintain the charade. He slowly opened his eyes, resuming his usual innocent and vulnerable expression. Fu Xing quickly exclaimed, Aze, you're awake. How are you feeling? Are you in a lot of pain? Don't push yourself. I'll carry you back. A touch of warmth flickered in Li Ziming's usually cold heart. He pointed in a direction. He knew there was a small river there. Fu Xing, having never been to Mount Bliss before, naturally didn't know. She asked for confirmation. Do you want to go there? Li Ziming nudda ubadianli. He really didn't want to be Shan Shi Di because of his smell. A short while later, they arrived at the riverbank. Li Ziming waded into the water, only his head remaining above the surface. Fu Xing, washing her hands nearby, suddenly noticed a patch of Hautania cordata. Her face lit up with delight as she rolled up her sleeves. Perfect. I can extract the essence to make a hemostatic medicine for Aze's wounds. Halfway through her gathering, Li Ziming, clean of the grime, emerged from the river. Fu Xing was astonished to find that the wounds that had covered his body had completely vanished. However, faced with such a flawless physique, Fu Xing was only concerned with Aze's injuries. One might say, Fu Xing, your focus is misplaced. Li Ziming paused mid-motion as he was dressing. Not only were his fresh wounds gone, but even his old scars had disappeared. After some thought, he concluded it must have been the mystical herb. It truly was a blessing in disguise. Fu Xing looked up at Li Ziming, meeting his bashful gaze. His delicate features were even more beautiful than a woman's. Only then did a belated blush creep up her cheeks. Seeing Li Ziming shielding himself with his clothes, she realized her previous blatant staring had made her look like a predator about to pounce on a beautiful young man. Embarrassed, she turned her head away. Hurry up and get dressed. Don't catch a cold. Li Ziming, as if nothing had happened, quietly finished dressing. Guilt colored Fu Xing's face. Aze, I've already raised the money to treat father and the others. I won't sell you, and this will never happen again. It's getting late. Let's go home. She smiled and extended her hand towards Li Ziming. He, having confirmed that this woman was not the Fu Xing he once knew, didn't hesitate to place his hand in hers. As Fu Xing led him home, Li Ziming looked at their joined hands and felt the warmth radiating from her. He felt a lightness he hadn't experienced before. Previously, he would become breathless and dizzy after only a few steps, the poison in his body a constant source of itching and stinging pain. Now, however, his body felt incredibly comfortable. Could that purple herb really have worked? Did it cure the poison in my body? By the time they returned to the Fu residence, it was already dark. They were trying to sneak in when old Mrs. Chen caught them. What happened? Did you go to Mount Bliss? Just to bring back the little mute? If anything had happened to you, I would have made him pay with his life. Fu Xing quickly spoke up to defuse the situation. Mother, I didn't go in. Aze was clever. He didn't go to Mount Bliss. He was hiding in the bushes by the river. That's when I found him. I slipped and fell into the river, and Aze pulled me out. Please don't be angry and blame him. Mrs. Chen clearly didn't believe her, looking at Fu Xing suspiciously. Really? Fu Xing looped her arm around Mrs. Chen's, acting coquettishly as they walked inside. Of course it's true. Come on, Mother, I'm so cold. I want to change my clothes quickly. On the way, she turned back and winked at Li Ziming, signaling him to go back. It's all right now. Li Ziming looked at his now empty hand, the warmth disappearing with it. Watching Mrs. Chen's retreating figure, he frowned, his lips moving slightly, truly loving. The next moment, his face was a mixture of shock and ecstasy. He clearly hadn't expected to be able to speak after all these years. Due to his mother's condition during pregnancy, he had been born frail and unable to speak. Every doctor who had examined him had said he wouldn't live long, let alone speak. Li Ziming, who had already accepted his reality, never imagined that because of this accident, not only could he speak, but the congenital poison in his body had also been purged along with the grime. He felt that Mount Bliss was truly a blessed land and decided to explore it further. Planning to stay in Fengtian village a while longer, he became quite intrigued by Fu Xing's identity. Was she human or ghost? I must find out. For now, I'll continue pretending to be mute and observe her in secret. Meanwhile, in her room, Mrs. Chen carefully examined Fu Xing from head to toe. After confirming her daughter was safe and sound, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qibao, please don't ever do that again. Mother only wants you to be safe and sound. Fu Xing obediently listened to the lecture, her heart filled with warmth. Although this love was originally meant for the body's previous owner, it felt genuine. Since I've taken over her body, I must treat them well from now on. While mother and daughter were talking, the second son's wife suddenly burst in. Mother, it's bad. Li Hua is sick. She has a high fever and is talking nonsense. I can't wake her up no matter how hard I try. What should we do? Mrs. Chun, who had little patience for her timid and indecisive second daughter-in-law, immediately got up and headed out. You fool, what are you waiting for? Go get Dr. Zhou. No, wait, I'll have Wu Jiang go. If it weren't for their scheming to sell someone, Li Hua wouldn't have been frightened into this illness. Fu Xing gently soothed Mrs. Chun. Mother, please don't get upset. Let's go see Li Hua. At that moment, Fu Li Hua lay unconscious in bed, while Tao Hua and Mei Hua anxiously attended to her. Fu Li Hua kept crying out from the cold, her body convulsing. Fu Xing reached out and touched her. She was burning up. This situation was even more serious than when Li Ziming had his fever. Fu Xing sighed inwardly. Although Li Hua is a bit scheming and has harmed Aze, she's still a child. She channeled her wood spirit energy, which contained life force, to circulate within Fu Li Hua's body. Although she didn't know if it would work, she hoped it would alleviate the symptoms until the doctor arrived. Moments later, when she withdrew her hand, Fu Li Hua's breathing had stabilized, and she was no longer convulsing or complaining of the cold. Just then, Dr. Zhou arrived with his medical kit. Fu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Quickly making space for the doctor, she thought, Aze is so frail, and he was also frightened today. He mustn't fall ill. She immediately turned and went to the woodshed, unable to rest until she saw him with her own eyes. In the woodshed, Li Ziming was mentally plotting his revenge when he suddenly heard a knock. He masked his emotions and opened the door. Fu Xing, seeing his good spirits and the faint blush on his usually pale face, breathed a sigh of relief. It was also surprised. Aze, are you all right? She reached out and touched his forehead. It wasn't cold or hot, but normal temperature. I'm fine. Li Ziming narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected Fu Xing to do this, yet strangely, he didn't show any sign of rejection. Fu Xing wanted to ask Li Ziming what had happened on Mount Bliss, but seeing the young man's confused expression, she figured he probably didn't know, especially since he couldn't speak. Forget it, I won't ask. As long as his injuries are healed, that's all that matters. Li Ziming, looking at Fu Xing's kind smile, blushed and lowered his eyes. He had originally intended to feign ignorance about the strange disappearance of his wounds, but he hadn't expected her to refrain from pressing the matter. Fu Xing, appreciating beauty, looked at Li Ziming's smooth, jade-like skin and once again marveled at how blessed he was by the heavens. He's just a little too thin and frail. This won't do. She suddenly reached out and took Li Ziming's hand. I'm going to town to pick up father in 2 days. Come with me. We'll buy some delicious food. Li Ziming lowered his eyes, looking at their clasped hands. It felt so warm. A strange heat and sense of dependence coursed through him. Blushing, he nodded in agreement to Fu Xing's suggestion. After confirming Li Ziming was safe and sound, Fu Xing returned to her room and fell fast asleep. Deep in the night, as silence blanketed the Fu residence, Fu Li Hua, whose fever had finally subsided, abruptly opened her eyes. Don't kill me, she cried out, her face etched with terror and despair. At this moment, memories of her past life flooded back, threatening to disrupt the fragile peace like a rat dropping in a bowl of porridge. 2 days later, Fu Xing, accompanied by Li Ziming, went with Mrs. Chun to the town's Huichun clinic to pick up grandfather Fu. His condition has stabilized, Dr. Zhou assured them. As long as he takes his medicine on time, avoids overexertion, and rests for a while, he'll make a full recovery. Holding Li Ziming's hand, Fu Xing stopped Dr. Zhou. Doctor, there's another patient in my family. He's very frail. Could you examine him? The doctor in our village said he has a chronic illness that's difficult to cure, and he can't speak. Dr. Zhou nodded kindly. He carefully examined Li Ziming's throat and then took his pulse. As Fu Xing watched anxiously, he finally spoke with a smile. Don't worry, he is indeed weak, but he doesn't have any serious illness. It's just malnutrition. As for his inability to speak, the doctor continued, his throat is fine. Perhaps there's another reason he can't speak. Fu Xing gefühlt relieved. As long as there was nothing seriously wrong with his health, everything else could be managed. She pulled Li Ziming closer and sincerely thanked Dr. Zhou. Li Ziming, for his part, now had complete confirmation that his body had truly recovered. That purple herb truly is miraculous, he thought, recalling the sliver of internal energy he had cultivated the previous night. A faint smile curved his lips. I finally possess the power I've always dreamed of. After leaving Huichun Clinic, Fu Xing asked Mrs. Chun and grandfather Fu to head home first. She planned to take Li Ziming shopping in town. After all, her father and brothers needed nourishing food to recover from their illnesses. Mrs. Chun, seeing her daughter becoming increasingly sensible and caring, naturally agreed. My dear Qibao, you're so filial. Be careful and come back early. The eldest son's wife, once again, had her perception of her sister-in-law completely overturned. This girl is actually concerned about her family? She's truly changed. Fu Xing hired an ox cart and headed to the largest grocery store, ready to begin her shopping spree. Rice, flour, cooking oil, pork belly, ribs, offal, and lard. She bought dozens of pounds of each. Afterwards, she went to the fabric store and bought a good amount of fine cotton cloth. The silent Li Ziming watched with bewilderment. Where did she get so much money to buy such high-quality ingredients? All the mysteries seemed to revolve around this drastically changed young woman. The old Fu Xing had been selfish, gloomy, and violent. She would never have gone to such lengths for anyone, not even her own family. But the current Fu Xing was warm, like the rising sun, casting a ray of light into his heart. Who are you really? Having bought a mountain of food and supplies, Fu Xing returned to Fengtian village. The Fu family, alerted by the commotion, came out to greet them and were stunned by the sight. The children, eyeing the baskets of meat, drooled uncontrollably. The daughters-in-law couldn't tear their eyes away from the bolts of cloth. Mrs. Chun, ever mindful of boosting her daughter's status within the family, declared, "All right, everyone, stop crowding around. Carry everything inside. Qibao bought all of this. I want all of you to remember her kindness." At Mrs. Chen's command, the family immediately set to work. Fu Xing beckoned her nephews. "Come here, little ones. Annie has something for you." She opened a package of malt candy. The children, accustomed to their aunt hoarding treats and punishing anyone who dared to touch them, hesitated despite their watering mouths. "Auntie, are you really giving these to us?" Remembering the original Fu Xing's appalling behavior, Fu Xing smiled even more kindly. "Take them, 2 pieces each. No fighting." Reassured, the nephews gratefully accepted the candy. "Thank you, Auntie." The ever-silent Li Ziming felt a pang of inexplicable displeasure. So, she's equally kind to everyone. I'm not special or unique. The next moment, Fu Xing pressed a whole package of malt candy into his hand. The unexpected gesture startled him. Fu Xing smiled and gestured for him to keep quiet. "This is just for you, Aze. Don't tell anyone." Li Ziming's earlier displeasure vanished, replaced by a surge of joy. Blushing slightly, he nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. Fu Xing, captivated by the sight, thought he looked so handsome when he smiles. Meanwhile, from a nearby corner, Fu Lihua stared in disbelief, her face a mask of shock and confusion. Fu Taohua, carrying a cotton quilt, noticed her younger sister standing there dazed and approached her with concern. "Lihua, you've just recovered. Why are you out here?" Startled, Fu Lihua quickly composed herself. "Second sister," she replied. "I'm feeling much better now. What are you doing with all that cotton?" The honest Fu Taohua readily explained. "Annie asked me to sew a quilt for the mute boy. She even gave me 20 copper coins to keep for my dowry. I'll share half with you." Don't tell mother. Fu Lihua's eyes flickered. Second sister, you said this quilt is for the mute boy? Futaoa amid the agreement. Yes, I have to finish this quickly. After receiving confirmation, Fu Lihua snatched the quilt. Second sister, you can't do this all by yourself. Let me help you. That day, the Fu family's lunch was unprecedentedly lavish, almost like a New Year's feast. Mrs. Chun, as usual, sang her precious daughter's praises, brainwashing her sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren. You're all able to enjoy such a delicious meal thanks to Qibao. Every single one of you needs to remember her kindness. And third son, fifth son, get away from the table. You two ungrateful wretches don't get to eat. Facing the accusatory gazes of their family, Fu Sanhai and Fu Wujiang resigned themselves to gnawing on plain steamed buns. Fu Xing prepared some delicious food and was about to take it to the woodshed for Li Ziming when Fu Lihua called out to her. Her eyes, shimmering with a watery sheen, gazed at Fu Xing piteously. Little aunt, thank you so much for taking care of me today. Is this food for the mute boy? Let me take it. I don't want you to trouble yourself. Although Fu Lihua concealed her emotions well, Fu Xing, possessing with spirit energy, had already noticed her furtive glances. However, she had seen such looks from her family members all day and didn't pay them much mind. After all, her current actions were indeed drastically different from the former Fu Xing. As long as she could fool grandfather Fu and Mrs. Chun, convincing them that she was doing good deeds and being a good person, and they were happy to see it, that was enough. Smiling, she replied, "Sure, it doesn't matter who takes it. Actually, I ate too much and need to use the restroom. I'll trouble you then." Fu Lihua, holding the food, watched Fu Xing's retreating figure. A sinister smile crept across her lips. Inside the woodshed, Li Ziming stared blankly at the package of malt candy. He had never tasted candy in his entire life. Just then, he heard the clinking of porcelain bowls outside the door. Thinking it was Fu Xing, he hurried to open the door. But it wasn't Fu Xing, it was the two-faced, pretentious Fu Lihua. He frowned imperceptibly. Why isn't it her? He quickly masked his disappointment. Fu Lihua offered a delicate smile. "Aze, I brought you your food." Li Ziming turned away unceremoniously. Fu Lihua, seemingly oblivious to his coldness, mustered her courage and placed the food on the table. In a voice filled with remorse, she began, "I brought these especially for you. Eat while it's hot. I'm sorry for many things in the past. I didn't mean to do them. I was helpless. You can hate me, resent me, anything." Li Ziming looked at her coldly, a flicker of mockery in his eyes. His penetrating gaze made Fu Lihua's heart pound. The gentle expression on her face almost faltered. Li Ziming scoffed inwardly. Didn't mean to? Repeatedly pinning her own misdeeds on a mute who couldn't speak up for himself. Putting on an innocent act in front of everyone. Only those fools in the Fu family would fall for her apologies. Even the original Fu Xing, violent and fierce as she was, didn't possess such a malicious heart. And now, this pretense of kindness. It was truly disgusting. Fu Lihua desperately tried to control her emotions. She knew this young man was proud and aloof. Gaining his trust, entering his heart, would definitely not be easy, especially after all the time she had made him her scapegoat. She would have to take it slow. "Aze, eat while it's hot. I'll come back to clear the dishes later." As soon as she was gone, Li Ziming closed the door and dumped the food on the floor. "Aze, does she think she's worthy of calling me that?" Despite being dependent on the Fu family and enduring humiliation, he held his head high, refusing to appear subservient. Outside, Fu Lihua, aware of her initial failure, remained undeterred. "I, Fu Lihua, am no longer the same person. Since I am the chosen one, then Li Ziming, this prize will be mine." In the back garden's flower field, Fu Xing planted the wild aloe vera seedlings she had found in the village. Skillfully employing her with spirit energy, she nurtured and refined them, transforming them into pure, condensed dew, which she collected in small porcelain bottles. In no time, she had extracted the aloe vera essence, filling several bottles. Because of the incidents with her family, Fu Xing hadn't had time to perform good deeds, and her flower dew business had been neglected. Now that things were back on track, she needed to start earning money again. With this aloe vera essence, she could save many people with sensitive, acne-prone skin, just like the original Fu Xing. A boon for countless women of this era. Then, the merit points and money would flow in steadily. The thought made her happy. 2 days later, Fu Lihua clutching a finished quilt, returned to the woodshed to find Li Ziming. "Aze, this is a new quilt I made for you. Do you like it?" Li Ziming naturally didn't answer. Not only that, but his expression remained cold and indifferent. Fu Lihua, however, wasn't discouraged by his attitude. With unwavering enthusiasm, she continued, "Grandmother and little aunt bought some fabric to make new clothes. What color do you like? I'll use my share of the fabric to make clothes for you, so you'll have something to change into." Mrs. Chen's voice suddenly boomed from outside the woodshed. "Lihua, you girl, where have you run off to? Don't be lazy. It's getting late. Hurry up and go cut pigweed on the mountain." A flash of impatience crossed Fu Lihua's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. Her wings weren't strong enough yet. She couldn't afford to rebel. She stood up and offered Li Ziming a gentle smile. "I have to go now. Aze, you rest well." After she left, Li Ziming let out a cold snort. Overly solicitous, there's something fishy going on. That quilt was clearly made by Fu Taohua, commissioned by Fu Xing, who even paid 20 copper coins for it. She's taking credit for someone else's work, trying to pass it off as her own. Does she think I'm blind? Fu Lihua wouldn't lift a finger without some benefit in mind. What's her game this time? And that foolish Fu Xing falling for such a charade. She hasn't come to see me for days. I wonder what she's been up to. Never mind. The most important thing right now is to use the excuse of gathering firewood to go to Mount Bliss and have the White Tiger search for precious spiritual herbs. Recovering my meridians and cultivating my martial arts is my priority. A serious illness had awakened Fu Lihua's memories of her past life. She learned that the mute boy in her family, Li Ziming, was destined to become the future emperor. Thus, she began her campaign of flattery and fawning, hoping to supplant Fu Xing. But Li Ziming remained indifferent to her offerings. He, however, treasured the candies given to him by Fu Xing. No matter how attentive Fu Lihua was, he always observed her with suspicion and wariness. Yet, in front of Fu Xing, he was docile and shy. Li Ziming's blatant double standard gave Fu Lihua the idea of getting rid of Fu Xing. Meanwhile, after extracting the aloe vera essence using her with spirit energy, Fu Xing went to discuss removing Li Ziming's slave status with Grandfather Fu. Seeing his daughter's dedication to good deeds, Grandfather Fu readily agreed to help. The county magistrate's chief clerk, in charge of household registers and documents, happened to be the village chief's son-in-law. Therefore, approaching the village chief was the most convenient way to remove the mute boy's slave status. "Chibao, go get a basket. We'll buy some gifts and go to the village chief's house." Fu Xing nodded. "Father, you're so thoughtful. By the way, I also want to go to the county town soon to inquire about selling the flower dew." Grandfather Fu looked surprised. "We still have quite a bit of silver. Why are you in such a hurry?" Fu Xing explained that while they had money, it wasn't convenient to use the silver from selling the Celestial Palace, and their family needed a legitimate source of income. Hearing this, Grandfather Fu patted Fu Xing's head affectionately. "Chibao, you're right, but it's not appropriate for a young lady like you to go to town alone. I'll accompany you in a couple of days." Having agreed, the two went to the village chief's house. They didn't return to the Fu residence until evening. Mrs. Chen hurried out to greet them, asking how things went. Fu Xing replied with a smile. "The village chief said he would make inquiries and let us know if there's any news. We gave him 5 taels of silver, so it shouldn't be a problem." She looked around, not seeing Li Ziming. A little uneasy, she asked, "Mother, where's Aze?" Mrs. Chun, helping Grandfather Fu into the house, replied casually. "He took a basket and went to gather firewood. He should be back soon." Thinking of Li Ziming's frail physique, Fu Xing felt a pang of worry. "It's so late. I hope nothing happens to him on the mountain." However, when she saw a familiar figure in the distance on the country lane, she suddenly felt she had overthought things. The refined and handsome young man strolled along leisurely, munching on wild fruit. Trailing behind him, struggling under the weight of a basket overflowing with firewood, was Fu Lihua. So, the mishap Fu Xing had worried about hadn't happened at all. On the contrary, Li Ziming seemed to be having a rather pleasant time. Fu Xing couldn't help but find the situation amusing. The sun must be rising in the west. Aze is actually making Lihua work for him. She recalled how Fu Lihua had, for various reasons, made Li Ziming her scapegoat. Perhaps her illness and the return of her memories have awakened her conscience, making her feel guilty and wanting to atone for her past mistakes. Maybe there's hope for Fu Lihua after all. She decided not to interfere, lest she spoil Lihua's sincere effort. Fu Xing jogged a few steps and called out, "Aze, Hearing the familiar voice, a spark of light, unnoticed even by himself, flickered in Li Ziming's eyes. He immediately quickened his pace. He reached Fu Xing's side, and they walked forward together. Fu Lihua, burdened by the heavy basket, trailed far behind, resentment simmering in her heart. Is this boy's heart made of stone? My attentiveness doesn't even earn me a glance. How infuriating. And what's going on with little Aunt? Why is she suddenly so kind to the mute boy? She was never like this before. Why such a drastic change? Could it be that I'm not the only one reborn? Could little Anne have been reborn too? She recalled her past life. Grandfather and her uncles had never been injured by wild beasts. Fifth uncle had incurred gambling debts, but, wary of little Aunt, he hadn't dared lay a hand on the mute boy. Instead, to repay his debts, he'd secretly sold Li Ziming to a brothel. At first, the boy had cried and resisted, but eventually, under the madam's brutal beatings, he'd submitted. Not long after he was sold, a great fire engulfed the Fu residence. More than 10 members of the family perished in the flames. The sole exception was little Aunt's husband, Qibao. He'd been dismembered, his limbs left to rot in a water vat in the back courtyard. Li Ziming's body was never found. It wasn't until 10 years later, as Fu Lihua lay dying under the blades of the barbarian horde, that she saw him, Li Ziming, a figure of imperial majesty, standing upon the city walls. Finally, she understood. The Fu family's annihilation was Li Ziming's revenge for the wrongs they had inflicted upon him. Now, unexpectedly, after a high fever, she had awakened to find herself back 10 years in the past. Fu Lihua took a deep breath, suppressing those unbearable memories. Heaven has granted me a second chance. I must seize it. In this life, I, Fu Lihua, will rise above all others. I remember, the fire that killed my family is only a month away. Within this month, I must gain Li Ziming's trust and become indispensable to him. Then half of the future empire will be mine. Watching Fu Xing and Li Ziming walking together so intimately, a venomous glint flashed in her eyes. Little Aunt, if you stand in my way, don't blame me for being ruthless. Back at the Fu residence, Fu Xing, having arrived earlier, had laid out paper, ink, brushes, and an inkstone. Aze, she admonished Li Ziming gently. Don't wander off into the mountains alone anymore. It's dangerous. Do you want to be chased by wild beasts again? Li Ziming raised an eyebrow, but remained silent, mentally correcting Fu Xing. Not wild beasts. Pets. Fu Xing remembered Dr. Zhou saying that there was nothing physically wrong with Li Ziming's throat. His inability to speak stemmed from psychological trauma. She suspected it was the abuse he suffered at the hands of the original Fu Xing that had caused this trauma. Another burden I have to bear, she thought. I'll just have to find a way to help him overcome it. Sighing, she said, since you can't speak, I don't know what you're thinking. From today onwards, I'll teach you to read and write. Then you can write down anything you want to tell me. Let's start with your name. She wrote the 3 characters of Li Ziming's name on the paper, using the standard clerical script of this world. But the characters that emerged were so unsightly, they were almost painful to behold, a blow to her confidence as a teacher. After all, she was a modern person. This complex, traditional script was proving quite challenging. Li Ziming, observing this, inwardly cringed. Such ugly characters. A flicker of amusement crossed his eyes. Fu Xing, assuming Li Ziming, an orphan, had never received any education, felt a surge of confidence. She handed him the brush. Aze, try it. Li Ziming took the brush. He proceeded to make a series of crooked strokes, leaving a messy, illegible scrawl on the paper. Fu Xing thought, good heavens, he writes even worse than I do. She moved closer and gently took his hand, guiding the brush with hers. It's all right, she said softly. Everyone starts somewhere. I'll teach you. She wrote his name again. Aze, did you see that? Their bodies were close now, close enough to feel each other's warm breath. A faint floral fragrance hung in the air. Li Ziming blinked almost imperceptibly. I've got you now, he thought. Even if a person's personality can change from cruel to kind, would their sense suddenly change as well? Having been Fu Xing's personal servant for 6 months, he was certain. This woman was absolutely not the original Fu Xing. Is she a wandering soul? Or a mountain spirit possessing her body? No, this pleasant fragrance. Could she be a flower demon? Having been tormented by the original Fu Xing for half a year, Li Ziming knew her better than even her own family. Now, as Fu Xing taught him to write, the sweet floral scent emanating from her confirmed his suspicions. This woman is definitely not the original Fu Xing. Is she a wandering soul or a mountain spirit possessing her body? His mind raced, already half-heartedly going through the motions. His writing became even more atrocious. After an hour with no improvement, Fu Xing sighed deeply. Could it be he has no aptitude for this? The heavens are truly fair. They open a door, but close a window. Well, our Aze is so handsome. No one's perfect. It's all right, I won't give up. We can practice with characters that have fewer strokes. With enough effort, even an iron pestle can be ground into a needle. However, Li Ziming was not reassured in the slightest. This foolish woman thinks I'm stupid. Her own writing is atrocious. This was the second time this woman had subtly mocked him. In truth, Li Ziming had known how to write these characters since he was 3 years old. Before he was sold and forced to wander the streets, his mother, despite her madness, had taught him a few things. He'd been deliberately feigning ignorance to conceal his true abilities, but being underestimated by Fu Xing irritated him. He decided to drop the act and show her a thing or two, just so she wouldn't dare laugh at him again. Fu Xing, believing Li Ziming's slight frame unsuitable for farm work, was contemplating sponsoring his education, hoping he could pass the imperial examinations and secure a stable future. While she was lost in thought, Li Ziming copied her writing, then gently tapped the table to draw her attention. She glanced over and her jaw dropped. Good heavens, he's incredible. He's copied my writing perfectly. Fu Xing gave him a thumbs up, praising him lavishly. Aze, you're so smart. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. I'll sell everything I own to support your studies. Basking in her praise, Li Ziming's cheeks flushed with pleasure, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Fu Xing, equally delighted, declared, I knew it. With your looks, you're destined for greatness. She pulled a sweet from her pocket and popped it into his mouth as a reward. The unexpected gesture startled Li Ziming. The sweet, unfamiliar taste was surprisingly addictive. His tongue darted out, inadvertently brushing against Fu Xing's finger. Time seemed to freeze. Their eyes met, the air thick with unspoken tension. Fu Xing blushed crimson, snatching her hand back and turning away in embarrassment. It's getting late, she stammered. Let's stop here for today. Seeing her flustered expression, Li Ziming chuckled. His already striking features were transformed by his smile, captivating Fu Xing completely. Her carefully suppressed feelings stirred anew. She quickly ushered him towards the woodshed. All right, enough smiling. Stop radiating your charm. From now on, we'll study for half an hour every day. No slacking. After closing the door, Fu Xing took several deep breaths. That child's smile is going to be the death of me. At this rate, I'll need bypass surgery before I'm 20. Inside the woodshed, Li Ziming's lips curved into a subtle smile. She's a surprisingly soft-hearted spirit. He mentally removed Fu Xing from his list of people to take revenge on. Fu Xing finished preparing her flower dew and got ready for bed, planning to head into town early the next morning to sell her wares. As she approached her dressing table, she froze. Lying on the table was a dead rat, its limbs gruesomely severed. Such a childish prank. Fu Lihua or one of the other brats must be behind this. This kind of trick won't scare me. If it had been the original Fu Xing, she would have flown into a rage. Instead, Fu Xing simply opened the window and tossed the carcass outside. I'll deal with them tomorrow. Unbeknownst to her, the culprit was lurking beneath the window, waiting for her reaction. The rat landed squarely on Fu Lihua's head. She suppressed a scream of disgust. When the window closed, she stood up, a puzzled frown creasing her brow. That's not right. Why didn't Little Ant react? This is how she was tormented to death in my past life. If Little Ant is also reborn, she wouldn't be indifferent to the method of her own death. Could I be wrong? Is she still the same Little Ant? Maybe that fall simply scrambled her brains, changing her personality. If that's the case, even better. Under the moonlight, Fu Lihua's eyes glittered with malice. I've lived 2 lifetimes. What can a teenage girl do to stand in my way? After a restful night's sleep, Fu Xing woke up feeling refreshed. She applied a layer of aloe vera gel to her face. The aloe vera had significantly reduced the acne on her face, so she no longer needed to wear a veil when she went out. After getting ready, she left the house in high spirits. Although she had been to town twice before, it had always been in a hurry. Today, Accompanied by grandfather Fu, she took the opportunity to ask about the town. Jingyang Town, though small, boasted 4 prominent families who controlled its economy. The most prestigious was the Jin family, imperial merchants. Next came the Bai family, specializing in cosmetics and perfumes. Then there was the Su family, who supplied the government with ink. And finally, the Zhao family, who ran the brothels and gambling dens. The Bai family were a local aristocratic clan. The Su family had marital ties to the county magistrate. The Zhao family controlled Jingyang Town's underworld, with connections to powerful figures. Fu Xing thought for a moment. The only person she knew in town was the foolish son of the landlord from whom she had bought the fairy gourds. Should we try to work with the Jin family again? She mused. Grandfather Fu shook his head. Bow, we're commoners. Directly competing with the Bai family would be disastrous. It's best to sell your flower dew through their shops. Fu Xing nodded in agreement. Father, you're right. You're so wise. I'll leave this matter to you. I trust your judgment. Father and daughter headed straight for the Bai family's Imperial Grace Pavilion. As they approached the entrance, Fu Xing caught a whiff of a delicate, powdery fragrance. It lifted her spirits. Such a lovely fragrance. Grandfather Fu chuckled. This is the finest perfumery in town, though it still pales in comparison to our flower dew. Once inside, Grandfather Fu stated their purpose. They had a fragrance to sell. Behind the counter stood a middle-aged man with a shrewd expression. He spoke casually. What fragrance do you have for appraisal? Fu Xing presented a small porcelain bottle. As she uncorked it, a potent yet refreshingly pleasant gardenia fragrance wafted out, instantly transporting them to a field of blossoms. The scent was intense, but not overpowering, elegant with a lingering sweetness. The shopkeeper's interest was immediately piqued. He reached out and took the bottle. Seeing only a clear liquid inside, he was taken aback. What is this? Grandfather Fu replied with composure. This is flower dew, crafted using our family's secret method. Hundreds of gardenia blossoms are needed to produce a single bottle. Its fragrance is long-lasting. A single drop lingers for 3 days. It also calms the mind and soothes the spirit. Would Imperial Grace Pavilion be interested in acquiring it? The shopkeeper pondered. The fragrance was exceptional, unlike anything the Bai family had encountered before. Caution was necessary. He needed to examine it thoroughly to avoid any potential issues. Just then, several customers, drawn by the captivating scent, gathered outside. Shopkeeper, what's that wonderful fragrance? Have you got new stock? Let me see. How much is this flower dew? Are you hiding the good stuff from us? The customers were eager to buy. The shop assistant frantically explained that it was only a sample, not yet for sale. Grandfather Fu, knowing the shopkeeper wouldn't immediately trust his claims, remained calm and collected. You may keep this bottle for examination, he offered. I will return in 3 days. With that, he and Fu Xing turned and left without hesitation. His confident demeanor impressed the shopkeeper, who now regarded the flower dew with even greater interest. This could be a lucrative opportunity. If the master is pleased, he thought, I might even get a promotion. Confidence was key. Grandfather Fu had successfully impressed the shopkeeper of Imperial Grace Pavilion, securing an appointment for further discussion in 3 days. Outside, Fu Xing gave her grandfather a thumbs up. Father, you were brilliant. That shopkeeper was practically drooling. Grandfather Fu beamed at his daughter's admiration. Your father has seen a thing or two in his time. It's still early. Let's visit your 6th brother. Fu Xing searched her memory for information about her 6th brother. Of all the Fu family, he was the only one she hadn't met yet. According to the original Fu Xing's memories, Fu Shiliu was a scholar, mild-mannered, and married to the only daughter of Master Li, their former teacher. He currently lived in town. She considered that if this 6th brother was as good-natured as she remembered, she wouldn't mind supporting his pursuit of the imperial examinations. After all, in this era, connections were crucial for success. Having an official in a family would provide the backing she needed to expand her business ventures. Grandfather Fu, noticing her silence, looked back quizzically. What are you thinking about, Bauer? Fu Xing quickly covered, just wondering what gifts to bring 6th brother, his wife, and their little nephew. The houses near Peach Blossom Lane belonged to modestly wealthy families. The neighbors were friendly, greeting Grandfather Fu warmly. Isn't this Master Li's father-in-law? Come to see your son again? The scholar has the day off today, so he should be home. Grandfather Fu thanked the neighbor and made his way to the Li residence. Two little boys rushed out to greet him. "Grandpa, you're finally here. We missed you." Grandfather Fu's stern face blossomed into a smile. Seeing Fu Xing, the boys hesitated, then looked up with innocent smiles. "Little aunt, you look so pretty." Fu Xing, unlike her predecessor, adored these sweet, talkative children. She handed them the candies she had prepared and patted their soft heads affectionately. Just then, Li Shi, Fu Shilio's wife, emerged from the house. Spotting Fu Xing and Grandfather Fu, she hurried towards them, subtly placing herself between Fu Xing and the children. With a gentle smile, she greeted them. "Father, Bauer, you've come. Come in for some tea." "Zixuan, Xiang, you've just been playing with stones. Don't get too close to your aunt and dirty her clothes." Fu Xing understood immediately. Li Shi was afraid she would mistreat the children. Another consequence of the original Fu Xing's actions, she thought. "There's nothing I can do but endure it." Li Shi took the gifts from Grandfather Fu, her manner respectful and warm. "Father, my husband went with your son-in-law to visit some scholars in town today. He hasn't returned home yet. I'll have Uncle Wang go find him. You and little aunt rest for a while. You must be tired after such a long walk." Grandfather Fu waved his hand dismissively. "No need to find Shilio. He'll be busy. The imperial examinations are only a few months away. It's good for him to exchange experiences with others. Bauer and I will just stay here for lunch. It's a good chance to see the children." He had barely finished speaking when a panicked servant rushed in. "Mistress, master is being beaten. What should we do?" Li Shi's face paled. "Uncle Amo, what happened? Explain clearly." It turned out that Master Li, Fu Shilio's father-in-law, had been detained at Gentleman Wang's residence on business. On his way home, Fu Shilio had encountered some fellow scholars and been invited to Jinxiu Pavilion for tea to discuss the upcoming autumn examinations. One of these scholars, drunk, had mocked a man behind a nearby screen, commenting on his unsightly appearance and declaring him unfit to ever sit the examinations. Unfortunately, the man overheard. He was the magistrate Fang's legitimate son. It was precisely because of his facial disfigurement that he had been forced to abandon his scholarly ambitions. Already burdened by this, he was now being ridiculed by commoners. He immediately ordered his servants to seize Fu Shilio and his companions and give them a thorough beating, specifically targeting their faces. If they were scarred, no matter how brilliant their scholarship, their examination prospects would be ruined. Upon hearing this, Li Shi immediately instructed a servant to fetch her father. She then turned to her children, urging them to stay home while she went to plead with the magistrate's son to release her husband. Grandfather Fu hurried after her. "I'm going too. Shilio's family." He stumbled, nearly falling, but Fu Xing reacted swiftly, catching him. "Father, don't worry. Perhaps it's not as serious as it sounds. Sixth brother was just caught in the crossfire. Even the magistrate's son has to be reasonable, right?" Meanwhile, inside Jinxiu Pavilion, the three scholars were gagged and being slapped repeatedly by a servant. The magistrate's son, dressed in fine silks, was spoiled and arrogant. He watched the beating with cold indifference. The brutal assault continued for over 10 minutes. By the time Li Shi and the others arrived, the scholars' faces were badly swollen. Li Shi immediately knelt before the young man, kowtowing. "Magistrate's son, please have mercy. Spare my husband." Grandfather Fu joined her pleas. "Young master, my son knows he was wrong. You are magnanimous. Please forgive him this time." The magistrate's son remained unmoved. Instead, he brazenly accused the three scholars of theft. "They conspired to steal my money pouch and broke my jade pendant. Such scoundrels deserve to be thrown in jail and interrogated." With that, he pulled out a jade pendant and flung it to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Fu Shilio watched in horror, realizing the futility of arguing with such a person. Imprisonment and a criminal record would ruin his future. Fu Xing and grandfather Fu exchanged worried glance. The jade pendant was clearly valuable, yet it had been destroyed so casually. This blatant disregard for truth showed they were dealing with someone unreasonable. Fu Xing's heart sank. For the first time since arriving in this world, she felt the vast chasm between commoners and those in power. Even if she used the merit system to exchange for an invisibility charm and rescued them, it could bring repercussions on her family later. A direct confrontation was unwise. She needed a more subtle approach. Distressed, she looked up and finally got a clear look at the magistrate's son's face. An idea sparked. The magistrate's son, impatient, ordered the three scholars taken to the county jail to await trial. Fu Xing snapped back to attention and shouted, "Wait!" She walked directly towards the magistrate's son. "Young master, my brother didn't mock you. He was merely implicated. If you spare him, I can help you sit for this year's autumn examinations." The magistrate's son scoffed. He'd heard such promises before, only to be disappointed. He glared at the common girl who dared approach him, his face contorted with anger. "Impudent girl!" Grandfather Fu was terrified. "Bauer, come back. Don't offend the young master." But Fu Xing took another step forward. "Young master, you should have been able to sit for the examinations, but you couldn't because of the blemishes on your face, correct? I have a way to restore your face to its former appearance. Look at my face. Do you see these faint red marks? My face used to be just like yours, young master. Now, the marks are almost gone. Isn't that right?" The magistrate's son involuntarily looked at Fu Xing's face. Indeed, it was as she said. Fu Xing pressed her advantage. "Young master, you must have seen many doctors and taken many medicines, but the condition of your face has only worsened, hasn't it? I have a secret remedy at home. If you spare my brother, I will dedicate myself to restoring your face before the autumn examinations." The magistrate's son, unwilling to live with the mockery he endured and yearning to achieve official status and leave Jingyang town, wavered at her words. "But what if you fail?" Fu Xing, brimming with confidence, promised, "If I fail, I will submit to whatever punishment you deem fit." The magistrate's son, looking at the resolute Fu Xing, felt a grudging admiration for her courage. "I'll trust you this once. I'll release your brother, but you must come with me to my residence." Deep within the boundless Jile mountain forest, the handsome youth Li Ziming sat cross-legged in meditation, a large white tiger dozing peacefully beside him. Lately, Li Ziming had been seizing every opportunity to secretly cultivate his martial arts, laying the groundwork for his revenge. A casual palm strike unleashed a gust of wind as sharp as a blade, effortlessly slicing a large tree in half. The resounding crack startled the white tiger awake. "Master, you're so powerful." Li Ziming himself was surprised by the force of his strike. The cultivation techniques and martial arts he practiced were the secret, inherited skills of the Mu family, the Duke Zhengguo's household. As a child, he had accidentally witnessed General Mu instructing his grandson. Blessed with a photographic memory, Li Ziming had committed everything to heart. Unfortunately, his frail body at the time had prevented him from practicing. Unexpectedly, after consuming the purple herb, not only had the poison in his body been neutralized, but he had also gained an unimaginable level of internal energy, as if his very bones had been refined. Besides his own efforts, he was most grateful to the white tiger. "Thank you for leading me to the magical herb. I should be going back now." The white tiger whined softly, a mixture of gratitude and reluctance. Needing to conceal his true abilities, Li Ziming couldn't bring the tiger with him. He stood up, stretching his limbs. As he moved, a book fell from his pocket. It was the primer Fu Xing had given him. Li Ziming picked it up. "Such childish things. That woman actually expects me to memorize this. I could recite this backward when I was a child. She promised to teach me calligraphy every day, and now she's nowhere to be seen." He tucked the book back into his pocket and started down the mountain. Looking at the sunset painting the sky, he thought, "It's this late already. She should be home by now, right?" Aware of the strict social customs regarding men and women in this era, Fu Xing knew that accompanying the magistrate's son to his residence would lead to trouble. She might end up as a servant girl or a concubine. Shaking her head with a smile, she said, "Young master, your status is noble. Taking me to your residence would damage your reputation. Besides, the herbs needed for your treatment are special and not found in apothecaries. I must gather them myself in the forest. It would be better if you came to my brother's house every day at a specific time for your treatment. Knowing my brother's address, you'll have my family in your hands. You won't need to worry about me running away." The magistrate's son, also realizing the limited leverage he'd have over a mere girl, agreed to Fu Xing's proposal. He waved his hand, ordering his servants to throw Fu Shilio's 2 companions into jail. As for Fu Xing and her family, they were free to go. The 2 scholars looked pleadingly at Fu Xing, hoping she would intercede on their behalf. Fu Xing wanted to help, knowing it would earn her merit points, but it wasn't the right time. She would have to wait until she had truly cured the magistrate's son's face. Grandfather Fu and Li Shi expressed their gratitude and rushed to Fu Shilio's side. Fu Xing also thanked the magistrate's son. He then informed her that he needed a tool made of pure silver for the treatment and drew a sketch instructing her to have it made and ready for use by the next day. The magistrate's son readily agreed, warning Fu Xing not to try any tricks, lest the consequences be severe. Finally, Fu Xing and her family left Jinxiu Pavilion. Back at the Li residence, Fu Shiliu sighed deeply. I pity my two companions who suffered this injustice, and I'm powerless to help them. Fu Xing comforted him. Don't worry, sixth brother. I can only save you for now. Once I gain the magistrate's son's trust, I'll plead with him to release your friends. Fu Shiliu looked at his younger sister with a mixture of surprise and bewilderment. In his memory, Fu Xing had always been a spoiled and willful child, but her actions today made even him, her older brother, feel ashamed. Grandfather Fu asked anxiously, Bauer, can you truly cure the magistrate's son's face? Fu Xing replied confidently, Don't worry, father. But Fu Shiliu couldn't be so calm. He didn't want his family to suffer because of him. He had already prepared for the worst. Father, I've caused you worry. I'm an unfilial son. You and Bauer should leave quickly. Mother, take Zixuan, Xiong, and father and mother-in-law and leave town immediately. The farther, the better. I'll handle the magistrate's son. Even if I lose my chance at the examinations, it's better than endangering the whole family. Li Shi shook her head vehemently. She couldn't bear to leave her husband to face this alone. Fu Xing looked at Fu Shiliu, his demeanor defeated as if discussing his last will and testament. Amused, yet also approving of her sixth brother's concern, she resolved to protect him with all her might. Sixth brother, you know what my face used to look like. If I wasn't certain, I wouldn't risk our entire family by making such an offer. Fu Shiliu and Li Shi both wanted to speak, but hesitated. Grandfather Fu had witnessed his granddaughter's face gradually recover, and with the guidance of the immortal, he had complete faith in her. If Bauer says she can do it, then it will be done. There's no need to worry, Shiliu. I believe in her. After a simple lunch, just as Fu Xing and Grandfather Fu were preparing to return to Fengtian village, the Li residence's door was kicked open. The magistrate's son stormed into the house, followed by several servants, his face a mask of fury. Fu Xing spoke first. Young Master Fong, didn't we agree to meet tomorrow? It's only been a few hours. The magistrate's son retorted, I've already prepared what you asked for. There's no need to wait until tomorrow. He presented a wooden box containing a tool slightly larger than a silver needle. Fu Xing examined it, impressed. The craftsmen the wealthy can afford are truly skilled. Not only are they fast, but this come-down extractor is flawlessly made. The magistrate's son fixed a cold stare on Fu Xing. Since you have it, let's begin the treatment. But if anything goes wrong, your entire family will pay the price. Fu Xing smiled gently, a hint of coldness in her eyes. Don't worry, young Master Fong. Please come to the guest room and have a seat. She could have used her wood spirit magic for a painless treatment, but given the magistrate's son's treatment of her brother, she opted for the painful method. She then asked Li Shi to fetch a bronze mirror. Sterilizing the extractor with fire, she said, Bear with me, young master. This might hurt a bit. The magistrate's son eyed the small tool skeptically. Are you sure this thing can solve a problem that has plagued me for so long? Fu Xing employed a bit of provocation. Are you afraid, young master? If so, I can demonstrate on myself first. The magistrate's son, his masculine pride stung, immediately refused. Of course not. Just do it. Fu Xing smiled sweetly. Then brace yourself. Without hesitation, she pierced his skin. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the room. After a stick of incense had burned, Fu Xing cleaned his face. Wiping her hands, she instructed, Young master, it's best to avoid spicy and irritating foods. Keep your diet light and absolutely no alcohol. Apply this medicinal honey to your face. Some of the sores haven't fully surfaced yet, so I can't treat them now. You'll need further treatments. The magistrate's son dabbed some aloe vera on his face, the cool sensation soothing the lingering pain. The bumpy pustules that had marred his face were mostly gone. His mood brightened considerably. Despite the excruciating pain, he was pleased with the results. I'll return tomorrow for further treatment. Fu Xing shook her head. I'm afraid that won't be possible, young master. I've nearly used up all of this ointment. Making it is quite time-consuming, and the herbs must be gathered from the deep mountains. I'm not even sure I can find them again. It will take at least 7 days. They grow deep in the mountains and forests, extremely rare, and only my family knows how to identify them. We'll likely need to go as a group to gather them. Jiao Mountain is quite dangerous. We're risking our lives. The magistrate's son, a shrewd individual, understood her implication. Having experienced the treatment, his attitude softened. Money was no object if it meant restoring his face. He didn't mind offering a little compensation. Take this. I'll return in 7 days. The Li family, relieved to learn the magistrate's son wouldn't bother them for a week and had even provided a generous payment, looked at Fu Xing with newfound admiration. The confident and radiant young woman before them was no longer the spoiled, willful child they remembered. Fu Shiliu, delighted by his sister's transformation, said, "Little sister, you've truly grown up. I, as your older brother, feel ashamed." Li Shi, no longer wary, added, "Thank you so much, little sister. We owe you everything." Fu Xing understood their reactions, given the original Fu Xing's reputation. She smiled. "Don't mention it, brother, sister-in-law. It's getting late. Father, and I should head back." Li Shi insisted they stay. "It's too late to travel now. Why don't you and father stay the night and leave in the morning?" Grandfather Fu, after pocketing the money Fu Xing gave him, agreed. There wouldn't be any ox carts available at this hour. Fu Xing had no reason to refuse. The Li family, grateful to Fu Xing, prepared a lavish dinner. They chatted warmly, the atmosphere pleasant. Li Shi kept piling food onto Fu Xing's plate, her sincerity evident. This was the best treatment Fu Xing had received since arriving in this world. It was the most satisfying meal Fu Xing had had in a long time. She ate with gusto, but for some reason, she couldn't stop sneezing. Grandfather Fu, noticing this, grew concerned. "What's wrong, Bauer? Have you caught a chill?" Fu Xing shook her head. "No, I don't think so. Maybe mother's missing me since I'm not home tonight." A nagging feeling persisted that she'd forgotten something, but she couldn't quite place it. With such delicious food before her, she decided not to dwell on it. "If I can't remember, I can't remember. I'll worry about it later. Right now, I'm going to enjoy this meal." Meanwhile, back at the Fu residence, Li Ziming stood motionless before his desk. From dusk till the deepening night, Fu Xing never appeared. The handsome young man's face darkened. "You said you'd teach me calligraphy. You're the one who didn't show up. You're a liar, a bad woman. Just you wait." Snap! The brush in his hand splintered into pieces. Staying overnight in town for the first time, Fu Xing had expected to struggle with sleep. Surprisingly, she slept soundly until daybreak. A good meal, truly made for a good night's rest. Grandfather Fu, seeing his granddaughter awake, announced it was time to head home. Li Shi packed some food for Fu Xing to eat on the journey. The couple had just seen them to the door when, upon spotting two familiar figures, the smiles vanished from their faces. The magistrate's son's guards spoke with cold arrogance. "Our master says, since the herbs are so rare, we're here to assist you in gathering them. Let's depart immediately." Fu Xing had suspected the magistrate's son wouldn't let them go easily, but she hadn't anticipated he'd send men not only to monitor them, but also to accompany them back to Fengtian village. Grandfather Fu couldn't help but speak up. "Gentlemen, our village is remote and humble. We don't have any spare rooms for you to stay in. It's truly inconvenient." The two men scoffed. "We don't need any rooms. We'll only accompany you to gather the herbs during the day. We'll return to town in the evening. The carriage is ready. Let's go." Their preparedness was evident. They'd effectively blocked any refusal or argument from Fu Xing. Thus, their party of two became four as they left Jingyang town, heading towards Fengtian village. Carriages were not cheap in these times. Ordinary families couldn't afford them. Their arrival in the village immediately attracted attention. Who were they? Could they be emissaries from the nobleman Fu Xing saved last time? Look at that horse. With such powerful connections, the Fu family's fortunes are surely on the rise. Hearing the villagers' envious whispers, Fu Xing couldn't help but find the situation ironic. Powerful connections? They were more like a death sentence waiting to happen. Upon reaching the Fu residence, the family, unaware of the true circumstances, were equally excited by the sight. "Old man, why has Bauer only just returned? And who are these two gentlemen?" Grandfather Fu didn't hide anything. He explained what had happened in town. Old Mrs. Chen's face darkened upon hearing the news. "Such a thing has happened. What are we going to do?" The magistrate's guards impatiently urged them on. "Now that you're here, let's take advantage of the daylight and gather the herbs quickly." Fu Xing calmly replied, "Please wait in the courtyard, gentlemen. We'll join you as soon as we've put away our belongings." She then led old Mrs. Chun towards the back of the house. "Mother, I need your help with something." Away from prying eyes, old Mrs. Chun voiced her worries. "Bauer, what are we going to do about those two?" Fu Xing offered gentle reassurance. "Don't worry. I'll dig up an aloe vera plant from the back garden and send them to Jile Mountain to look for it. The venomous insects and wild beasts there will teach them a lesson. If they're not afraid of dying, they can stay as long as they like. Old Mrs. Chen wasn't so optimistic. Bower, if they're going into the mountains, they'll insist we guide them. If something happens to them, we won't be able to escape responsibility. Fu Xing considered this. Don't worry, I'll tell them about the dangers of Jile Mountain, and I'll personally guide them. I have the Immortal's protection. Those beasts won't harm me. If I give them a good scare today, they shouldn't want to risk it again. One more thing, Mother. Have my older brothers, big brother, second brother, and fourth brother come out and pretend to be injured. Make the injuries look serious to frighten them further. Old Mrs. Chen's face broke into a smile. Good idea, my clever Bower. Having settled their plan, Fu Xing was about to head to the back garden to dig up the aloe vera when she fell to gaze upon her. Turning, she saw the cold, exquisitely handsome young man. However, his gaze was now intense and strange. Seeing the primer in Li Ziming's hand, it all clicked into place. She finally remembered what she'd forgotten. Operating on the principle of honesty being the best policy, she immediately confessed and apologized sincerely. I didn't stand you up on purpose yesterday. Let me explain. Li Ziming didn't speak, but his expression clearly conveyed his displeasure. It was the kind of anger that wouldn't be easily appeased. Fu Xing pulled him down to sit and recounted the events of the previous day in town, glossing over the part where she'd been so engrossed in her meal that she'd completely forgotten about him. It's all that magistrate's son's fault. If it weren't for him, I would have been home. Because of him, I didn't have time to teach you how to read. I was thinking about you all day yesterday. Here, take this cloud cake. It's my apology gift just for you. Li Ziming looked at the cake in his hand, a mixture of sulkiness and inexplicable pleasure swirling within him. Fu Xing, feeling she'd successfully appeased him, stood up and gently pushed him towards the woodshed. There are some unsavory guests at the house today. Stay away from them. Okay, hide here for now, so they don't get any bad ideas when they see you. They wanted to guide them to Jile Mountain. I have to go. Don't follow me, understand? With that, she turned and left. Li Ziming glanced at the cake in his hand, then at Fu Xing's retreating figure. The frustration he'd been harboring dissipated. She's treating me like a child, he thought. Meanwhile, Fu Xing, accompanied by the magistrate's guards, stood at the entrance to Jile Mountain. Gentlemen, Fu Xing began, Jile Mountain is full of ferocious beasts. You saw the injuries on my father and brothers, didn't you? Those are caused by a tiger. Are you sure you want to go in? The guards, trained in martial arts since childhood, believed they could handle any beast they encountered. Less talk, one of them sneered. Do you think we're like you common villagers? Seeing their insistence, Fu Xing said no more. A mocking smile played on her lips as she observed their arrogant expressions. Since you're so arrogant, I'll let you see what a common tiger looks like today. She deliberately chose the same path she'd taken when she'd found Li Ziming before, the path where she'd encountered the white tiger. Unbeknownst to Fu Xing, the very person she'd warned to stay home, Li Ziming, was stealthily following her, using his light footwork to remain undetected. Watching her from a distance, a dark look flickered in the young man's eyes. He was there to be her protector. Having learned that Fu Xing was taking two dangerous individuals into Jile Mountain, Li Ziming had followed close behind, his worry for her overriding her instructions. After walking for a considerable time, without finding what they were looking for, one of the magistrate's guards shoved Fu Xing impatiently, sending her tumbling to the ground. Hurry up, girl. Don't waste our time. Where did you find that herb last time? Though furious at their rough treatment, Fu Xing picked herself up, feigning composure. Just ahead, gentlemen. I'm small and not very strong, so I'm a bit slow. Why don't you go ahead? Just keep going straight. There's a very large, tall tree. You can't miss it. One of the guards scoffed. Useless girl. They quickened their pace, leaving Fu Xing far behind. Li Ziming, hidden in the shadows, witnessed the guard pushing Fu Xing. The sight sealed the guard's fate in his mind. As the two guards approached the large tree, one of them suddenly gasped. Brother, look, what's that? At the base of the tree grew several hand-sized Lingji mushrooms. Having accompanied the magistrate's son, they were familiar with valuable medicinal herbs and instantly recognized them. Greed and excitement filled their faces. Lingji of this size are worth at least a few hundred taels. Hurry and pick them. We're going to be rich. They failed to notice the large white figure that had silently emerged from the bushes behind them. Following Li Ziming's command, the white tiger bared its fangs. The next moment, blood-curdling screams echoed through the forest. Help! A tiger! Fu Xing, who had been keeping an eye on the situation, smirked. Let you common villagers see the world a bit. I managed to escape last time. You two strong men should be able to outrun a little girl. Just then, a familiar figure, covered in blood and with a nearly severed arm, stumbled into view. Fu Xing's heart sank. No way. Is it that serious? Climb a tree. Where's the other one? The injured guard ran desperately, his voice filled with terror. No time. My brother. He's dead. I have to go back and tell the young master. This place is too dangerous. Fu Xing had only intended to frighten the guards, not cause serious injury or death. As regret washed over her, the surviving guard suddenly shoved her backward, trying to buy himself time to escape. She brought us here. Eat her. Fu Xing, stunned for only a second, nimbly dodged the push. You cowardly wretch. Not only are you abandoning your companion, but you're trying to frame me. The tiger's roar was deafening, the ground trembling beneath its paws. With her life on the line, Fu Xing wasn't about to be anyone's scapegoat. She turned and fled. In the dense forest, the massive white tiger stopped its pursuit. Li Ziming stood beside it, stroking its fur, his eyes cold. Those two dogs dared to lay their hands on her. They deserved to die. Night fell. Fu Xing returned to the Fu residence, her face etched with guilt and worry. Grandfather Fu and old Mrs. Chun, seeing her return, breathed a collective sigh of relief. Xing, you're finally back. We were just about to go up the mountain to look for you. Are you hurt? Only one of those guards came back, and he'd lost a hand. He just drove the carriage away as fast as he could. Did you encounter a wild beast? Fu Xing spoke softly. Father, mother, I'm fine. We encountered the big tiger again. One of the guards, he died. Grandfather Fu, seeing the source of her distress, was filled with remorse. He should have gone himself. Xinger was still so young, burdened with cultivating merit. How could she bear such a weight? He tried to comfort her. Don't think too much about it. They were the ones who insisted on going into the mountain. That man's death was his own doing. It has nothing to do with you. Fu Xing managed a weak smile and said she was tired and wanted a rest. The elderly couple, knowing she was shaken, nodded and said no more. Fu Xing pushed open her bedroom door and found a young man inside, holding a book. A quiet, beautiful young man, his clear eyes fixed on her. Fu Xing felt her guilt amplify in his presence. She suddenly felt an urge to confess everything to him. Izay, you're here. I'm so sorry. I won't be able to teach you today. I caused someone's death today. I planned to scare those two men by leading them into Jile Mountain. I knew it was dangerous, but I still did it. I killed him. Fu Xing's emotions began to unravel. Perhaps because she believed Li Ziming couldn't speak, she'd never hidden her true self from him. The thought of the man who died on the mountain was unbearable. Under the influence of the merit system, she had always strived to save lives. Yet today, someone had died because of her actions. She couldn't reconcile it. Li Ziming, seeing her distress, felt a pang of sympathy. He was about to comfort her when Fu Xing abruptly composed herself and looked up. No matter what, I have to retrieve his body so his family can bury him. I have to go back to Jile Mountain. Izay, wait for me here. I'll be back soon. She then exchanged some merit points for a strength-enhancing talisman and rushed back toward Jile Mountain. Unbeknownst to her, another small tale followed. A chill flickered in Li Ziming's eyes. He didn't like seeing Fu Xing show concern for anyone else. He didn't understand why she felt guilty or why she would risk her own safety to retrieve the body of a man who had harmed her. That man deserved to die, didn't he? He suppressed his anger and killing intent, following at a distance. Fu Xing finally found the remaining guard beside a giant tree. A bowl-sized wound on his head was still bleeding. Trembling, she checked his breathing. Relief washed over her. He was still alive. It seemed he had only been knocked unconscious by a severe blow. She quickly searched the surrounding grass for medicinal herbs to stop the bleeding. Upon finding a patch of Panax Noto ginseng, she joyfully plucked some and, using her with spirit magic, extracted a single drop of essence. She dabbed it onto the guard's wound, which healed at a visible rate. As long as she got him down the mountain to a doctor, he would be fine. Completely focused on her task, Fu Xing didn't notice a figure hidden in the nearby bushes, watching everything. The drop of dew that appeared out of thin air, the instantly withered plants, the miraculously healed wound. This strange power was beyond human. He had to understand. Li Ziming stepped out, deliberately snapping a twig. Fu Xing looked up sharply, asking who was there. She inhaled a familiar fragrance and saw a familiar face. The wary expression on her face softened. Izay, why did you follow me? It's dangerous here. Go back. She started to stand, but a wave of dizziness overcame her, and she collapsed. Before losing consciousness, she saw a look of concern on the young man's beautiful face for the first time. For a fleeting moment, she felt strangely happy. Li Ziming caught her as she fell, leaning her against a large tree. He whispered in her ear, "Who are you? What kind of sorcery are you using? What are your intentions towards little Mute?" Fu Xing, in her dazed state, covered her ears and mumbled, "So noisy, leave me alone. I want to sleep." Li Ziming watched the unconscious girl, who still refused to answer. His eyes darkened. Strange. Anyone else would be spilling their secrets under the influence of this rosemary. Yet she only sleeps, offering no response. He traced the contours of her face, his expression unreadable. No matter what kind of spirit you are, what secrets you hide, what abilities you possess, you will be mine to command. The single drop of dew, capable of instantly healing a bowl-sized wound. This mysterious power intrigued Li Ziming. He'd released his never-fail rosemary, but it seemed to have no effect on Fu Xing. He hadn't learned anything, and his thoughts grew increasingly obsessive. Whether you are human or demon, whatever your motives, I don't care. I only want you by my side. Meanwhile, at the Jingyang Town Magistrate's residence, the magistrate's son was admiring himself in the mirror, applying aloe vera gel to his face. He felt a refreshing coolness and marveled once again at the miraculous substance. However, he was displeased that the bottle was almost empty. It wouldn't last him the full 7 days. Just then, a servant's anxious voice rang out from beyond the door. "Young master, terrible news. Wu Hao has returned alone, but he's lost an arm, gravely injured, and near death." The magistrate's son, whose temper had only just cooled, flared up again. They went to the Fu residence to pressure that little girl into refining the medicine. "It's only been a day, and this happens." Wails of pain echoed from the servants' quarters. The estate's physician had already set Wu Hao's broken bone and bandaged his wounds. Even so, the magistrate's son was shocked by his appearance. What happened? The guard, naturally, didn't attribute the tragedy to his own disrespect and greed. He placed the blame squarely on the Fu family. Scrambling to his feet, he cried, "Young master, my brother, he's dead. Those Fu people are treacherous. They led us into the deep mountains, where there are man-eating tigers. Young master, you must avenge us." However, the magistrate's son wasn't as agitated as the guard expected. He recalled Fu Xing mentioning the dangers of the mountain. It wasn't a bluff after all. There was no point in sending more men, only to suffer further losses. He would wait the 7 days. If Fu Xing couldn't produce the medicine, he would settle the score then. "Rest and recover," he told the guard. "I'll send someone to retrieve Wu Han's body, and I'll make the Fu family answer for this. I will take care of Wu Han's funeral arrangements." He then ordered someone to give the guard 100 taels of silver as a down payment. Meanwhile, back on Zhao Mountain, the guard Fu Xing had treated Wu Hao groggily opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the gaping maw of a large white tiger. The events of the day came flooding back, and he let out a terrified scream. "Don't eat me." He wished he hadn't woken up at all. Li Ziming clamped a hand around his throat and shoved a poisonous herb into his mouth. He lifted the man high. Though barely a young man himself, Li Ziming radiated a terrifying aura of authority. "Swallow it, or I'll feed you to the tiger." Wu Hao, terrified of the tiger, obeyed instantly. Li Ziming released his grip. Wu Hao felt something cold slide down his throat. He looked up in fear. "What did you give me?" Li Ziming replied coldly. "A poison that will make your life a living hell. From now on, you are my servant. You will obey my every command. If you are obedient, I will give you the antidote regularly. If not, you will die." A sudden, agonizing pain shot through Wu Hao's body, as if a million ants were gnawing at his flesh. He convulsed, writhing in agony. All thoughts of defiance vanished. "Master, I'll obey. Please make it stop. Save me." Li Ziming, satisfied with Wu Hao's groveling, gave him a few instructions, then hoisted Fu Xing onto his back and started down the mountain. Fu Xing woke up some time later to find herself being carried by Li Ziming. The young man's slender frame felt strangely reassuring. "Miss Fu, you're awake," a reverent voice said from behind her. Fu Xing turned to see Wu Hao, his face a mixture of fear and remorse, limping along behind them. Surprised, she asked, "Wu Hao, you're all right?" Wu Hao gave a sheepish smile. "Thank you for saving me, Miss Fu. I shouldn't have doubted you, and I shouldn't have pushed you. Please forgive me." Fu Xing thought to herself that Wu Hao was incredibly lucky to be alive, but his change in attitude seemed rather abrupt. The merit system suddenly chimed in. "Congratulations, host. You have been awarded 20 merit points for saving a life." Fu Xing checked her system internally. Well, every little bit helps. But what had happened back there? Why had she fainted? She remembered smelling something fragrant before losing consciousness. After that, her memory was hazy. Had she come into contact with some sort of soporific plant while searching for herbs? Aze couldn't speak, so he wouldn't know what had happened either. After puzzling over it for a while, she decided to put it out of her mind. "Aze, thank you for coming to find me. Put me down. Don't tire yourself out. I can walk." Despite Fu Xing's request, Li Ziming not only refused to put her down, but he tightened his grip, hoisting her higher onto his back. No matter what she said, even feigning annoyance, he wouldn't budge. Resigned, she nestled against his back, her face flushing unexpectedly. This felt strangely like child labor. Seeing Fu Xing finally settle down, a small smile played on Li Ziming's lips. Wu Hao, walking beside them, happened to catch the fleeting smile. He froze, stunned. A smile? Was this the same terrifying demon from moments ago? This boy had two faces. Li Ziming, sensing his gaze, glanced over, sending a shiver down Wu Hao's spine. He quickly averted his eyes, not daring to look again. Back at the Fu residence, Grandfather Fu and old Mrs. Chun, realizing Fu Xing was missing, stepped out of the house, preparing to search for her on the mountain. When they bumped into her returning, "Bower, you silly child, you went into the mountains again. You'll be the death of us. Are you hurt?" Only then did they notice the tattered and wounded guard. Old Mrs. Chun, terrified, burst into tears. "A ghost. You were bitten by a tiger. The wronged must seek their own revenge. Don't haunt my Bower." Fu Xing quickly explained, "Mother, father, he's not dead. It's thanks to Aze going back. Otherwise, he definitely would have died." Wu Hao chimed in, That's right. I'm not dead. I am alive." Old Mrs. Chun, seeing Wu Hao's shadow in the moonlight, realized he was only injured and still very much alive. She breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. As long as you're all right." Fu Xing patted Li Ziming's head, sharing the credit with her grandparents. "It's all thanks to Aze. He carried me all the way back." Grandfather Fu's gaze fell upon Li Ziming, his heart filled with complex emotions. "Aze, this child. Our Fu family has wronged him in the past. Bower especially, hitting and scolding him. Given the chance, he could have harmed Bower, but instead he saved her." Grandfather Fu placed a kindly hand on Li Ziming's shoulder. "Aze, you are a good child." He resolved to treat Li Ziming well from now on. However, Li Ziming remained indifferent to Grandfather Fu's kindness and the subtle guilt he displayed. A flicker of scorn crossed his eyes. Did they think years of abuse could be dismissed with a few simple words? Hidden behind the door of the second house, Fu Lihua's face was dark and menacing. That boy had carried Little Ant down from Jiao Mountain on his back. Why? He should hate Little Ant, shouldn't he? He should have taken the opportunity to kill her. She had to find a way to make him completely detest Little Ant and come to her side. Old Mrs. Chun took Fu Xing's hand, helping her down from Li Ziming's back and leading her inside. The two elders flanked her, asking repeatedly if she was truly unharmed. Fu Xing reassured them as they walked. No one noticed the killing intent that flashed in the young boy's eyes as he watched them, dismissing years of cruel treatment with a single sentence. Now, they were trying to steal her from him. Whether she was a wandering spirit or a mountain sprite, she was his. He would pry her away from this family, sooner or later. She would belong only to him. Wu Hao, sensing the darkening aura around his new master and mindful of his own injuries that still needed tending, blurted out, "Everything's fine. I'll be going now. Don't worry, Miss Fu. I'll tell the young master exactly what happened. I'll put in a good word for you." Then he scrambled into his cart, eager to escape the terrifyingly two-faced boy. In private, the boy was cruel and ruthless, but in Fu Xing's presence, he was innocent and docile. He switched between these two personas with chilling ease. The next day, the village chief arrived at the Fu residence to report on the task they had given him. Fu Liwa seized the opportunity to pour tea for the village chief, hoping to eavesdrop and learn what her grandfather was up to and who those two men from yesterday were. Ever since the news spread of Fu Xing saving the Jin family, the village chief had been much more respectful towards the Fu family. Brother Changsheng, I've inquired about the mute boy's household registration. It will cost 60 taels of silver. Just bring the deed of sale to the magistrate's office, and the matter can be settled immediately. Let me know when you're free, and we can go to town together. Grandfather Fu thanked him with a smile. Thank you for your trouble, village chief. I plan to go to town in 2 days. We can go together then. Hearing this, Fu Lihua was filled with regret. She had been acting like a servant, trying to please Li Zimiying, but to no avail. If she had thought of the deed of sale earlier and stolen it to give to him, wouldn't that have been better than groveling at his feet every day? No wonder he had suddenly changed his attitude towards Little Ant. Damn it, Little Ant had stolen this great opportunity from her. But it didn't matter. She, Fu Lihua, had been reborn. She still had plenty of tricks up her sleeve. She wasn't sure if Fu Xing was also reborn, so she would continue to feign ignorance. Staying hidden in the shadows was more convenient for her plans. For the next 2 days, Fu Xing spent her mornings extracting aloe vera essence and her afternoons, as usual, helping the elderly in the village. In the evenings, she found time to teach Li Zimiying how to read. Her days were full and fulfilling. Li Zimiying would leave each day with a basket on his back, secretly venturing into Jile Mountain to practice his cultivation. When he returned, he always brought back a few aloe vera and gardenia saplings for Fu Xing. Seeing the saplings, Fu Xing was overjoyed. Almost everything that could be dug up nearby had been dug up by him, and the area was starting to look barren. Holding Li Zimiying's hand, she smiled. Zhe, you've been a great help to me. Feeling the warmth from her hand and looking at Fu Xing's radiant smile, Li Zimiying felt a surge of happiness. A rare gentleness softened his eyes. However, when an unwelcome figure entered his line of sight, his expression instantly turned cold. Fu Lihua walked over to Fu Xing. Little Ant, could you please talk to Grandma and ask if I can go to town with second sister tomorrow? Fu Xing asked. What are you going to town for? Fu Lihua put on a hesitant expression. Second sister and I have made some embroidery pieces that we want to sell in town. Little Ant, you know that if we give them to Grandma, we won't get a single penny. Second sister is too honest and often gets cheated by the people at the embroidery house. It would be good if I went along to help with the bargaining. Fu Xing knew that Fu Lihua was telling the truth. She was indeed the most clever of the 3 sisters. These children had it tough. It would be good for them to see the world. So, she agreed to Fu Lihua's request. I'll talk to Mother later. A grateful smile spread across Fu Lihua's face. Thank you, Little Ant. As soon as Fu Xing turned to leave, Fu Lihua dropped her false gratitude. Little Ant is so easy to fool, she thought. Li Zimiying, standing nearby, hadn't missed the change in Fu Lihua's expression. He felt that Fu Lihua was the same kind of person as himself. However, shrouded in darkness as he was, he didn't like similarly dirty and filthy beings, especially this woman, who also had designs on Fu Xing. That night, Fu Lihua deliberately washed her best clothes, intending to wear them at town. Although she had been reborn, she didn't have anything to rely on. So, using her memories of the future, she began to scheme for her own benefit. According to her past life's memories, the Jin family's eldest legitimate son would be kidnapped soon. On his way back to Jingyang town for an ancestral worship ceremony, he would be abducted by bandits who had bribed his servants. They would demand a ransom of 100,000 taels of silver. The Jin family would pay the ransom, but unexpectedly, the young master would die accidentally during a struggle to escape. Fu Lihua thought Little Ant was able to save the Jin family's young master and received a reward of 100 taels of silver. Why can't I? If I can help the young master avoid being kidnapped by the bandits, then I will be the Jin family's great benefactor. The Jin family is incredibly wealthy and has the backing of the Duke's mansion. With this connection, I could have anything I want. Then Little Ant and I would be worlds apart. I bet Li Zimiying would be interested in me then. So, I must go to town to find an opportunity to approach the Jin family. Not far away, Li Zimiying watched Fu Lihua's back, a cold glint in his eyes. I'll see what you're up to. Do you want to where the clothes were drying and poured a bit of green liquid onto them before quietly leaving. Early the next morning, Fu Xing, grandfather Fu, Li Ziming, Tao Hua, and Li Hua, 5 people in total, set off for Jingyang town in an ox cart. Li Ziming stared at Fu Li Hua with an anticipatory look. However, Fu Li Hua misinterpreted his gaze, thinking that she was finally attracting his attention. A shy expression appeared on her face as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, trying to look her best. But just then, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach. The next moment, she let out a loud fart. A suffocating odor filled the air. An eerie silence fell over everyone as they covered their noses and mouths, holding their breath. Even Tao Hua, her older sister, felt embarrassed for her. Li Hua, did you eat something bad? Fu Li Hua felt mortified and tried desperately to hold it in. But Li Ziming's handiwork wouldn't let her off so easily. Her face contorted, she struggled to speak. Little aunt, I need to relieve myself. Wait for me. All right, grandfather Fu frowned. If you're not feeling well, don't push yourself. We'll wait for you for half an hour. If you're not back by then, you don't have to come. Fu Xing also offered some comfort. It's okay. If you can't make it today, there's always next time. Half an hour later, Fu Li Hua was nearly exhausted, needing a cane to walk. When she emerged, the road was empty. She was destined to miss her trip to town this time. Missing one person didn't affect the main task. As soon as they arrived in Jingyang town, they went to the magistrate's office. Fu Xing took out 100 taels of silver and had grandfather Fu give it to the chief clerk. With the money in hand, all the obstructive talk disappeared. Come here, Fu Xing urged excitedly. Aze, quickly take out your deed of sale. We'll register your name in the household register. From now on, you'll be a free citizen. What do you think? Surprised, Li Ziming nodded slightly and took out the deed of sale from his chest, handing it to the chief clerk. Successfully obtaining a household registration that read, Jingzhou, Jingyang Town, Fengtian Village, Commoner, Li Ziming carefully wrote his name. Fu Xing felt relieved. Aze, from today onwards, you are no longer bound to anyone. No one can treat you as a slave to be bought and sold. In reality, given more time, Li Ziming could have accomplished this himself. But seeing the young woman before him so wholeheartedly devoted to his well-being brought him immense joy. Grandfather Fu thanked the chief clerk before leaving the magistrate's office. Bow, the matter you requested has been settled. It's getting late. We should go to the Imperial Grace Pavilion to sell the fragrant dew. Tao Hua has already gone ahead. Fu Xing smiled. All right, she said, pondering the trip to the Imperial Grace Pavilion. I'm not sure how smoothly things will go. That place is crowded and complex. Aze's appearance is too striking. If some villain sets their sights on him, it would be troublesome if a forcibly seizing a married woman scenario unfolds. She stroked Li Ziming's head, earnestly instructing him, Aze, father and I are going to take care of something. It's not convenient for you to come along. Go browse the bookstore. If you find any books or calligraphy supplies you like, pick them out. I'll buy them for you. Don't wander off, understand? Li Ziming obediently nodded. He also intended to take advantage of this opportunity to handle some matters of his own. At that moment, the shopkeeper of the Jade Character Pavilion, having stared at the entrance for a long time, grew impatient. Xiaolu, has that old man selling fragrant dew not shown up today? The clerk sniffed the lingering gardenia fragrance on himself. Not yet, but that fragrant dew is truly a marvel. Its scent lingers for 3 days. I've been sleeping so soundly these past few nights. Do you think that old man might have sold it to another shop? The shopkeeper grinned slyly. In Jingyang Town, where can you find a shop with greater prestige than our family's Jade Character Pavilion? Any sensible person would know which to choose. A fragrant dew with such lasting power must be monopolized and presented to the young master. Just then, a deep voice rang out. Shopkeeper, I'm the one who came to sell the fragrant dew 3 days ago. I wonder if you still remember me. Upon seeing the two of them, the shopkeeper immediately greeted them with a smile. I remember. Of course I remember. Elder, I've already tried that fragrant dew. It is indeed of the highest quality. Our Jade Character Pavilion is very interested in it. Why don't we go to the private room at the back to discuss further? Seeing Grandfather Fu and Fu Xing, the shopkeeper's heart leaped with joy. May I ask how much fragrant do you have and how you intend to sell it? Grandfather Fu laid out the terms he and Fu Xing had agreed upon beforehand. Producing this fragrant dew is extremely difficult. We can only provide a maximum of 100 bottles per month. The price is 1 tael of silver per bottle, non-negotiable. The Bai family, unlike the Jean family, were not so generous. They immediately tried to haggle. Maximizing profit was their priority. Elder, although your fragrant dew has a long-lasting fragrance, it's nothing more than a common floral scent. 1 tael of silver for such a small bottle is too exorbitant. I'll offer you 501 at most. What do you say? Grandfather Fu was no pushover. He indicated that if the Jade Character Pavilion couldn't accept their terms, then the deal was off. He prepared to leave with Fu Xing. Seeing this, the shopkeeper panicked. Wait, Elder, please stay. He glanced behind the screen at his young master, who gestured a number, signaling him to buy the formula. Thus, the shopkeeper addressed Grandfather Fu. Elder, the reason your supply is limited is because you lack the source of the ingredients, isn't it? Our Bai family has dedicated flower fields and channels. 3,000 taels of silver, and we'll take the formula for this fragrant dew. Hearing this, Fu Xing silently rolled her eyes. 3,000 taels to buy out the secret formula? They really think we're fools. Besides, the reason the fragrant dew was so effective was because of the wood spirit tree. There was no secret formula to sell. Grandfather Fu transformed into a smiling tiger. Shopkeeper, this formula is a secret passed down through our family. It's not for sale. Moreover, our formula is somewhat peculiar. Only those of our bloodline can produce it. It seems the Jade Character Pavilion doesn't appreciate this business opportunity. I'll just have to look for other smaller shops. The shopkeeper didn't dare to underestimate them any longer and quickly stopped them. Elder, why the rush? Since the formula isn't for sale, then let's forget about it. We'll stick to the original agreement. 1 tael of silver per bottle of fragrant dew. Fearful of not securing all 100 bottles, he quickly called for the clerk to collect the goods and settle the payment. Grandfather Fu, holding the 100 tael silver note, finally revealed a genuinely happy smile. The father and daughter took their leave. As soon as they left, a richly dressed young man emerged from behind the screen. He was very dissatisfied with the transaction. Go and investigate that old man's identity. Get the formula and the silver back. The shopkeeper assured him, don't worry, young master. I've already arranged for someone to follow them. That old man is talking nonsense. There's no such thing as a secret formula that others can't learn. He refused a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit. We'll teach him a lesson later. Leaving the Jade Character Pavilion, Fu Xing, out of caution, still led Grandfather Fu on a circuitous route. Grandfather Fu handed half of the silver notes to Fu Xing. Bao, this fragrant dew is all thanks to your efforts. It's just that our family has many expenses. As your father, I'm taking advantage of my age to ask you for some of it. Fu Xing raised her hand in refusal, urging Grandfather Fu to keep the money. Isn't my money also father's money? Besides, if it weren't for father's support and my brothers helping me find flowers everywhere, I wouldn't have been able to make the fragrant dew. Father, let's just buy an ox cart. It'll be much more convenient for us to travel in the future. With an ox, you and my brothers won't have to work so hard in the fields. Grandfather Fu, feeling flush with cash and pleased by his daughter's thoughtfulness, readily agreed. All right, let's go buy one. Father and daughter headed towards the livestock market, unaware of 2 shifty-eyed individuals trailing discreetly behind them. Passing through a narrow alley, Fu Xing saw several gaunt, underfed children begging by the roadside. Most people avoided them with impatience, some even kicking them out of the way. Fu Xing's heart ached at the sight. On her previous visits to town, she'd been too preoccupied to notice. Grandfather Fu, aware of his daughter's desire to perform good deeds, explained, last year, the Yellow River flooded north of here, destroying the crops. These children are the survivors who drifted here. With no money and no strength, they're either dying of illness or starvation. Bao, there are too many suffering people in this world. Our resources are limited. We can't help everyone. Fu Xing nodded, acknowledging his words. I know, father, but we can still do what we can. She walked to a nearby steamed bun stall and bought every single bun, distributing them to the small beggars with her father's help. Although the system notified her of an increase in merit points, Fu Xing felt no joy. She would rather have no opportunity to earn merit points if it meant no one had to suffer. I need to earn more money, she thought, so I can give back to society. All right, father, let's go. Father and daughter turned right into another alley. The thugs who had been tailing them prepared to strike, but in the next instant, someone struck them from behind, immobilizing them with pressure point strikes. Li Ziming was in a foul mood. If he hadn't been secretly following Fu Xing, she might have been in serious danger. Tell me who sent you, he demanded. Humiliated at being subdued by a mere youth, the thug snarled. You brat, do you even know who we are? Release us now. If you offend the Green Gang, you'll regret it. Li Ziming squatted down and pulled a dagger from the thug's belt. The thug flinched. What are you doing? Without changing his expression, Li Ziming chopped off one of the thug's fingers. The thug screamed in agony, never expecting this youth to be more ruthless than the Green Gang themselves. Don't kill me. I'll talk. It was young master by who sent us. He wanted us to capture that woman and her father and force them to reveal the fragrant dew formula. We were just hired to do the job. Please spare my life. A strange smile flickered across Li Ziming's face. This was a good opportunity. If he could use this to expose the true nature of the wealthy to Fu Xing, perhaps she would finally leave them and be his alone. This could be useful, he mused. You belong to me and me alone. He released the thug. Gather a few more of your Green Gang members. Do something for me, and I'll spare your life. Meanwhile, at the market, Grandfather Fu and Fu Xing had settled on a sturdy young ox. The cattle merchant quoted a price of 40 taels of silver and was leading them to finalize the paperwork. Just then, a burly man called out, "Old Chun, come here for a moment. I need you." The cattle merchant, clearly intimidated, hurried over to the man. The two exchanged a few hushed words. Fu Xing and Grandfather Fu waited for a few minutes before the merchant returned. "Apologies for the delay," he said. "Just a small matter. Please follow me to complete the transaction. It's customary to do the paperwork elsewhere." Fu Xing, unsuspecting, followed the merchant into a narrow alley. Suddenly, two large men appeared from behind. Everything went dark as a sack was thrown over Fu Xing's head. She was hoisted onto someone's shoulder and carried to a courtyard, where she was unceremoniously dumped on the ground. When the sack was ripped off, Fu Xing's first instinct was to check on her father. Elderly people couldn't withstand such rough treatment. She paled at the sight of several thugs brandishing clubs and daggers. "What do you want?" she demanded. "We're just simple farmers. You must have the wrong people. I'll give you all our money. Please let us go." The leader of the thugs sneered. "We're here for you. Young Master Bai has given his orders. Hand over the fragrant dew formula you took to the Imperial Grace Pavilion today. Once we've replicated the fragrance and confirmed the recipe, you can leave." Fu Xing's heart sank. The Bai family were stooping this low for a mere fragrance formula? It was outrageous. There were only 5 of them, armed with simple weapons. They clearly underestimated her and her father. If she used a strength talisman and the basic martial arts she'd learned in her past life, she could probably handle them. But revealing her abilities would only attract unwanted attention. It was best to wait and see how things unfolded. The lead thug spoke again, presenting a new dilemma. He tossed a dagger at Grandfather Fu's feet. "We only need 1 live perfumer. Young Master Bai has decreed, only the dead can't talk. Only the dead can't reveal the fragrant dew's secrets. If you're obedient and kill yourself here, your daughter can live as a slave in the Bai household. If you refuse to die, then your daughter will take your place. Only one of you will leave here alive." Grandfather Fu trembled. He was healthy enough to live another 20 years. No one wants to die, but now he had to make a choice. The leering thug grew impatient. "Hurry up, old man. Don't waste our time. I'll count to 10. If you haven't made up your mind, I'll send you on your way myself." Grandfather Fu picked up the dagger. Fu Xing knew the human heart was easily swayed. She wasn't sure if the blade would be turned on her. Grandfather Fu thought of his daughter, a celestial reborn. He had to live to protect his family. He was old anyway. His time would come soon enough. With this thought, he closed his eyes and raised the dagger to his chest. Faced with this impossible choice, Grandfather Fu chose to end his own life to protect Fu Xing. The sight moved Fu Xing deeply. Before, she had felt a sense of obligation to the Fu family, having taken over their daughter's body. But now, she resolved to treat Grandfather Fu and old Mrs. Chun as her own parents. She would not let them down. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his heart, Fu Xing snatched it away, simultaneously activating a strength talisman. The lead thug yelled, ordering his men to seize her. Empowered by the talisman, Fu Xing became a whirlwind of motion. With each punch, a thug fell, bruised and groaning. In a matter of seconds, she had incapacitated them all. She glared at the cowering thugs. "Tell your master, I never want to see any of you again." Then, supporting Grandfather Fu, she left the scene. The lead thug lay on the ground, questioning his life choices. He should have checked his horoscope today. These seemingly frail people had turned out to be monsters. What a day. Hidden on the rooftop, Li Ziming, who had observed the entire scene, smiled proudly. "That's my woman." The thug, spotting him, trembled. "We did what you asked. Can you release our pressure points now?" Li Ziming's voice was cold. Useless fools. You couldn't even handle such a simple task. Their failure had only brought Fu Xing and her family closer. Using his internal energy, he drew the discarded dagger into his hand. His handsome face was terrifyingly dark. She can't know I orchestrated this. You're right. Only the dead can keep secrets. In the blink of an eye, he silenced them all. Without a trace of remorse, he calmly left the scene, changed his clothes, and returned to the bookstore, once again the harmless mute. Meanwhile, Fu Xing and grandfather Fu, walking through the bustling streets, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Father, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Grandfather Fu shook his head with a smile. "Don't worry, Bao. I'm old but tough. I'm Fina." After confirming he was truly unharmed, Fu Xing said, deeply moved, "Thank you, father." Grandfather Fu soothed her. "Silly girl, I'm already half in the grave. My time will come. Of course, I'll protect my Bao. I was just worried about not being able to work the fields anymore, so I was eager to earn more money. Once your sixth brother passes the imperial exam and becomes an official, our family won't have to suffer such humiliation." Fu Xing declared with conviction, "Don't worry, I'll cure the magistrate's son and ensure sixth brother can take the autumn examination." Seeing Fu Xing's clear, jade-like face, Grandfather Fu felt a surge of pride. "Good girl, don't push yourself too hard. Let's go pick up Tao Hua and Aze and take our purchases home." The bookstore was now overflowing with people, all crowding around the exquisitely handsome Li Ziming as he quietly flipped through a book. Each one seemed eager to whisk him away. When Fu Xing arrived, she made eye contact with Li Ziming across the room. Seeing his unease, she quickly pushed through the crowd, protectively ushering him out. Aze's face is too eye-catching, she thought. Even a bookstore isn't safe. Li Ziming clung to Fu Xing, feigning a look of innocent fright. Without an omniscient perspective, who could guess he was the same ruthless killer from moments ago? Finally free of the crowd, Fu Xing patted his head. "It's all right now. Let's go home." That night, young Master by the Imperial Grace Pavilion received the news. He stood up in disbelief. "What did you say? All my men are dead." The man reporting to young Master by wore a grave expression. "Yes, all 5 men from the Green Gang are dead, killed with a single blow each. The one responsible must be a formidable martial artist. The old man and his daughter have vanished without a trace. We can't find any information on their identities." Young Masterby was furious. "The Green Gang is this incompetent? Do you have any idea what my uncle will say when he hears about this?" The steward responded calmly. "Please calm down, young Masterby. That old man is likely no ordinary person. Perhaps a wandering martial artist. While they may lack influence, they can be dangerous in the shadows. They know your intentions now and likely won't reappear. It's best to let the fragrant dew formula go." Despite his reluctance, young Masterby had no choice but to concede. As dawn broke, Wu Hao once again set foot on Mount Bliss. However, once bitten, twice shy, his steps were hesitant and fearful. The slightest rustle of leaves sent him scrambling to the ground in terror. It turned out to be just a harmless squirrel. He allowed a shaky breath, trying to calm his nerves. He loathed this place, teeming with wild beasts. But the poison in his system and Li Ziming's threats forced him to press on, his heart pounding in his chest. Finally, he spotted the majestic white tiger beneath the giant tree and the beautiful youth meditating beside it. He breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully presented 5 silver notes. "Master, you asked me to exchange the Lingji for silver. I sold it for 500 taels. Please accept this. Also, our 5th young master is recovering well. His temper has improved considerably. He won't bother Miss Fu anymore. In truth, the young master is usually reasonable. If Miss Fu can truly cure him, he definitely won't cause trouble for the Fu family." Li Ziming cared nothing for the Fu family's fate. He only cared about Fu Xing. He was already plotting, using others as pawns to help her escape her family's burdens. Li Ziming took the silver, then handed 1 note back to Wu Hao. "I need detailed information on the 4 great families of Jingyang Town. Go and investigate, especially the Bai and Zhao families, and the Green Gang's influence. Return here when you have the information." Wu Hao was surprised by his new master's generosity. This was more than he earned as a guard at the magistrate's office. Perhaps following this master did have a future. He accepted the note eagerly. "Rest assured, master, I will investigate thoroughly and serve you well." Li Ziming was no longer the weak and helpless servant. To live freely, to take revenge on those who had wronged him, he needed power. and he wanted it quickly. He had his sights set on the Green Gang. A few days later, it was time for Fu Xing to treat the magistrate's son's acne again. After the incident with the Bai family, she planned to go to town alone. Grandfather Fu and old Mrs. Chun naturally disagreed. Fu Xing argued, "Don't worry, father, mother. I'm going to treat young Master Fong. I'll go directly to Six Brothers' house. There won't be any danger." Just then, Fu Lihua volunteered. "Grandfather, grandmother, let me accompany little aunt to town. I didn't get to go last time. Little aunt promised to take me next time." To avoid being refused, she quickly snatched the bag from Fu Xing's hand. "Don't worry, grandfather, grandmother. I'll protect little aunt. I won't let anything happen to her." Inwardly, Fu Liua was anxious. Days were passing, and she was about to miss the opportunity to become the Jin family young master savior. This time, she was determined to go to town. Fu Lihua's scheming was well hidden. Fu Xing, oblivious, agreed to take her along. The elderly couple, unable to refuse, reluctantly consented. Wu Hao, the double agent, greeted Fu Xing with unusual enthusiasm. "Miss Fu, welcome. Our young master has been waiting for you." His attitude puzzled Fu Xing. She wondered why the arrogant lackey had become so polite. Just days ago, one was high and mighty, the other humble and punished. Because of Fu Xing, the magistrate's son and Fu Lu, she were now sitting together, discussing scholarly articles and examination questions, seemingly enjoying each other's company. Seeing this, Fu Xing smiled. The magistrate's son was actually getting along with her sixth brother. It seemed a clear face led to a clearer temperament. Perhaps he would choose a more righteous path in the future. Fu Lihua followed, feigning obedience, but inwardly, she was shocked. In her past life, she had heard of the magistrate's fifth son. Because of his ugly appearance, he was cruel and took pleasure in tormenting beautiful women. 2 years later, he was killed in revenge. If her little aunt couldn't cure him, wouldn't the Fu family be doomed? The magistrate's son, seeing Fu Xing, spoke impatiently. "Little girl, you're finally here. Hurry up and treat me." Fu Xing chuckled. "I rushed here. Let me catch my breath. Wait a moment. I'll have some breakfast and wash my hand before I begin." The magistrate's son, forcing himself to be patient, nodded. This little girl was certainly getting bolder. Fu Lihua, feigning a timid demeanor, spoke up. "Little aunt, I can't be of much help here. I'd like to go to the embroidery shop and sell some of my embroidery. Would that be all right?" Fu Xing, unaware of her niece's true intentions to further her own plans, saw only a child eager to contribute. She nodded in agreement. "Go ahead, but be careful. Don't get lost. Be back before noon for lunch." However, Fu Lihua didn't go to the embroidery shop at all. Instead, she asked for directions to the Grand Jin family residence. Gazing at the imposing mansion, her eyes filled with longing and memories. She had briefly tasted a life of luxury in her past life, but it was short-lived. She vowed to change her fate in this life and live a life of privilege. The Jin residence was heavily guarded. Without an invitation, entry was impossible. Forcing her way in would likely result in her being apprehended as a madwoman. Furthermore, she had never met any of the Jin family members and wouldn't even recognize the eldest son. To be safe, she decided to gather information about the Jin family before making a move. As she prepared to leave, she overheard the Jin family guards mentioning preparations for a carriage. Young Master D was going hunting outside the city. Hearing this, Fu Lihua smiled. It seemed fate was on her side. Meanwhile, Fu Xing had finally finished treating the magistrate's son's acne. "Young Master Fong, your treatment is complete. It should be mostly healed in about 2 months." The magistrate's son examined his face in a bronze mirror. Indeed, his skin was much smoother with no scarring. His mood brightened considerably. Fu Xing seized the opportunity. "Young master, you're a magnanimous person. Could you forgive my sixth brother for his previous offense? I'll work even harder to find medicinal herbs that can completely cure your face. I'll try to provide you with a jar of aloe vera gel every month." This last promise caught the magistrate's son's attention. "A man of my word, I won't give your brother any more trouble." Fu Xing showered him with compliments. "Young Master Fong, you're truly a good person. As the saying goes, a gentleman should be tolerant." That describes you perfectly. Everyone enjoys flattery, and the magistrate's son preened under her praise. Fu Xing quickly got to the point. Those two superficial scholars who judged you based on your appearance, wouldn't it be better to release them? Then, when you triumph over them in the autumn examinations, they'll be ashamed and forced to admit defeat. The magistrate's son saw through her intentions. So, all that flattery had an ulterior motive. You were waiting for this, weren't you? Nevertheless, he accepted the offered solution. You're right. I should defeat them fairly. He then ordered Wu how to send someone to the county Yamen government office to withdraw the lawsuit against the two scholars and release them. Fu Xing breathed a sigh of relief and offered another compliment. I knew you were a noble and upright person, young Master Fong. With such character, you're sure to succeed in the imperial examinations. The magistrate's son was almost embarrassed by the excessive praise. Enough with the flowery words. I'm leaving. With the immediate crisis averted, Fu Lu, she looked at Fu Xing with gratitude. Little sister, thank you so much. Fu Xing, sensing her sixth brother's scrutiny and fearing her secret might be discovered, quickly excused herself. We're family, sixth brother. There's no need to be so formal. I still have some errands to run in town. I'll go look for Li Hua now. Farewell. Meanwhile, the Jin family's young master had already left the residence in his carriage. As the carriage neared the city gates, Fu Lihua, choosing a moment when the streets were crowded, rushed forward and stopped the carriage. The guards immediately reined in the horses and shouted, "Where did this ignorant woman come from? Do you have a death wish? Get out of the way." Fu Lihua, shedding her usual timidity, stood firm. She called out loudly, "Young Master Jean, I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. It concerns your life." The guards were alarmed. They pointed at her and scolded, "Nonsense! Are you mad, woman? Leave now, or we won't be so polite." Fu Lihua stubbornly held her ground, raising her voice even louder. "It's true. I'm not lying. This morning, I overheard someone plotting to harm young Master Jean. I came specifically to warn you. Please believe me. Don't leave Jingyang town." A crowd of onlookers began to gather, murmuring amongst themselves. The guards instinctively looked towards the carriage, awaiting instructions. A voice suddenly called out from within the carriage. "Let her in." Fu Lihua, overjoyed, quickly climbed into the carriage. She had just begun to address young Master Jean when she was seized, a hand clamped over her mouth and nose. She then noticed a richly dressed young man lying unconscious and bound on the floor of the carriage. If she wasn't mistaken, this was young Master Jean. A middle-aged man glared at Fu Lihua with murderous intent. "Old man, was this your doing? Where did this woman come from? How did she know about our plan?" He then added, fear lacing his voice, "Don't forget, your wife and children are still in my hands." The elaborately dressed older man was Jin Yuan's steward. It was he who had betrayed his master, drugging Jin Yuan to facilitate the kidnapping. He quickly denied any involvement. "It wasn't me. I didn't say anything." Fu Lihua was consumed by despair and regret. She hadn't expected this. Young Master Jean had already been kidnapped. Her arrival, instead of saving him, had landed her in the lion's den. The Fu family's livelihood now depended on Fu Xing's fragrant lotion. But the Bai family was unscrupulous and couldn't be trusted as business partners. So, Fu Xing had gone to Jinyulo. After all, the last time she sold the crystal and other valuables to the Jin family, they had been generous and hadn't resorted to underhanded tactics like the Bai family. They seemed trustworthy. Fu Xing had hoped to sell the fragrant lotion to the Jin family. Unfortunately, neither young Master Jean nor the shopkeeper she had dealt with previously were present. The trip had been in vain. As she turned to leave, intending to find Fu Lihua at the embroidery shop and head home, a carriage sped past. The carriage curtains billowed in the wind, revealing a familiar figure. Lihua wasn't supposed to be at the embroidery shop. Why was she in a wealthy family's carriage? Had she been abducted? With so many people around, using her system's items was risky. She had to rely on her own strength and follow discreetly for now. They were already outside the city walls. Two legs couldn't outrun four. Fu Xing, panting heavily, knew she couldn't keep up without resorting to her system. She was about to lose them. Meanwhile, on a nearby hillside, Li Ziming, masked and clad in black, sat atop his white tiger, observing the pursuing girl. Two legs were no match for four. Wincing at the cost, Fu Xing exchanged points for a bicycle. It materialized beneath her. She mounted the bicycle, expertly pedaling and catching up with the carriage like a gust of wind. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of eyes watched from the forest. The sudden appearance of an object unknown to this world startled Li Ziming. Intrigued, he signaled his white tiger to follow. Is she truly a spirit in disguise? He wondered. That strange contraption allows her to rival the speed of a horse. Could it be a magical treasure only spirits possess? What else are you hiding from me? Fu Xing, on her bicycle, was rapidly gaining on the carriage. The occupants of the carriage, seemingly confident in their success, slowed to a stop. Fu Xing did the same, retrieving her bicycle into her system space. She stealthily approached the carriage, hoping to glean some useful information and assess the best moment to act. Are you sure the Jean family won't catch up? A shorter man asked his taller companion anxiously. Don't worry, the taller man replied confidently. It'll be another half hour before they discover the switched guards back at the residence. By then, we'll be at Black Wind Stronghold with our hostage. Once the Jean family delivers the 100,000 taels of silver to Ghost Ravine, we'll be set for life. The shorter man quickly flattered his companion. It's all thanks to Brother Fugue for choosing young Master Jean, such a plump target. The boss said he wants to make you second in command. Don't forget about me when you're in charge. Fu Xing pieced together the situation from their conversation. They were kidnapping young Master Jean for ransom. But how did Li Hua get involved? Even if she raced back to inform the Jean family, it would be too late. She decided to use a strength talisman, as she had before, to subdue the kidnappers. Just as she prepared to act, the sound of approaching hoofbeats filled the air. A dozen burly men appeared on the horizon, the leaders of Black Wind Stronghold. Fu Xing's face paled. Facing a dozen armed men, even with a strength talisman, she was outmatched. She needed to find a way to infiltrate their group. As the men drew closer, Fu Xing slipped beneath the carriage. Clinging to the undercarriage like a gecko, she concealed herself. The shorter man, seeing his comrades, greeted them with relief. Boss, what brings you here personally? The bandit leader explained he was there to escort them. Did you bring him? He asked. Lu Fugue replied smugly. He's in the carriage, boss. Just wait for the ransom money. I even snag an extra girl. A little something for the boys back at the stronghold. The bandit leader was pleased. Well done. Let's head back to Black Wind Stronghold. The bandits cheered, and the carriage lurched forward. None of them noticed the figure clinging beneath. Hidden in the forest, Li Ziming felt a surge of anger. Why do you meddle in other people's affairs, risking your own life? He thought, are the lives of strangers more important than your own? What are you thinking? I thought your kindness was reserved for me, but you extend it unconditionally to everyone. What am I to you? Just another insignificant stranger? The white tiger, enduring the radiating anger of its master, thought miserably, why am I always the one who suffers? A moment later, unable to bear the thought of Qi Bao getting hurt, Li Ziming quietly followed. The Black Wind Stronghold was hidden in a valley, a naturally fortified location, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Several bandits escorted the carriage to a cell, locked the captives inside, and left a few men to guard them. The rest went off to celebrate with drinks. Only when the surroundings fell silent did Qi Bao crawl out from under the carriage. He knew a direct assault was foolish. Even if he managed to rescue the captives, escaping would be impossible. He needed a foolproof plan. Carefully observing his surroundings, he spotted a patch of poisonous weeds. An idea sparked. He began extracting the poison. At that moment, most of the stronghold's forces were carousing in celebration. If he could poison their drinks, he could incapacitate the bandits. Then, freeing the innocent captives would be a much simpler task. The main hall was boisterous and rowdy. Bandits of higher rank had their arms around young women, all of whom had been kidnapped. Soon, the bandits began to show signs of intoxication, collapsing onto the floor in a drunken stupor. Steward Zhu mocked them. You bunch of weaklings. Never had good liquor before? You're all drunk already. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt his body growing numb, a wave of dizziness washing over him. His expression changed instantly. Poison. He tried to call for help, but before he could utter a word, someone struck him from behind, knocking him unconscious. The women screamed in terror. Qi Bao quickly hushed them. Don't be afraid. Don't make a sound. I'm here to rescue you. You're all respectable women kidnapped by this stronghold, right? Do you know where the cells are? One of the braver women spoke, trembling. Benefactor, there are bandits guarding the cells. It's very dangerous, and you don't have a key. Qi Bao told her to just show him the way. He had a plan. He then urged them to flee down the mountain quickly. Meanwhile, in the cell, Jin Yuan had awakened. Taking in his surroundings, he realized he had been kidnapped. He didn't panic or struggle. remaining remarkably calm. Fu Lihua, however, was far from composed. She had cried all night. Her long-awaited opportunity to be alone with Jin Yuan had turned into resentment and regret. Why is this happening? Why is fate so cruel to me? Suddenly, the sounds of a struggle erupted from outside the cell door. The door burst open, revealing a short figure wielding a dagger, standing before Jin Yuan and Fu Lihua. Both captives wore expressions of apprehension. Fu Lihua, believing her death was imminent, struggled desperately. The next moment, the newcomer cut their bonds with the dagger. Jin Yuan removed the gag from his mouth. Who are you? Why are you saving us? Fu Lihua also studied Qi Bao thoughtfully, not revealing her identity. Qi Bao, deliberately lowering his voice, said, I've temporarily dealt with the bandits. Let's go. As Qi Bao urged him to leave, Jin Yuan caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance. He wanted to know the identity of his rescuer, but Qi Bao didn't give him time to dwell, urging him not to dawdle. Fu Lihua was overjoyed at the prospect of escape. This place is dangerous, young master. Let's go. Jin Yuan, understanding the urgency, left with her. Qi Bao then went to another cell. Inside were several children, all around 7 or 8 years old. Qi Bao seethed with anger at the bandits. Softening his voice, he said, Don't be afraid, children. I'm here to save you. In no time, he led all the children to the stronghold's entrance. But just then, the unexpected happened. A furious roar erupted from behind him. Stop! If you dare let them go, I'll kill him. Qi Bao turned, his face etched with shock. Azay was being held hostage, a blade pressed against his throat. Qi Bao's mind raced. Why is Azay here? Did bandits raid Fengtian village while I was gone? Did they take him because he's handsome? Why is he wearing different clothes? And this bandit, he drank the poison wine, and I hit him. How did he recover so quickly? Is he somehow immune? I infiltrated Blackwind Stronghold, rescued the malicious Fu Lihua and Jin Yuan, freed the kidnapped women and children. I was about to escape scot-free, but the bandit I poisoned and knocked out has woken up and is now holding Azay hostage. Qi Bao was riddled with questions, but there was no time to ponder. The bandit's voice dripped with venom. You little brat, you dare to sneak into Blackwind Stronghold and poison us. And you try to free all our valuable goods. Who do you think you are? Want to save him? Then leave those kids behind as a trade. Otherwise, I'll chop his head off right now. This dilemma tormented Qi Bao. 1 life versus 8 children's lives. Most people would choose to save the majority. Li Ziming lowered his hopeful eyes, no longer looking at Qi Bao's face. This seemingly cowardly act caused a pang of pain in Qi Bao's heart. The bandit impatiently urged him, hurry up, or I'll really do it. For the sake of merit points, Qi Bao could help anyone in need, but there were always degrees of closeness in one's heart. He tossed his dagger to the ground. Stop, don't hurt him. I'll leave them behind. Don't be impulsive. He's just a child. Since you want to sell him for money, wouldn't it be a waste if he's dead? Why not take me instead? I'll take his place. If you capture me, you won't have to worry about me disrupting your plans. The bandit, however, was shrewd and immediately saw through Qi Bao's plan. Do you think I'm stupid? Take you as a hostage? Do you think I haven't been beaten enough already? Want to switch? Fine. Do it yourself. Cripple your arm. I'll count to 3. If you don't do it, this kid becomes a ghost. His plan exposed, Qi Bao gritted his teeth, picked up a wooden stick, and was about to bring it down hard on his own arm. At that critical moment, the white tiger suddenly appeared, letting out a ferocious roar. It brushed past Qi Bao, knocking the stick from his hand, and lunged at the bandit. In a flash of blood, it bit off the bandit's head. Li Ziming, who always appeared weak and harmless in front of Qi Bao, stumbled and fell to the side. The terrified children screamed and ran. Qi Bao snapped back to reality and rushed forward, shielding Li Ziming, just as he had the first time he encountered the white tiger. Seeing the familiar scene, the white tiger rolled its eyes. Why so protective? I wouldn't dare hurt you. The master sure knows how to play games. Having completed its task, the tiger turned and left. Qi Bao was puzzled. How could a beast like a white tiger be in the Blackwind Stronghold? But he had no time to dwell on it. The tiger's appearance had saved them. He quickly turned to help Li Ziming. Zay, are you all right? Are you hurt? Tears welled in Li Ziming's eyes. He shook his head slightly and then threw himself into Qi Bao's arms. Although he didn't say a word, his dependent manner melted Qi Bao's heart. Qi Bao hugged Li Ziming back, softly comforting him. You must be terrified. Don't be afraid, Aze. I won't let anyone hurt you. Holding Qi Bao's soft body, Li Ziming revealed a satisfied smile. The malice in his heart dissipated. Between the lives of a group and mine, you still care about me the most. It was worth all the trouble to stage this play. In truth, all the bandits have been drugged unconscious by Qi Bao. But Li Ziming wanted to test his place in Qi Bao's heart. So he secretly fed a pill to the bandit, waking him up and coercing him into acting out this scene. Since Qi Bao hadn't chosen him earlier, he had planned to reveal his true self, even if it meant keeping Qi Bao captive. But things had gone his way, so he decided to continue the charade. Since he likes the innocent and harmless act, I'll just stay by his side like this. Qi Bao was unaware of the decision the young man in his arms had made. He didn't ask Li Ziming why he had been captured by the Blackwind stronghold, thinking that the boy couldn't speak and that such outstanding beauty was a curse in itself. He simply dismissed the illogicality. Seeing that it was getting late, he ruffled the boy's hair. Don't worry, Aze. Let's go home. At the foot of the mountain, Jin Yuan and Fu Lihua had commandeered a carriage while escaping. Several children, having exhausted themselves running down the mountain, pleaded for a ride, unable to walk home. Jin Yuan felt compassion, but Fu Lihua, far from benevolent, strongly objected. Young Master Jin, the carriage is damaged and can't go fast. Those bandits could wake up any minute. If they catch us again, we're all doomed. Let's just go. Once we reach town, we can send people back to rescue them. Jin Yuan understood their predicament, but he firmly stated, no. Miss, I appreciate your kindness in saving me earlier, but Jin Yuan, can't do something like that. We leave together. Children, get in the carriage. Fu Lihua inwardly fumed at these burdens, but in front of Jin Yuan, she had to maintain her facade of kindness and ceased her protests. The overloaded carriage moved slowly, but Jin Yuan felt at peace. Hidden in the shadows, Qi Bao and Li Ziming watched the scene unfold. I didn't save the wrong person. Young Master Jin has a good character. Those children should be safe with the Jin family. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. 1,587 merit points received. So much. I've struck it rich. This was the largest single gain of merit points since he transmigrated. Word reached the Jin family that Jin Yuan had returned, and they were overjoyed. They had just sent men with a ransom when, unexpectedly, he returned on his own. As expected of the young master, truly valiant, unparalleled in wisdom and bravery. The family head had already dispatched Magistrate Fong to lead men up the mountain to suppress the bandits and avenge Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan instructed the new steward to see to the rescued children, ensuring they were fed, clothed, and questioned before being returned to their families. He then introduced Fu Lihua to everyone. This young lady overheard the bandits' plot and came specifically to warn me, but was unfortunately captured along with me. He bowed slightly. Miss Fu, Jin Yuan, will remember your kindness. If you have any requests, as long as my family can fulfill them, please do not hesitate to ask. The Jin family heir's promise was enough to make many envious. The guard speculated that Fu Lihua would likely ask the young master to take her as a concubine. Fu Lihua suppressed her excitement, maintaining a composed expression. She pretended not to hear the guard's whispers, scoffing internally. A concubine? I already have the future #1 person in the world by my side. How could I possibly look favorably upon this mere merchant's son? This is just about using the selling of my servitude contract. My younger sister jumped the gun. If I can cure that mute's affliction, he will surely take notice of me. So she replied to Jin Yuan, you're too kind. However, I do have a request. I have a few sick family members. We consulted physician Bien from the returning Spring Hall, but they still haven't fully recovered. I wonder if I could trouble you to invite a renowned physician to examine them. Also, someone in my family suffers from severe mutism. Physician Bien said he couldn't cure it. That's why I'm making this bold request. I hope you don't mind, young Master Jin. Fu Lihua's request made Jin Yuan regard her with greater respect. He felt that this woman, neither mentioning money nor seeking to climb the social ladder, but only concerned for her family, was an upright and honest person. He smiled and said that their family had Physician Han, a highly skilled doctor whose family had practiced medicine for 5 generations. Tomorrow, I will personally visit your family with Physician Han and some gifts. Hearing the words she longed for, Fu Lihua felt a surge of ecstasy, but maintained a look of pleasant surprise. Thank you so much, young Master Jin. Qi Bao, having single-handedly stormed the bandit stronghold to save people, such a great deed and contribution, did not reveal his identity. After all, it was best to keep his unusual abilities a secret. Compared to the Jin family's rewards, his secret was more important. And Fu Lihua was quite happy with this arrangement, taking all the credit for herself without a qualm. The next day, 3 magnificent carriages, accompanied by several well-dressed guards, paraded into Fengtian village. The villagers watched curiously, speculating about which noble family this was. Fu Lihua, wanting to capitalize on this opportunity, lifted the carriage curtain, revealing her meticulously adorned face, drawing envious and jealous gazes. Isn't that Lihua? Dressed in such finery, she looks just like a young lady from a wealthy family. If her face hadn't stayed the same, I would have thought I was mistaken. But how did Lihua suddenly become like this? Could it be that she caught the eye of some nobleman? Why does all the good fortune fall upon Fu Changxing's family? Upon reaching the Fu family's doorstep, the guards unloaded several large chests. Their heavy appearance made the onlookers envious. Basking in envious gazes, Fu Lihua was overjoyed. This feeling of being admired, high and mighty, the center of attention, was exactly what she craved. With so many gifts, her status within the Fu family would also change. Alerted by the commotion, the Fu family came out to see and were stunned. They could hardly believe that the young woman in the silk pink ruchuan was Fu Lihua. Old Chen was hesitant to recognize her. Lihua, is that really you? Didn't you find work in town and weren't coming back for a while? What's going on? Fu Lihua smiled. Grandpa, Grandma, it's a long story. At that moment, a young man in fine clothes stepped down from the carriage. Fu Lihua introduced him with a hint of pride. This is young Master Jin of the Jin family. Let's go inside and sit down before we discuss anything further. Jin Yuan then explained the whole story, making it clear that he had come specifically to express his gratitude. The identity of the Jin family heir was even more prestigious than the magistrate's son. The Fu family was thrilled. Old Chun, bringing over some pastries, got a clear look at Jin Yuan's face and suddenly felt uneasy. He had met him before when selling the fragrant lotion at Jinulo. But back then, he wasn't dressed in fine clothes, but in rags. However, the face was the same. Could he be recognized? Lost in thought, he didn't watch his step and nearly stumbled. Fortunately, Jin Yuan was quick to react and caught him. Madam, be careful. Old Chen placed the pastries on the table, saying he was fine. Thank you, young master. Please have some pastries. I won't disturb you. Then, head bowed, he turned and left. Jin Yuan watched his retreating figure, pondering. Why does this madam seem familiar? As if I've seen her somewhere before. The thought was fleeting. He didn't dwell on it, as today was about expressing gratitude. Qi Bao didn't show his face, but stood at a distance, leisurely munching on something. This Jin Yuan is truly conscientious. He hadn't saved them for nothing. Li Hua was a sensible child, knowing how to take care of her family. In the end, the Fu family benefited, and he was quite satisfied with this outcome. But Li Ziming, secretly observing from the woodshed, was far from satisfied. Qi Bao's expression was calm and indifferent. He was the one who saved them, yet that hypocritical woman took all the credit. He was truly broad-minded. Suddenly, he saw Fu Lihua walking towards the woodshed. He immediately retreated, wondering what that deceitful woman was up to now. Fu Lihua pushed open the door. A gentle smile plastered on her face. Eze, young Master Jin, gave me many good things. They're said to be precious, blood-enriching herbs. I've set some aside specifically for you to nourish your body. Faced with Fu Lihua's fawning, Li Ziming only felt disgust. He sneered inwardly. This usurping, wicked woman, stealing another's accomplishments. Yet here she is, putting on a false show of concern, smugly pleased with herself. Fu Lihua, naturally unaware of the boy's aversion, believed her performance was flawless. Looking at the boy's handsome face, her gaze grew increasingly fervent. Eze, I also asked young Master Jin to bring a renowned physician, Dr. Han. He's supposedly much more skilled than physician being in town. With him, your muteness will surely be cured. Li Ziming possessed an almost innate intuition, able to discern sincerity from pretense. Not only did he not appreciate Fu Lihua's efforts, but he found her meddling and bothersome. He was not only currently uninjured, but also possessed internal energy. If a doctor were to take his pulse, it would only cause trouble. So, with an impassive face, he brushed past Fu Lihua, heading straight for Qi Bao not far away. He took Qi Bao's hand and started to walk away. Qi Bao asked in confusion, "Aze, where are we going?" He still followed, walking out of the Fu family's gate. Fu Lihua, once again snubbed, watched Li Ziming's blatant favoritism and ground her teeth in resentment. Another wicked idea began to brew in her mind. Meanwhile, Qi Bao noticed Li Ziming pulling him towards Mount Bliss and frowned. "Aze, we can't go back there. There's a tiger inside. It's dangerous. Besides, that renowned physician who came today can examine you. Maybe he can really cure you." But Li Ziming was incredibly stubborn. Despite Qi Bao's attempts to dissuade him, he was determined to go to Mount Bliss. When the subject of seeing the doctor came up, he showed intense resistance, tears even welling up in his eyes. Looking at his innocent expression, Qi Bao's heart softened. "Aze, is there something important you must do at Mount Bliss?" Li Ziming nudda obediently. Seeing this, Qi Bao disregarded the danger and immediately agreed. "All right, I'll listen to you, Aze. I'll go with you to Mount Bliss." Soon, Li Ziming led him to a cave. Qi Bao was astonished. "There's actually a place like this on Mount Bliss? Aze, do you want me to go inside?" Li Ziming nodded and stepped in first. Qi Bao followed behind, continuing forward. He discovered that inside was a long passage, seemingly dug by human hands. There were no wild beasts or snakes. It was quite safe. After walking for about 15 minutes, they came across a large tree. Gibao stai, dumbao. Countless top-quality lingji mushrooms were everywhere. Fist-sized ginseng covered the ground. It was a veritable treasure trove. This place was currently known only to Li Ziming. He had discovered it under the guidance of the White Tiger. And now, he was sharing this secret with Qi Bao. Qi Bao was speechless for a moment. Generations of Fengtian village residents had never discovered this place, yet Aze had. However, Li Ziming's next action left him even more wide-eyed. The ginseng was at least a century old. Li Ziming placed it in Qi Bao's hand. Feeling the cool, smooth root, Qi Bao looked at him incredulously. "Aze, are you giving this to me?" Li Ziming nodded, a hint of smugness in his eyes. "Were the Jin family's gifts compared to this? I can give you something much better." But Qi Bao refused. "This is all yours. You found it. This single root is worth at least 100 taels of silver. Such a precious thing. I can't accept it. I can't take the opportunity you worked so hard for." Faced with his refusal, Li Ziming's expression instantly darkened, as if he had suffered a great blow. Seeing his heartbroken look, Qi Bao felt both amused and touched. "I'm not ungrateful. Don't be sad. Tell you what, I'll take just this one. Keep the rest of the herbs for yourself to nourish your body. Get stronger quickly so you can protect yourself. Don't make me worry. You discovered this secret passage. I won't tell anyone, and you shouldn't either. People's hearts are unpredictable. Someone might get greedy and try to harm you. I won't stop you from coming to Mount Bliss in the future, but you must be careful." Li Ziming nudda obediently. Seeing that Qi Bao genuinely cared for him, even under these circumstances. "Hearing that you only belong to me." Qi Bao, noticing the late hour and assuming young Master Jin had left, took Li Ziming's hand and led him down the mountain, heading home. He carried a bamboo basket, carefully woven by Li Ziming, filled with the freshly dug ginseng and lingji. Protecting his precious cargo, he walked cautiously, so cautiously that he didn't notice the person in front of him and bumped right into them. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he managed to avoid dropping the valuable contents. "Miss, are you all right?" a gentle voice inquired. Qi Bao looked up to see a familiar face. Jin Yuan. Why hadn't he left yet? Standing so close, Jin Yuan caught a whiff of a familiar, subtle fragrance. Meeting Qi Bao's bright eyes, a spark ignited in his mind. He suddenly remembered that the mysterious person who had saved him from the bandits, the one who had done good deeds without seeking recognition, carried this same scent. Excitedly, he blurted out, "It's you." Back at the Black Wind stronghold, Qi Bao had been terrified that he would reveal her involvement. She quickly covered his mouth and pulled him away. Jin Yuan, meanwhile, chattered excitedly. "I knew it was you. Miss, you're my savior. I have a keen nose. I wouldn't forget this fragrance." Seeing that he had recognized her, Qi Bao sniffed her own clothes. It was true. She sighed helplessly. "Young Master Jin, please don't spread this around. Don't tell anyone. Jin Yuan was puzzled. Why? Perhaps you could accompany me for a walk around Fengtian village and explain everything in detail. Qi Bao could only agree. Li Ziming, silently observing the scene, narrowed his eyes dangerously. The young master, thanks to his sensitive nose, had recognized Qi Bao as his true savior and invited her for a private conversation. He was completely unaware that the seemingly harmless and delicate boy had already developed a resentment towards him. Still in high spirits, Jin Yuan continued to chat with Qi Bao. Miss, you are truly remarkable. Your skills are admirable. I had heard about the white tiger on Mount Bliss and was planning a hunting trip. I never expected to meet you here. What a coincidence. Qi Bao glanced at him, thinking to herself, once on Mount Bliss, it's hard to say who would be hunting whom. This man has a good heart, but he seems a bit naive. She didn't want to be treated like some strange creature, so she attributed her skills to a non-existent master. Young Master Jin, you're too kind. I did have a fortunate encounter and learned some skills from a master. This time, I happened to learn that my niece had been kidnapped by bandits, so I followed them and rescued you all. However, my family doesn't know about my martial arts skills. My master instructed me to keep it a secret, so I can't reveal this matter. Jin Yuan patted his chest, assuring her, don't worry, Mississippi. You are my benefactor. You showed kindness without seeking reward, such righteousness. I will naturally keep this secret for you. To be honest, I've always admired the stories of wandering martial artists. But due to my frail health, my family wouldn't allow me to even practice martial arts for self-defense. He thought about how Qi Bao, knowing his identity, had risked her life to save him without asking for anything in return, and his admiration and gratitude deepened. He bowed respectfully. Miss, you are my true savior. I wasn't prepared this time, but I will arrange for someone to deliver a gift of gratitude later. Qi Bao quickly declined. There's no need for gifts. What you gave Li Hua today is more than enough. Young Master Jin, if you truly want to repay me, perhaps we could do some business together. Jin Yuan asked instinctively. What kind of business? He looked expectant. Qi Bao took out a vial of refined perfume from her sleeve and opened it for him to smell. Young Master Jin, you smelled the fragrance on me, didn't you? I learned a secret recipe for making perfume from my master. If you're interested, how about we collaborate on producing this perfume? Jin Yuan inhaled the refreshing jasmine scent. It was strong but not overpowering, as if transporting him to a boundless sea of flowers. Given his status, he had used many fine things, but none compared to this. His eyes filled with delight and admiration. He nodded. Indeed, this fragrance is truly exquisite. The two chatted amicably, neither noticing a boy standing behind a nearby tree, his expression cold. Li Ziming disliked seeing other men approach Qi Bao. Jin Yuan was an eyesore. He picked up a stone from the ground. Channeling his internal energy, he hurled it towards Jin Yuan. The stone struck Jin Yuan in the side. Standing by the riverbank, he lost his balance and tumbled into the water. The incident happened so suddenly that Qi Bao was stunned. By the time she reacted, Jin Yuan's guards had already jumped into the river and pulled him out. Young master, are you all right? Thanks to their swift action, Jin Yuan had only swallowed a few mouthfuls of water. He was a bit disheveled, but otherwise unharmed. Qi Bao's face was etched with worry. Young Master Jin, are you all right? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought you to the riverbank. Jin Yuan, hauled back onto the bank, gasped for breath. I'm fine. It was my own carelessness. His guards, however, weren't so relaxed. Young master, you must change into dry clothes immediately and take some medicine to avoid catching a chill. Your body is still weak from the drugging. We must return to town at once so Physician Han can examine you and prescribe the proper medicine. Jin Yuan, not wanting Qi Bao to feel guilty or his guards to fuss, removed a jade pendant from his robes and offered it to her. This is a token of the Jin family. Please come to Jinyu Tower in 3 days. We can discuss our collaboration then. You must come. Qi Bao agreed, accepting the pendant. She found Jin Yuan to be a rare and gentle gentleman. A partnership with him felt promising. Her favorable impression of him grew stronger. From a distance, Li Ziming watched the exchange, a prickle of resentment rising within him. The sight was irritating. With the white tiger absent, an unfortunate tree suffered the brunt of his frustration, its bark stripped bare. As night fell, Li Ziming, astride the white tiger, returned to the Black Wind stronghold. The stronghold was now a ruin, the air thick with the acrid smell of burnt wood. 3 bandits, returning after collecting their share of the loot, stared in bewildered silence. accounts. What happened here? We didn't get our silver, and now the stronghold is gone. Boss, second boss, are you there? One of them called out, still clinging to a sliver of hope. Another, slightly more perceptive, cut him off. Don't bother. I checked. There's no one inside, just blood everywhere. Looks like the authorities raided the place. The weakest of the three collapsed to the ground. We thought capturing the Jean family's young master would bring us riches. Now we don't even have a base. What are we going to do? Why are you so down? We should be celebrating. We're lucky to be alive. As they say, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Now that the Blackwind stronghold is gone, I say we start our own. His ambitious dream was cut short by a ferocious roar. The bandits scrambled to their feet, drawing their blades and looking up in terror. Perched on the hill above them, a masked figure in black rode a magnificent white tiger. Even these hardened criminals trembled in fear. What's a tiger doing here? Who are you? How can you ride a tiger? Li Ziming cast a chilling glance at the trio. Who I am is unimportant. What matters is whether you want to live. From now on, you will obey my commands. Or you can join your companions in the afterlife. 3 days later, Qi Bao went to Jin Yu Tower and finalized the perfume collaboration with Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan, in a grand gesture of gratitude and to facilitate the perfume production, gifted Qi Bao the Qingyu Yuan estate. The estate, specializing in the cultivation of various flowers, was perfectly suited for her needs. The 80 flower farmers and their 60-plus family members who lived on the estate remained under the Jin family's care. Old Chun and Qi Bao's father were overjoyed, praising Jin Yuan's generosity. The Fu family's fortunes were truly changing. Qi Bao shared her plans. Father, you and my brothers shouldn't do any more hard labor. Why not come to the estate? You could be the overseer, eldest brother can manage the accounts, and second and fourth brother can supervise the flower farmers. They can also learn how to cultivate flowers from the experienced workers. Old Chen beamed. Bauer, you're so thoughtful. This is wonderful news. Your father, mother, and brothers are all benefiting from your good fortune. Qi Bao smiled. We're family. There's no need to talk about benefiting from each other. By the way, mother and father, I want Aze to attend your village school. He's intelligent but frail. Education will give him a better future. I owe him this. Please agree. Her parents readily agreed. They weren't heartless people. They had forced Li Ziming to stay with them for their daughter's sake, and it caused him much harm. Now that they had the means, they wanted to make amends. The next day, Qi Bao's father took her and Li Ziming to see Master Li, the village teacher. Master Li, Qi Bao's father began, I have a request. Qi Bao gently nudged Li Ziming forward. He bowed deeply to Master Li. Grandfather Li, Qi Bao said, I want Aze to study at your school. He's very bright. Please take good care of him and don't let anyone bully him. Master Li assessed the boy. He carried himself with an unusual air of dignity. Perhaps he would achieve great things someday. Mrs. Li, fearing her father might refuse, chimed in. Father, remember when my husband was harassed by young Master Fong? It was Qi Bao who saved him. Please agree to her request. Master Li, already inclined to agree, nodded. If he's a promising student, I'd be delighted to have him. He can live at the academy once he's enrolled. Qi Bao thanked him profusely. Li Ziming tugged at her sleeve, hesitant. Qi Bao reassured him softly. Aze, don't worry. Study hard. I'll visit you at the academy every day. If you need anything, or if anyone bullies you, tell me. I'll protect you. She worried about him. He couldn't speak. He was strikingly beautiful, and he was frail. She couldn't bear the thought of him being mistreated. Qi Bao earnestly gave him all sorts of instructions. Li Ziming, seeing the worry and genuine concern in her eyes, felt a warmth spread through him. He nodded obediently. He needed to build his own power base, and studying in town would facilitate his plans. After returning his deed of sale and officially registering him as a commoner, Qi Bao arranged for Li Ziming to attend the village school. Fu Lihua, learning she was once again a step behind, felt a surge of irritation. How infuriating that he had again stolen the chance to take credit. However, on second thought, she decided it might be advantageous. She now worked at the Jean family's embroidery house and lived in town. Ziming would also be living in town at the academy. This presented a perfect opportunity for her to get closer to him. Qi Bao, stuck at the estate, wouldn't see him often. Still, to be absolutely certain, she would find a way to eliminate Qi Bao. And so, everyone in the Fu family began to settle into their new routines. Today was Li Ziming's first day at school. Qi Bao, carrying a basket, quietly appeared outside the classroom window, wanting to see if he was being bullied. She saw the exquisitely handsome boy stand out amongst the other children like a crane among chickens. Seeing this, Qi Bao couldn't help but smile, relieved. Aze was indeed suited to be a scholar. It seemed she needn't worry about him being bullied. His gaze was so focused that Li Ziming, engrossed in his book, immediately sensed her presence. Qi Bao waved at him. Li Ziming's normally icy expression softened slightly at the sight of her. Soon, class was dismissed. Qi Bao hurried over to him, peppering him with questions about whether he was comfortable, if he was scared, and so on. She also brought him tonics, his favorite sweet osmanthus candy, new clothes, and paper and brushes. Li Ziming, knowing these things must have cost a considerable amount, deliberately feigned concern about the Fu family causing trouble for her and refused to accept them, putting his hands behind his back. Qi Bao understood immediately and pressed the gifts into his hands. Aze, don't be afraid. Don't worry. I bought these things with my own money. I can give them to whomever I want. Our family is doing well now. Father and my brothers are helping at the estate. No one will hurt you anymore. Li Ziming, who usually disliked being touched by women, found himself strangely drawn to Qi Bao's affectionate head pat. Hearing how close she was becoming to her family, however, sparked a flicker of displeasure within him. He needed to do something to make her see their true colors. He had a few pawns he could use. This time, he thought, I will completely sever your connection to the Fu family. You will be mine, and mine alone. That afternoon, Old Chun, working at Qing Yu Yuan, and Qi Bao's brothers were kidnapped by bandits. Staring at the glinting blades, Old Chun was truly terrified. What do you want? We have no quarrel with you. Take anything valuable. Just let my sons go. The bandit spat back. No quarrel? Old man, if it wasn't for your good daughter rescuing the Jin family's young master and destroying Blackwind Stronghold, our boss wouldn't be dead, and we wouldn't be hunted criminals. Old Chun was confused. My daughter? But it was my granddaughter, Li Hua, who saved young Master Jin. The bandit scoffed, revealing the truth. Old fool, you think you wouldn't know if your daughter had martial arts skills? Do you really think the young master gave her that huge estate for nothing? Old Chun suddenly understood. Bauer was the true savior. She had always been blessed and skilled. He never imagined there would be surviving bandits. With Bauer absent, he could only plead with them. Sirs, you are wanted criminals. Killing us will only make things worse. We won't report you to the authorities. We'll give you whatever silver you want. Please, spare us. The bandit sneered. Silver? I'm going to take everything you got from the Jin family. And I want your daughter. I'm going to torture her for our dead brothers. Hand her over, and I'll spare your family. If you don't, I'll kill your sons one by one. Fu Wujiang, feeling the cold steel against his neck, paled. He urged his father to agree to exchange Qi Bao for their lives. Old Chin was torn. He loved them all. As he hesitated, the bandit slashed Fu Wujiang's arm, drawing blood. The bandit pressed on. The next one will be his throat. Are you willing to let your sons die for one girl? Fu Wujiang and his brothers cried out, Father, please, save us. We don't want to die. Bring Qi Bao. Ignoring Old Chin's anguish, the bandit, seeing his continued refusal, moved towards Fu Sanhai. Another scream ripped through the air. Father, I'm the one who will carry on the family line. Sacrifice little sister, and we can all live. Finally, Old Chun made his decision. Stop, I'll bring her. His hand trembled as he accepted the packet of medicine from the bandit. Turning to leave Qing Yu Yuan, Old Chun felt the weight of his decision crush him. Hidden in the shadows, a masked Li Ziming watched, a sneer twisting his lips. See, he thought, they chose to abandon you after all. Such a family isn't worth keeping. Once you see their true colors, he mused, I'll kill them for you. Qi Bao, as long as you're with me, you'll never have to worry about betrayal again. Meanwhile, Qi Bao, her pockets a little heavier these days, bought another armful of steamed buns to distribute to the beggars she visited almost daily. A small beggar tugged at her sleeve. Qi Bao offered him a bun. The boy shook his head, tears welling in his eyes. Sister, I don't want a bun. Please, can you save my sister? She's very sick. Qi Bao followed the boy to his ailing sister, her small body burning with fever. The physician at the clinic, lacking available beds, could only offer medicine. Chi Bao took the girl to Mrs. Li's home. Mrs. Li helped brew the fever-reducing medicine, while Chi Bao, channeling her with spirit energy, soothed the girl's burning skin. Chi Bao stayed, tending to the girl and feeding her the medicine. Mrs. Li marveled at the change in her sister-in-law. The once arrogant, lazy Chi Bao, who would shoo away beggars for fear of soiling her clothes, was now spending her own money on their care. Mrs. Li found herself growing increasingly fond of her. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Mrs. Li opened the door, surprise etched on her face. "Father, what are you doing here so late?" Old Chun, composing himself, feigned concern. "Chi Bao hasn't returned to the estate. I was worried, so I came to see if she was here." Mrs. Li nodded. "She's here. She's been delayed helping these two little beggars with medicine." She ushered Old Chun inside, noticing a stranger behind him. "Father, who is this?" she asked. Old Chun, suppressing his emotions, replied, "He's a flower farmer from the estate. He has a cart and offered to drive me." Chi Bao emerged from the inner room. "Father, what brings you here?" Old Chun took her hand, his mouth opening and closing before tears welled up. Chi Bao, he choked out, "What's wrong?" Feeling something press against his back, Old Chun quickly regained his composure, wiping away his tears. "Nothing, child. I was just worried. You scare me half to death. You weren't back, and I thought something terrible had happened. I'm getting old and easily frightened." "Useless, really." Chi Bao, believing his concern genuine, reassured him. "Don't worry, father. I'm Yufine. I was just about to head back to Qingyu Yuan. What perfect timing. We can go back together." Bidding farewell to Mrs. Li, father and daughter climbed into the ox cart. The flower farmer took the reins. Old Chin offered Chi Bao a packet of flaky pastries. "I bought these especially for you," he said. "I hear they're delicious. Try them and see if you like them. If you do, I'll buy you more." Chi Bao trusted her grandfather implicitly. However, her wood spirit abilities alerted her to the presence of a soporific drug within the pastries. Recalling her grandfather's unusual behavior, she discreetly slipped the pastries into her sleeve, pretending to eat them, wanting to understand what was happening. A moment later, she feigned unconsciousness. Old Chin caught her, and seeing she didn't stir, he burst into loud sobs. "My Chi Bao, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." Hearing the cries, the bandit, dropping the pretense, snapped, "Shut up, old man. One more whimper, and I'll kill you." The ox cart arrived at Qingyu Yuan. Old Chun fell to his knees, banging his head on the ground. "Kill me. I bet thy Chi Bao. I deserve to die. You have the people, and you have the money. Just please keep your promise. Let my sons go. I beg you." The bandit chuckled. "You're a sensible old man. She's just a daughter. Better to lose her than your sons who can carry on the family line, right? Put the girl and the valuables in the cart," he ordered. The boss said not to harm a hair on her head. "As for releasing your sons, well, that's not up to me." Realization dawned on Old Chun. The bandits had tricked him. His sons wouldn't be saved, and he had lost Chi Bao as well. Consumed by rage and regret, he lunged at the bandit with all his might. "I'll kill you." Old Chin had agreed to drug Chi Bao in exchange for his sons' lives. He had brought her as promised, but the bandits had reneged, overwhelmed by guilt and remorse. He attacked the bandit, ready to die fighting, but his hopes were dashed against the harsh reality. Before he could reach the bandit, a blade flashed towards him. At that critical moment, an iron rod intercepted the bandit's blade. Everyone froze. Hadn't this girl been drugged unconscious? How had she awakened? With the attack already underway, the bandits, abandoning all caution, rushed Chi Bao, intent on subduing her. A chilling glint flashed in Chi Bao's eyes. Showing no mercy, she moved with lightning speed, effortlessly taking down several bandits. The sickening crunch of breaking bones echoed through the courtyard. Panic seized the bandits. How could they face their master having failed their mission? They'd be thrown to the tigers, clearly outmatched. Their only option was a desperate retreat. Chi Bao could have easily stopped them, but she let them escape, hoping to uncover the mastermind behind the plot and eliminate the threat once and for all. Old Chun, overwhelmed with shame, stared at his daughter, unable to speak. Chi Bao, regaining her composure, helped him up. "Father," she asked softly, "are you all right?" At her words, Old Chin's carefully constructed facade crumbled. Tears streamed down his face. "Bao, I'm so sorry. Kill me. I deserve to die." Watching her father's anguish, Chi Bao lowered her gaze. She understood. He hadn't betrayed her for riches or glory. His pain, his regret were genuine. She felt no resentment, only a profound sadness. This act severed the last vestiges of her obligation to the Fu family. Calmly, she said, "Father, don't blame yourself too much." Picking up a bandit's discarded knife, she walked towards her brothers and cut their bonds, setting them free. Then she addressed them. "Last time, I followed the bandits because Li Hua had been taken. The Black Wind stronghold plundered villages and trafficked women and children. They were the ones committing evil. If anyone should be held accountable, it's them. And yes, it's true that because of me, you were put in danger. I should bear the consequences. Even if you chose to abandon me to save yourselves, I wouldn't resent or blame you." The 5 Fu brothers, initially harboring resentment towards Chi Bao, now hung their heads in shame. They knew their improved lives were all thanks to their younger sister. Chi Bao, saying no more, told them to rest. She turned to leave, claiming a need for solitude, but in reality, she was following the bandits' trail. Meanwhile, on a remote mountaintop, the bandits knelt before the masked Li Ziming. "Master, spare us. We did as you instructed." Who could have predicted that girl would still save them after they betrayed her? Li Ziming's expression was a mixture of confusion and dejection. Had he failed again? Even so, he couldn't bring himself to resent Chi Bao. Why did his plans keep falling apart? A wave of unprecedented fury washed over him. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out behind him. "So, you're their master." Li Ziming whirled around, almost instinctively greeting her by name, but he caught himself. Chi Bao, with a single glance, sensed a dangerous aura emanating from the masked youth. Her expression hardened. "I knew I could find you by following their blood trail. They're remnants of the Black Wind stronghold, but you're not. Who are you? Why are you harming my family?" Li Ziming laughed, his voice a deliberate rasp. "Family? Your father personally drugged you. Your brothers screamed for your life in exchange for their own. Why protect such a family? Why not hate them? Betrayal by those closest to you, shouldn't that be unforgivable?" Chi Bao, surprised by the question, answered honestly, "Yes, you're right. But the love of parents and siblings isn't the only kind. If you had to choose between your thumb and your other 4 fingers, anyone would choose the majority. I can't expect them to love me more than themselves. I don't blame them." Li Ziming stared intently at Chi Bao. "Then what is the only kind of love? What do you care about?" Chi Bao considered the question. For some reason, the image of Li Ziming studying in the schoolhouse flashed through her mind. She blushed. "Has Aze already taken root in my heart?" she wondered. Shaking off the thought, she changed the subject. "Why so many questions? Just tell me who you are." However, Chi Bao's words had given Li Ziming pause. He decided to give the Fu family another chance. He wouldn't actively harm them again. He pulled a packet of powder from his pocket and scattered it over the bandits. Their faces contorted in agony, but they couldn't utter a sound. "Don't worry," Li Ziming said. "They won't die. They're just mute. Take them to the county jail. These are the last of the Black Wind stronghold. No one will bother the Fu family again." With that, he vanished. Chi Bao could hardly believe it. A life-threatening crisis had ended just like that. For some reason, she felt a strange familiarity with the masked man, beyond the sense of danger. Just then, the system notified her of a 300-point increase in her merit score. In other words, the mysterious man in black had originally intended to kill old Chun, his 5 sons, and the bandits. But because of her words, he'd abandoned his murderous intent. Chi Bao felt a wave of bewilderment. Who was this mysterious expert hiding amongst the bandits? While she was busy escorting the silenced bandits to the county jail, Li Ziming removed his mask, changed his clothes, and scaled the wall of the academy. Back in his dormitory, he burrowed under the covers, but sleep evaded him. Chi Bao's words echoed in his mind. Born an illegitimate child of unknown parentage, he and his mother had been confined to a terrifyingly quiet annex from the moment he was born. When his mother was lucid, she would smile at him, teach him to read and write, and praise his intelligence. But more often than not, she would lash out at him with a whip, cursing him as a bastard and leaving him covered in bruises. Yet, when she regained her senses, she would weep and apologize, swearing never to hurt him again. But the apologies were always followed by even more brutal abuse. Because of this, Li Ziming found the idea of familial affection repulsive and ugly. The young boy, not yet completely consumed by darkness, felt a yearning for light for the first time in his life. The next day, the Fu family learned about the kidnapping and Qi Bao's supposed mysterious master who had taught her such impressive skills. Old Chun looked at Qi Bao with a mixture of heartache and guilt. "Your foolish father," he mumbled. Qi Bao gently soothed her mother. "Don't dwell on it, mother. It's over now." The Fu brothers, consumed by guilt, were more attentive to their younger sister than ever before. Eager to please her, they ventured into the mountains early that morning to dig up rare snow lotuses for Qi Bao. Despite her words, she couldn't help but feel a lingering unease. Faced with their attempts at reconciliation, she remained distant. "Thank you for your trouble," she said. "Please plant them in the courtyard. I'm going to the academy to see Aze. I'll go ahead." Qi Bao hadn't slept all night and looked exhausted. She needed time to process everything. Old Chin sighed. "Such a tragedy," he muttered. But none of them had the right to blame Qi Bao. Under the willow tree at the academy, Qi Bao held the young boy's hand. Her turbulent emotions finally began to subside. "How have you been, Aze?" she asked. "Has anyone been bullying you?" When Li Ziming shook his head, she managed a weak smile and caressed his face. "That's good. It's funny, isn't it? You're the only one I worry about." Seeing the dark circles under Qi Bao's eyes, Li Ziming felt a pang of concern. He spoke, his voice clear and unexpected. "What?" Qi Bao stared at him, her eyes widening with excitement. "Aze, you just spoke. You spoke. I'm not dreaming, am I? Aze, say something else. Please. I knew you would get better." A radiant smile bloomed on Qi Bao's face. Finally, she thought, he's willing to speak. His voice was beautiful. However, Li Ziming's next words wiped the smile from her face. "You're not her, are you?" Qi Bao's heart lurched. "What's happening? Is my secret about to be revealed the very first time Aze speaks?" She laughed nervously, trying to deflect. "Aze, what are you talking about? I don't understand. It's getting late. I have to go." Li Ziming reached out and pulled her back. His deep, watery eyes seemed to pierce through her. "You're not the original Fu Qi Bao. Who are you?" His tone was certain. Qi Bao hadn't expected the boy to be so perceptive, so readily able to expose her secret. Caught, she decided to confess. "Yes, you're right. I'm not the original Fu Qi Bao. She's probably gone. As for me, well, I'm definitely not a man-eating demon. Just think of me as a little fairy from heaven." Then, feigning anger, she asked, "And you? Where did you learn to speak?" "Confess." Li Ziming, still processing the shift from monster to fairy, answered truthfully, "A while ago." Seeing his demeanor, Qi Bao guessed he didn't want anyone else to know he could speak. She wouldn't force him. Smiling, she said, "Tell you what, you keep my secret, and I'll keep yours. It'll be our little secret, just between us. We won't tell anyone else. Deal." Qi Bao's open attitude gave Li Ziming the reassurance he craved. With their shared secret, they were special, connected in a way no one else could understand. He readily extended his hand to link pinkies with Qi Bao. They sealed their pact. The boy looked at their joined hands, a subtle gleam in his eyes. Though some of his plans had changed, his desires were becoming clearer. With the secret out in the open, Qi Bao looked at the handsome boy with his clear eyes and bowed deeply. "Aze, I'm sorry. I know the original Fu Qi Bao and her family did a lot of terrible things to you. I inherited her body, so I inherited her sins as well. I know what I've done can't even begin to make up for it. You don't need to forgive anyone. Even if you have thoughts of revenge, I think that's perfectly justifiable." Qi Bao, as an observer in this body, ached for everything the boy had endured. Even though she was now part of the Fu family, she couldn't exploit his trust and force him to magnanimously forgive those who had hurt him. However, her words sent a tidal wave crashing through Li Ziming's heart. "Really? Even if I take revenge on the Fu family, you won't blame me?" Qi Bao answered with certainty. "I have no right to blame you. Those who do wrong should be punished. But my only request is that their punishment doesn't lead to death." A joy Li Ziming couldn't quite articulate surged within him. He thought that if Qi Bao ever found out that everything that had happened to the Fu family was his doing, she wouldn't be disappointed or afraid of him. After all, the tiger attack and the 2 bandit raids had already vented his anger. From now on, he would make the Fu family indebted to him for life, finding every possible way for them to compensate him. So he nodded obediently. "Okay, I promise you. In return, can you answer me a question? Are you worried about me to atone for their sins?" Qi Bao froze for a moment, then blushed. After all, her soul was that of a woman in her 20s, and a sucker for a pretty face at that. Seeing her silence, Li Ziming considerately said, "No rush. You can tell me when you've thought it over." Qi Bao immediately responded, "No need. I can answer you now. I'm worried about you not to atone, but because you're my family. After all, Li Ziming had initially been forced to stay with the Fu family as Qi Bao's adopted brother. Hearing these words, a flicker of loneliness crossed Li Ziming's eyes. The same kind of family as the Fu family? Qi Bao suddenly felt a pang in her chest and quickly corrected him. No, the only kind. Li Ziming remembered Qi Bao saying the only love that night. So this was what she meant by only. He thought to himself, all right, only. Don't disappoint me. With the matter out in the open, both of them felt at ease, their relationship deepening. Fu Lihua continued her relentless efforts to please Li Ziming. However, his attitude towards her remained as indifferent as ever. All his gentleness and smiles were reserved for Qi Bao alone. The increasingly intense sense of crisis hardened Fu Lihua's resolve. That night, she disguised herself, wearing a veiled hat to conceal her face, and made her way to a familiar brothel. Brothels were never short of intoxicating drugs. Her purpose was to buy a potent aphrodisiac, intending to use it on Qi Bao, turning her into a ruined woman. Then, no one would compete with her for Li Ziming's affections. A few days later, Qi Bao was at a restaurant discussing the newly refined fragrance samples with Jin Yuan. The marketing proposal and business plan she had prepared were currently in Jin Yuan's hands. The more Jin Yuan read, the more amazed he became. The marketing methods in here are unheard of. Miss Fu, you're quite insightful. Qi Bao smiled without saying a word. As a seasoned capitalist from the 21st century, these were just small tricks of the trade. Jin Yuan, who hadn't initially been that interested in the fragrance business, was now brimming with enthusiasm. Miss Fu, how much fragrance do you have in stock? Give it all to me. I'll take it to the capital the day after tomorrow to test the market. If I can open up the market there, I'll have someone transport it regularly. Qi Bao's eyes lit up. If she could sell in the capital, the price would double. She said she would personally deliver it to Jin Yu tomorrow evening. The two chatted happily and drank a toast to their successful collaboration. However, as soon as the wine went down, Qi Bao immediately felt something was wrong. Her body heated up and a restless, thirsty feeling rose from within. She instantly realized she had been drugged. A glance at Jin Yuan revealed he was in the same state. But in Jin Yuan's eyes, there was disappointment and disdain. Qi Bao understood his look and angrily retorted, "Are you trying to say I drugged you to climb into your bed? I should be asking what's going on with you." Jin Yuan's eyes were hazy, unable to resist the intense desire. He unbuttoned his clothes and walked towards Qi Bao. "I already have a fiancé from a prominent family in the capital." The implication was that even if she drugged him and climbed into his bed, she could only be a concubine. Before he could finish speaking, a bone-chilling ice cube was shoved back into his mouth. Jin Yuan's dazed expression cleared slightly. He looked at Qi Bao in confusion. What was going on? Thanks to her with spirit magic, Qi Bao still retained some semblance of sanity. "So, young Master Jin has a fiancé. Congratulations, congratulations. But something seems amiss here. Young Master Jin, I think you need to calm down and figure out what's really going on. You must give me an explanation for this. I'll have someone deliver the fragrance to you another day. Goodbye." She stuffed an ice cube in her own mouth and stumbled down the stairs. Jin Yuan suddenly came to his senses. He had initially suspected Qi Bao of drugging him. His suspicions now dispelled. Jin Yuan recalled the previous events and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Damn it, who was behind this? Trying to ruin Miss Fu's reputation. If I don't find out who did this, how can I, Jin Yuan, face anyone? He slammed his hand on the table and roared, "Someone get in here. Bring the manager, the chef, and the waiter who served us." Meanwhile, Qi Bao stumbled out of the restaurant, intending to find a doctor. Her with spirit magic wasn't all-powerful. It could only keep her lucid temporarily. But her head swam, as she could barely see. Hoping to find some water to cool the burning in her veins, she somehow found herself outside Li Ziming's academy. She couldn't hold on any longer. Just as her legs gave way, Li Ziming emerged from the academy and caught her. "What's wrong?" Hearing the familiar voice, Qi Bao instinctively leaned into him. "Aze, take me somewhere with water, quickly." Li Ziming saw her flushed cheeks and hazy eyes, and immediately took her wrist, checking her pulse. Then, a flash of icy rage crossed the boy's flawless face. Damn it, who would dare drug her like this? Qi Bao, burning with fever, only knew that the boy beside her was someone she could trust. Holding him seemed to ease the heat, so she clung to him, rubbing against him unconsciously. Li Ziming, his body stiffening with a possessiveness he hadn't known he possessed, didn't dare delay. He scooped Qi Bao into his arms and raced out of town, summoning his white tiger to meet them. They arrived at Blissful Mountain, where he set up a small stove to brew an antidote. Qi Bao drifted in and out of consciousness, her eyes fluttering open to see a familiar figure. His lips, in particular, looked as tempting as ripe cherries. She loved cherries. With this thought, she mustered all her strength, lifted her head, and captured his lips in a soft, sweet kiss. The cool, refreshing taste sent a thrill through her, leaving her wanting more. The boy's naturally cool body was like a welcome balm against her burning skin. She sighed contentedly, but her strength failed her, and she collapsed back against him. Li Ziming froze, a look of bewildered shock on his face. Quickly, a faint blush crept up his elegant, impassive features, and his eyes shone with a startling intensity. He touched his lips, as if the burning heat lingered there still. A strange feeling bloomed in his chest, and his heart beat faster. The young boy had experienced his first awakening of love. Soon, the white tiger returned, carrying medicinal herbs in its mouth. Li Ziming glanced at it from afar. "Did you find the herbs? Did you wash them in the spring water?" The tiger whined in affirmation. Li Ziming approached, took the herbs, and patted the tiger's head. "Good boy. Stay here and guard her. Don't let any poisonous insects or beasts near. I'll go and prepare the medicine." This seemingly delicate boy would one day become the emperor who unified the land. Only the reborn Fu Li Huan knew this. Therefore, she schemed relentlessly to win Li Ziming's favor, dreaming of becoming his empress. She hadn't anticipated that the boy's attention and tenderness would be solely focused on her younger cousin. So, she had resorted to drugging Qi Bao, hoping to ruin her and sever any connection between her and Li Ziming. Ultimately, her despicable act only served to accelerate the burgeoning relationship between Qi Bao and Li Ziming. The unexpected kiss solidified the young boy's feelings, confirming that Qi Bao was the only one for him. Li Ziming placed Qi Bao, who had now ingested the antidote, into the spring water to cool her down. He remained by her side, unmoving, throughout the entire process. Half an hour later, the burning desire subsided, and Qi Bao finally opened her eyes. She was met with the sight of lush greenery and a beautiful face. The events of the past few hours flooded back, and she inwardly cursed the aphrodisiac that had driven her to molest the beautiful boy. To avoid future awkwardness, she decided to feign amnesia. A stampede of chaotic thoughts raced through her mind, but she maintained a look of confusion on her face. "Izay, where are we? How did I get here? What happened?" Li Ziming, a faint blush still coloring his cheeks, replied, "You were ill. You asked me to take you somewhere with water, so I brought you here. I fed you a detoxifying herb, and you woke up. Don't you remember?" Qi Bao, feeling guilty, played along. "Oh, is that what happened? Thank you, Izay. I only remember feeling dizzy and collapsing. I don't know what happened after that. It's all thanks to you." Li Ziming, noticing the evasiveness in her eyes, chose not to press the matter. "If you don't remember, then let it be." He quickly moved on to the more pressing issue. "Weren't you meeting with young Master Jean today to discuss business? Why did this happen? Was it young Master Jean?" Qi Bao, never one to hide things from the boy, said frankly, "Don't worry. It has nothing to do with young Master Jean, but someone definitely tried to set me up. You should be investigating who's behind it right now. Aze, you still have class. I've taken up so much of your time today. Won't your teacher scold you? I'm fine now. You should head back. I can go to Tranquil Garden by myself." Li Ziming insisted it was unnecessary. He had already asked his teacher for leave before leaving. As he spoke, he removed his cloak and draped it over Qi Bao. The handsome youth's movements were gentle and meticulous. His warm breath brushed against Qi Bao's face, making her heart skip a beat. So young, and already such a charmer, she thought. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Seeing this, Li Ziming grew concerned. "Why are your cheeks red again? Has the drug's effect not worn off yet?" Qi Bao masked her embarrassment with a bright smile. No. You seem to have grown taller recently. It's a little cold. Let's go back." Qi Bao's attempt to change the subject seemed to work. Li Ziming, a hint of amusement in his eyes, helped her down the mountain. He had already ordered his white tiger to hide, There were secrets he couldn't reveal yet. Otherwise, with Qi Bao's intelligence, she might easily guess his involvement in the Majestic Fortress incident. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant in Jingyang Town, Jin Yuan had summoned Physician Han to examine all the food on the table. Several people knelt on the floor, their faces etched with anxiety. Their lives were potentially on the line. Young master, the drug was likely slipped into these dishes. It dissolves upon contact with heat or water. It seems it was added after the food was prepared. This pointed suspicion towards the chef and the waiter. Jin Yuan turned to them, demanding, "Do you have anything to say for yourselves?" The chef and waiter pleaded their innocence. "Young master, it truly wasn't me. I'm responsible for so many dishes. How could I remember the specific dishes for the private room and manage to drug them precisely? Young master, I'm wrongly accused. My entire family depends on me. I would never do anything to harm the establishment. I am truly innocent." Manager Luo stepped forward. "Young master, we've searched everyone in the kitchen. We haven't found any traces of the drug powder." Jin Yuan remained unmoved by their pleas. He had to get answers for his savior. Based on Physician Han's description of the drug's effects, he realized it wasn't meant for him, but for Qi Bao. His face darkened. "Beside the two of you, who else touched this food? If you don't confess, I'll have you thrown in jail and tortured." The terrified waiter suddenly remembered something. "Young master, I had a bout of diarrhea today. Another waiter saw me struggling and offered to deliver the dishes. It must have been him, but I was in such a rush to the latrine that I didn't notice his face. He wore a uniform, but he was quite burly, not like someone who works here." Jin Yuan pondered this. Could it be the Bai family's green gang? Miss Fu had mentioned the Bai family's covetous desire for the fragrant do business and their previous attempts to harm her family. Just then, the guard Jin Yuan sent to find Qi Bao returned. "Young master, the Li family said Miss Fu hasn't returned. I've searched the entire town, but I can't find her." Jin Yuan paled. She had left while still under the influence of a drug. What if she encountered danger? He couldn't bear the thought. He immediately ordered all his guards to search for Qi Bao. They had to find her, no matter what. While Jin Yuan anxiously searched for Qi Bao, a simple ox cart slowly entered Jingyang Town. Qi Bao was also pondering who wanted to harm her. Or perhaps she was merely collateral damage in a plot against Jin Yuan. Could it be the Bai family eyeing the fragrant do business? She needed to warn Jin Yuan. Suddenly, Li Zeming spoke. Does that fragrant do business have to continue? Qi Bao zet ponde instinquito. Of course, how else would we earn money? Besides, the Jin family has considerable power in Jingyang Town. With them as our backing, we don't have to worry about being framed. She only realized what she had said after the words left her mouth. She stammered, looking at Li Ziming. "What did you just call me?" Li Ziming looked at her with an innocent, slightly confused expression. "Bao, do you not like me calling you that? What should I call you then? Wife or madam?" Qi Bao, remembering her earlier impulsive kiss, blushed crimson. Coughing to cover her embarrassment, she blurted out, "And no, you should still call me sister." Li Ziming pressed further. "Why? You're clearly younger than me. And aren't I your child groom? We'll get married in the future." The boy's innocent persistence made Qi Bao facepalm. This silly child, had he forgotten he was free now? "Aze, your contract of servitude has been destroyed. You're a registered citizen now, not a child groom. Besides, that was the previous Fu Qi Bao who wanted to bind you. I won't disregard your wishes and humiliate you like she did. You're free. Definitely not a child groom." Logically, someone should be happy to have their status elevated and be treated with respect. But Li Ziming seemed dejected. "Do you want to get rid of me? Is that why you won't acknowledge my identity? Are you abandoning me?" Seeing the boy's crestfallen expression, Qi Bao's heart ached. She quickly shook her head in denial. "No, how could I possibly send you away? Aze, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant." She grabbed his hand, her resolve firm. "Don't worry, my home is your home. As long as you're willing, we can always live together. I will absolutely not send you away." Li Ziming gazed deeply into her eyes, asking, "Really?" He looked as if he might die on the spot if she gave him a negative answer. Seeing his expression, Qi Bao anxiously raised her index finger. "I, Fu Qi Bao, swear I will absolutely not abandon Li Ziming." At this, Li Ziming grasped her hand, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. He was so beautiful it was hard to look away. "I believe you, Bao." Qi Bao felt a pang in her heart. A confused look crossed her face. She had a nagging feeling she'd been played. This child, so young and already so cunning, she wondered. Oh well, she thought. Bauer is better than wife, at least. Less embarrassing. When Chi Bao swore she wouldn't abandon him, Li Ziming felt a surge of protectiveness. He wanted to give her everything. Bauer, if you want money, I can give it to you. I can find many precious medicinal herbs in Blissful Mountain. We don't need to do business with the Jean family. I can support you for the rest of your life. Chi Bao's heart warmed at his words, but she shook her head. No, those are yours. I can't take them. And the herbs on Blissful Mountain aren't inexhaustible. I can earn my own money. I don't need to ask others for it. Besides, I need a lot of money, so I can help those in need. Have you forgotten? I'm a little fairy. Fairies have to do good deeds to ascend to heaven. Knowing he couldn't change her mind, Li Ziming dropped the subject. He silently vowed to become stronger faster, so Chi Bao could rely on him. But the most important thing right now was to find the person who dared to drug and harm her. By now, the ox cart had returned to the restaurant where they had met with Jin Yuan. The restaurant manager and Jin Yuan's guards were overjoyed to see Chi Bao, practically weeping with relief. The restaurant was saved. Young master, Miss Fu has returned, the manager shouted, rushing to greet her. My dear Miss Fu, you're finally back. Any later, and young Master Jin would have torn this place down. Jin Yuan hurried downstairs. Seeing Chi Bao looking normal, with no signs of distress, he breathed a huge sigh of relief. Miss Fu, you're all right. I was so worried. Quick, let Physician Han examine you. That drug isn't good for you. You need treatment immediately. He reached for her hand, but grasped only air. He looked up to see a handsome young man standing protectively in front of Chi Bao. The youth's cold gaze was wary and sharp. This was Li Ziming's first real encounter with Jin Yuan. Chi Bao had intentionally kept them apart during Jin Yuan's previous visit to the Fu residence. Seemingly oblivious to the tension, Jin Yuan, his eyes wide with an almost childlike wonder, blurted out, Celestial's sister, who are you? What's your name? Where do you live? Li Ziming scowled, taking 2 steps back. He thought to himself, clearly, the last dunking wasn't enough for this guy. The others present were stunned. They hadn't expected Jin Yuan, the imposing young master, to act like a love-struck fool. The protective Chi Bao coughed lightly to steer the conversation back on track. He's with me, young Master Jin. What are you doing? Now is the time to discuss serious matters. Shouldn't you give me an explanation for what happened today? Jin Yuan, realizing his gaffe, quickly apologized. I'm so sorry. It's just that this young man bears a striking resemblance to an old friend. I was being presumptuous. As a precaution, Chi Bao softly told Li Ziming to return to the academy. She would find him later. Li Ziming obediently nodded and turned to leave. Jin Yuan watched the young man's retreating figure with longing. Why is he leaving already? I still have so much to say, he thought. But seeing Chi Bao's disapproving glare, he collected himself. Li Ziming, however, didn't actually return to the academy. Reaching a corner and ensuring he was unseen, he leaped onto the restaurant's roof. He heard Jin Yuan say to Chi Bao, I'm truly sorry about what happened today, Miss Fu. I've questioned everyone in the restaurant. Someone deliberately disguised themselves as a waiter and slipped the drug into the food. All we know is that the person has a fleshy growth on their left hand. I've sent my family to search for them. I've also notified the authorities, and they'll conduct a citywide search. Don't worry. I won't leave Jingyang Town until we find this person. I won't let you be put in danger again. I'm so sorry, Miss Fu. It's all my fault that you were dragged into this. He added, you should really let Physician Han examine you. Because of the wooden spirit tree, Chi Bao knew she was fine. She smiled and replied, that's not necessary. I'm already all right. Please don't worry, young master. I'll leave the matter of finding the culprit to young Master Jin. You needn't blame yourself. This wasn't something you could have foreseen. I also wanted to know if the perpetrator was targeting you or me, which is why I returned after escaping to warn you. Since the culprit hasn't been found yet, I'll take my leave now. Just send someone to inform me when you have news. Take care, young Master Jin. Meanwhile, in a dark alley, Fu Lihua handed a bag of silver to the man with the fleshy growth on his hand. Here's the other half of the payment. Leave the city and hide. Don't show your face for a while. The man weighed the silver in his hand and grinned. Thank you, Mississippi. I appreciate your patronage. Fully was nird inwardly. There won't be a next time. If it weren't for this matter, I wouldn't be caught dead dealing with the likes of you. She couldn't wait to return and watch the show. If little Aunt becomes young Master Jin's concubine, it wouldn't be a bad outcome. She was eager to see Qi Bao weeping over the loss of her virtue. Back at the restaurant, Jin Yuan grew increasingly restless. Could there really be someone in this world who looks so much like the celestial maiden in the painting? He ordered his guards, follow Miss Fu and investigate the identity and background of that young man beside her. He recalled the time when he was 10 years old, confined to the ancestral hall as punishment for his mischief. As soon as his father left, he'd set his sights on the offering apples. While reaching for one, he accidentally knocked over an unmarked tablet. A scroll painting fell out. Curious, he unfurled it and discovered the portrait of a breathtakingly beautiful woman he'd never seen before. The tablets in the Jin family's ancestral hall all belonged to direct descendants and their spouses and children. Jin Yuan had always been curious about the identity of the unmarked tablet, but he'd never found an answer. He never expected to meet someone who bore such a striking resemblance to the celestial maiden in the painting. Jin Yuan couldn't believe in such a coincidence. Could it be that the celestial maiden also had ancestral roots in Jingyang town, and this young man is her descendant? The next day, Li Ziming accompanied Qi Bao to the Li family home. Have there been any leads from the Jin family? He asked. Qi Bao replied, they found a lead on the person who drugged me, but Jin Yuan's had some bad luck. Apparently, his horse was startled and he fell, breaking his leg. I heard about it this morning when I went to Jin Yutang to deliver the fragrant dew. Li Ziming's lips curled into a smile, but he said nothing. Jin Yuan's injury was his doing. How dare he stare at my bower after putting her in danger and call her celestial sister? He considered himself lenient. Qi Bao, noticing his silence, asked, Aze, what are you thinking about? Li Ziming quickly adopted an innocent expression. Nothing. I'm just glad you're all right. Arriving at the Li residence, Mrs. Li was surprised to see them. Little sister, what brings you here? Qi Bao smiled and offered her the snack she'd bought. I had some business in town that kept me. I'll be imposing on you today, sister-in-law. Mrs. Li, now filled with both affection and admiration for Qi Bao, welcomed her in. Stay as long as you like. Li Hua is back too. Go and find her. She then turned and called into the house. Li Hua, Qi Bao is here. Inside, Fu Li Hua's face lit up at the news. Let me see what that defiled woman looks like now. But seeing no trace of compromise on Qi Bao, her smile froze. How is this possible? Shouldn't she be looking haggard, brought back by young Master Jin to discuss becoming his concubine? The soul-snatching powder is potent. She's completely unharmed, and she's back with Li Ziming. What went wrong? Did Huer fail? But that shouldn't be. Something definitely happened at the fragrant pavilion yesterday. Young Master Jin even closed the place down. Suppressing her turbulent emotions, she decided to probe Qi Bao. Feigning a shy and delighted expression, she approached her. Little Aunt, what brings you here today? Qi Bao simply replied, I had some business that kept me. I'll be staying in town for a few days. Fu Li Hua continued her probing. What kind of business? I heard from 6th uncle and 6th aunt that you were discussing business with young Master Jin. Did something go wrong with the deal? Qi Bao, instinctively concealing the events of the previous night, replied casually, not at all. It's just that young Master Jin had some bad luck. He was thrown from his horse and broke his leg. It'll probably be a while before he can leave. I still have some business details to discuss with him, so I'll have to wait until he recovers. Hearing this, Fu Li Hua feigned concern. Little Aunt, would it be too presumptuous of me to visit young Master Jin? After all, everyone knows now that I wasn't the one who truly saved him. Qi Bao, always considerate of her younger relative's feelings, replied, It's all right if you want to go. You and young Master Jin faced life and death together at Blackwind Stronghold, after all. Fu Li Hua looked at Qi Bao with gratitude and delight. Really? Thank you, little aunt. I'll go to the Jin residence tomorrow then. Meanwhile, Li Ziming observed Fu Li Hua's delicate and affected mannerisms, a thoughtful expression on his face. This woman clearly loathes Bauer, yet she pretends to be so innocent. What is her motive? And she keeps trying to ingratiate herself with me. What does she want from me? Behind him, Fu Li Hua expertly concealed her boundless ambition and desires beneath a veneer of gentle affability. At least Qi Bao hadn't noticed. The straightforward woman was intent on ruining herself, yet she hadn't fooled Li Ziming. In some ways, Li Ziming and Fu Lihua were the same. They would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. But what Li Ziming couldn't understand was why Fu Lihua, who clearly loathed Qi Bao, continued to feign innocence. He himself had no status, money, or power, yet Fu Lihua still fawned over him. Why? He wasn't worried, though. If she had an ulterior motive, she would eventually reveal it. During lunch, Qi Bao watched Fu Lihua diligently serve Li Ziming, her face alight with joy. For some reason, a tightness constricted Qi Bao's chest. She also found it strange. Li Hua, who had once shifted the blame for pushing the original Qi Bao onto the innocent Li Ziming, was now so attentive to him. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? It made sense. Li Ziming was handsome. What young woman wouldn't be attracted to him? Even Qi Bao, with her older soul, found herself smitten. But Li Ziming was her child groom. Wasn't Li Hua's behavior inappropriate? Qi Bao pouted, feeling the frustration of a farmer whose carefully cultivated cabbage had been ravaged by a wild boar. The next moment, she snapped back to reality and mentally berated herself. Li Ziming was now a free man. He was free to like whomever he chose. But then the thought that Li Ziming hadn't shown any aversion to Li Hua's advances troubled her. Could he actually like her? The more she thought about it, the more her heart ached. She couldn't bring herself to eat another bite. Half an hour later, Qi Bao escorted Li Ziming back to his lodgings at the academy. Lost in thought, she barely registered their surroundings. Noticing her unusual quietness, Li Ziming asked, "Bauer, what are you thinking about?" Qi Bao blurted out without thinking, "I'm wondering if Li Hua likes you." Realizing she'd spoken her thoughts aloud, she quickly covered her mouth. Li Ziming's initial concern melted into a faint smile, but he feigned ignorance. Qi Bao awkwardly scratched her head. "Nothing. It's just that, Aze, you're still young. Maybe you shouldn't be thinking about romance yet." As the words left her mouth, her smile froze. This was getting more and more awkward. Li Ziming took Qi Bao's hand, gazing at her intently. With utmost sincerity, he said, "I don't like Fu Lihua. I only like you." Qi Bao froze, but didn't overthink it. She assumed the boy's like was purely platonic. His affirmation, however, dispelled her earlier unease. "Come on, let's get you back to the academy," she said, her spirits lifted. Walking behind her, Li Ziming watched her animated expression and the sparkle in her eyes, a warm light mirroring in his own. It had been worth enduring Fu Lihua's cloying attention. "Bao clearly cared, didn't she?" Meanwhile, Fu Lihua arrived at the Jean residence with a basket, feigning concern. "Young Master Jean, I heard from Little Aunt that you injured your leg. Are you all right? I'm not skilled in much, but I can sew. I made you these knee pads. Please don't dislike them." Jean Yuan, ever the gracious host, immediately put them on. "Thank you for your trouble, Miss Lihua. It's just a dislocation. I'll be fully recovered in a few days." Fu Lihua, observing Jean Yuan closely, ventured, "What happened exactly?" Little Aunt seemed rather strange when she returned yesterday. "I thought she was with you, young Master Jean." Jean Yuan initially considered telling the truth, but remembering that Qi Bao's reputation was at stake, he decided to maintain the cover-up. It was nothing serious. It's been resolved. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The young man who resembled the celestial maiden in the painting, the one who had been with Qi Bao yesterday, seemed to have a speech impediment. He recalled that Fu Lihua had wanted Physician Han to treat someone with a speech impediment. Perhaps he could inquire about it. "Miss Lihua," he began, "the young man who was with your little aunt yesterday, the strikingly handsome one, wasn't he the one you mentioned wanting Physician Han to treat for his speech impediment? I'm curious about his identity. Could you tell me about him?" Fu Lihua inwardly scoffed. It seemed the drugging hadn't worked. "I can hardly tell him he's destined to be emperor," she thought. However, Jean Yuan's interest in the young man presented an opportunity. If she could use Jean Yuan to take Li Ziming away from Jingyang town to the capital with her, wouldn't that be ideal? As long as Qi Bao was kept away from him, Li Ziming would eventually forget her. Then, she could arrange for the complete eradication of the husband's fort. The Empress's position would be hers. Feigning hesitation, she began, "Young Master Jean, are you referring to Aze? He's not actually a member of our family. My little aunt found him half a year ago on Blissful Mountain. Everyone said that with his looks, he couldn't be from an ordinary family. At the time, little aunt's face was covered in boils, and the family worried she wouldn't be able to marry. So, grandfather and grandmother took advantage of Aze's injuries and made him sign a contract to be little Ant's child groom. So, she continued, her voice laced with fabricated sympathy. He's little Ant's servant. He can't speak, and he's also quite simple-minded. He doesn't understand much. Little Ant treats him well, though. She even asked Physician Han to treat his throat, but unfortunately, it seems there's no cure. Jin Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a wealthy family do such a thing? He retained a sliver of reason, however, and didn't fully believe Fu Lihua's words. As if anticipating his skepticism, Fu Lihua quickly elaborated. Little Ant's temper worsened after her face was ruined. Aze can't speak and is frail, so he was often punished by her. Unfortunately, I have no influence and couldn't help him. But then little Ant suddenly changed, she continued. She even gave him a name and stopped hurting him. Look, now she's even sending him to school. And everyone in our family regrets how we treated him before. We're all very good to him now. To Jin Yuan, her words sounded like excuses for Qi Bao and the Fu family. He was torn between belief and doubt. After all, in the time he'd spent with Qi Bao, she hadn't seemed like a violent person. But appearances could be deceiving. Fu Lihua was her niece. She wouldn't deliberately slander her own family, would she? Aze did bear a striking resemblance to the woman in the painting. He decided to send guards to Fengtian village to investigate before drawing any conclusions. Fu Lihua, observing Jin Yuan's thoughtful expression, sneered inwardly. Go ahead and ask the villagers, she thought. It will only make you believe me more. Satisfied that her plan was working, she left the Jin residence. By evening, the guard sent to gather information returned from Fengtian village. Young master, he reported, I've inquired about the mute boy in the village. The villagers all say he was bought by the Fu family as a child groom. They say Miss Fu used to beat him every day, leaving him covered in bruises. She wouldn't even give him enough to eat, so he wouldn't have the strength to run away. She kept him in prison like that for 6 months. It wasn't until Miss Fu's face seemed to heal and her temperament changed that she started treating him well. Jin Yuan's face darkened. It seemed Fu Lihua had been telling the truth. He hadn't expected Qi Bao to be so manipulative. He even suspected that the incidents at Black Wind Stronghold and the restaurant poisoning were orchestrated by Qi Bao herself. Damn it, I've been completely fooled, he thought. If that's true, then Qi Bao must have ulterior motives for keeping that boy around. He couldn't stand idly by. He believed Li Ziming must have some connection to the celestial maiden in the painting, and perhaps even to his own family. If he could bring the young man to the capital, his family elders might be able to identify him. It was certainly better than leaving him to be abused by those who had harmed him. He immediately ordered his subordinates. Recall everyone we've sent out. There's no need to investigate the poisoning further. Send someone to the academy to bring that young man here. Don't alert anyone else. Just as Li Ziming was leaving the academy after classes, he was stopped by 2 strangers. He recognized them instantly as Jin Yuan's guards. Jin Yuan had been having him followed these past few days. He was curious to see what Jin Yuan wanted. He followed the 2 men to the Jin residence. His striking good looks caused the Jin family's maidservants to blush and giggle, barely restraining themselves from rushing forward to touch him. Jin Yuan ordered the living room doors closed, forbidding anyone from approaching, thwarting any attempts to eavesdrop or peek. Last time, Jin Yuan had only caught a glimpse of him. Today, he had the opportunity to study him carefully, his gaze fixed on Li Ziming's face, his expression filled with excitement. It's really him. He looks just like her, he thought. Li Ziming glared at him with a cold, sharp look. Jin Yuan quickly averted his scrutinizing gaze. Your name is Li Ziming, isn't it? Please have a seat. I apologize. I was being rude. I've asked you here today to inquire about your background. Jin Yuan, misled by Fu Lihua's lies, believed Qi Bao to be a manipulative and wicked woman. Coupled with the matter of the celestial maiden in the painting, he suspected a connection between Li Ziming and Qi Bao, prompting him to summon the young man. I've heard you're not from Jingyang town, Jin Yuan began, that you drifted here from elsewhere and were taken in by the Fu family against your will, and that they haven't treated you well. To be frank, you bear a striking resemblance to someone I once knew. Do you remember who you are? I can help you leave the Fu family and travel to the capital to search for your relatives. Even if you don't find your family, you can stay in the capital with the Jin family. Don't worry, I have no ulterior motives. The first time I saw you, I was astonished. I've never seen 2 people so alike. I suspect there might be a blood relation between you and the person I knew. The Fu family is truly despicable, treating you like this, keeping you as a child groom. Don't worry, I'll demand your contract from them. They won't be able to humiliate you any longer. Li Ziming remained unmoved by Jin Yuan's impassioned speech, his expression growing colder. For him, going to the capital to search for his family was equivalent to walking into a trap, a death sentence. Jin Yuan, after his long and fervent speech, was met with silence. He finally realized his oversight. "I forgot you can't speak," he muttered. He immediately ordered someone to bring Li Ziming paper and a brush. Li Ziming quickly picked up the brush and wrote down a few questions. After all, the answers would determine how many people he would have to kill to eliminate any future threats. "Who told you about the Fu family, the child groom, and the contract? Who is this person you know that I resemble?" Wanting Li Ziming to trust him, Jin Yuan explained everything. "I sent people to Fengtian village to inquire. Yesterday, I also asked Fu Lihua, and she admitted it herself. You mustn't be swayed by her sudden change in attitude and forgive her easily. Fu Lihua even tried to cover for her, speaking well of her. As for the person you resemble, I don't know their identity. There's only a portrait of them enshrined in my family home. I believe they must have some connection to the Jin family. If you come back to the capital with me and meet my family elders, we'll surely uncover the connection between us. So, there's no need to be so guarded. I, Jin Yuan, swear to heaven that I bear you no ill will." Li Ziming, listening to this, realized this fool had been played by Fu Lihua and was completely oblivious. He wrote another line on the paper. "Did you tell Fu Lihua about me?" Jin Yuan hastily shook his head. "No, I haven't spoken to anyone else about you. I understand the gravity of the situation." Li Ziming breathed a sigh of relief. He thought, thankfully, he's not completely stupid. There's still hope. He wrote another passage. "The Fu family has already returned my contract of servitude. I'm a free man. I'm staying here to handle personal matters. Qi Bao hasn't mistreated or humiliated me. Fu Lihua is not trustworthy. She once tried to frame me and has ulterior motives. I advise you to keep your distance from her. I know my own identity and origins. Going to the capital would put my life in danger. If you truly want to help me, don't tell anyone you've seen me." Looking at what was written, Jin Yuan felt his brain struggling to keep up. Fu Lihua and the villagers said Qi Bao was a bad person, but Li Ziming claimed she was good and Fu Lihua was the bad one. With Li Ziming's imposing presence, he didn't seem like someone easily deceived. Could he, Jin Yuan, be the meddling fool? Unable to make sense of it, he decided to let it go. "It seems he doesn't need my help," Jin Yuan thought. "The countryside is too complicated. I'd best return home." He gave a wry smile and cupped his hands. "I apologize for my rashness. Rest assured, I'll keep our encounter a secret." Li Ziming lit the pieces of paper, watching them turn to ash before turning to leave. Having dealt with the troublesome Jin Yuan, his heart was still uneasy. He would return to the capital one day, but not now. He lacked the strength and power. For now, biding his time and concealing his true abilities was the best strategy. Meanwhile, in a gambling den, Qi Bao's fifth elder brother, Fu Wujiang, was back, gambling recklessly. Behind a curtain, two pairs of eyes watched him. "Is that him?" "Yes, that's Fu Wujiang. His family recently came into a large sum of money. A fat sheep like him, it would be a shame not to fleece him." Lost in the thrill of gambling, Fu Wujiang was unaware he had become the gambling den's next target. On the contrary, he was elated. His luck, usually terrible, had been phenomenal these past few days. He had not only won back all the money he owed, but also made a profit of over 80 taels. He was on cloud nine, dreaming of winning a fortune, buying a house in town, and opening a shop. However, a few days later, his luck turned. He lost more than he won. In the end, he borrowed heavily from the gambling den, only to lose it all. That's when the gambling den's owner, young Master Zhao, made his appearance, ready to collect. He had his burly thugs restrain Fu Wujiang. Slamming the IOU on the table, he said, "Fu Wujiang, this is the 1,000 taels you owe from last night. You know our rules. You have 7 days to repay. Otherwise, you'll pay with your life." Looking at the document, Fu Wujiang finally sobered up, his body trembling with fear. He had unknowingly borrowed 1,000 taels. Even if he sold all his nieces, it wouldn't be enough. He stumbled out of the gambling den, his face a mask of terror and despair. Where am I going to get 1,000 taels? Lost in his despair, Fu Wujiang heard crying. He looked up and saw a familiar gambler dragging a weeping, handsome young boy into the Lucky Fortune gambling den. A few thugs standing by the entrance were gossiping. It's a tragedy. Fatty Wong is inhuman. He's even willing to sell his own son. The boy's only 13 and so delicate. Manager Zhao loves these fresh young boys. He'll pay over 1,000 taels for one. They're usually broken within half a month. But those poor families still eagerly send their children over. Fu Wujiang, always selfish and opportunistic, suddenly had an idea. His younger sister's child groom was exceptionally beautiful. If he offered him to Manager Zhao, his 1,000-tael debt would be wiped clean. With this thought, he immediately contacted the gambling den and went to the academy gates to wait for Li Ziming, intending to kidnap him. One of the thugs asked suspiciously, Fu Wujiang, is your nephew really as good-looking as you say? Is he worth 1,000 taels? If you're trying to trick us, you'll suffer the consequences. He'd barely finished speaking when Fu Wujiang shouted, Here he comes. The two thugs followed his gaze, their eyes widening in unison. Holy moly, Fu Wujiang, is that really your nephew? With beauty like that, Manager Zhao would gladly pay 5,000 taels, let alone 1,000. Looks like you've struck gold this time. Hearing their words, Fu Wujiang's heart settled. He let out a sinister chuckle. Feigning worry and fear, he rushed towards Li Ziming. It's terrible. Qi Bao was hit by a carriage in the street and has fainted. I've already called a doctor. Come quickly. Even though Li Ziming, ever vigilant and aloof, suspected a trap, he couldn't risk ignoring the possibility that Qi Bao was truly hurt. He nodded and followed Fu Wujiang to an alley. Fu Wujiang, urging him forward, said, It's just here. Qi Bao was knocked down by a carriage in this alley. I carried her into this courtyard. She kept calling your name while unconscious. Go in and see her. Li Ziming, playing along, pushed open the courtyard gate. He hurried inside. The thugs, lying in wait, expertly covered his mouth. Another thug quickly bound Li Ziming's hands with rope. What a prize! Fu Wujiang, you're going to be rich. We'll go get Manager Zhao to see this beauty right away. They handed Fu Wujiang some aphrodisiac. This is to help things along. To prevent him from resisting, make him take this. He won't even have the strength to struggle. Manager Zhao will have his way with him. Fu Wujiang grinned lewdly. All right, leave it to me. The two thugs hurried off to fetch their manager. As soon as they left, Fu Lihua emerged from around the corner. She was planning to stage a heroic rescue. Fu Wujiang, left behind, felt a pang of hunger. He figured Manager Zhao wouldn't arrive for a while, and with Li Ziming securely tied up, there was no chance of escape. He decided to grab a bite to eat first. He snatched Li Ziming's money pouch. Qi Bao is really something, giving you so much money. You won't be needing this anymore, so I might as well spend it. As soon as Fu Wujiang left, Li Ziming used his inner strength to snap the ropes. He took out a detoxifying pill and swallowed it, sneering inwardly. Fu Wujiang, you haven't given up, have you? You think such a base drug can affect me? I was going to spare you for Qi Bao's sake, but you insisted on provoking me. Now, I have no reason to hold back. He was about to break free when the gates suddenly opened. He quickly feigned being tied up. He looked up and saw Fu Lihua. Eze, are you all right? I'll untie you right away. Fu Lihua rushed to his side and cut the ropes with a small knife. I saw you go off with fifth uncle and followed out of curiosity. I never expected to see him tie you up. Don't worry, Eze, I won't let him hurt you. She took Li Ziming's hand and pulled him toward the exit. Just as they reached the doorway, they bumped into Fu Wujiang returning. Lihua, you wretched girl, how dare you ruin my plans? To solidify her act of heroism, Fu Lihua shielded Li Ziming with her body. Eze, run. I'll hold him off. She turned back, only to find Li Ziming had vanished. I risked my life to save you, and you just ran away? Is your heart made of stone? Li Ziming had seen through Fu Lihua's false concern from the start. He never believed for a second that someone would conveniently appear to rescue him. It was far too coincidental. She had likely been watching for a while. Meanwhile, Fu Wujiang slapped Fu Lihua to the ground. You little wretch. He got away. I'll sell you to a brothel. You'll fetch a good price there. The stinging pain on her face ignited Fu Lihua's resentment from her past life. You already sold me once in my previous life. This is what you owe me. Now it's time to collect. She scrambled to her feet and plunged a dagger into Fu Wujiang's stomach. He let out a shriek of disbelief. He collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. Just then, the gambling den's thugs returned. Seeing the scene, they immediately gave chase. Fu Lihua quickly caught up to the limping Li Ziming. Suppressing her anger, she was determined to capture the young man no matter what. She put on an anxious expression. Aze, fifth uncle has sent the gambling den's men after us. We have to run. If they catch us, the consequences will be dire. We can't go back to the Li family. We need to find somewhere they don't know to hide. Ignoring Li Ziming's wishes, she dragged him along. Li Ziming knew she had an ulterior motive. He played along, curious to see what she was planning. For this charade of a heroic rescue, defying her uncle and fleeing the gambling den's thugs, she was clearly risking her life. Yet, it did nothing to allay Li Ziming's suspicion. At this point, she was practically dragging Li Ziming along as they fled, and he didn't resist. He wanted to see what she was up to. After rounding a corner, they arrived at the back gate of a house. Fu Lihua took out a key and opened it. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. This is a house I bought myself. I used the reward money young Master Jean gave me, along with the earnings from the large embroidered screen I recently finished, to buy it. Currently, only my parents and I know about this place. Don't worry, those men won't find us here. Fu Lihua led Li Ziming to a bedroom and bolted the door. She noticed that Li Ziming's expression was finally no longer its usual icy coldness, the one that kept everyone at arm's length. A surge of joy welled up inside her. He was drugged earlier, she thought. This time, I'm sure to succeed. She sat down beside him and put on a worried expression. Aze, fifth uncle owes money to the Zhao family, the head of the Green Gang. It's said that their heir has unconventional tastes. Now that he knows about you, he won't let you go. I'm afraid we can't stay in Jingyang town any longer. Aze, don't be afraid. I'll take you away from here. I can plead with young Master Jean to take you with him to the capital. Then the Zhaos won't be able to harm you. Li Ziming deliberately feigned hesitation. Fu Lihua's heart leaped with joy. It's working. All this effort wasn't in vain. She took Li Ziming's hand, intending to place it on her chest, leaning closer and closer. By the way, Aze, those men said you were drugged. What kind of drug was it? Is it serious? Are you feeling unwell? Li Ziming finally couldn't endure it any longer. From his fingertips, he flicked a fine powder. Fu Lihua's gaze instantly became vacant, like a puppet devoid of consciousness. He immediately stood up and questioned her. What are you trying to do? Fu Lihua subconsciously revealed her inner thoughts. I need to gain your trust. While you're drugged, I'll become your woman. My whole family is in town celebrating Li Shi's 30th birthday. I've already arranged for Grandma and the others to come here. When they see us like this, they'll force us to marry. Suppressing his murderous intent, Li Ziming continued his questioning. So everything that happened today was orchestrated by you? Fu Lihua responded, yes. I told the gambling den about you. I used Fu Wujiang. This was the only way to create an opportunity to make you hate the Fu family even more, so you would see my kindness and leave with me. Just then, a knock came from the door. Lihua, open the door. It's Mother and Grandma. Are you in there? Li Ziming had intended to leave, but he suddenly stopped, deciding to play along. He continued to question Fu Lihua. Did you have anything to do with drugging Fu Qi Bao and Jin Yuan at the pleasure house? Outside, Fu Lihua's mother had already used a spare key to open the door. Beaming, she led old Chen Shi and the others inside. Suddenly, they heard Fu Lihua's maniacal laughter coming from the bedroom. Yes, I did it. I personally bought the soul-snatching powder. Only if Fu Qi Bao became Jin Yuan's woman, would you no longer be a child groom and be free to be mine. It's a pity that that idiot, couldn't even handle such a simple task. That drug could have made Fu Qi Bao infertile for life. If he had taken it, I wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble manipulating Fu Wujiang into incurring a 1,000-tael gambling debt and having him capture you. Do you know how much effort I put in just to gain your trust? Hearing these words, old Chen Shi flew into a rage. You shameless hussy, break down the door. With a loud crash, the door was kicked open. They saw Fu Lihua, her clothes half torn, attempting to rip Li Ziming's clothes off. Li Ziming's eyes were filled with tears, his hands still bound with rope. After a moment of stunned silence, old Chen Shi slapped Fu Lihua across the face, dragging her out into the courtyard to be interrogated. Fu Lihua, finally regaining her senses from the stinging pain, was met with old Chen Shi's fury. The thought of her precious granddaughter almost being violated filled her with a murderous rage. You shameless creature, lusting after your own aunt's man, forcing yourself on him, drugging her to ruin her reputation and manipulating your fifth uncle into a 1,000-tael gambling debt. The Fu family raised you, and this is how you repay us? You want to destroy our entire family. You vicious, heartless girl. Fu Lihua was completely bewildered. How could this be? She thought. These were secrets I kept buried deep inside, things I would never utter aloud. Why did I blurt everything out? And for the Fu family to hear it all. Who interfered with my plan? She looked up at the only other person in the room, Li Ziming's previously innocent and harmless expression. Upon meeting Fu Lihua's gaze, instantly turned cold, a sneer playing on his lips. In that moment, a wave of terror washed over Fu Lihua. She had always considered herself superior, armed with the knowledge of her past life. But she had been played from the very beginning. He had seen through everything. He truly is the man destined to unite the world, she thought. Fu Lihua underestimated you. Unable to bear his gaze any longer, she kowtowed to old Chen Shi, begging for mercy. Grandma, I was wrong. I was blinded by my desires. I would never do such a shameless thing. Please, forgive me this once. I did drug Aunt Chi Bao, but she didn't take it. She's completely fine. Just then, the second and third sons arrived with 2 pieces of bad news. It turned out that Fu Lihua had stabbed Fu Wujiang. While the wound looked frightening, it was superficial and would heal in a couple of days. Initially, 6th uncle had taken Fu Wujiang in to recover. However, the debt collector showed up at Li Shi's house, causing a commotion. Chi Bao ended up paying off Fu Wujiang's 1,000-tael gambling debt. Then, unbelievably, Fu Wujiang snatched Chi Bao's purse and ran. Old Master Fu was so furious he fainted, and Chi Bao was now arranging for him to be taken to a medical clinic. Old Chen Shi was even more enraged upon hearing this. That scoundrel, Old Five. How could our Fu family raise 2 such monstrous individuals? Old Five being stabbed is his own fault. From now on, Old Five has nothing to do with the Fu family. I disown him as my son. Old Chen Shi's fury was even more intense towards the true culprit, Fu Lihua. After all the hard work we put in to improve our lives, you wretched girl, have ruined everything. Old Chen Shi declared. Second son, Lihua's reputation is tarnished beyond repair. We can't keep her here. After a while, find some remote mountain village and marry her off. From now on, consider her disowned. Fu Lihua's dreams were shattered. She knew that if she were married off to a mountain village, her life would be over. No, she protested loudly. Grandma, please, don't marry me off to just anyone. I can embroider. If I'm married off, I won't be able to earn money. Fu Lihua's venomous nature had already chilled old Chen Shi's heart. Her refusal was absolute. Your money is a curse. We, the Fu family, dare not accept it. Drugging and framing others, colluding with gambling dens to harm your own family, and even stabbing your 5th uncle. We're already showing mercy by not handing you over to the authorities. Even though Fu Lihua kowtowed until her head bled, she couldn't change old Chen Shi's mind. She could only turn a plead with her parents. She looked at her weak and ineffectual parents whom she despised. Before her mother could even open her mouth to plead for her, old Chen Shi silenced them with a single glare. Anyone who dared to speak up would be immediately cut off from the family. The second son and his wife were too frightened to speak. After all, their daughter's actions had truly shamed them, leaving them with no face to plead for leniency. Just then, Chi Bao arrived at the house Fu Lihua had bought, her face etched with surprise. What's going on here? Seeing Chi Bao, Fu Lihua scrambled towards her as if she were a savior. And I was wrong. Please don't let them marry me off. I won't dare to do it again. Grandma listens to you the most. Please plead for me. Old Chen Shi nearly fainted from anger. You have a nerve to ask Chi Bao for help? The eldest son's wife, seeing that Chi Bao was still unaware of the situation, went over and explained everything. After hearing the truth, Chi Bao fell silent. She knew Fu Lihua was scheming, but she never imagined she could be so malicious. Ignoring Fu Lihua, she walked towards Li Ziming. Seeing the marks on his wrists, her heart ached. Eze, are you all right? Li Ziming's heart swelled with warmth. Despite hearing about everything that had happened, Chi Bao's first concern was for his well-being. He shook his head with a small smile, indicating he was fine. Only then did Chi Bao turned back to Fu Lihua. Lihua, did you really do all this? Fearing that Qi Bao might be swayed, old Chinshi quickly interjected. I, along with your sisters-in-law, heard everything with our own ears. We also saw her forcing herself on Aze. She admitted to everything herself. Qi Bao didn't respond, her gaze fixed on Fu Lihua. Lihua, I want you to tell me yourself. Yes or no? At this point, Fu Lihua was no longer afraid. She vented all her resentment in a single breath. Aunt, you have everything. Someone like you can be loved and cherished. Why? Why don't I deserve anything? I have desires too. I just wanted a fair chance. Is that wrong? Having received Fu Lihua's answer, Qi Bao stated her own position. Striving for something isn't wrong. However, Aze is not an object, but a person. He's a free man. If you liked him, you could have pursued him openly. I wouldn't have stopped you. But you shouldn't resort to such unscrupulous methods to harm others for your own selfish desires. Wrongdoing deserves punishment. How can one repay virtue with resentment? I won't forgive others without limits anymore. She then turned to old Chinshi. Mother, Jin Yuan was also implicated in the drugging incident. You need to give him an explanation. I have nothing more to say. You decide her punishment. Old Chinshi immediately made her decision. Second and third son's wives, take this unfilial wretch to the Jin residence to apologize. Then tie her up and throw her in the pigsty until she's married off. The venomous woman, despite all her scheming and even resorting to drugging and forced intimacy, ended up utterly disgraced. Although Qi Bao was kind, she wasn't naive. She wanted to do business with the Jin family, and to avoid any further complications, she needed to clear up any lingering resentment Jin Yuan might have towards her. She took Fu Lihua to the Jin residence and revealed everything. Once again, under the influence of Li Ziming's drug, Fu Lihua confessed everything. I gave away money to drug the food at the restaurant. I set Aunt and young Master Jin up. There's a maid in the Jin household named Shui Yun whom I bribed. She would eavesdrop on young Master Jin and report back to me. I wanted to make young Master Jin suspicious of Aunt, so he would help me. Then I could go to the capital with Aze. That was the only way I could marry him. Hearing this with his own ears, Jin Yuan was utterly shocked. Heavens, Fu Lihua, you're insane. Jin Yuan thought about how he almost believed the slander, wrongly accusing an innocent person and nearly doing a bad deed with good intentions. His face flushed with shame as he apologized to Qi Bao. I'm such a blockhead. I was completely fooled by Fu Lihua. Miss Fu, I'm so sorry. I almost misunderstood you. Old Chinshi, you truly went above and beyond for Qi Bao's reputation and innocence. Young Master Jin, regardless of anything else, it was our Fu family's failure to properly discipline Lihua, leading that wretched girl to commit such a heinous act. I know you are of noble status, young master, and we are but humble farmers. We wouldn't dare to presume. Moreover, Bauer is the apple of my eye. I couldn't bear to let her become a concubine in a wealthy household. Therefore, I had to explain this matter clearly to you, no matter what. Please, young master, don't hold it against us. Jin Yuan certainly understood the underlying meaning in old Chunshi's words. Even with his noble status, a wealthy family's daughter would never look at him. Sigh, he thought, another day of being reminded not to flatter himself. He then replied earnestly, Please rest assured, Madame Fu. In my eyes, Miss Fu is like my own younger sister. Not to mention, she's also my lifesaver. I have a proposal. I'd like to become sworn siblings with Miss Fu. We can invite the elders of our Jin family to witness the ceremony. What do you think, Madame Fu? A delighted expression immediately bloomed on old Chunshi's face. Without waiting for Qi Bao to speak, she quickly agreed. Since young Master Jin is so sincere, I, of course, think it's a wonderful idea. Li Ziming also thought the proposal was excellent. If they became sworn siblings, Jin Yuan wouldn't be able to harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards Qi Bao. It would also provide Qi Bao with the support she desired. Qi Bao didn't immediately respond to this sudden proposal of kinship. Instead, she looked at Li Ziming. Seeing the young man nod in approval, she no longer refused. With a bow, she said, Then I gratefully accept your offer. Afterwards, the group returned to Fengtian village. Fu Lihua was bound hand and foot and locked in the pigsty. Aside from her 3 meals a day, no one was allowed to help her. Li Ziming found an opportunity to sneak into the pigsty. Due to the urgency of the situation earlier, he still had several unanswered questions. He walked over and kicked Fu Lihua. Jolted by the sharp pain, Fu Lihua opened her eyes in confusion. Seeing Li Ziming, she was overjoyed. Aze, are Are you here to help me? Are you going to let me go? I knew you wouldn't be so cruel to me. Aze quickly untied me. However, she was met with an icy voice. Shut up. You don't have the right to call me that. Fu Lihua froze for a few seconds, then began to tremble with fear. You can talk. So you were pretending all along? Pretending to be mute? Pretending to be innocent and fragile? Why? Li Ziming shed all pretense, his eyes cold and dangerous. You don't have the right to ask questions. Your mouth is only for answering them. I sensed something was off about you from the very beginning. How could a peasant girl suddenly become so familiar with the underworld? You even knew about soul-snatching powder, something found only in brothels. You deliberately approached me, flattered me. What was your purpose? And why did you want me to go to the capital with you? You better tell me the truth. Fu Lihua didn't answer his questions. Instead, she poured out her resentment and sorrow. Why? Why did you suspect me when Qi Bao did the same thing? She was even crueler to you before. Don't you remember? She forced you into servitude, abused and beat you every day, making your life a living hell. It was her, wasn't it? She could flatter and get close to you. So why couldn't I? I truly liked you. I wanted to be with you. But you only saw Qi Bao. Everything I did was for you. Despite Fu Lihua's pitiful tears, Li Ziming remained indifferent. Stop pretending. It's disgusting. I can tell the difference between genuine affection and ulterior motives. Your eyes are full of ambition and desire. And unlike her, you have no genuine kindness towards me, only manipulation and selfish intent. That's the biggest difference between you two. It seems you won't tell the truth without some persuasion. You pulled out a dagger. If you don't want to talk, then let your secrets be buried with you. Fu Lihua hadn't expected this young man to be so perceptive. She had indeed only held 5 parts sincerity, believing her disguise was flawless. Still clinging to hope, she cried out, "Don't kill me. You'll regret it." Li Ziming had lost his patience. If it weren't for the fact that the truth serum couldn't be used consecutively, he wouldn't bother wasting his breath. He pressed the dagger against Fu Lihua's neck. I'd really like to see if you have the ability to make me regret anything. The dagger pierced Fu Lihua's skin and blood trickled down. Fu Lihua was terrified. She quickly confessed, Qin Kingdom. Kung Fu, your identity. I know your identity. Li Ziming withdrew the dagger, but the killing intent in his eyes deepened. Fu Lihua continued in terror. I'm reborn from 10 years in the future. I know what will happen in the next 10 years. I can help you take back everything you've lost. It's true. I'm not lying. The reason I wanted you to go to the capital is because I know you were deliberately abandoned and exiled by the Qin family. So, you'll definitely go to the capital for revenge. In the future, you'll hold immense power. And in the future, I was your wife. In my past life, Qi Bao abused you. To get revenge, you personally set fire to the entire Fu family and took her hostage. Only I helped you in the end, so you spared me. Li Ziming understood the subtle provocation in Fu Lihua's words. He let out a cold laugh. Tell me everything that will happen in the future. Then I'll consider believing you. Hearing this, Fu Lihua felt a surge of confidence, thinking she had Li Ziming under her thumb. Not so fast, he replied. I have conditions. You must first marry me as your official wife. Then kill Qi Bao. I suspect she might also be reborn and could hinder our plans. Li Ziming's gaze turned strange. No one knew better than him the true nature of the current Qi Bao, and because of these words, he changed his mind. He cut the ropes binding Fu Lihua with his dagger. Fu Lihua's heart leaped with joy. I knew you would agree. No one can refuse a wife who can predict the future and the promise of wealth and power. Then, in the next second, her smile froze. A rope tightened around her neck. She was instantly hoisted up to the beam. The feeling of suffocation washed over her as Li Ziming's cold voice echoed in her ears. Did you think knowing the future would allow you to threaten me? I'll get what I want myself. I don't need your help. Knowing my identity means you now have to die. Just then, Li Ziming heard footsteps approaching the pigsty. Seeing them nearing, he quickly darted out. The next moment, the door was pushed open. Zhang Shi, who had snuck out in the middle of the night to bring her daughter food, saw the figure hanging from the beam. She screamed in terror, waking the entire Fu family. Being a mother after all, she quickly snapped out of her shock and rushed forward to cut Fu Lihua down. Lihua, don't scare your mother. Wake up. You can't die. You foolish child. It's better to live a wretched life than to die. Why would you hang yourself? The Fu family stared in disbelief at the body in Zhang Shi's arms. The eldest daughter-in-law couldn't believe it. Lihua actually hanged herself? How could she be so foolish? It was just a marriage proposal, not a big deal. Was it worth this? Qi Bao stepped forward, hoping to check if there was still a breath left. Perhaps she could find a way to save her. Zhang Shi, filled with resentment and hostility, pushed Qi Bao away. Don't touch my Li Hua. Get away. All of you get away. You drove Li Hua to her death. You killed her. She did wrong, but she paid for it with her life. Are you satisfied now? Seeing this, Qi Bao stopped, feeling dejected. Li Ziming stood silently behind her, his face full of heartache. This woman deserves to die, he thought darkly. Her existence will be your downfall. I won't allow her to hurt you, so don't grieve for her. Fu Lao Er suddenly spoke, addressing old Chen Shi. Mother, Li Hua's a girl. She can't be buried in the ancestral tomb. And since she wasn't married, she can't be buried in her husband's family tomb either. I want to bury her on the slope below Jiao Mountain. Old Chen Shi knew that anything she said now would only provoke the second branch of the family. She waved her hand wearily. Let the dead rest. Let them handle it. Do as you wish with Li Hua's burial. We won't interfere. Heart-wrenching cries echoed from the pigsty, and Fu Li Hua began her deceptive path of revenge. Qi Bao felt something was amiss about Li Hua's death. Fu Li Hua wasn't someone who would easily give up on life. She had been begging not to be married off just that day, and the matter hadn't even been settled. Yet, she committed suicide that night. It all felt strange, but Qi Bao couldn't put her finger on it. Regardless of the truth, Fu Li Hua's death and Zhang Shi's accusations left Qi Bao feeling uneasy. Li Ziming instinctively hid his dark thoughts and comforted her gently. It's not your fault. She chose to end her own life. There's nothing we can do now. She's been laid to rest. Qi Bao sighed. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Even with lingering doubts, she could only let it go. She was more worried about Li Ziming's safety. That gambling den is Zhao's business. I heard that young master Zhao has unusual preferences. The thugs at the gambling den saw your face. I don't think they'll give up on you, Aze. Stay in Fengtian village for a while to avoid the limelight. Don't go to the academy for now. Li Ziming nuda ubadianli. Okay, I've already memorized the 4 books and 5 classics by heart anyway. I don't want to take the imperial exams. Continuing to stay at the academy isn't very useful. Actually, I'm more interested in medicine. Jiao Mountain happens to have countless herbs. I want to stay here and study them. Hearing this, Qi Bao finally smiled. Then I'll think of a way to find some medical books for you to read. Whatever you like, whatever you want to do, I'll support you. Inwardly, she thought, Aze can't hide like this forever. Should I just exchange for cosmetics from the system and have Aze practice making himself look uglier? Several months later, the fragrance shop Qi Bao and Jin Yuan collaborated unofficially opened in Jinyang Town. Named National Beauty Heavenly Fragrance, the refreshing scent drifted from the shop, immediately attracting many people to investigate. This is a newly opened fragrance shop. The scent inside is so elegant. Isn't this clearly meant to compete with the Bai family's Imperial Grace Pavilion? Isn't it? I heard that the Jin family is backing this new shop. Look, that's the magistrate's son and daughter. They've come to show their support. The carriage stopped at the entrance of National Beauty Heavenly Fragrance. The magistrate's son, his face fully healed, had dragged his younger sister along to show his gratitude to Qi Bao. Stepping into the shop, Fang Mingwei was immediately captivated by the vibrant floral decorations. The magistrate's son took out a bottle of fragrance due he had pre-ordered for his sister and handed it over. This is your favorite jasmine scent. No one else has it. Try it. Fang Mingwei, accustomed to using products from Imperial Grace Pavilion, dabbed a bit on her hand tentatively. Unexpectedly, numerous butterflies were drawn to her, instantly making her the center of attention. Basking in the gasps and compliments, she felt incredibly pleased. Witnessing the magical effect of the fragrance dew, those who had been hesitant now jostled to get inside. Even a high price of 50 taels of silver per bottle didn't deter the enthusiastic shoppers. Almost everyone bought at least 2 bottles. Watching the bustling scene from the second floor, Jin Yuan was stunned. He stared in disbelief at the swirling butterflies. He never expected they would sell out so quickly. Qi Bao, you're truly amazing. How did you do this? Qi Bao lifted her hand, a butterfly landing delicately on her finger. She smiled faintly. The fragrance I refine is inherently pure. For butterflies, it's their instinct to be drawn to the scent of nectar. But there certainly wouldn't be this many butterflies in town. The ones you see were all caught beforehand in Tranquil Garden by my father, brothers, and the flower farmers. Doing business always requires a bit of flair. As a descendant of generations of imperial merchants, Jin Yuan was filled with admiration. Brilliant, brilliant. With you as my strategist, Qi Bao, I have nothing to worry about with the fragrance do business. By the way, Qi Bao, I've already informed the elders and chosen an auspicious day. It's in 3 days. We'll hold the recognition ceremony then. What do you think? Qi Bao not dead? Everything is up to you, Jin Yuan. She didn't particularly care about the status of a Jin family miss. Her main goal was to secure the Jin family's protection after Jin Yuan left. In a corner downstairs, the Bai family's young master and the shopkeeper witnessed the overwhelming success of National Beauty, Heavenly Fragrance. Their own business at Imperial Grace Pavilion was undoubtedly suffering a major blow. If this continued, they would be more than just overshadowed. The young master's face darkened ominously. Qi Bao had approached them first, and now she was their biggest competitor. I won't let you be smug for long. On the day of the recognition ceremony, Qi Bao, dressed in new attire under the guidance of a skilled maid, seemed transformed. The blemishes on her face had vanished, and nourished by the wood spirit technique, her skin was flawless. Strangely, her face seemed to increasingly resemble her appearance before she transmigrated. Looking at her transformed daughter, old Chun sure beamed. My Bao is becoming more and more beautiful, just like a celestial fairy. Qi Bao returned the compliment. Such a beautiful fairy wouldn't exist if not for you, mother. But these clothes are so elaborate. The maid beside them chuckled. Of course, young Master Jean specially prepared them for the recognition ceremony. The elders are already waiting in the ancestral hall, Mississippi. Let's go. Guided by the maid, Qi Bao and Old Chun sure headed towards the ancestral hall. Unbeknownst to them, Li Ziming watched secretly from behind a nearby tree, his eyes filled with awe. Bao's appearance no longer holds any trace of that woman. Dignified and beautiful, she's truly worthy of being my Bao. In the Jin family's ancestral hall, Jin Yuan announced before everyone, from now on, Qi Bao is my sworn sister. This jade pendant is a token of our bond. She also has half the decision-making power in National Beauty, Heavenly Fragrance. With this jade pendant, she can also mobilize my Jin family's guards and withdraw up to 5,000 taels of silver from the Jin family accounts. After I return to the capital, please don't neglect her. She is my sworn sister. The Jin family members echoed their agreement. Qi Bao accepted the jade pendant with a smile. Thank you, brother. Then, Jin Yuan spoke with evident reluctance. Little sister Qi Bao, I'm leaving for the capital tomorrow. After parting today, I don't know when we'll meet again. I've already instructed them. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, don't hesitate to seek help at the Jin family's ancestral home. Qi Bao sighed. Partings are a part of life. I understand. Thank you, elder brother Jin. I wish you a smooth journey and safe travels back to the capital. I prepared something for you, sworn brother. Please accept it. This medicine can heal wounds and stop bleeding. It's very useful. The journey back to the capital is long, and it might come in handy. Jin Yuan happily accepted the gift. Although he wasn't lacking such things, her thoughtfulness touched him deeply. The next day, Jin Yuan directed the guards as they loaded luggage onto the carriages. Be careful with that box of fragrance dew. It's going to the capital. Don't bump it. The next moment, accompanied by a whooshing sound, a small dart tied to a piece of paper barely grazed his hair and landed on a nearby pillar. His heart lurched. If the thrower had wanted to, they could have easily taken his life. He unfolded the paper. 2 words, shut up. He recognized the handwriting instantly. It must be that mysterious youth from the Fu family. He was threatening him, afraid Jin Yuan would reveal something about his identity after returning to the capital. Jin Yuan sighed helplessly and muttered to the air, "Don't worry. I, Jin Yuan, am a man of my word. I won't go back on my promise. Besides, I don't even know who you are." He knew very well that anyone who could infiltrate the Jin residence without alerting the guards was no ordinary person. That youth was far more capable than he appeared, likely a hidden expert not to be trifled with. Hidden in the shadows, Li Ziming listened to Jin Yuan's reply, somewhat satisfied. He quietly left the Jin residence. Meanwhile, at the Bai family residence, the shopkeeper cautiously addressed the young master. "What should we do, young master?" Bai, remembering the frantic rush for National Beauty, Heavenly Fragrance's products, seethed with anger. He picked up his teacup and hurled it at the shopkeeper. "Leave it alone. Do you think we can go against the Jin family? You useless fool. Get out. Just then, Zhao Feng, the gambling den owner, walked in. "Cousin, what are you doing? Why are you so angry?" Seeing the newcomer, Bai Xiaoye tempered his rage. "Cousin, what else could it be? That new shop the Jean family opened, National Beauty, Heavenly Fragrance, their fragrance due. It was almost mine. I lost such a huge business deal. Of course, I'm in a foul mood. The Jean family has been lording over us for decades. They're just relying on the emperor's favor and their distant connection to the duke's mansion. Enough about that. You seem to be in high spirits, fourth cousin. Did you acquire another exquisite beauty recently?" Thinking of Li Ziming, Zhao Feng chuckled wickedly. "I do have an exquisite beauty, but he's proving difficult to obtain." Bai offered a word of caution. "Be careful, cousin. You can do whatever you want with those lowly commoners, but if they have a powerful background, it's best to avoid trouble." Zhao Feng hummed in agreement. "Don't worry, he's just a commoner. But now that he has the Jean family's backing, it's a bit more complicated. I didn't come here just for idle chatter. I'm here to help you." He clapped his hands and called towards the door. "Come in." Fu Wujiang, filthy and dressed like a beggar, emerged. Zhao Feng, with his penchant for men, had joined forces with his cousin to target Li Ziming once more, all for the chance to have him. Fu Wujiang, looking like a beggar, felt no remorse, believing his parents were biased, favoring his younger sister and sixth brother. He had no qualms about betraying his family. "Young Master Bai, that fragrance due business I mentioned before, it was my father and younger sister who made it. I even helped out in the flower fields for a while. I saw it with my own eyes. It's absolutely true." Bai looked at Zhao Feng with a mixture of disgust and suspicion. "Cousin, is he telling the truth? Where did you find this beggar?" Zhao Feng replied, "He's no ordinary beggar. A few days ago, he lost 1,000 taels of silver at my gambling den. His family even paid off his debt in one go. I learned about the beauty I desire from him." Intrigued, Bai Xiaoye asked, "Is that true? Do you know the secret formula for the fragrance due?" Fu Wujiang responded with a fawning expression. "Only my father and younger sister know the formula. But I'm willing to work for young Master Bai and young Master Zhao. I'll steal the formula for you. As long as I can become a foreman at the gambling den afterward, I'll be satisfied." Bai Xiaoye raised an eyebrow. "In that case, I'll give you a chance. What's your plan?" Fu Wujiang's heart leaped with joy. "Although I've been banished from the Fu family, my wife is timid and obedient. I'll secretly contact them and have them sneak in a tranquil garden to steal the formula." Meanwhile, deep within Jile Mountain, Li Ziming was meditating. Wu Hao approached with a large sum of silver. "Master, this is all the silver from the recent sale of the ginseng you provided. Please take a look, Master." Although Li Ziming was now considered wealthy, it was far from enough to return to the capital and reclaim his position. Wu Hao continued his report. "Regarding the Zhao family, you asked me to investigate. Master, they are one of the 4 great families of Jingyan Town. The head of the family started as a bandit leader and later formed the Green Gang. Their dealings are all shady. The Zhao family has practiced martial arts for generations, and they possess a secret ancestral technique, the Overlord Blade, which is extremely powerful. The most prominent member of the younger generation is Zhao Feng, who runs the Fortune Gambling Denver. While it's called a gambling den, it's actually a trap. They cheat and swindle people. Although his martial arts skills are good, he has unnatural inclinations. He particularly enjoys young men. He has ruined many sons from good families over the years. He's truly despicable." Li Ziming's eyes darkened at these words. He recalled the day Fu Wujiang tried to abduct him to sell to the gambling den owner. So that was why Qi Bao was worried he would get into trouble again. It was because of this man. Wu Hao's timid voice broke his contemplation. "Master, it's almost time for your next dose of the antidote. I'm afraid the pain from the poison acting up will be unbearable and might delay my service to you. Could I have the antidote in advance?" Wu Hao had been diligent in his duties, so Li Ziming gave him a dose. He also instructed him to find out Zhao Feng's whereabouts. He wanted to test the waters by taking control of the Green Gang. That night, Li Ziming, wearing a mask, appeared in a dark alley behind the Southwind brothel in Jingyan Town. The alley was a dead end with no houses around. Zhao Feng, having enjoyed himself immensely, was walking through the dark alley. Li Ziming dropped down behind him. Zhao Feng, sensing the movement, just began to turn, when a masked man's attack was already upon him, slicing off the hair at his forehead. The attack grazed his cheek, drawing blood. He instinctively leaped back. Dressed in red, the usually flamboyant Zhao Feng now looked disheveled. "Who are you?" How dare you cross the Zhao family? He truly hadn't expected to be attacked on his own territory. Li Ziming remained silent and attacked again. Zhao Feng drew the large blade from his waist, scoffing confidently. Taste your grandfather's overlord blade. However, the masked man he faced today was incredibly strong and ruthless. The two clashed in the darkness for a while, before Zhao Feng was defeated and pinned beneath Li Ziming's foot. He surrendered shamelessly. What do you want? Money? A beauty? I'll give you anything. Just let me go. Li Ziming remained silent, quickly forcing a pill into Zhao Feng's mouth. The bitter taste hit his throat, and Zhao Feng's expression changed drastically. He instinctively tried to spit it out, but it was too late. A sharp pain shot through his chest and abdomen, making him writhe in agony. What did you give me? Li Ziming finally spoke. Poison. In 3 days, write down the Zhao family's overlord blade technique and bring it to me. Otherwise, you will suffer a fate worse than death. Meanwhile, in Fengtian village, Qi Bao knocked on Li Ziming's door. She waited for a while, but there was no response. She pushed the door open and saw that the room was empty. A worried frown creased her brow. Could Aze have gone to Jile Mountain again? It's so late, and he's not back yet. Could something have happened? Truly worried, Qi Bao took a lantern and went into Jile Mountain. Li Ziming, having removed his mask, was leaning against a large tree, lost in thought. He had 4 or 5 deep cuts on his body, some bone deep, yet he didn't even flinch. Qi Bao, who had come looking for him, saw him from afar and rushed over, her face filled with worry and fear. Aze, what happened? Her clear voice interrupted Li Ziming's thoughts. He looked up and explained, I encountered a leopard on my way back. It scratched me. Don't worry, it's just a small injury. Qi Bao, her voice filled with exasperation, instinctively tore open Li Ziming's clothes, revealing a large part of his pale chest. How was this a small injury? Do you know how worried I was? Li Ziming blushed, stammering, Qi Bao, what are you doing? Men and women shouldn't. We're not married yet. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Qi Bao snapped. Stop talking nonsense. Don't move. She proceeded to unbutton the rest of his shirt, clearly seeing the deep, gaping wounds. Suppressing her distress, she took out the healing medicine she had specially prepared and poured it directly onto the wounds. The medicine was remarkably effective, quickly stopping the bleeding. Qi Bao then realized that the wounds were clearly from a blade. Her voice filled with heartache, she asked, what really happened? Li Ziming pressed his lips together, remaining silent. There were some things he didn't know how to explain yet. He didn't want Qi Bao to worry. Qi Bao sighed. Forget it. I know you have your secrets. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you. But Aze, Qi Bao said, her voice soft but firm, promise me, no matter what happens, don't risk your life. Do you understand? A warmth spread through Li Ziming's chest. Bauer had clearly seen through his pretense, yet she never tried to pry into his motives or make decisions for him. This young woman respected him, cared for him. She wasn't like Fu Lihua, who had seen him as prey. His voice, unusually gentle, replied, don't worry, I promise. Suddenly, he reached out and pulled Qi Bao into a tight embrace. Caught off guard, Qi Bao found herself pressed against his chest. Her cheeks flushed, and she started to struggle, but felt him tighten his hold. Oh well, she thought, I'll let him hug me for a little while. There were feelings stirring within her that Qi Bao didn't quite understand yet, but she instinctively hugged Li Ziming back. They looked like young lovers, lost in each other's arms. They held each other for a long moment. Then Qi Bao suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, Aze, she said, tapping his chest with a finger. I have something for you. Let go of me first. Li Ziming, not quite ready to release her, reluctantly loosened his embrace, a look of disappointment flickering across his face. What is it? He asked. Qi Bao pulled out a specially made pendant. This is a protective amulet I got for you from the most efficacious Wanan temple in Jingyang town. It will keep you safe and ensure everything goes smoothly for you. So no matter what, even when you bathe, you must always wear it. Understand? Li Ziming laughed at her words and immediately asked her to put on him. His smile was pure and beautiful, captivating and impossible to look away from. Even Qi Bao, accustomed to his stunning face, found herself momentarily lost in his smile. A moment later, she snapped back to reality. Aze, don't smile like that anymore, she said, her voice a little breathless. It makes me want to commit a crime. Li Ziming nodded obediently, then flashed another radiant smile. All right, then I'll only smile like this for Bauer. Qi Bao noticed that after Li Ziming put on the amulet, his armor function increased by 50. This amulet was impervious to swords and fire, and as long as he wore it, it could withstand 50 surprise attacks. She wanted Li Ziming to be able to appear openly in the world without having to hide because of his beauty. So, she had spent a considerable amount of merit points to exchange for this item from the system. This should ensure Aze's safety, she thought. Seeing Qi Bao lost in thought, Li Ziming asked with a touch of concern, "Bao, what are you thinking about?" Qi Bao returned to herself and smiled lightly. "Nothing. It's getting late. Let's go home." Under the moonlight, Li Ziming and Qi Bao embraced tightly once more. Qi Bao, still naive in matters of the heart, was oblivious to Li Ziming's joy and restraint. After giving him the gift, she led him back to the Fu residence. There, she personally prepared a bowl of angelica and black chicken soup to replenish his blood, spooning it to him mouthful by mouthful. "You've lost a lot of blood," she said. "This is the best for replenishing it. Drink more." After he finished the bowl, she stood up. "I've heated some water for you. I'll bring it over. Make sure you wash up properly and get some rest. After all," she continued, "you still have bloodstains and dirt on you. If you don't clean them properly, your wounds might get infected." Li Ziming's eyes flickered with a glint of mischief. He spoke in a shy, almost embarrassed tone. "My arm hurts, and I can't reach my back." Qi Bao, meeting his innocent, troubled gaze, instantly understood what he was asking. Her face flushed crimson. "But men and women shouldn't," she stammered. Li Ziming feigned a look of dejection, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He whispered, "You've already seen everything anyway. Why should I be shy now? Bao, are you disgusted by me?" His words struck a chord with Qi Bao. "Stop it," she quickly interrupted. "Don't say that, Aze. How could I be disgusted by you? I'll help you wash." Moments later, Li Ziming, stripped down to his shorts, sat in the tub. Qi Bao, her face flushed scarlet, finally understood the true meaning of the idiom, "a feast for the eyes." She swallowed hard, her gaze darting nervously around the room. Finally, she turned her head and closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight any longer. While captivated by his beauty, she also worried. "I definitely can't let Aze have a chance to take his clothes off again," she thought. "What if he runs into that gambling den manager with those inclinations? He might go wild. It's a good thing I got him that amulet. At least he can protect himself for now." Li Ziming, observing her every move, suppressed a smile. "Bao," he said softly, "if you don't look at me, how will you wash me?" His voice brought Qi Bao back to the present. As embarrassed as she was, she resigned herself to her task. However, she tried to focus all her attention on his injuries, managing to resist the allure of his beauty, at least for the moment. But Li Ziming wasn't about to let her off so easily. Seizing the opportunity, he took her hand and placed it on his chest. He whispered in Qi Bao's ear, his voice a low, teasing murmur, and here. What should have been a simple act of washing became a charged moment. Qi Bao, overwhelmed by the intimacy, felt a trickle of blood escape her nose. The young man before her, a captivating blend of innocence and allure, was simply too much to bear. As soon as Li Ziming was clean, Qi Bao practically fled the woodshed. Watching her flustered retreat, Li Ziming chuckled softly. She was so adorable, scurrying away like a startled rabbit. So, he mused, even Bao isn't completely immune to my charms. Meanwhile, in Jingyang town, Zhao Feng, gravely injured and poisoned, was carried by his confidants to the Huichun clinic. "Physician Bien," he rasped. "What's my condition? What kind of poison is this? Can you cure it?" Physician Bien shook his head. "Based on your symptoms alone, without examining the poison itself, I can't say for certain. The Zhao family's physician is far more skilled." "Why come to me, young master?" Zhao Feng snapped. "If my family knew I was defeated and poisoned, my standing would be ruined. You must not breathe a word of this to anyone." Physician Bien hastily agreed. "Of course, young master. I can treat your external injuries, but this poison, I've never encountered anything like it. I'm powerless." He continued, his voice grave. "Judging by your pulse, the poison is weakening you, damaging your meridians. Without an antidote, you'll not only lose your martial arts abilities, but your meridians will rupture, leading to death." Zhao Feng's face darkened. Who was this masked figure? Fear mingled with resentment. He refused to be controlled. Upon returning to his residence, Zhao Feng laid a trap. Later that night, Zhao Feng returned to the deserted alley, waiting for the masked man. He had brought a dozen of his family's most skilled fighters hidden in the shadows. He believed that even the masked man, however powerful, couldn't defeat them all. Once they had the antidote, they would kill him. He waited. Finally, the figure he both feared and loathed appeared. "Where's the antidote?" he demanded. Li Ziming glanced at him coldly. "And the blade technique?" Without a word, Zhao Feng tossed him the prepared manual. Li Ziming caught it but didn't leave. Suddenly, Zhao Feng roared, "Seize him!" 10 figures leaped from the darkness, surrounding Li Ziming. He remained calm. He had anticipated this. He produced a small, intricately carved box. With a click, a volley of poison needles shot out. The attackers cried out, their limbs going numb as they collapsed, paralyzed. Terror gripped Zhao Feng. Li Ziming spoke, his voice chilling. "Stab him again." He had known there would be an ambush. "Now, they're poisoned too. Thank you for bringing me more servants." He continued, "The poison in you should be taking effect about now." As if on cue, agonizing pain racked Zhao Feng's body. "Help me. It hurts," he screamed. "Kill me." Li Ziming's voice was devoid of emotion. "I won't kill you. Perform the techniques in that manual, and I'll give you a temporary antidote." Zhao Feng, realizing the masked man's cunning, he had indeed tampered with the manual, and broken in both body and spirit, complied. He performed the techniques. A small pill followed. The pain receded. Relief was short-lived. The chilling voice returned. "I hear you have talent," Li Ziming said, "but you lack focus. You're consumed by lust and stray from the righteous path. I'll help you focus on your martial arts." Confusion turned to agony as a flash of steel and a searing pain ripped through him. Zhao Feng screamed. He was no longer a whole man. The next day, the news spread through Jingyang town like wildfire. "Did you hear? That mad dog Zhao Feng was castrated. They say wild dogs ate. That unknown hero did a good deed. That lecher deserved it. Revenge for all those innocent victims." Gui Su, what if the Green Gang hears you? Chi Bao, entering town, overheard the whispers. Surprise gave way to delight. "Ah, Ze, did you hear? Zhao Feng was castrated. He can't hurt anyone anymore. Thank goodness for that hero." Li Ziming, the hero in question, merely nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips as he watched Chi Bao's exuberant reaction. "Now that Aze is staying in town to study, I won't have to worry anymore." Chi Bao led Li Ziming to a house just a short 10-minute walk from the academy. The courtyard held a locust tree with a lush canopy, and beside it, a grape arbor promised shade and sweet fruit. Potted flowers and plants added a touch of color and life. Though small, the courtyard felt remarkably cozy. "I arranged all of this myself," Chi Bao said, a hint of nervousness in her voice. "What do you think? Do you like it?" A faint blush colored Li Ziming's handsome face, his eyes sparkling. "It's beautiful. Thank you, Baoer. I love it." Chi Bao beamed. "I bought this house with the money from the fragrance dew business. Now, Aze, you won't have to impose on others anymore. This is your home." Her casual words struck a deep chord within Li Ziming, who had endured years of hardship and abandonment. A warmth spread through his chest. "I have a home." He took Chi Bao's hand, his voice firm. "It's our home, Baoer. Ours. And I love it." The words, so close to a confession, sent a blush creeping up Chi Bao's cheeks. She looked away shyly. "You settle in first. If you need anything, we can get it later. I still have the Tranquil Garden business to take care of, so I can't stay here with you. But don't worry," she continued. "I'll still come to town every morning to see you. You're staying here alone, so don't be afraid at night, all right?" Li Ziming, knowing the amulet she'd given him was more than just a simple trinket, smiled. "With the amulet Baoer gave me, I won't be afraid." Chi Bao hummed in response, her gaze lingering on the young man's face, no longer quite so boyish, but now chiseled with the handsome angles of a man. "Aze, have you grown taller again?" Li Ziming leaned in closer, his handsome features filling her vision. "Have I?" he asked, his every movement radiating an alluring charm. Chi Bao found her heart racing, captivated by his presence. Flustered, she quickly looked away. I still have some things to do. I'll be going now. I'll come see you again, Aze." Chi Bao, having used the earnings from the fragrant wood business to buy Li Ziming a house in town, left with a wave, claiming she had errands to run, leaving Li Ziming, his heart overflowing with gratitude, with so much he wanted to say. She then bought some food and headed to the dilapidated temple where the little beggars live. After distributing the food amongst the children and affectionately patting their heads, she addressed them. "Children, I've been thinking. You can't keep living in this temple and begging. Bringing you food isn't a long-term solution. I recently came into a little money. I'm planning to buy a large house and establish an orphanage. Everyone will have a place to live, and I'll send you all to school. These children, truly homeless and vulnerable, had experienced so much hardship. Finally finding someone who cared for them, they couldn't bear the thought of her struggling on their behalf. Taiju, his small face creased with worry, spoke up. But how much will that cost? Maybe we should forget it. It's not worth it for you to spend so much on us, sister. Chi Bao gently stroked his head, reassuring him. Don't worry, I'll find a way. I've already spoken to the real estate agent. Once I've chosen a house, I'll come back for you all. Unbeknownst to Chi Bao, Li Ziming had been secretly following her, observing her every move. So, she ran off from me for these little rivals, huh? Chi Bao's kindness once again touched the darkness within Li Ziming's heart, and he secretly resolved to contribute both financially and practically to help her settle these children. As dusk settled, Wu Hao returned to report. Master, the matter you entrusted to me has been handled. There's a 2-courtyard house on the outskirts of town. It was originally confiscated by the authorities. They were asking for 3,000 taels, but I spoke with the agent and, by discreetly inflating the difference, secured it for Miss Fu for 1,500 taels, including furniture. Li Ziming seemed satisfied. Did you do it discreetly? Wu Hao bowed respectfully. Rest assured, master. Miss Fu didn't suspect a thing. She was quite pleased with the bargain. The deed has already been transferred. Asmila tucha Li Ziming's lips. As long as Bauer is happy, I'll help you with whatever you want to do. He then instructed Wu Hao, go to the agency and find some literate craftsmen skilled in various trades. They must be honest and reliable. Have them ready, and we'll sell their services to Chi Bao at the lowest possible price. Wu Hao nodded and continued his report. The Zhao family seems to have put out a bounty through the Green Gang, searching for the mysterious masked man who harmed Zhao Feng. Also, yesterday, a beggar was beaten half to death and thrown out of the Zhao family's gates. That man is likely Fu Wujiang. Apparently, he tried to offer Zhao Feng, a woman, which obviously clashed with Zhao Feng's current condition. However, the Green Gang seems to be following and protecting him. It appears they don't want him dead yet. Li Ziming had promised Chi Bao he wouldn't take the lives of the wealthy anymore. But if they were courting death, he saw no reason to stay his hand. Besides, Fu Wujiang had been expelled from his family. He was no longer one of the wealthy. Killing him wouldn't break his promise to Bauer. With this thought in mind, Li Ziming spoke calmly. It seems Fu Wujiang is still of some use to Zhao Feng. Keep an eye on him. If he does anything he shouldn't, kill him. Currently, Li Ziming only had a dozen or so men under his command. He wanted to take control of the Green Gang, but his current strength wouldn't allow it. For now, he could only focus on mastering the Zhao family's blade techniques. Once he was strong enough to face the head of the Zhao family, he would make his move. 2 days later, thousands of miles away in the capital city, the renowned military family, the Duke Xingguo's household, was adorned with festive decorations. Today was the birthday of the esteemed matriarch of the household. Within the inner courtyard, a glamorous noblewoman smiled at Jin Yuan. Hey Yuan, you've finally returned. I heard you went back to your ancestral home to preside over the ancestral rites. You've been gone for almost 3 months. I thought you wouldn't make it in time for the matriarch's birthday banquet. Jin Yuan laughed. How could I miss it? Our Jin family and the Duke Xingguo's Mu family are old friends, and this is my elder sister's husband's family. Even if I had to travel day and night, I would have made it. Sister, you have no idea. This trip back home was full of turmoil. I almost didn't make it back alive. By the way, sister, I acquired something wonderful on my trip. I brought it especially for you to see. Jin Xiaoshu, accustomed to a life of luxury, was intrigued. Something I haven't seen before? Show me quickly. Jin Yuan waved his hand, and 2 guards carried over a large wooden chest. These are the finest fragrant dews, carefully selected by Chi Bao. I brought them to explore the capital's market. Jin Xiaoshu looked slightly bewildered. Fragrant dew? You're treating it like some precious treasure. Is it really that extraordinary? Jin Yuan lifted his head proudly. Sister, this isn't ordinary fragrant dew. He opened the lid, and an intoxicating floral fragrance immediately filled the air. As the fragrance spread, butterflies began to flutter around. Jin Xiaoshu was stunned by the sight. It truly is a treasure. Suddenly, a young girl appeared outside the pavilion. Seeing this, she exclaimed, "What is this fragrance? I've never smelled anything like it. It's even more special than Yunming House's finest fragrance." She rushed towards Jin Yuan. Sniffing like a puppy, she inhaled the fragrance from the porcelain bottle. Jin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Mu Lingyue, you're a young lady from a respectable family. Can you be a little more reserved? Then, brimming with pride, he continued, "So what do you think? I wasn't lying, was I? And this is just a small sample. Back in Jinyang town, when we opened a dozen bottles of fragrant dew, it attracted swarms of butterflies. It caused quite a sensation." Mu Lingyue quickly snatched the fragrant dew from Jin Yuan's hand. "So it's amazing." Jin Yuan, who had always had a contentious relationship with this girl because she always snatched any good things he had, protested. "Mu Lingyue, give me back my fragrant dew." Mu Lingyue tucked the bottle into her bosom. Suddenly, she noticed the wooden chest on the ground, her desire evident. "Jin Yuan, how many types of this fragrant dew do you have? I want one of each." Seeing Mu Lingyue about to grab them, Jin Yuan panicked and quickly closed the lid. "Mu Lingyue, in your dreams. I brought these for my sister. There are only 50 bottles in total, and I still need to use them for business. I can give you one at most. Take it or leave it." Mu Lingyue scoffed. "Stingy." Then she added, "That young girl who created this fragrant dew is truly talented. I wish she could come to the capital." Jin Yuan, finally having gained the upper hand, felt triumphant. "Well, you probably won't get that chance. Her fragrant dew is now exclusively controlled by our Jin family." Jin Xiaoshu, watching the two bicker, intervened with a smile. "All right, since Lingyue likes it so much, Yuan, why don't you give her a few more?" Just then, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the pavilion. "Quickly, call the imperial physician." A handsome man rushed out, carrying a child in his arms. Blood flowed steadily from a wound on the richly dressed child's arm. Jin Xiaoshu, her face etched with worry, rushed forward. "Qinshuan, what happened? Isn't Ji injured again?" Mu Changsun replied. "Sister-in-law, and Ji, he was playing just now and cut his arm on a vase. The bleeding won't stop." Jin Xiaoshu's expression changed drastically. How could the servants be so careless? They know about his condition and still let him get injured. The previously joyous atmosphere turned somber. Only Jin Yuan looked bewildered, unable to understand the panic caused by a mere injury. He voiced his confusion. Jin Xiaoshu sighed. "Yuan, you don't know. The Mu family has a long history of martial prowess, but every generation, one child is born with a strange ailment. They appear normal, but once injured, they bleed uncontrollably. Even the imperial physicians are helpless. If the wound is small, it's manageable. But if it's serious, they'll bleed to death. I hope Ji can pull through this time." Hearing about the uncontrollable bleeding, Jin Yuan suddenly remembered the bottle of hemostatic medicine Qi Bao had given him before he left, claiming it was extremely effective. Perhaps he could try it. He immediately excused himself from his sister to retrieve the medicine. Meanwhile, in the room, the boy's breathing grew weaker. Old General Mu and the matriarch, having received the news, waited anxiously by his side, their faces filled with worry. Mu Qinshuan looked expectantly at the imperial physician, pleading, "Zheng, what do you think? My brother can still be saved, right?" The imperial physician sighed. "The wound is too large, the bleeding too rapid. We're unable to stop it. The young master, I'm afraid he won't last much longer. General, I'm incompetent. Please forgive me." Physician Han bowed towards old General Mu, his face etched with regret. Mu Qinshuan refused to give up. This was her younger brother, born of the same mother. "Grandfather, I want to take Ji to another doctor. Perhaps there are skilled individuals among the common folk. I've already made inquiries. There's a renowned physician in the east of the city. I'll take him there now." Though disheartened, old General Mu didn't appear overly shocked. After so many years, witnessing family members succumb to this ailment, he had traversed the path from initial agony to numbness. He rejected Mu Qinshuan's suggestion. "Enough. It's too late." Just then, Jin Yuan arrived, breathless. "I have a miraculous medicine to stop bleeding. I obtained it when I returned to my ancestral home for the rites." Mu Qianhe, seeing his brother-in-law, pulled him aside with a hint of resignation. "Yuan, thank you for your kindness, but ordinary hemostatic medicine won't work on Ji." Jin Yuan insisted. "How can we know if we don't try?" Mu Qinshuan shared the same thought. Even the slightest glimmer of hope was enough for him to cling to. He reached out and took the porcelain bottle from Jin Yuan. "Thank you, Yuan." The emerald liquid flowed out, about to drip onto the profusely bleeding wound. Mu Lingyue, having never seen hemostatic medicine of this color or in liquid form, immediately dismissed it as fake. She quickly intervened. Brother Chinchuan, stop. This medicine is of unknown origin. We must test it first. He instinctively moved forward. Jin Yuan stepped on her skirt. In the ensuing fumble, the porcelain bottle was knocked from his hand. The bottle shattered on the floor. Generations of martial prowess. Yet every generation cursed with a child bearing this strange affliction. In daily life, they appeared normal, but once injured, they bled uncontrollably. Even the imperial physicians were powerless. As the young master's breathing grew fainter, Jin Yuan offered the miraculous hemostatic medicine given to him by Qi Bao. However, it was shattered by the skeptical Mu Lingyue. Fortunately, a single drop of the medicine landed on the young master's arm. The others, seeing the watery, emerald-green liquid, couldn't help but suspect it was poison. Only Mu Qianxuan was certain it wasn't. He clearly saw his brother's profusely bleeding wound begin to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. He quickly grabbed a clean towel and wiped away the blood. Not only had the bleeding stopped, but the wound had instantly formed a scar. The young master had finally passed the critical point. Everyone stared in disbelief. A condition that even the imperial physicians couldn't cure had been resolved so quickly. This medicine wasn't just effective. It was a miraculous healing elixir unlike any they had ever seen. Yet, such a precious thing was now ruined. If his brother were injured again, without this medicine, he would be in grave danger. And if used on a battlefield, how many lives could it save? He tried to scoop up the remaining liquid from the floor, but to no avail. He turned to Jin Yuan, his voice urgent. Do you have any more of this medicine? I'll give you anything in exchange. Jin Yuan, who had initially offered the medicine as a last resort, hadn't realized its potency. He had treated it casually, not grasping its true value. Facing Mu Qianxuan's sharp, anxious gaze, he shook his head. No, I only had that one bottle. It was given to me by the young lady who makes the fragrant dew. Mu Lingyue, consumed by regret and remorse, knelt on the floor, apologizing. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. If I had been quicker, if I had broken the bottle before it fell. I'm a sinner to the Mu family. Old General Mu's gaze fell upon Jin Yuan. Yuan, we are indebted to you today. Otherwise, this joyous occasion would have turned into a tragedy for the Duke Xinggua's household. Where did you obtain this miraculous medicine? My household is willing to pay any price for its formula. Jin Yuan answered truthfully. Grandfather Mu, I received this medicine from a young lady when I went to Jinzhou, my ancestral home, for the ancestral rites. She is now my sworn sister, named Fu Qi Bao. She is the apprentice of a reclusive master. I don't possess the formula. Even if you wish to purchase it, you must discuss it with Qi Bao. However, she was far away in Jingyang town. He feared such a distant solution wouldn't address their immediate need. Old General Mu was naturally unwilling to give up. Yuan, could I trouble you to make another trip to Jinzhou and introduce us to Miss Fu? Before Jin Yuan could respond, Jin Xiaoshu stepped forward to explain. Grandfather, I'm afraid that's not possible. Yuan's wedding is next month. Under these circumstances, he simply can't leave. However, since Miss Fu is Yuan's sworn sister, a letter from him, along with someone to escort her, should suffice. Mu Qianxuan echoed his sister-in-law's sentiment. Grandfather, sister-in-law is right. Yuan has traveled a long distance. We can't delay his important event. I've decided to personally journey to Jingyang town. He would meet Miss Fu and her master. Old General Mu agreed to Mu Qianxuan's proposal. This miraculous medicine was something the Mu family had to obtain. Sending the heir of the Duke Xinggua's household demonstrated his sincerity. The Mu family's birthday banquet finally concluded smoothly. After feasting and drinking their fill, the guests dispersed one by one. Among them were the two sons of the Duke Xinggua's household. Today, just as the woman had predicted, the Duke Xinggua's joyous occasion had nearly turned into a funeral. That woman truly possessed the uncanny ability to foresee events. The heir to the Duke Qinghua title nodded in agreement. If we could invite that young lady to our residence, she could be of great service to us. We can't risk her being recruited by others. He immediately ordered his coachman. To the villa, I want to see the young lady who can predict the future. The young lady they spoke of was, in fact, the disguised Fu Lihua. At that moment, in the villa, Jasmine, wearing a veil, softly instructed, "Please invite the two young masters in. It's time for me to bid them farewell." Qin Yu Zheng, having already entered the inner gate, overheard these words and furrowed his brow. "The young lady wishes to leave? Why is that? Today, I came with my elder brother specifically to invite you to the Duke Qinghua's residence as a guest. Regardless, it's thanks to your kindness that I arrived safely in the capital." The heir to the Duke Qinghua title also chimed in, attempting to persuade her to stay. "Could it be that our servant's hospitality was lacking? Have we offended you in some way?" Fu Lihua recognized him instantly. This was the heir she had been targeting. She then began her charade. "It's not a matter of poor hospitality. Rather, dark clouds hang over both of you. Your auras are dim, pretending a calamity that could wipe out your entire clan. Although the Duke Qinghua's household is esteemed, it teeters on the brink of collapse. If I were to stay, wouldn't I be courting death?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yuzheng retorted indignantly, "Preposterous. Young lady, I've shown you respect, considering you saved my life. Don't push your luck. You're scaremongering." Fu Lihua remained unfazed by his anger. "If you cannot bear to hear unpleasant truths, then the Qin family's destruction is inevitable. Thank you for your hospitality, young Master Qin. I'll take my leave now." With a polite curtsy, she turned to depart. The heir, more composed and shrewd than his younger brother, stopped Qin Yuzheng from further outbursts. "Wait, young lady, what exactly do you mean? Please explain yourself clearly." This was precisely the opening Fu Lihua had been waiting for. She continued her cryptic pronouncements. "Immense wealth, yet shadowed by hidden dangers. A beauty beyond compare, abandoned and cast aside. The one you forsook will return seeking vengeance, a blade of retribution. Annihilation awaits your clan. None shall be spared. Silent now, but destined for greatness. Fortune's wheel is ever turning, is it not?" Her all-knowing gaze and deliberately vague pronouncements sent a shiver down the heir's spine. Could it be that matter? Impossible. Aside from my father and me, everyone involved is dead. That mute boy, he should be long gone. How does this woman know? Can she truly see the past and predict the future? Or is this all just an elaborate hoax? Qin Yuzheng remained skeptical. What vengeful beauty? What impending doom for the Qin family? It's all nonsense. His words were immediately cut short by his elder brother's sharp rebuke. "Ninth brother, show some respect. This young lady possesses extraordinary abilities. You must treat her with deference." He then addressed Fu Lihua with utmost respect. "Young lady, your powers are truly remarkable. I'm deeply impressed. Would you be willing to help our family avert this disaster? Whatever you desire, the Duke Qinghua household will procure it." Ninth brother apologized to the young lady. Seeing his brother's changed demeanor, Qin Yuzheng, now wondering if there might be truth to the woman's words, quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, young lady. I was out of line." Fu Lihua, having successfully manipulated them, gave a slight nod. "The time is not yet ripe. We shall meet again." With that, she turned and left without hesitation, accompanied by the middle-aged woman who had arrived with her. Qin Yuzheng looked at his brother, bewildered. "I apologized. Why did she still leave?" "Brother, quickly, have someone stop her." The heir shook his head. "It's no use. We cannot force her. Have someone follow her. Once she settles somewhere, we will approach her with a sincere offer. Now, let us return home and inform our father." Meanwhile, Fu Lihua checked into an inn. Knowing the heir would have her watched, she deliberately staged a scene with her servant. "Young lady, Master Kuhai once said you possess a heavenly mandate. If the Qin family is truly facing annihilation, they might not be able to withstand her destiny. You cannot allow yourself to be swayed by the heir's childhood kindness and help them defy fate." Fu Lihua frowned, scolding Wing Mama. "Say no more. A life debt must be repaid. Otherwise, why would I travel so far, defying Master's advice, to arrive in the capital years ahead of schedule? As for the heavenly mandate, never speak of it again. It was mere coincidence that I drew the Phoenix lot. His Majesty already has an empress. If these words were to reach the wrong ears, it would mean certain death." Wang Mama bowed her head respectfully. "Yes, young lady, it was my mistake. I will never mention it again. It's getting late. Allow me to attend to your needs for the night. Their conversation was overheard by the Qin family guards secretly watching them. They exchanged glances. This is a serious matter. You return to the residence and inform the Duke and young master. I will remain here and continue to observe. Inside the room, Fu Lihua wore a knowing smile. The fish has taken a bait. Fu Lihua, I am a survivor. Didn't see that coming, did you? After Li Ziming was strangled by me, he unexpectedly recovered. If it weren't for that night, using the plan against itself and having that useless mother cooperate with me in faking my death, he wouldn't have let me go, would he? Now that Fu Lihua is dead, Li Ziming, since you don't appreciate my kindness, I will seize all your opportunities, steal everything that originally belonged to you, overturn this empire, and make you pay the price. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Jingyang town, Li Ziming was accompanying Qi Bao to a human trafficking market to prevent the young man from encountering another villain like Zhao Feng. The breathtakingly handsome youth was instantly transformed into Zhong Wuyan, with half his face painted. Aze, this is balsam dye. It's completely non-toxic, harmless, and easy to remove. As long as you're disguised like this, you can stroll around the streets without worry. The beautiful young man was instantly turned into Zhong Wuyan with half a painted face. Qi Bao, however, was quite satisfied. This way, she wouldn't have to fear any shameless individuals daring to tease or bully Aze. Arriving at the agreed-upon human trafficking agency, Qi Bao saw Wu Hao, whom she hadn't seen in a while. Somewhat surprised, she asked, "Aren't you Master Fang's guard? How did you become a government official?" Wu Hao had already prepared an excuse. Without changing his expression, he replied, "Master has many guards. We work in rotations. My second uncle is the head of this agency. I'm just here to help out." "Miss Fu, are you looking to buy some servants? Thanks to your life-saving grace last time, I'll personally help you choose." As he spoke, he stealthily glanced at the young man with half his face painted red. He couldn't help but turn away, tugging at the corner of his mouth to prevent himself from bursting out laughing. He never would have imagined that the fierce and intimidating young man could be so docile and obedient in front of Miss Fu, even allowing her to paint his face. The next second, he felt a death glare, which made him tremble all over. Qi Bao asked with concern, "It's so hot. Why are you shivering? Are you sick?" Wu Hao quickly composed himself and replied, "No, Miss Fu. Please come inside." Qi Bao didn't think much of it and looked up at the young man behind her. "Aze, let's go in." Li Ziming obediently hummed in agreement. After entering, Wu Hao brought forth the people he had carefully selected. "Miss, if you're choosing people, I recommend these. They can sew, embroider, and do carpentry. And this one here actually passed the Shoutsai exam and can also keep accounts. They all have clean backgrounds with no criminal records. I guarantee you'll find them easy to manage." Qi Bao saw that these people did indeed appear kind and honest. Satisfied, she was also puzzled. A Shoutsai? How did they end up as servants? Wu Hao told her, "These are the families of convicted officials. The government confiscated their homes and sold them off. Now, they are all registered as slaves for the government to trade." Qi Bao felt sorry for these people and became somewhat melancholic. Li Ziming quickly comforted her. "Bauer, you have a kind heart. But even if you don't buy them, they'll be bought by others and become laborers, or even end up in worse situations. You can't save every suffering person in the world." Qi Bao also understood that her current abilities were limited and she could only save a small number. She didn't say anything more, paid the money, signed the contracts, and returned to the charity hall with Li Ziming and the newly acquired servants. "From now on, this is where you will live. The charity hall is full of homeless children. Your task is to teach and care for them so they can learn some skills and support themselves when they grow up. As long as you're honest and do what you're supposed to do without any malicious intentions, I'm not a harsh person. After 5 years, when the charity hall is running smoothly, I will return your contracts of servitude." Qi Bao's words brought a sudden spark of light to the eyes of the previously numb group. The Shoutsai even burst into tears of gratitude. They all bowed their hands and expressed their loyalty. "Thank you, mistress. We will definitely work hard." After Qi Bao instructed them to start working, she immediately heard the system notification, merit points plus 1,000. Recently, she had accumulated 4,800 merit points, a mere drop in the bucket compared to her debt. When would she ever be able to pay it off? Li Ziming saw Qi Bao lost in thought and said with a smile, "You're so kind to even strangers. Bauer, you truly have a good heart. By the way, Bauer, when is your birthday?" Qi Bao remembered the original owner's birthday was June 20th. She also understood that Li Ziming wasn't asking about the original owner's birthday. Smiling, she replied, "Mine is July 7th, right on Qixi Festival. What about you, Aze?" Li Ziming lowered his eyes and replied, "I don't have a birthday." In reality, he had been unwelcome since birth and had never celebrated a birthday. He had long grown accustomed to it. However, in front of Qi Bao, he deliberately put on a disappointed expression. As expected, it evoked Qi Bao's sympathy. Although she didn't know Li Ziming's true origins, the fact that he had been trafficked and no family had searched for him meant either his parents were no longer alive or they didn't even care about his birthday. She took Li Ziming's hand and earnestly proposed her plan. "It's okay. How about you share my birthday from now on? How about we celebrate together every year? That way, we won't be lonely." Hearing this, Li Ziming's eyes lit up. He looked at her nervously. "Really? Bauer, will you stay with me forever and celebrate my birthday with me?" Qi Bao subconsciously nodded, unable to bear seeing even a hint of disappointment on the young man's face. "I will." Li Ziming seized the opportunity, digging a pit for her. "Bauer, don't forget your promise. I take every word you say seriously." Qi Bao, not overthinking it, assumed he simply didn't believe her. She immediately held up 3 fingers. "I won't lie to you. I swear." Li Ziming grasped her hand, a beautiful, triumphant smile spreading across his face. Qi Bao felt a little dazed. Then she pouted. "How come I feel like I've been tricked again?" 3 days later, it was the original owner's birthday. The Fu family gathered together, and Qi Bao, as the birthday girl, naturally received everyone's blessings and gifts. However, this lively atmosphere had nothing to do with the quiet young man in the corner. Qi Bao didn't mind, though. She knew that the young man deeply hated the original owner and wouldn't celebrate her birthday. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Sharing a secret in this world, the young man was the closest to her heart. Qi Bao secretly made up her mind. "When our real shared birthday arrives, I must give Aze the most perfect, most unforgettable birthday." Qingyu Garden was now a sea of blossoming flowers, beautiful as a fairyland. Li Ziming had never set foot in Qingyu Garden before. As it happened to be a day off from school, Qi Bao took him there. "Aze, look how beautiful the flowers are." Li Ziming's gaze remained fixed on Qi Bao, his words carrying a double meaning. "They truly are beautiful." He walked over and held an umbrella over Qi Bao to shield her from the harsh summer sun. Qi Bao began introducing the various flowers to him. On a whim, she even wove a flower garland and placed it on Li Ziming's head. "Aze, you look so handsome. How can there be such a handsome young man in the world?" As Qi Bao happily admired Li Ziming's beauty, she saw the young man also pick a few flower vines and quickly weave them into a garland. Qi Bao was amazed. "You learned just by watching once? Aze, you're so skillful." Li Ziming placed the garland on Qi Bao's head, smiling gently. "In my eyes, Bauer is the most beautiful." A blush crept up Qi Bao's face. It wasn't just shyness, but also a touch of shame. She wished she were as beautiful as the young man, but her parents' genes weren't as generous. Just then, Li Ziming suddenly stopped and turned his head toward a rustling sound in the distance. He quickly closed the umbrella and pulled Qi Bao to hide, signaling her to be silent. At this hour, no one else should be in the flower field except for them. Soon, they saw a furtive figure emerge from the flowers, clutching a package. It was clear they were up to no good. Qi Bao recognized the figure as Fu Wujiang. She frowned in confusion. "What's going on? He's been expelled from the family. How can he enter the garden?" Li Ziming whispered. "Unless he has someone on the inside. He's been expelled, but his wife and daughter might still be susceptible to his threats. Fu Wujiang is addicted to gambling and selfish. I'm worried he's plotting something that could harm you." Disgust flickered in Qi Bao's eyes. "He truly is incorrigible. You're right. Addicts can't be cured. I won't be lenient this time." She knew that as long as there was a blood tie, old Master Fu and Madame Chen wouldn't truly turn a blind eye. She had to eliminate this hidden danger. He was a ticking time bomb for the Fu family. Li Ziming, seeing Qi Bao's concern, a glint of something dark flashed in his eyes. Now that Bauer has seen this with her own eyes, if Fu Wujiang were to meet with an accident, it would be explainable. In the flower sea of Qingyu Garden, Qi Bao, having seen Fu Wuzhong's restlessness once more, decided not to show any mercy. That night, Li Ziming sought out the source of the problem, young Master Bai. Inside a carriage, young Master Bai impatiently questioned the manager of Yugis. "Hasn't Fu Wujiang gotten the fragrant dew formula yet?" The manager replied, "That guy has already arranged for his wife to infiltrate Qinyu Garden. He said there will be good news soon." Young Master Bai's anger flared. "Soon? How soon? Are we supposed to wait until their business completely steals all of ours?" Just then, they heard the panicked neighing of horses outside and the muffled groan of the coachman. "What's going on?" Young Master Bai roared. As he flung open the carriage curtain, a dark figure flashed before his eyes. A silver glint accompanied a surge of killing intent. Before he could react, a sharp blade sliced across his arm, sending blood spraying. The searing pain left him in disbelief. The Aiyuran before him was using the Bawang Dao technique. He instinctively drew his sword, ready to counterattack. "You're one of the Zhao family. State your name." Li Ziming didn't answer, continuing his relentless assault with the Bawang Dao, crippling young Master Bai's defense. The long sword shattered before his eyes. He spat out a mouthful of blood, utterly powerless to fight back. Such masterful swordsmanship could only be wielded by the most powerful members of the Zhao family's direct line. "Who are you?" he demanded, bewildered. He couldn't understand why the Zhao family, his own maternal family, would try to kill him. However, he died with his questions unanswered, his resentment lingering. The manager, who had witnessed everything, let out an earth-shattering scream. "Help! Murder!" Li Ziming swiftly delivered another blow, sending him to reunite with his young master. Satisfied, he vanished into the night. Now, they could no longer harm Bauer. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the capital, Mu Qinshuan frowned at his younger sister, dressed in men's clothing. "Lin Yu, this journey is long and arduous. It's truly unsuitable for a woman to endure such travel. Be obedient. I'll have the guards escort you back." Mu Lin Yue stubbornly refused. "I won't go back. Xinji, if you force me, I'll just sneak off on my own. I knocked over in Guer's medicine, so I must personally go to Jingyang town to find that expert." Mu Qinshuan, understanding his sister's stubborn nature, knew that once she made up her mind, even 9 oxen couldn't pull her back. He conceded with a sigh, "Then at least travel by carriage. Why disguise yourself as a man and insist on riding a horse?" Mu Lin Yu laughed. "Don't worry, Xinji. I'm not like those delicate young misses from scholarly families. I practice martial arts. My body is quite strong." With that, she spurred her horse forward, the prestige of the Duke Zhengguo's household on full display. At the same time, Qin Rue, the head of the Duke Qinhua household, personally went to the inn to invite Fu Lihua to his residence as a guest. "Miss, is there a way to avert the calamity you spoke of the other day?" Fu Lihua affected an air of mystery, speaking indifferently. To avoid calamity, the source must be completely eradicated. However, fate is difficult to predict. That person possesses great fortune. I can only tell you his location. Whether or not you can take his life depends entirely on your abilities. Qin Rue's expression shifted slightly. "May I ask how to address you, miss?" "Fu Lihua," she replied, using the alias she had used in her past life at the brothel. Qin Rue bowed in thanks. "Miss Huali, I will arrange for how June to handle this matter. Thank you for your guidance, Mississippi." Fu Lihua deliberately stole a glance at the Qin heir at this moment. Then, she purposely adopted a shy demeanor. "You're too kind, Duke Qinhua. I must take my leave." Qin Rue observed this subtle shift, his satisfaction growing. "How, June, did you see that? That young lady has some affection for you." Once someone falls into the throes of love, no matter how clever or capable they are, they become a pawn we can manipulate. Go to the location Huali mentioned. If you truly encounter that child, find a way to eliminate him, removing any future threat. After you return, approach Huali. Ideally, make her yours. The Qin heir understood his father's implications. However, he had just married his wife, and their relationship was strong. He hesitated slightly. Qin Rue, the old scoundrel, then proceeded to instill his philandering philosophy. "Isn't it normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? The emperor is incompetent, and these past few years have been filled with natural disasters, man-made calamities, and endless wars. If a woman blessed by fate were to become part of our Qin family, wouldn't that be wonderful?" The Qin heir, hearing these words, realized his father had designs on the throne. This ambition also ignited a spark within him, and he quickly quickly made up his mind. I understand, father. Rest assured, I won't disappoint you. In truth, Fu Lihua was well aware of the Qin father and son's intention to use her. But who was using whom remained to be seen. She had meticulously planned and schemed to gain access to the Qin family. Only this power, perhaps, could topple Li Ziming. When she was nearly strangled to death by Li Ziming, she felt something enter her body. It was this something that allowed her to cling to life and awaken. On the journey to the capital, she began to experience a strange intuition, a precognitive ability to foresee fortune and misfortune. Combined with her memories of her past life, she fabricated a non-existent divine mandate, pretending to be a disciple of Master Ku Hai, adding to her credibility and ensuring she was treated as a treasure by the world. Meanwhile, in the Jin residence, Jin Yuan knelt in the ancestral hall, murmuring to himself, I hope Qi Bao will sell that prescription to Mu Shitzi for my sake. That way, I won't have to worry about my little nephew and niece being afflicted by that strange illness in the future. It's been a while since I left Jinyang town. I wonder how Qi Bao and that young man are doing. Thinking of that peerlessly beautiful young man, his heart stirred. My apologies, ancestors. Having found a familiar spot, he opened the designated tablet. The hidden compartment within revealed a scroll, slowly unfurling. A portrait of a beautiful woman appeared before his eyes. The more he looked, the more he felt that the young man and this woman were cast from the same mold. Jin Yuan, what are you doing? A furious roar echoed through the hall. Jin Yuan jumped, startled. A sharp slap cracked across his forehead. How did you find this? Who gave you permission to open it? Jin Yuan felt utterly wronged. Stop hitting me, father. I know I was wrong. Who is this celestial being in the painting? Why is her portrait in our Jin family's ancestral hall? Is she also a member of the Jin family? Why have I never seen her? Why have I never heard you speak of her? Jin Yitong's face darkened. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Get out and never touch this painting again. He sternly urged Jin Yuan to leave immediately. Jin Yuan, instantly cowed, mumbled as he left, I was just curious. What if there's someone who looks exactly like this celestial being? Couldn't they be her relative? He trailed off. Fine, I won't say anything. The moment the door closed, Jin Yitong slowly unfurled the scroll, his eyes filled with sorrow and guilt. It's my fault. I failed to protect your only child. He left this world at such a young age. It's my fault, my cowardly incompetence. I couldn't protect you, which led to your tragic fate. If it weren't for our marriage alliance with the Duke Xinghua's household, I fear our entire Jin family would have been destroyed by that man. The thought of that hypocritical man from the Duke Xinhua household filled Jin Yitong's eyes with hatred. Qin Rue, this debt, our Jin family will settle it with you sooner or later. Meanwhile, in Jinyang town, the Bai family held a funeral for young Master Bai, demanding answers. Brother Zhao, you must give our Bai family an explanation. Why did my Yunfei die by the Zhao family's Bawang Dao? The head of the Zhao family hastily defended himself. Brother Bai, what do you mean? Yunfei is my grandson. He grew up with my Zhao family's children. How could anyone possibly harm him? The Bai family's second branch refused to accept this explanation. That Bawang Dao technique can't be fake. Who knows? Maybe someone in your family disliked Yunfei. Or perhaps you've climbed higher up the social ladder and now disdain our Bai family's marriage alliance. This accusation was a serious one. The Zhao family head's face darkened. That's absolutely impossible. I will investigate the truth behind Yunfei's death. Someone must be deliberately scheming in the shadows, trying to sow discord between our two families. Among the crowd, Zhao Feng's expression was panicked. He had given away the Bawang Dao technique. He instinctively suspected that the masked man was responsible for his cousin's death. What is he trying to do? He thought, his mind racing. He had initially thought that after the masked man obtained the Bawang Dao manual and that happened, their grievances would be settled and they would go their separate ways. He never expected the masked man to take further action. Now, as a familiar pain shot through his body, he realized the masked man hadn't given him the real antidote at all. Distraught, he left the Bai residence and returned to the alley that held the shame of his life. Bai Yunfei, did you kill him? Li Ziming, arms crossed, gave a cold laugh. So what if I did? Zhao Feng was furious. Aren't you afraid I'll tell the Zhao and Bai families about what you did? Even if you possess immense power, you won't escape the pursuit of both families. Li Ziming looked at him with a chilling smile. Is that so? Before that, you'll have to figure out who I am. Even if you cast a wide net, how easy will it be to find someone who doesn't exist? A primal fear and helplessness gripped Zhao Feng. Why are you doing this? What do you want? Li Ziming pulled a pill from his pocket and offered it. Do you want to be the head of the Zhao family? Think about it. If the Zhao family discovers that you not only leak the Boang Dao technique, but are also a eunuch, what will your life be like? It would be better to take advantage of the rift between the Bai and Zhao families, incite chaos, and reshuffle the power dynamics. I can help you eliminate your enemies, become the head of the Zhao family, or remain an insignificant cripple. The choice is yours. Upon returning to the Zhao residence, Zhao Feng quietly poisoned his elder brother and then put on a show of brotherly grief in front of his father. Father, it must be the Bai family. They blame our Zhao family for Bai Yunfei's death, so they poison elder brother. My poor brother, so talented. Or perhaps it was a member of our own branch family, coveting the power of our Zhao family's green gang, trying to exploit this opportunity. We cannot show weakness. Hearing his son's analysis, the Zhao family head wavered. He spoke with a venomous tone. I'll see who's behind this. Whether it's the Bai family or the Pang family, I will personally eradicate them. I will cleanse this house. Seeing the murderous intent in his father's eyes, Zhao Feng excused himself. Let them fight amongst themselves, he thought, and I will reap the benefits. However, he wasn't the fisherman. He was merely a puppet controlled by Li Ziming. Just as he returned to his room, a heavy object slammed against his head. He jumped, startled by the sudden appearance of the masked man in his room. Suppressing his discomfort and fear, he spoke respectfully. Master, I've done everything as you instructed. Is there anything else you require? Li Ziming's voice was cold. Exchange everything in the bag for silver notes. The more, the better. I need it now. Zhao Feng opened the bag. It was filled with century-old ginseng. Master, this is worth a fortune, although I control the prosperous gambling den. But if I move too much money, it will inevitably raise suspicion. Zhao Feng trailed off. I'll immediately send these to the auction house under the Green Gang's name and sell them at a high price. Will that be all right? Li Ziming nodded, stipulating that it must be done before the Qixi festival. The next day, Li Ziming, mask removed, once again wore his harmless, innocent demeanor. Just after leaving the schoolhouse, he spotted a familiar figure. He walked over with a cheerful bounce in his step. Qi Bao, are you here specifically to pick me up after school? Qi Bao hummed in agreement. Aze, accompany me to Jile Mountain. I want to gather some flower seeds. Li Ziming noticed the dark circles under Qi Bao's eyes and responded gently, of course. The two then ascended the mountain together. Li Ziming, seeing Qi Bao's hesitant demeanor, asked if something was troubling her. Lost in thought, Qi Bao stepped on a loose stone. She stumbled backward. In the nick of time, Li Ziming lunged forward, catching her in a tight embrace. However, the momentum sent them tumbling down the hillside. Thanks to Li Ziming's protection, Qi Bao remained unharmed. Once they stopped, she anxiously asked, Aze, are you all right? Are you hurt? Li Ziming, still holding her close, made no move to separate. He propped himself up on his hands and shook his head. Don't worry. As long as you're all right, I'm fine. Bauer, is something bothering you? Can you tell me? The young man's handsome face, so close to hers, sent her heart racing. An undeniable air of intimacy hung between them. Quickly extracting herself from his embrace, she began, Ize, do you remember the last time we saw Fu Wu Jiang acting suspiciously in the garden? A flicker of killing intent flashed across Li Ziming's eyes. I remember. What happened? Did he give you trouble again? Qi Bao replied, not me. Today, I went to the garden and discovered him stealing money and the fragrant dew formula. He was caught red-handed by my parents. When I arrived, father was about to break his legs. I didn't stop him. I didn't plead for mercy either. Li Ziming nodded in understanding. He softly reassured her, Bauer, you did the right thing. He brought this upon himself. If he hadn't been dealt with, he would have become a bigger problem later. Even though you're kind, you can't be endlessly merciful. Qi Bao shook her head. That's not why I'm upset. It's not only Fu Wu Jiang who's after the fragrant dew formula. My older brothers are also after it. I caught them several times. Is it because I haven't done enough? Li Ziming gently guided her. No matter how much you give, some people will never be satisfied. Don't doubt yourself because of their greed. You've already done very well. The young man's comforting words eased Qi Bao's heart. Thank you, Aze. Glancing behind him, he suddenly noticed a large patch of sugarcane. In his eyes, it was a field of pure silver. In this era, the technology to produce white sugar didn't exist, and even sugarcane, the raw material for sugar production, was extremely rare. This discovery filled him with delight. He immediately tried to pull out a stalk, but without the strength-enhancing talisman, Even with all his might, he couldn't budge it. Li Ziming, without questioning Qi Bao's intentions, stepped forward to help. He effortlessly pulled out a stalk, then with a powerful snap, broke it in two and offered a piece to Qi Bao. Qi Bao stared, slightly stunned. Sugarcane stalks were so thick, they usually needed to be chopped with a knife. Aze, you're so strong. When did you get so much strength? Li Ziming's eyes twinkled with a hint of suggestive meaning. I'm a man. Of course I'm strong. But Bauer, you seem to be getting weaker. Qi Bao, clearly missing the innuendo, retorted Bu Fuqi de Fanvado. Little boy, who was it that carried you for dozens of miles on their back? You've grown a bit taller and stronger these past couple of days, and now you're calling yourself a man? Li Ziming Shuklad, genuinely curios. What do you need this tree trunk for? Qi Bao demonstrated on the spot. This isn't a tree trunk. It's called sugarcane. You can eat it. It's sweet and delicious. Li Ziming's face was filled with curiosity. He had never heard of sugarcane before. Mimicking Qi Bao, he bit into the stalk and swallowed the fibrous pulp. Qi Bao, having turned around to look for more, returned to see this. Well, how is it? Is it tasty? Li Ziming replied. It's sweet but hard to swallow. Scratchy. Qi Bao's eyes widened. You swallowed it? Li Ziming nodded blankly. Qi Bao burst into laughter, tears welling in her eyes. Aze, you're so cute. My fault, my fault. I didn't explain it properly. Aze, watch carefully. This is how you eat sugarcane. First, you bite open the skin, then you chew the sweet juice out of the flesh, and then you spit out the dry pulp. You don't swallow it. Looking at Qi Bao's bright, smiling face, Li Ziming, who had initially felt embarrassed, shook his head with an affectionate smile. Bao, don't laugh at me. This time, he finally understood the correct way to enjoy the sweet treat. Qi Bao responded with a beaming smile. I wouldn't tease you, Zay. You're so adorable. How could I tease you? Thanks to you, I've figured out a solution to that problem. This tumble wasn't in vain. You truly are my lucky star. Aze, did you know this sugarcane can be processed into sugar? While the price isn't as high as fragrant dew, it's still a good business. I plan to pull the Fu family out of Qingyu Garden and give them another place to grow sugarcane and process it into sugar. I'll give the sugar-making recipe to the Fu family and split the profits with them, letting them divide it amongst themselves. This will prevent further chaos caused by their insatiable greed. Not only that, but I'll also set aside a share for you, Zay. Li Ziming was once again taken aback by the young woman before him. Give it to me? Aren't you afraid the Fu family won't agree? After the Fu family incident, Qi Bao's resolve seemed even stronger. They'll agree whether they like it or not. This is good for them too. It's my recipe, my business. I can give it to whomever I choose. By the way, Aze, what's your favorite thing right now? Li Ziming Shukulat. Bauer, are you trying to figure out what gift I want for our birthdays? Qi Bao Shaitik Fu Lim Sun. Young man, do you have to be so perceptive? How did you know? Li Ziming gazed at Qi Bao tenderly. I've already decided. I want you to grant me a request on your birthday. So, you don't need to rack your brains thinking about what to prepare. 2 days later, a carriage procession led by Mu Qinshuan slowly made its way towards Jingyang town. They had been traveling nonstop at a rapid pace. Lin Yu couldn't endure the arduous journey any longer. She had no interest in the scenery outside, only routinely asking, Brother Xian, how much further? From atop his tall horse, Mu Qinshuan replied, Soon, we'll be at Jingyang town shortly. Lin Yu immediately felt her spirits lift. She had been nauseous and vomiting throughout the journey. Finally, they were almost there. The accompanying steward Jean respectfully said, Young master, it's quite a coincidence. We'll arrive just in time for the Qixi festival. Small towns are no match for the capital, and even young ladies must work. Only on this day, every year, do young ladies have the opportunity to go out and stroll the streets. There will be lanterns, performances, embroidery competitions, and poetry contests. It's much livelier than usual. Although Mu Qinshuan was anxious, he didn't want to disrupt the festive atmosphere. Chun Sheng suggested, after we arrive in Jingyang town, let's rest at the Jin residence for a day. We can visit Miss Fu after the Qixi festival. Since we're already here, another day won't make a difference. On the day of the Qixi festival, the young ladies of the Fu family dressed up early, eagerly anticipating their outing. Qi Bao had just woken up when she noticed an unfamiliar wooden chest by her door. Curious, she opened it. Inside, red and white kitchen, Ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress, with matching accessories and embroidered shoes caught her eye. Qi Bao blinked in surprise. How beautiful! She guessed that Li Ziming had prepared it for her. I didn't expect we'd have the same idea. She had also tailored a new outfit for Li Ziming. I wonder how Aze will look in it. A short while later, Qi Bao, dressed in her new attire, stepped out of her room. Her nieces were instantly captivated. "Little aunt, you look so beautiful." Qi Bao shyly greeted them, then saw Li Ziming, also dressed in new clothes, emerge. Although she often saw his exquisitely handsome face, each time was more breathtaking than the last. Qi Bao was practically mesmerized. "Aze, you look absolutely stunning." Her two nieces were the first to react, rushing forward to surround Li Ziming. "Aze, are you going to the Qixi Festival Temple Fair today? Are you going alone?" However, Li Ziming didn't even spare them a glance, walking past them with an impassive expression towards Qi Bao. Only then did his eyes soften with a smile, and he gently extended his hand. "Bauer, let's go." Qi Bao, pleased by this blatant display of favoritism, placed her hand in his. "Let's go to the temple fair." The streets and alleys were decorated with lanterns and colorful streamers, bustling with activity. The hawkers' cries and children's laughter filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Qi Bao's eyes lit up as she looked at the various snacks on the street. "Let's eat our way from one end of the street to the other." Li Ziming chuckled in agreement. Such a handsome young man would naturally attract the admiring glances of many young women. So, along the way, quite a few girls were stealing glances at Li Ziming. "He's as refined as jade, a peerless young gentleman. He's so handsome. Do you think the girl beside him is his relative? Should we go introduce ourselves?" Qi Bao met their envious and jealous gazes and sighed. "I miscalculated. I should have painted a yin-yang face on Aze today." Being stared at like this left her feeling helpless. Li Ziming, noticing Qi Bao's discomfort, thoughtfully offered a solution. Pointing, he said, "Bauer, let's go buy a mask over there." Qi Bao's eyes brightened. Looking at the various masks displayed on the stall, all exquisitely crafted and adorable, her mood improved considerably. She immediately took a liking to a tiger mask. "Aze, try this one on." Li Ziming, with a smile in his eyes, didn't reach for the mask. Instead, he bent down, his intention clear. Qi Bao muttered, "Aze, why have you become so lazy lately?" She still personally placed a mask on him. This way, at least, it wouldn't attract everyone's unwavering attention. However, Qi Bao suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity with Li Ziming wearing the mask. Strange, why does this look so familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Hearing this, Li Ziming's eyes flickered. His identity as the masked man couldn't be revealed yet. He quickly grabbed a rabbit mask from the stall and said casually, "When people wear the same mask, even if they don't look alike, don't they appear similar?" Just then, a man wearing the same tiger mask walked over. At first glance, it was truly difficult to tell them apart. "Li Ziming Smilath, let me help you put on, Bauer." Qi Bao dismissed the slight doubt in her heart and nodded, her own rabbit mask bobbing. Then she laughed. "Now we can stroll around without worry." Butterflies danced intermittently across the Magpie Bridge in the central square. A pleasant fragrance filled the air. The bridge was as beautiful as a dream. Many people marveled. "Look at that Magpie Bridge. I heard the Jean family funded its construction. No wonder it's attracting butterflies. It must be the exquisite fragrance due, right? How much did they use?" The Jean family is truly generous. Let's buy a few bottles later. Below the Magpie Bridge, Qi Bao looked at the scene with satisfaction. It seems the exquisite fragrance due business will boom this Qixi festival. Li Ziming asked softly, "Bauer, don't you want to go up to the Magpie Bridge?" Qi Bao shook her head. "I'll just watch from here. I don't want to go up. The cowherd and weaver girl can only meet once a year. Although it's a timeless love story, it's too tragic. I don't like it. I prefer happy endings with everyone together." Li Ziming's gaze, filled with amusement and affection, remained fixed on Qi Bao. The young woman's every smile and frown tugged at his heartstrings, momentarily dispelling the dark currents of anger and gloom within him. Bauer is right. In the Jean family's inn, the windows of a second-floor private room were wide open. Looking at the lively scene below, Lin Yu fidgeted restlessly. Although Jingyang town is small, its Qixi festival decorations are quite different from the capital's. "Brother Xian, why don't we go out and stroll around?" Mu Changsun hesitated. "The crowd outside is chaotic. As the Duke Xinhua's daughter, it might be improper. Besides, what if we get separated?" Lin Yu clung to his arm, acting coquettishly. "Brother Xian, let's go together. together. We're already here. It's such a waste to stay cooped up inside all day. Mu Qianxuan couldn't resist his sister's pleas and relented. All right, stop shaking me. Let's go. But you must stay close to me. Don't run off. Having achieved her goal, Lin Yu beamed. No problem. Brother Xian is the best. The Jin family steward chimed in with a smile. Young master, I'm quite familiar with this place. Why don't you let me show you around? The Jin family has built a magpie bridge on Fuan Street. There will be a special celebration tonight. Many people will be going to see it. Before Mu Qianxuan could reply, Lin Yu eagerly interjected, let's not delay any further. Let's set off now. In the blink of an eye, evening arrived. Men and women, carrying delicate lanterns, walked along the riverbank. They lit the lanterns, inscribed with heartfelt wishes, and released them onto the water. Qi Bao also pulled Li Ziming to a lantern stall. Aze, let's release lanterns too. They chose two they liked. The stall owner smiled and explained, Miss, choose a blessing slip. Stick it on the lantern, and your wish will come true. Qi Bao glanced over. There were many blessing slips, mostly with wishes like finding a good match and having children. Qi Bao picked one that read, long life, peace, and joy, and stuck it on her lantern. She was very satisfied, but Li Ziming frowned slightly. Is that Baoer's wish? Don't you have any thoughts like the cowherd and weaver girl? He would be of age next year. Could it be that Baoer was still so innocent? Thinking of all the effort he had put in recently, only to be treated like a child by Qi Bao, Li Ziming decided to be more direct. Seeing him lost in thought, Qi Bao called out, Aze, what are you thinking about? Have you chosen your blessing slip? Li Ziming masked his expression and casually picked up a lantern. I wrote it beforehand and attached it to the lantern. Hand in hand, they released their lanterns, watching them drift downstream. It was as if their wishes were truly being carried away to be fulfilled. Aze, what did you write on your blessing slip? Li Ziming shuklat mysteriously. It's a secret. We've strolled around enough today. I heard there's an event at the Magpie Bridge. Let's go watch it and then head home. Qi Bao looked at Li Ziming curiously, puzzled. Why did Aze keep wanting to take her to the Magpie Bridge today? Something was fishy. So she asked, by the way, Aze, what gift do you want? It's so late, you should tell me. Li Ziming Rabia, Noraj, Boarida. Come with me first. He took her hand and continued walking towards the river. An elegant pleasure boat was moored upstream. Seeing Li Ziming about to board, Qi Bao, fearing the owner might appear and scold them, quickly said, this boat must belong to someone. We can't just go on board, can we? Come aboard. Li Ziming extended his hand, offering her a gentle smile. Baoya, come. Don't worry. I rented this boat just for you. This gesture of affection and special treatment made Qi Bao's heart skip a beat. As they boarded the pleasure boat, the boatmen began to row. Gazing at the myriad lights along the riverbanks, Qi Bao couldn't help but sigh. It's so beautiful. This boat must have been expensive, she remarked. Li Ziming dismissed it as nothing, pulling a box from his robes and offering it to Qi Bao. This is my gift for you. Happy birthday, he added. Qi Bao looked surprised. But you already gave me this dress and jewelry. Li Ziming smiled faintly, pressing the wooden box into her hands. Those don't count. This is my real birthday gift for you. This unexpected present filled Qi Bao with excitement and anticipation. What did you prepare for me, Aze? She opened the box. Inside lay a thick stack of silver notes. It must have been tens of thousands of taels. Qi Bao stared at Li Ziming in shock. Aze, did you rob a bank? Where did you get so much money? This first birthday Qi Bao celebrated with Li Ziming was extravagant and breathtaking. Looking at the large stack of silver notes in the wooden box, Qi Bao couldn't help but ask in astonishment, Aze, did you rob a bank? Li Ziming had little concept of money, but he knew Qi Bao loved it. He replied casually, I got this from Jiao Mountain by trading the 100-year-old ginseng and lingji I gathered. Don't you love money? I earned this money honestly. Just use it as you please. With this money, whether it's opening an orphanage or helping Zhou Peng, you could do whatever you want. You won't need to worry or rely on anyone. Qi Bao's eyes welled up. Aze, do you think I'm clinging to the Jin family for money? Are you worried I'll be wronged? She felt a surge of gratitude, but ultimately didn't want to accept such a precious gift. Don't worry, Aze. I know my limits. I won't let myself be wronged for money. This money is something you earn by risking your life. I can't take it. Before she could finish, the young man suddenly placed a finger against her lips. Don't speak. The boat's docking. Let's disembark, Bao. Chi Bao, clutching the wooden box filled with silver notes, followed him ashore. They stepped directly onto the Magpie Bridge. At this moment, the bridge was already crowded with men and women. Chi Bao couldn't help but ask, Aze, you seem determined to bring me to the Magpie Bridge today. Why? Meanwhile, in an inn, Prince Qin had also arrived in Jingyang town. His trusted guard reported the information he had gathered. My lord, the woman said that as long as we find the wealthy Fu family who can refine fragrant dew, we can find the person we need to eliminate. If we want to gather information, it's best to start with the Zhao family at the gambling den. I just inquired with the innkeeper. There are several powerful families in this town, and the Zhao family is one of them. They're involved in underground dealings. No wonder the woman told us to look for the Zhao family. But her predictions are incredibly accurate, as if she's been here before and knows these people. Prince Qin seemed unconcerned. Isn't that better? At least it proves she didn't lie to me. First, contact Zhao Feng. Arrange a meeting. I want to learn about the Fu family from him. He was extremely confident that he could make the woman with precognitive abilities and a hidden agenda completely submit to him. Elsewhere, Li Ziming, having finally brought Chi Bao onto the Magpie Bridge, pointed to the sky. Bao, look! As his words fell, booming sounds echoed through the air. Brilliant fireworks burst across the night sky. Everyone looked up in delight. Such beautiful fireworks. Why are they setting off fireworks? It's been years since we've seen any. Did some wealthy family pay for them? I haven't heard anything about it. The crowd buzzed with curious chatter. Chi Bao was also captivated by the dazzling display. Fireworks were a rare sight in ancient times. Do you like them, Bauer? The young man's pleasant voice asked beside her. Gibao not det instinquito. They're beautiful. Even if their beauty is fleeting, each moment is eternal. Then, she suddenly realized something and looked at Li Ziming with astonishment. Aze, did you prepare these fireworks for me? Li Ziming smiled and hummed in agreement. He had instructed Wu Hao and Zhao Feng to arrange it. It seemed the effect was quite good. Chi Bao was thrilled, but also felt a pang of complex emotions. Aze had gone to such lengths, giving his all to celebrate her birthday. This was probably the first time Aze had a chance to celebrate a birthday. Unfortunately, the system only gave her 1 year to complete her merit points, or she would die. I don't know if I'll be able to celebrate another birthday with him. If I'm gone, what will happen to Aze? She truly needed this money to accumulate merit points and settle her debt with the system. Smiling at the young man, Chi Bao said, Aze, thank you for everything you've prepared for me today. I love it, and I'm so happy. I've decided to accept this gift you've given me. For our future, I'll work hard. Li Ziming was even more delighted that she agreed to accept the money. As long as you're happy, then I'm content. Chi Bao, with a serious expression, pressed him. Then what about you? What gift do you want? Tell me now. Whatever it is, I'll make it happen. A playful glint flickered in Li Ziming's eyes as he asked again. Really, Bao? Any request, you'll willingly agree to. Chi Bao firmly nodded again. As long as it's not murder or arson, no matter how difficult, I'll find a way to do it. Li Ziming gently caressed Chi Bao's cheek and softly said, then close your eyes first. Don't open them. Such a small request. Though slightly puzzled, Chi Bao obediently closed her eyes. Li Ziming's gaze fixed on her beautifully shaped lips. Removing his mask, he leaned down, drawing closer and closer, about to press his lips against the ones that made his heart race. Just then, a sharp voice rang out. What are you doing? Suddenly, Chi Bao felt a strong force pull her backward. The next moment, she found herself in the arms of a strange man, who glared fiercely at Li Ziming. Where did this scoundrel come from, daring to insult my sister? A strange man had appeared out of nowhere. Interrupting his plan, Li Ziming's face darkened with suppressed fury. Let her go. If he hadn't wanted to maintain his composure in front of Chi Bao, he would have likely lashed out and killed the man before him. Mu Qinshuan scoffed, preparing to pull Chi Bao behind him before teaching the young man a lesson. Chi Bao, finally regaining her senses, quickly pushed Mu Qinshuan away. Are you crazy? I'm not your sister. She ripped off her mask. Take a good look. Are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? Seeing the woman's face clearly, the expression on Mu Qinshuan's face changed instantly. Sheathing his sword, he flushed with shame and embarrassment. I'm truly sorry, Mississippi. Your clothes, your mask, even your figure from behind, they're incredibly similar to my sister's. I've been separated from her for a while. Just now, in my haste, I mistook you for her. I thought that man was trying to take advantage of you. Please forgive my presumptuousness and rudeness. He bowed deeply and sincerely. Seeing his sincere apology and understanding that he had acted out of concern for his sister and hadn't actually resorted to violence, Chi Bao decided not to pursue the matter. Well, we were just standing close together. Your eyesight isn't very good, is it? Forget it. Aze, let this go. Taking Li Ziming's hand, she turned and left. Mu Qinshuan bowed sincerely once more. Thank you for your forgiveness, Mississippi. Suddenly sensing a surge of killing intent, he looked up and met the young man's icy gaze. Mu Qinshuan immediately understood. He gave a wry smile. My fault for ruining their moment. That man had clearly been about to kiss the young woman, but the young woman seemed completely oblivious. No wonder he had drawn such a look. Meanwhile, Chi Bao could clearly sense Li Ziming's anger at the interruption. She quickly tried to soothe him. Aze, are you still angry? Don't be angry anymore. Let's find somewhere a bit quieter, and then you can tell me what gift you want, okay? Li Ziming took a deep breath. Facing Chi Bao, he couldn't maintain his displeasure. He simply replied, let's talk about it after we get back. At that moment, the Qixi Festival competitions were in full swing, creating a lively atmosphere. It was the first time Chi Bao had witnessed such a scene, and her playful side emerged. She also spotted her nieces watching the festivities. Her nieces, seeing her, greeted her excitedly. Auntie, come and look at the lantern riddles. However, Li Ziming caught a glimpse of Prince Qin in the crowd. His pupils constricted. Even after so many years, he wouldn't mistake that face. Why had he suddenly come to Jingyang town? He made an excuse to leave and investigate. Bauer, if you're interested, why don't you go join them and enjoy the festivities? I seem to have lost the amulet you gave me by the river. It probably happened when that strange man grabbed you. I think I accidentally snapped the red string. I need to go back and look for it. Chi Bao was instantly indignant. What? That guy made you lose your amulet? No way. I'll go with you to look for it. The amulet had cost her a significant amount of merit points, a gift specifically for Li Ziming. If someone else picked it up, she would be devastated. Li Ziming, however, stopped her. There are so many people here. If you come with me, I'm worried you'll get hurt. You don't want me to worry about you, do you? Just wait here obediently, and I'll come back for you. Before Chi Bao could respond, he turned and ran off. She stood there, momentarily stunned, having never seen this assertive side of Li Ziming. The young man's figure had already disappeared into the crowd, making it impossible for her to follow, even if she wanted to. A puzzled thought lingered in her mind. Aze was always so obedient and compliant. Why was he suddenly so decisive? Just then, her two nieces called out to her. Auntie, the Magpie Bridge meeting has started. Come and see. Distracted, Chi Bao put aside her thoughts about Li Ziming's unusual behavior and happily went off to look at the lantern riddles, once again missing the truth. On the second floor of the gambling den, Zhao Feng raised an eyebrow at the distinguished-looking stranger. Who are you, and what business do you have with me? Prince Qin stated, I've heard that the Green Gang is all-powerful in Jingyang town. I'm requesting your help in locating someone. Unaware of the man's identity, Zhao Feng scoffed. There are a lot of people in Jingyang town. Who are you referring to? Prince Qin's voice deepened. The one behind the fragrant do business, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful young man. Do you know their identity and whereabouts? At his words, Zhao Feng's heart skipped a beat. A certain wound, already healed, seemed to ache faintly. Everything stemmed from the Fu family. He was afraid. Unwilling to take on this task, he said, Don't tell me you're also after the fragrant dew formula. I advise you to give up that idea. The Jin family isn't to be trifled with. Not to mention, they have powerful backing in the capital. My family can't take on this business. He issued a direct dismissal. Unfazed by the rejection, Prince Qin didn't move. He offered a tempting proposition, backing from the capital. Isn't that something the Zhao family desires? Take a look at this. He pulled a purple gold token inscribed with Duke Qin from his robes and presented it. Zhao Feng's expression changed instantly. Among the long-established families in the capital, the most renowned were the Duke Jinggua's household, which controlled military power, and then the Duke Qin's household. These were families the Zhao family yearned to connect with, but they couldn't even find a way in. Now, such an opportunity was presented to him. Zhao Feng couldn't help but be suspicious. How do I know you're telling the truth? There are plenty of swindlers these days. You're quite bold, daring to impersonate someone from the Duke Qin's household. Faced with Zhao Feng's doubts, Prince Qin placed a stack of silver notes on the table. Then take a look. Are these real or fake? Zhao Feng then noticed that the notes were all from the Huifeng Bank in the capital. Observing the man's distinctly capital accent and demeanor, his suspicions lessened. Regardless, if this man truly was a powerful figure, he couldn't afford to offend him. So he agreed to the deal. The Fu family does indeed have a remarkably beautiful young man. He rarely goes out, though. The Fu family lives outside town, in a place called Fengtian Village. However, they're under the Jin family's protection and have guards. That's all I know. If you want to go to Fengtian Village, I can arrange for one of my men to guide you. Seeing Zhao Feng's cooperation, Prince Qin nodded slightly. Very good. Inwardly, he sneered. Li Ziming, after all these years, I'm finally going to see you again. You shouldn't even exist in this world. This time, I won't show any mercy or give you any chance to threaten the Qin family's position. Meanwhile, a massive fire erupted on Magpie Bridge, transforming the joyous Qixi festival into a sea of flames. The panicked crowd cried out, their screaming figures fleeing in all directions. Qi Bao shouted over the din, urging people not to push or shove, lest they block the escape route. However, her voice was swallowed by the chaos. Her two nieces, frightened, huddled behind her. Auntie, let's get out of here. Qi Bao insisted they couldn't leave yet. The whole street is lined with lanterns. We don't know how far the fire has spread. It might be safer here. You two climb up this tree to avoid being trampled. Her nieces, completely distraught, obeyed without question. Seeing them safely in the tree, Qi Bao breathed a sigh of relief. Stay here and don't move. I'll be right back. She then turned and headed towards the heart of the blaze. Hua, seeing this, cried out in terror. Andy, come back. You can't go there. If something happens to you, Grandpa and Grandma will kill us. But Qi Bao continued on, undeterred. Because of the merit system, she had become accustomed to rescuing others. She couldn't stand by and watch so many people burn to death. With the system-provided amulet, her own safety wasn't a major concern. She plunged into the crowd, pulling out those who had been trampled and children separated from their families. Don't be afraid. I'll take you to safety. Overcoming all obstacles, she handed a child to his mother. Amidst the chaos, Mu Qianxuan, relying on his martial arts skills and agility, also rescued many people. This isn't a good way to do this. Moving to a deserted spot, he called out to the system, "Is there any way to stop this fire?" The merit system searched within its space. The merit system produced a talisman. This is a supreme rain-summoning talisman. It can cause rain within a 10-mile radius. Only 2,000 merit points. Qi Bao's face darkened. Highway robbery, she muttered. I've saved for so long, and I only have a little over 2,000. Why don't you just steal them all? The system, embodying the spirit of a miser, offered a take-it-or-leave-it price. One price. Take it or don't. If not, don't bother me. I'm trying to sleep. Looking at the panicked people outside, Qi Bao knew that spending these 2,000 points would leave her penniless again. But at this critical juncture, she couldn't afford to be stingy. Grimacing, she spent the 2,000 merit points and exchanged them for the rain-summoning talisman. Distracted, she didn't notice the charred wooden frame above her as it suddenly came crashing down. Look out! At the critical moment, someone pulled her aside, saving her from being buried under the debris. Qi Bao looked up at her rescuer, surprise evident on her face. It's you! They both exclaimed simultaneously. Mu Qianxuan hadn't expected the woman he'd saved to be the same one he'd almost mistaken for his sister earlier. He bowed slightly. I admire your bravery in trying to save others amid such danger. What a coincidence to meet twice in one day. Just then, someone in the crowd shouted, "The Magpie Bridge is collapsing." Qi Bao's expression turned grave. This wasn't the time for pleasantries. There were still many people trapped on the bridge. She started to run towards the Magpie Bridge, but Mu Qianxuan grabbed her arm. It's too dangerous here. Leave now. I'll bring the rest of the injured out. I promise. Without hesitation, Mu Qianxuan rushed into the inferno. Qi Bao's impression of him improved considerably. Judging by his clothes and demeanor, he was clearly a wealthy young man, yet he risked his own safety to save others. Looking around, she realized he was the only one doing so, besides herself. Quickly retrieving the rain-summoning talisman from her system space, she activated it. From her body, a shimmering, Nearly invisible starlight, undetectable to the naked eye, shot up towards the sky. Immediately, heavy rain began to fall, spreading outward from the most intensely burning areas. It's raining. We're saved. Thank heavens. Everyone, stop running. The fire's being put out. We'll be all right. The joy of surviving this disaster brought many to tears. The rain lasted only for a short while, just long enough to extinguish the flames. Officials from the county government and the Jin family arrived to manage the aftermath. Qi Bao and Mu Qianxuan worked together to help. Completely absorbed in helping others, Qi Bao didn't notice that her elegant robes, now soaked through, clung tightly to her body, revealing the color of her undergarments. Mu Qianxuan, inadvertently catching sight of this, blushed crimson. Quickly covering his eyes, he took off his outer robe and offered it to her. Miss, saving people was paramount just now, but there are enough hands here now. You're soaked. You should find a place to change. Noticing his flushed cheeks, Qi Bao glanced down and saw her revealing state. Gratefully accepting the robe and wrapping it around herself, she offered a sincere thank you, her impression of Mu Qianxuan rising even further. He was a true gentleman. Mu Qianxuan bowed politely. You're welcome. Let me escort you back to your inn. After my earlier transgression, please allow me this opportunity to apologize properly. Qi Bao returned the bow, declining with a smile. It's unnecessary. My family's over there. And thank you again for saving me earlier. Let's consider our previous misunderstanding forgotten. With that, she turned and left, worried about Li Ziming's safety. Mu Qianxuan watched her go, wanted to ask her name, but hesitating. He realized for the first time the sensation of his heart fluttering. Suddenly, he noticed a hairpin on the ground. Picking it up, he called out, Miss, your hairpin. But Qi Bao was already lost in the crowd. He stared at the hairpin she had worn, lost in thought. Just then, a familiar voice reached his ears. Xiangij, what are you doing here? Are you all right? Relieved to see his younger sister unharmed, Mu Qianxuan feigned a stern expression. Linyu, what did you promise me? This place is unfamiliar. Running off like that. I came looking for you, of course. Montag Linyu apologist obediently. I'm sorry, Xuangege. I just got carried away. I heard about the fire on the Magpie Bridge and was worried about you, so I came over. Please don't be angry. Employing her usual tactic of acting cute and apologetic, Mu Qianxuan sighed in resignation. I can't stay mad at you. He continued his lecture, but seeing his stern gaze, Mo Lingyue quickly changed the subject. Oh, Xiangij, why are you holding a woman's hairpin? She reached out to take it, but grasped only air. Mo Lingyue froze. She knew how much her older brother doted on her, giving her anything she desired. So what was this? Mu Qianxuan calmly placed the hairpin inside his robe, replying casually, It's nothing. Someone probably dropped it. I just happened to pick it up. His actions, however, made Mo Lingyue suspicious. Such a simple hairpin, with Xiangij status. Why would he stoop to pick it up? He wouldn't even pick up dropped gold or silver notes. I think I've missed something, she thought, glancing around the chaotic scene. She couldn't see the familiar figure she was looking for. A dangerous glint flickered in Li Ziming's eyes. Bauer promised to meet me here. Why isn't she here? A wave of unease washed over him. Could Bauer be trapped in the fire? No, Bauer can protect herself. She wouldn't be so easily hurt. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have left her to follow that man. Consumed by guilt and anxiety, he suddenly heard a familiar voice in the distance. Ze, where are you? The voice was hoarse, clearly having called out for a long time. Risking exposure, he used his lightness skill and rushed forward, pulling Qi Bao into a tight embrace. Startled by the sudden embrace, Qi Bao tensed. But recognizing the scent, she relaxed instantly. Feeling the slight tremor in his body, she assumed he was shaken by the fire. She abandoned her initial impulse to pull away and instead offered comfort. Izay, it's all right. It's all right now. Are you okay? I was worried something happened to you, so I didn't stay where we agreed. Li Ziming fought to control his surging emotions. I'm Fine. It's good you didn't stay there. I heard the Magpie Bridge caught fire. If I had known, I wouldn't have left you alone. Gibao semai vit soon. Silly, how can you blame yourself? It was an accident. I'm perfectly fine, see? I don't even have a scratch. I just got soaked by the rain. I must look a fright. She spread her arms wide, trying to show him she was unharmed. That's when Li Ziming finally noticed the unfamiliar man's robe draped around her. Jealousy flared, his eyes flashing dangerously. Whose robe is that? Unaware of his sudden shift in mood, Qi Bao explained, It belongs to the young master who mistook me for someone else earlier. He was helping people during the fire, and helped me too. He lent me his robe. He seems like a good person, quite decent. A cold gust of wind swept past, and Qi Bao shivered involuntarily, sneezing. Li Ziming's heart ached. Almost roughly, he pulled the robe off Qi Bao's shoulders, discarding it on the ground like a rag. Who knows if a stranger's clothes are clean, he muttered, draping his own robe around her. He felt instantly better. Qi Bao had intended to wash the robe and return it to its owner. Aze, why did you throw away perfectly good clothes? It was borrowed. How can I return it now? Li Ziming's tone was firm. Just a chance encounter. We might not even meet again. It's just a robe. I can afford to replace it. Bauer, you can't get sick. Let's go home. He put his arm around her shoulders and steered her away. Qi Bao sensed his suppressed anger. Aze is so gentle. For him to be this angry, he must be worried about me and blaming himself. Not wanting him to feel guilty, she quietly followed him. As they walked, they overheard snippets of conversation. Thankfully, only a few people were injured. No one died. That rain came just in time. Otherwise, people would have certainly perished. But it's strange. The rain seemed to fall only over the town. I heard it didn't rain at all near the outer city. How peculiar. Relieved to hear no one had died, Qi Bao urged, Aze, I'm a little cold. Let's go quickly. Instead of taking her back to the Li residence, Li Ziming led her to the small house she had bought for him. There are fresh clothes in your room. Go change. I'll heat some water for you to bathe. Although Qi Bao didn't live there, Li Ziming had kept the other bedroom for her. The room was spotless, tastefully decorated with a feminine touch. Everything a woman might need was provided. There were even several sets of new women's clothing, clearly meant for her. Touched by his thoughtfulness, she changed out of her wet clothes. It was only when she went to fix her hair that she realized her hairpin was missing. She figured she must have dropped it on the bridge during the chaos. But it was a gift from Aze. She decided to go back and look for it later. Just then, a knock echoed on the door. Qi Bao hurried to open it. She was met by an impassive, breathtakingly beautiful face. The water is ready. Go bathe. Qi Bao felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from Li Ziming. She had intended to say something to appease him, but now she just meekly obeyed. Stepping into the fragrant hot water, warmth enveloped her, but her mind was far from calm. Why is Aze suddenly acting so frightening? Why is he still angry? Did I do something wrong? Today was supposed to be a happy day for Aze. How did it end up like this? I have to find a way to coax him later. I can't let him have an unhappy first birthday. Outside the window, watching her silhouette through the steamy glass, Li Ziming finally let his anger show. Wash it away. I have to wash away the scent of another man from you. If he could, he would have done it himself. But the last vestiges of his reason held him back. He couldn't do that. It would only frighten her. He didn't want Qi Bao to be afraid of him. You're so kind, always helping the weak and vulnerable. But I'm like this, so dark. Bauer could never accept this side of me. I can never let her see my true face. Hearing a noise at the door, he quickly masked his dark expression and turned to face Qi Bao as she emerged from the bathroom. Ignoring her dripping hair, she offered him a conciliatory smile. Aze, are you still angry with me? Unable to bear her worried expression, Li Ziming shook his head. He led her back to the bedroom and picked up a clean towel to dry her wet hair. Qi Bao saip un gom fota. Aze, I can do it myself. Normally, Li Ziming would have readily agreed, but today he was insistent. Don't move. You'll pull your hair. Qi Bao had no choice but to let him dry her hair. After a moment, she asked, Did you find your protective amulet? Li Ziming replied smoothly, I found it. Something Bauer gave me. I would have found it no matter what. Qi Bao smiled. It's all right. Even if it was lost, I can make you another one. By the way, Aze, what was it you wanted me to do back on the bridge? Remembering the silver he had received, the specially arranged fireworks, and the fact that he hadn't prepared anything for her, he had been dwelling on the interrupted moment. A flicker of conflict crossed Li Ziming's eyes. Do you really want to know? Qi Bao not det for me Li. Of course. Didn't I promise you? Whatever you ask, I'll agree to it. Her words emboldened him. He suddenly pulled her into an embrace. Before she could react, he tilted her chin up, his handsome face inches from hers. Aze, what are you doing? The next second, his lips met hers, a scorching heat and intoxicating scent, igniting within her like a flame, her heart pounding in her chest. It took a long moment for her to regain her senses. She pushed him away, covering her lips with her hand, staring at him in disbelief. Li Ziming was about to speak, to confess his feelings. But Qi Bao spoke first, her voice serious. Aze, do you know what you're doing? Li Ziming replied matter-of-factly, of course I do. Bauer, we're practically engaged. Why shouldn't I do this? This is the gift I wanted from you. Didn't you promise you'd agree to anything? Qi Bao sighed. But Aze, you're not my child groom anymore. Li Ziming refused to back down. So what? In everyone's eyes, we're engaged. Bauer, I like you. Do you not feel the same way about me? Do you detest me? His voice was as gentle as ever, but Qi Bao felt an insistent pressure. The sudden confession threw Qi Bao into turmoil. She replied with a touch of guilt, of course I like you, but there are different kinds of liking. Aze, you're still young. Maybe you're just dependent on me because I'm good to you. It's my fault. I misled you, made you think this way. I'm not who you think I am. If I accepted your feelings, I would only hurt you. Li Ziming's voice was utterly serious. I'm not young anymore. Others my age are already married. I'm not the child you think I am. I know what I'm saying, what I want. My feelings for you are those of a man for a woman. Qi Bao realized he was serious, but she was a person with no future. 5 years. If she couldn't accumulate enough merit points, she would truly die. It's better to be clear now than to cause him more pain later. Qi Bao reasoned. Aze will eventually meet someone who truly reciprocates his feelings, someone he can spend his life with. Despite the heartache, she knew she had to be cruel to be kind. Aze, I appreciate your affection, but I've always seen you as a younger brother. I don't have romantic feelings for you. How could Qi Bao's heart not flutter at the beautiful young man's confession? But the weight of the 100 million merit points she owed the merit system, due in 5 years, pressed heavily on her. With only a few dozen merit points to her name, she had no confidence she would even survive the next 5 years. Unwilling to burden Li Ziming, she chose the painful path of immediate rejection. It's getting late. I should return as sixth brother. My family will be worried. Unable to meet his gaze, she turned to leave. But as she took her first step, a cold, emotionless voice stopped her. Abandoned by my family as a child, sold to traffickers because of my face, I've suffered hardship and abuse. Now, the only person I care about sees me with nothing but fleeting pity. In this vast world, no one offers genuine kindness. My beauty only attracts unwanted attention and covetous gazes. If that's all I am, why should I remain in this world? Qi Bao's blood ran cold. Sensing the implication in his words, she spun around. She saw the protective amulet and wooden token she had given him lying discarded on the ground. I return these to you. A dagger appeared in his hand. Before she could react, he plunged the blade deep into his chest. As he raised the dagger again, Qi Bao's heart leaped in her throat. She rushed forward. Aze, don't do anything foolish. Put the knife down. But Li Ziming pressed the dagger against his temple, his voice a chilling threat. If you come any closer, I'll drive it through. Qi Bao froze, tears streaming down her face. Aze, please don't do this. I beg you, put the dagger down. His eyes were filled with a desolate indifference, a chilling resolve. The sight of his blood sent a sharp pang of pain through Qi Bao's heart. Aze, I agree, but we're still young. It's too early to talk about marriage. Let's give each other 5 years to cultivate our feelings. If your feelings haven't changed after 5 years, then we'll marry. At her concession, a flicker of gold flashed in Li Ziming's dark eyes. He lowered the dagger from his temple. Bauer, are you telling the truth? You're not lying to me. Terrified he would hurt himself again, Qi Bao nodded vehemently. I swear to heaven, if I lie to Aze, may I die a horrible death. Li Ziming dropped the dagger and rushed to cover her mouth. Don't say such things. Bauer, you'll live a long and happy life. But you must promise me, he continued, that for these 5 years, you won't see me as a brother anymore, and you won't interact with any other men or have any involvement with them. Qi Bao readily agreed. Besides you, I won't like any other man. A breathtakingly beautiful smile bloomed on Li Ziming's face. Bauer, you're so good. Seeing him relax, Qi Bao offered a wry smile. Let's bandage your wound first. She removed his upper garment and, taking out a healing balm, expertly cleaned and bandaged the wound. Why did you stab yourself so deep? It's a good thing you missed your heart. You've lost so much blood. Li Ziming, seemingly oblivious to the pain, watched her fuss over him with a look of pure contentment. As she finished bandaging him, a wave of dizziness washed over Qi Bao, and she collapsed. Before losing consciousness, she saw the fear and worry in the beautiful young man's eyes. Serves you right, she thought with a silent, bitter amusement. Now you know how I felt. A flicker of genuine fear had indeed crossed Li Ziming's face. He quickly checked her pulse and breathed a sigh of relief. Just a fever. He had anticipated her rejection and planned accordingly. He had calculated precisely where to stab himself to appear gravely injured without actually being in mortal danger. He knew the rain, the exertion of rescuing people, and the recent fright had taken their toll, leading to her collapse. He gently pressed a cool cloth to her burning forehead. He leaned down and kissed her tenderly. I'm sorry, Bauer, but this was the only way to make you give me a chance, to let me stay by your side. You can't escape me. Don't struggle anymore, okay? He would use these 5 years to resolve all his problems and give her a carefree future. Chi Bao awoke the next day at noon. Opening her eyes, she saw old Chen's kind and loving face. You're finally awake. You scare me half to death. Thankfully, Eze came looking for me last night and told me you had a fever and fainted. Heavens, how could such a fire start out of nowhere? It's a blessing you're all right. Chi Bao listened to old Chen's worried chatter, her heart warmed by the concern. Not seeing Li Ziming, she asked, where is Eze? Old Chen told her he was brewing medicine. Remembering her precious daughter hadn't eaten anything since yesterday, she hurried off to prepare a meal. Just then, the system notification chimed in Chi Bao's mind. Although she had spent 2,000 merit points on a rain-summoning talisman last night, the people she saved had earned her 5,000. She was actually in profit. Her spirits lifted slightly. A moment later, Li Ziming entered, carrying a bowl of medicine. He spoke hesitantly. Bauer, are you still angry with me? Seeing his cautious demeanor, Chi Bao sighed softly. No, Eze, don't overthink it. But you must never do something like that again. If you do, you might as well kill me instead. Li Ziming quickly promised. I'm sorry, boy. I promise I won't do it again. Drink your medicine now and get better soon. I'm worried about you. Meanwhile, at the inn, Prince Qin's guard reported his findings. Young master, the wealthy Fu family does indeed have an adopted son, purchased as a child. He's said to be more beautiful than a woman. He currently studies at an academy in Jingyang town. However, he recently took leave and his whereabouts are unknown. I've placed men at the Fu residence and the academy. We'll confirm his identity when he appears. There's also something strange. We've discovered that the Duke Zheng's heir, Mu Qianxuan, is also in Jingyang town. Prince Qin was surprised. Mu Changsun, what's he doing in Jingyang town? The Zheng and Qin families have always been at odds. Can it be a coincidence? I hope he's only passing through. I don't want him interfering with my affairs. After a moment of thought, he instructed his guard, don't alert them yet. Assign some men to monitor Mu Qianxuan's movements and ascertain his purpose. Be discreet. Don't let them discover you. Chi Bao's fever subsided the next day, but Li Ziming insisted she rest for a few more days. He even took leave from the academy and stayed at the new house, caring for her constantly. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Li Ziming Fronat. Only old Chen knew about this place. Who could be knocking? The young man, having secured Chi Bao's promise of marriage in 5 years through his dramatic ploy, found their quiet, intimate solitude interrupted by the unexpected knock. The arrival of someone from the Qin household had cast a shadow over their peaceful existence. Li Ziming instinctively sought to conceal himself, finding an excuse to retreat into the shadows and observe. Chi Bao opened the door. A middle-aged man walked in with a beaming smile. Miss Fu, it's been a while. Chi Bao recognized him immediately. It was the steward who had accompanied Jean Yuan. She was surprised. Steward Jean, how did you know I was here? Steward Jean quickly explained. Young Master Yuan instructed me to find you. He said it was urgent. I inquired about your address from your mother. Please forgive my intrusion. Chi Bao's face lit up. Urgent? Could there be news about the business in the capital? Steward Jean nodded, indicating it was a long story and suggesting they discuss it inside. Chi Bao led him to the living room, while the 2 guards accompanying Steward Jean began carrying gifts into the courtyard. Li Ziming, still hidden, cautiously moved closer to observe. Steward Jean handed Chi Bao a letter, saying it was from Jean Yuan. After reading the letter, Chi Bao understood their purpose. The Duke Zheng's household desired the formula for the hemostatic dew. Steward Jean then presented an invitation. Miss Fu, our Jean family, and the Duke Zheng's household are related by marriage. The heir, Mu Qianxuan, has come to Jingyang town himself as a gesture of sincerity. He wishes to meet you. Please, for young Master Yuan's sake, grant the heir an audience. Chi Bao was troubled. The effectiveness of the fragrant and medicinal dews stemmed from the wood spirit tree, not some secret hemostatic formula. Even if she wanted to help, she couldn't fulfill this request. If she revealed her abilities, she risked attracting unwanted attention and potential danger. So, she invoked her fictitious master once more. Although the dew is rare, it was a gift from my master. I gave it to Jin Yuan out of concern for his safety during his travels. I don't actually possess the formula. I'm afraid I can't help. Steward Jean didn't give up. Instead, he appealed to her emotions. Miss Fu, I understand your predicament, but the heir sincerely wishes to meet you. Even without the formula, he desires to discuss matters with you personally. He also wishes to express his gratitude for saving his brother's life. Without your medicine, he would likely be dead. We've brought a small gift as a token of the heir's sincerity. Please reconsider. He bowed. I won't disturb you any further. I'll take my leave now. Qi Bao was deeply conflicted. Duke Zheng defended the border and protected the people. She knew the request for the formula wasn't just for his family, but also for the soldiers risking their lives on the battlefield. She greatly admired Duke Zheng, but her own life and another's were at stake. She truly didn't want to put herself in danger again. After Steward Jean left, Li Ziming emerged to join Qi Bao, looking at the mountain of gifts they couldn't refuse. Qi Bao fleet. This is so troublesome. Li Ziming, aware of Qi Bao's hidden secrets, comforted her. Bower, if you don't want to see them, just close the door and ignore them. Qi Bao sighed again. But this is through Jin Yuan. That man is the heir to the Duke Zheng's estate, and also the Jin family's backing. So, in a way, he's also my future backing. I can't not see him. She mused aloud, oblivious to the flicker of darkness in Li Ziming's eyes. If it weren't for the few moves he'd stolen from Duke Zheng's training grounds, he wouldn't have escaped the traffickers. Since the Duke's heir was in Jingyang town, he wouldn't be alone. He'd surely have the Duke's personal guards with him. If he could leverage their strength against Prince Qin's men, it would be ideal. He wasn't powerful enough to be Qi Bao's protector yet. She needed influential figures to shield her from the storms. The Duke Zheng's house had value to him, so he wouldn't let Qi Bao refuse. He spoke softly. Bower, you're right. We can rely on the Duke, but we can't be too eager. We don't want them to think you're easily manipulated. Let's wait a few days and see their sincerity. Qi Bao had been thinking the same thing. After the Bai family incident, she wanted to test their character. Although Jin Yuan, having been saved by her and now her sworn brother, was trustworthy, this was different. If the Duke's heir tried to force her to reveal the formula, she would distance herself, even from the Jin family. Li Ziming, pleased with her shrewdness, praised her proudly. Bower, you're so thoughtful. You truly are my Bower. His last words sent a blush flooding Qi Bao's cheeks. Since his confession, he'd taken every opportunity to tease her, sending her heart racing. Avoiding his gaze, she stammered, "Stop it. I'm no match for you." Li Ziming smiled indulgently. Bower, teach me how to apply makeup. He needed to disguise himself for his next plan. 2 days later, Li Ziming, sporting a new face, went to the academy. At the same time, Prince Qin's men received news. Young master, there's movement. We've had one of his classmates lure him to the moat. We'll confirm his identity by nightfall and make our move. Prince Qin immediately ordered his men to lie in wait. He'd been gathering information on the young man and scoffed internally. Let's see how a mere houseboy could possibly destroy my entire family. At dusk, Li Ziming, invited by his classmate, arrived at the moat. He learned of Prince Qin's plan through his friend and played along. Hidden in the shadows, Prince Qin's men stirred. Young master, shall we strike now? Cautious, Prince Qin replied, wait, let me see his face clearly first. Li Ziming turned. Prince Qin and his men held their breath, waiting to see the young man's face. What they saw was a garish, almost grotesque visage, neither masculine nor feminine. It was a far cry from the unparalleled beauty they expected. Prince Qin was so disgusted he retched. His excitement turned to bitter disappointment. You call this a prodigy? A paper doll for grave offerings is more appealing. Is Jingyang town devoid of living beings? A guard whispered, young master, could we have the wrong person? This isn't the one we're looking for. He was met with a swift kick. Furious, Prince Qin snapped. Do you think I'm blind? The person I'm looking for is as radiant as the moon. This vulgar creature is nothing in comparison. Was that woman lying about his beauty? His disappointment was short-lived. He quickly regained his composure. Withdraw for now. Continue the investigation. Find more people to confirm his identity. Keep someone on this one too, and see if he has any contact with the Fu family. And that Zhao Feng, He claimed to have seen the Fu family's beautiful young man. Bring him here for identification. That will settle the matter. Prince Qin and his men departed, leaving a single shadow guard to watch. By the moat, Li Ziming felt the oppressive sense of danger lift, but he wasn't entirely at ease. That night, Prince Qin went to the Lucky Strike gambling den to find Zhao Feng. Li Ziming, having slipped his tail, appeared on the gambling den's roof. Inside, Zhao Feng, understanding Prince Qin's purpose, hesitated. I only saw him once, and I'm not skilled at drawing. I'm afraid I can't depict him. Prince Qin frowned. So you refuse to cooperate? Sensing Prince Qin's anger, Zhao Feng hastily explained, No, young Master Qin, please don't misunderstand. If I see him again, I'll definitely recognize him. It's just that I don't know the strength of the men you've brought. To be honest, the Fu family is backed by a personal nemesis of mine. This man possesses exceptional martial arts skills, superhuman strength, and has even stolen my Zhao family saber techniques. He's an extremely difficult opponent. If you can help me eliminate this nemesis, Zhao Feng continued, then my Zhao family will pledge our loyalty to you, young Master Qin. We will follow your every command. Intrigued by the prospect of gaining another faction support, Prince Qin scoffed. I thought it was someone significant. Just a Zheng Hu Caomang, wandering martial artist, ruffian. The men I brought are all experts. Eliminating him is a trivial matter. Overjoyed by Prince Qin's agreement, Zhao Feng beamed. Then, please, have your expert spar with me. If he can defeat me, then that masked man will surely be no problem. I'll be at ease. He led them outside. Meanwhile, on the roof, Li Ziming, who had witnessed everything, sneered inwardly. Zhao Feng, you're courting death. I'll gladly oblige. The moment Prince Qin and his men stepped out the door, a volley of silver needles flew towards them. Prince Qin's guards cried out in alarm. Protect the young master. One guard threw himself in front of Prince Qin, becoming a human pincushion. He died instantly. Zhao Feng had intended to use Prince Qin's forces to eliminate the masked man who threatened him, but Li Ziming had seen through his scheme. He launched the needles, targeting Prince Qin, aiming to kill two birds with one stone. The sudden attack stunned Prince Qin. His first thought was that Zhao Feng had betrayed him. Zhao Feng, staring at the needles, was terrified. He knew the masked man was responsible. He must have overheard the plan and decided to retaliate. Prince Qin, looking at the guard who had died protecting him, flew into a rage. Zhao Feng, you dare betray me? Zhao Feng instinctively tried to explain. However, the enraged Prince Qin gave him no chance. You invited us to the back courtyard. If it wasn't a trap, why did the needles avoid you? Kill him. Zhao Feng was filled with regret. He shouldn't have tried to resist. Now, he couldn't clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Two swords pierced his chest. He collapsed, his life ebbing away. He paid the ultimate price for witnessing the skill of Prince Qin's guards. Prince Qin, his face contorted with hatred and murderous intent, declared, The Zhao family's green gang cannot be spared. This incident cannot be leaked. Li Ziming, observing from the shadows, contemplated the scene before disappearing. Prince Qin had indeed brought elite guards. He couldn't face them alone. It was time to find an ally. Just then, another guard rushed in. Bad news, young master, 12, was investigating the Fu family in Fengtian village when a ferocious white tiger bit off his hand. He's unconscious. Prince Qin, after the initial shock, was overwhelmed by frustration. Everything was going wrong. What terrible luck. The guard cautiously asked, What should we do now? Prince Qin decided, Too many are injured. Return to the inn to recover. Then we'll reassess. The next morning, Qi Bao, carrying candied hawthorns, headed to the charity hall to visit the children. She overheard passers-by gossiping. Did you hear? The Zhao family's young master was killed last night. The Green Gang is searching everywhere for the culprit. No wonder the streets are full of their thugs today. Qi Bao felt no sympathy. Zhao Feng was a menace. His death was a blessing. However, some Green Gang members were taking advantage of the chaos. They accosted young women, taking liberties. Qi Bao, passing by, caught the eye of one such thug. He leered at her, reaching out a hand. Nice face, little girl. Let me touch it. Just as his hand was about to reach her face, it was swatted away by a scabbard. The thug yelped, Who dares hit me? Mu Qianxuan, accompanied by 4 guards, snapped, I did. What are you going to do about it? Harassing a girl in broad daylight. Have you no shame? Get lost. Though angered, the Green Gang members knew when to back down. This woman was clearly not someone to trifle with. They slunk away. While these thugs posed no real threat to Qi Bao, Mu Qianxuan's willingness to intervene, despite her haughty demeanor, showed her good character. Qi Bao bowed slightly. Thank you for your help. Mu Qianxuan, chivalrous by nature and no stranger to such situations, advised, hurry home. Don't let them catch you alone again. I didn't expect so many scoundrels in this small town. Qi Bao, impressed by Mu Qianxuan, nodded. I'll head back now. Thank you. Farewell. 3 days later, Steward Jean delivered a third invitation. Finally, Qi Bao relented, agreeing to meet the heir to the Duke Zheng's estate at the Jean family restaurant. Mu Qianxuan and Mu Lingwei had already arrived early. Mu Lingwei fidgeted nervously. Brother Sun, we've waited so many days just to meet Miss Fu. Steward Jean also said she doesn't have the formula. Are we on a fool's errand? Mu Qianxuan softly reassured her, don't worry. Heaven never seals off all exits. Since Miss Fu is willing to meet us, perhaps we can learn the whereabouts of her master. As the siblings spoke, footsteps sounded outside. Young master, Miss Fu has arrived. Both of them shot to their feet, their faces lighting up. Quickly, invite her in. Qi Bao entered, offering a slight smile. Greetings, young master. Mu Qianxuan and Mu Lingwei stared in surprise. It's you, they exclaimed simultaneously. Qi Bao blinked, equally astonished. It's you too. I never imagined. She realized the young man she'd helped on the night of the Qixi festival was the heir to the Duke Zheng's estate, and the woman in red who had chased off the Green Gang thugs was his sister. A wave of relief washed over her. Although their previous encounters had been brief, both siblings seemed kind. They likely wouldn't use their influence to coerce her into handing over the formula. Perhaps she could trust them. Mu Qianxuan had thought he'd never see the woman who had captured his attention again. He never expected she would be the very person he was seeking. His voice was gentle. Miss Fu, please have a seat. Qi Bao nodded. I wouldn't presume to refuse. Please, there's no need for such formality. Mu Lingwei quickly interjected. Miss Fu, we're the ones asking for a favor. In this matter, we are all equals. Once Qi Bao was seated, Mu Qianxuan looked at her with sincerity and anticipation. Thanks to your miraculous medicine, my younger brother's life was saved. We implore you, could you introduce us to your master? We will meet any request, he continued. This medicine is truly extraordinary. It could save not only our Mu family, but countless soldiers on the battlefield, he added. Miss Fu, though this may be presumptuous, I truly hope you will consider it. Mu Lingwei chimed in. Indeed, Miss Fu, anything within our power, even traversing the most perilous paths, we will do. Qi Bao, having recognized the siblings, had already decided to help. She sighed dramatically. I've already spoken to my master about your situation, she began. He is a recluse and prefers not to meet strangers. However, considering your intentions are not for personal gain, but for the well-being of the nation, I pleaded with him. He agreed that if you can provide sufficient medicinal herbs, he will refine the medicinal dew for you. However, she continued, this refinement process is incredibly arduous and depletes his energy. He usually only refines 1 or 2 bottles at a time, a maximum of 10 bottles a month, after which he requires half a month to recover. Qi Bao had calculated this carefully. The Duke Zheng's house was a powerful ally, one she couldn't afford to lose. If she could maintain a steady supply of the medicinal dew, the Duke's house would remain connected to her. As long as the Duke's house stood strong, she would have their support. Mu Qianxuan bowed respectfully. Understand, such a precious substance is indeed difficult to produce. We were presumptuous. As long as your esteemed master is willing to provide the medicine, our Mu family will be eternally grateful. We cannot accept such kindness without offering something in return. Does your master have any requests? Qi Bao explained that her master sought neither fame nor fortune. He was willing to refine the medicine out of respect for the Duke's dedication to protecting the nation. He only asked that the young master keep his existence a secret to preserve his peaceful seclusion. Mu Qianxuan gave his solemn word. Please rest assured, Miss Fu, I'm a man of my word. I will not reveal anything about you or your master. Mu Lingwei quickly echoed his promise, vowing to keep the secret as well. Qi Bao smiled faintly. As for compensation, my master said that if the young master is so inclined, he could, within within his means, established charity halls to aid the elderly, the weak, and the impoverished. The Mu family, prepared to pay a hefty price for the medicine, was taken aback by this simple request. Is that all? Miss Fu, wouldn't you want something for yourself? Ki bao not that for me li. Yes, this is enough. I have no other requests. Mu Qinshuan, gazing at the serene expression of the young woman before him, felt his heart stir. That day on the bridge, she had been the same, willing to risk herself for strangers. How could such a person be driven by worldly desires? His voice filled with admiration. He said, Miss Fu, you are truly selfless. I was wrong to judge you by worldly standards. Qi Bao chuckled nervously, offering no reply. It wasn't that she was truly selfless. She wanted to leverage the Duke's influence to establish more charity halls, thereby earning merit points without direct involvement. Wealth was good, but without enough merit points, she might not live long enough to enjoy it. Mu Qinshuan immediately made a promise. Since this is your master's request, my family will certainly fulfill it. As we journey back to the capital, I will establish a charity hall in your name in every town we pass to help those in need. Qi Bao hummed in agreement. I trust you, young master. This list contains the medicinal herbs needed for the refinement. Once you've gathered them, please have them delivered to Fengtian village. After my master refines the dew, I'll send word for you to collect it. She handed him a prepared list. Mu Qinshuan accepted the list and expressed his gratitude once more. Miss Fu, thank you so much. This is a small token of our appreciation for saving my younger brother. Please accept it. Seeing the small rosewood box, Qi Bao knew it must contain something valuable. She waved her hands in refusal. There's no need. If anyone deserves thanks, it's Jin Yuan. Besides, you've already sent many gifts. I would be ashamed to accept more. Mu Qinshuan was resolute. No, this is what you deserve. Mu Lingwei added her persuasion. Please accept it, Miss Fu. It will ease our minds. Unable to refuse any further, Qi Bao left, clutching the small box. Looking at the banknotes within, she felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Have I stumbled upon some incredible stroke of luck recently? She mused. Watching Qi Bao depart, Mu Lingwei sighed in relief. Brother Sun, I never imagined Miss Fu and her master were such noble individuals. This is wonderful. Now we needn't worry about Nji's health anymore. We'll need to stay in Jingyang town longer to gather the herbs and wait for Miss Fu's master to refine the medicine. I'll be bored on my own. Do you think I should visit Miss Fu? Mu Qinshuan's eyes flickered. If Miss Fu is agreeable, I see no harm in it. Mu Lingwei was delighted. Suddenly, she recalled something. Oh, Brother Sun, judging by your reaction, you also know Miss Fu. When did you meet? Mu Qinshuan remained silent. A thought struck Mu Lingwei. The hairpin you brought back on Qixi night could have belonged to Miss Fu. Mu Qinshuan remained silent, but his reddening ears betrayed him. Mu Lingwei, seeing her brother's expression, understood. She grinned mischievously. It seems we have quite the connection with Miss Fu. Remembering the young man beside Qi Bao, Mu Qinshuan quickly changed the subject. The hairpin is gone. Let's focus on the task at hand. I'll arrange for the Jin family to gather the herbs. We'll settle this matter as quickly as possible. Having finalized the agreement with the Mu siblings, Qi Bao returned to Li Ziming's house. At the door, she found Old Chun anxiously pacing. Mother, what are you doing here? Old Chen's eyes welled with tears. Bao, it's Aze. The Green Gang broke his leg. Qi Bao was instantly worried. Ow, what happened? Old Chun explained. I ran into Aze leaving the academy today, and we walked home together. Those Green Gang thugs have been harassing people on the streets. I bumped into one of them, and they attacked. If Aze hadn't intervened, I would be the one injured. After all the ways I've mistreated him, he still protected me. He's a good boy. I'll treat him like my own son from now on. Hearing the full story, Qi Bao rushed inside. She found the young man lying on the bed, his left leg heavily bandaged. He looked pale and weak. Qi Bao's heart ached. Aze, how are you feeling? Does it hurt? Li Ziming shook his head weakly. I'm fine. Don't worry. Overwhelmed with concern, Qi Bao overlooked the obvious discrepancy. A broken leg shouldn't be painless. Then, she remembered. But you have the amulet. You shouldn't be injured. Assuming he had removed or lost it, she reached out to check beneath his collar. Li Ziming caught her hand. Having earned both Qi Bao's sympathy and Old Chen's remorse, he decided to confess. I am truly alright. I wasn't seriously hurt. I'm just pretending. The Green Gang did attack, but the amulet worked. They were the ones who got hurt. I'm faking the injury. Relieved, Qi Bao was still puzzled. Why pretend? Li Ziming explained quietly. Zhao Feng is dead. His family is searching for the killer. We were involved with the Zhao family. I feared they might target your family if they couldn't find a real culprit. This injury is a good excuse to leave Jingyang town. We should return to Fengtian village and stay away for a while. Agreeing with his reasoning, Qi Bao nodded. Li Ziming, anxious about her reaction, looked at her nervously. I'm sorry, Bao. I should have told you first. I didn't mean to worry your mother, but I didn't mean to deceive her. In Qi Bao's eyes, Li Ziming was innocent and harmless. She didn't think he was being intentionally manipulative. She quickly reassured him. It's all right. It's not your fault, Aze. You don't need to feel guilty. It's good for her to worry a little. She's my mother, but she hasn't always been kind to you. This way, she'll treat you better in the future. Looking at Qi Bao, always thinking of him, Li Ziming's face bloomed with a happy smile. This is good. That afternoon, they moved back to Fengtian village. The next day, the Fu family received another distinguished guest, arriving with even more pomp and circumstance than Jin Yuan had. Everyone in the Fu household was a little apprehensive. My daughter has gone to the mountains to gather herbs. I've already sent someone to find her, Qi Bao's mother explained. Mu Lingwei indicated she wasn't in a hurry. I'm not here on any urgent business, just wandering around. A short while later, Qi Bao returned. She was surprised to see the young lady at her home. Miss Mu, what brings you here? Mu Lingwei rushed over to Qi Bao, her face alight with excitement. Forgive me, Miss Fu, for this unannounced visit. I truly hope I'm not disturbing you. I'm new to this area. I've always been confined to my home. This is my first time venturing out. I was curious about the countryside, so I came to have a look. The mountains and the water are truly beautiful. It's so different from the capital. I wonder if I could impose upon you and stay for a few days? I'd love for you to show me around. Looking at Mu Lingyue's enthusiasm, Qi Bao felt a pang of worry. This young lady of noble birth staying in her humble home. If anything were to happen, her entire family wouldn't be enough to compensate. She tried to politely decline, but our home is very simple. We don't have any extra rooms for guests. Mu Lingwei employed her usual tactic of acting spoiled. Sister Qi Bao, you can't possibly turn me away. If it's truly inconvenient, I can find another family in the village to stay with. I'm not picky. We're both women. Why don't we sleep together? She acted quite familiar, taking Qi Bao's hand. Her attitude clearly indicated she wasn't leaving. Mu Lingwei was very sociable and didn't have the airs of a spoiled noblewoman. Qi Bao finally relented. After spending a few days together, she found Mu Lingwei to be a good person. An idea began to form in Qi Bao's mind, to matchmake Mu Lingwei and Li Ziming. At noon one day, she deliberately praised Mu Lingwei in front of Li Ziming. Aze, you've been pretending to be injured these past few days and haven't been out much, so you haven't seen Miss Mu. She's truly a wonderful person. Li Ziming immediately understood Qi Bao's intentions. Is that so? I thought you were about to be annoyed by her. Qi Bao continued her matchmaking efforts with a smile. I didn't expect her to buy the house next door from Aunt Nyo and even renovate it. Although she's become even more attached to me, after spending these past few days with her, I've realized she doesn't have the airs of a noble lady at all. I actually find her quite endearing. Yesterday, a flower farmer accidentally spilled manure on her, and she didn't mind at all. She even helped the poor farmer carry the manure back. Aze, I think Miss Mu is a genuinely good person. She comes from such a prestigious family, the Duke Zheng's estate, and she's as beautiful as a celestial being, yet she's so down-to-earth. Li Ziming lowered his eyes. If it weren't for the need to leverage the Duke Zheng's influence to deter Prince Qin, he would have already found a way to get Mu Lingwei to leave. He couldn't understand why Qi Bao was trying to push him toward someone else. It's clear you're not happy doing this, he thought. Why are you doing it? He took a bite of the apple Qi Bao offered him, swallowing down his frustration. Then he spoke with utmost sincerity. In my heart, Bao, you are the best. I don't want anyone but you. Qi Bao was conflicted. She was fond of the young man and wished to spend her life with him, but she feared she wouldn't have much of a life left and would only hold him back. Li Ziming smiled faintly and voiced the unspoken thought troubling Qi Bao. Miss Mu comes from a noble family. She's destined to marry into another powerful house and become its mistress. They'll likely leave once you've delivered the medicine. Qi Bao instantly understood. That's true. She sighed softly. She had only considered whether others were worthy of Aze, forgetting the importance of social status in this world. She was glad she hadn't acted rashly. For Mu Qinshuan, naturally, the more medicinal herbs for refining the dew, the better. He personally led his men outside the city to receive a shipment of hemostatic herbs specifically brought in from Jinzhou. The original plan was to return to Fengtian village by evening. However, they unexpectedly collided with an ox cart. The entire cartload of hemostatic herbs tumbled down the cliff. If they couldn't retrieve them, the next shipment would be delayed for several months. The recent hot weather had withered many medicinal herb fields. Mu Qinshuan couldn't wait for months. Left with no choice, he ordered all the Mu family guards he had brought from the capital to retrieve the herbs from the bottom of the cliff. Meanwhile, at an inn in Jingyang town, Prince Qin encountered the magistrate's mother. Madame Fong, you're originally from the capital. It must be such a hardship for you to marry into Jingyang town and become a mere magistrate's wife. In the capital, madam, you would at least hold the 4th-rank Gaoming title. I hear your son will be taking the autumn examination this year. The chief examiner happens to be my father. I've already sent word to him. As long as your son participates, he's sure to be recognized in the palace examination. With the support of my Qin family, entering the Hanlin Academy will be a simple matter. Upon hearing this, Madame Fong immediately handed over a token. I've already had someone intercept the Jin family's team transporting medicinal herbs. This token grants free passage through the city gates. With this, young master, no one will be able to stop you. Prince Qin gave a cold smile. Whether or not the Fu family was truly his target no longer mattered. There was no need to waste any more time. Better to kill by mistake than to let the real culprit escape. That night, he dispatched a group of men in black to Fengtian village. The men in black, concealing their presence, stealthily infiltrated the Fu family estate. They poked holes in the windows of every room. Then, they blew a soporific powder through the holes. Next, carrying a jar of oil, they poured it along the base of the walls. The house next door, where Mu Lingyue was staying, didn't escape their attention. With the toss of a torch, the buildings were quickly engulfed in flames. The first to sense something amiss were Mu Lingyue's 4 guards. Though affected by the soporific, their years of training allowed them to recover more quickly than ordinary people. Seeing the inferno, they were instantly enraged. Third, go rescue the young miss. The rest of you, come with me to the Fu residence to put out the fire and save the people. Just as they rushed out of the courtyard, the men in black, lying in wait, immediately revealed themselves and engaged the guards in combat. After only a few exchanges, the guards realized something was wrong. The skill of Vituan was that of highly trained assassins, the kind only great clans could cultivate. Their expressions changed drastically. One shouted, "Quickly send a distress signal to the young master." Accompanied by a sinister laugh, a flare lit up the night sky. Despite the commotion, the rest of the village remained seemingly asleep without any reaction. The sleeping Fu family was engulfed in the deliberately set blaze. Mu Lingyue's guards are the first to discover the attack and engage the assassins. The acrid smoke and intense heat woke Li Ziming. Seeing the raging fire and hearing the sounds of fighting, his face darkened. Could it be them? He thought. Figuring Qi Bao would be safe for the moment with her protective amulet, he decided to deal with the assassins outside. Donning his signature mask, he rushed out into the fray. The Mu family guards, who had been struggling against the assassins, found their situation instantly reversed with the masked man's arrival. Li Ziming's blade flashed like lightning, swiftly severing the neck of one of the attackers. Inside, Qi Bao was also awakened by the choking smoke. Opening her door, she was met with the horrifying sight of her family's home ablaze. The moment she appeared, a hidden archer drew back his bow. Anyone emerging from the Fu residence was a target. The sound of something slicing through the air reached her ears. A flaming arrow hurtled towards Qi Bao. Li Ziming, fighting nearby, saw this. He instantly threw a dagger, deflecting the arrow's trajectory. It narrowly missed Qi Bao, embedding itself in the wall. Qi Bao noticed the oil stains on the wall. This was arson, but who would do such a thing? Questions raced through her mind, but there was no time to ponder. When she realized her family hadn't reacted, fear and worry consumed her. She quickly redeemed a strength talisman from the merit system and applied it to herself. She rushed into her grandfather and grandmother's room and dragged them out, along with her adopted brothers, placing them by the well in the back courtyard. The water made it the only safe place. Next, she went to Li Ziming's room, only to find it empty. Aze, where are you? She wondered frantically. Did you sneak off to Mount Jile again? Or were you taken? The thought of him being kidnapped was unbearable. Even with archers lurking, she had to go look for him. But when she pushed open the front door, she wasn't met with the expected ambush. Instead, she found the bodies of the men in black scattered across the ground. Mu Lingyue, also awake, emerged from the neighboring house, a sword clutched in her hand, her face etched with worry. Brother Qinshuan hasn't come. Something must have happened. Who would attack us in the middle of the night? Could it be for the formula? Miss Fu mustn't be harmed. Just then, she sensed someone entering. Before she could react, a cold blade pressed against her throat. Don't speak. Don't move. The man's low, husky voice vibrated with suppressed killing intent. Mu Lingyue froze, every muscle rigid, afraid to even breathe. Suddenly, Li Ziming shed his black clothing, letting it fall to the ground. He then removed his mask, revealing a face as exquisite as a celestial being. Mu Lingyue's breath hitched in her throat. Li Ziming debated whether to silence Mu Lingyue permanently. She had, after all, seen his true face. But the thought of Qi Bao stayed his hand. He suppressed his murderous urge and threatened, "If you breathe a word of this, you die. Understand?" Mu Lingyue hastily nodded her agreement. Understand. Only then did Li Ziming withdraw his dagger. Pretend you never saw me. With that, he vanished into the night. Free again, Mu Lingyue let out a shaky breath, collapsing to the ground. Who was that man? She never seen anyone so breathtakingly beautiful. The thought of befriending him sent a shiver of excitement down her spine. She quickly caught herself. This wasn't the time for such fantasies. Qi Bao's safety was paramount. Sword in hand, she stepped out of the house, coming face to face with Qi Bao, who had been searching for her. Miss Fu, are you all right? Qi Bao shook her head slightly. I'm Fine. I don't know who those assassins were, but thankfully your family's guards were here. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves reached their ears. Looking up, they saw Mu Qinshuan and his men racing towards them. They collided with the remaining assassins, and another fierce battle erupted. The assassins quickly fell back, suffering heavy casualties. The few survivors, seeing their mission as accomplished, believing the Fu family perished in the flames, retreated without further engagement. Mu Qinshuan, watching the assassins flee, didn't pursue. Instead, he dismounted and rushed to his sister. Lingyue, are you all right? Mu Lingyue smiled. Brother Qinshuan, I'm fine. Miss Fu, arenti uno. He'd hoped to subtly nudge the two together, but Qi Bao had already slipped away unnoticed. With the assassins gone and her family safe, Qi Bao no longer needed his help. But she couldn't find Li Ziming anywhere. Worried, she headed towards Mount Jile. Near the foot of the mountain, she spotted the young man she'd been searching for. Relief washed over her. Aze, thank goodness you're safe. Feigning ignorance of the fire, Li Ziming asked, Bao, what are you doing out so late? He then presented her with a handful of freshly picked herbs. These are night-blooming sandalwood. They only blossom at midnight. Legend says they can bring even the dying back to life. I waited a long time for them to bloom. I came here tonight specifically for them. Qi Bao felt a surge of gratitude that his quest for the herbs had kept him safe from the attack. Thank you, Aze. I'm so glad you're all right. Seeing his unmasked face, Qi Bao knew he couldn't return to the village yet. Aze, there was a fire in my house, but everyone's safe. It's too risky for you to be seen without your disguise. Go back to town and wait for me. Don't wander off. Li Ziming nodded obediently. All right. After a few more words of caution, Qi Bao turned back towards her home. As soon as she was out of sight, a large white tiger appeared beside Li Ziming. The docile expression on his face vanished, replaced by a chilling intensity. Together with the tiger, he hunted down Prince Qin and his men, who were waiting nearby. The attack was swift and brutal. Some were killed outright, others left grievously wounded. Of the original group, only 3 remained, Prince Qin among them, bearing deep claw marks across his chest. What they had thought would be an easy victory had turned into a near massacre. Prince Qin's surviving guards fell to their knees. Young master, we almost had them. But a masked man appeared. He seemed impervious to our weapons. Most of our men fell to him. We had no choice but to retreat. We barely escaped, only to be ambushed by a white tiger. We failed to protect you. Please forgive us. Prince Qin hadn't anticipated such formidable protectors in a simple farming village. I'm gravely injured, and my men are decimated. I have no time for your apologies. Mu Qinshuan, will surely investigate this attack. We'll be discovered if we stay in Jinyang Town. That woman, Hua Li, warned me he possessed a powerful aura, that he wouldn't be easy to kill. Perhaps she was right. With the chaos, we don't even know who survived the fire. We had no chance to confirm. We'll go to Jianzhou and seek refuge with my uncle, the governor. He commands the city's forces. We can borrow troops from him. I'll send word to my father in the capital to dispatch more assassins. Yes, young master. Leave one man here to gather more information. We leave immediately. Meanwhile, Qi Bao was helping tend to the injured guards of the Mu family. The guards looked at her with shining eyes. We owe our lives to Miss Fu's master. Without his intervention, we would have been slaughtered. He truly is an unparalleled expert. Single-handedly, he cut down over a dozen assassins. We are simply no match for him. It's a shame Miss Fu's master wears a ghost mask. We couldn't see his true face. He vanished after dealing with the assassins. To receive even a single word of guidance from him would be a blessing beyond measure. Qi Bao, hearing this, was taken aback. The masked man had saved them again. This was the third time. Each time, he appeared, acted decisively, and disappeared without a trace, leaving no opportunity for thanks or repayment. Looking at the awestruck expressions of the Mu guards, Qi Bao felt a pang of guilt. She had no master. It was all a fabrication. For now, she had to maintain the charade. My master is elusive, like a dragon in the clouds. He dislikes being disturbed. Even I don't see him often. The Mu guards expressed their disappointment, but didn't press the matter further. Mu Lingwei, standing nearby, felt a surge of unexpected joy. The masked man, with his unparalleled beauty, was Miss Fu's master? Did this mean she might have a chance to see him again? From her own guards, she learned that the man who had threatened her was indeed Miss Fu's master. He possessed extraordinary medical skills and such incredible martial arts. He was a celestial being, elegant and otherworldly. She yearned to see him again. Stepping forward, she took Qi Bao's arm. Miss Fu, when might I have the honor of meeting your master? The Mu family is deeply indebted to him and wishes to express our gratitude in person. Li Ziming, having dealt with Prince Qin and his men, returned to the Fu estate, hiding in the shadows to observe Mu Lingwei, ensuring she hadn't betrayed him. Relieved to see she hadn't uttered a word, he felt a flicker of gratitude for sparing her life. Faced with Mu Lingwei's request, Qi Bao continued her deception. My master avoids the public eye. He dedicates himself to cultivating his skills and refining medicines. He has also forbidden me from revealing his whereabouts. So, I'm afraid it's impossible. Mu Lingwei's disappointment was palpable. Mu Qianxuan, noticing his sister's dejection, offered gentle comfort. Don't be disheartened. Fate will bring you together if it is meant to be. He then turned to Qi Bao. We should leave this place as soon as possible. The assassins have retreated for now, but we don't know when they might return. Qi Bao nodded. Fengtian village is no longer safe. I'll take my family to Tranquil Garden. We'll find another place to rebuild later. Mu Qianxuan immediately instructed his men to dispose of the assassins' bodies by burning them inside the ruined house, creating the illusion that the entire Fu family had perished in the fire. Spreading this rumor would offer them a greater chance of survival. Deeply touched by Mu Qianxuan's thoughtful arrangements, Qi Bao bowed in gratitude. Thank you, young Master Mu, for saving us. Mu Qianxuan waved his hand dismissively. You are too kind, Miss Fu. Your family saved my family. It's only right that we support each other. The villagers, still under the influence of the sleeping incense, remained fast asleep. Qi Bao helped her family into the carriage and left Fengtian village under the cover of night. Observing from the shadows, Li Ziming also set off for Jinyang Town. He knew the Fu family would be safe until their whereabouts were discovered. He planned to take advantage of the chaos within the Zhao family to consolidate his control over the Green Gang. Soon, Qi Bao had settled her family in Tranquil Garden. Mother, father, you must have been terrified. Everyone is safe now. We won't go anywhere for a while. Just stay here and rest. Her parents, though distressed, were also grateful. Thanks to the Duke's estate, we survived this ordeal. We must thank them properly. Qi Bao agreed, urging them to rest and not worry. After the events of the previous night, Qi Bao received another influx of merit points. Seeing the 20,000 points in her system, she felt a glimmer of hope. But then, a wave of unease washed over her. Who was so vicious as to want her entire family dead? The next day, news of the fire at the Fu estate, the collapsed house, and the family's demise spread throughout the streets and alleys. How tragic! I heard from my relatives that they were burned to mere skeletons. The man Prince Qin had left behind to gather information overheard this, a flicker of triumph in his eyes. Despite the heavy losses, all that mattered was that the Fu family was dead. Heaven favors the Duke's estate. He quickly relayed the news back to the Duke's estate via carrier pigeon. Thousands of miles away, in the capital, Ing Rue received the message. With a joyful expression, he turned to the woman beside him. Hao Jun has sent word. The Fu family perished in the fire. Not a single one survived. This should resolve the threat of familial extermination you spoke of, shouldn't it? A mixture of excitement and disbelief flickered in Madame Fong's eyes. Were they all dead? The Fu family, who had abandoned her, who had wanted her dead, were they truly gone? Consumed by flames? It seemed that even with the changes she'd wrought, some things were destined to occur. Hadn't the Fu family of her past life also perished in a fire? But could that man, the one destined to become the emperor, truly be eliminated so easily? After the initial thrill, doubt gnawed at her, just as she had found a way to fake her death and escape. Couldn't he have done the same? Feigning composure, she spoke, her voice cool and measured. Do not celebrate yet. Without seeing the body, without confirming his death myself, I cannot guarantee that the threat to the Qin family has been extinguished. Do not rejoice prematurely, Duke. What if he wasn't even present that night? Wouldn't this all be for naught? We might have even alerted him to our actions. Her words, meticulous and airtight, caused a glint of admiration to flash in Ing Rue's eyes. This mysterious woman was even more astute and composed than he had imagined. You are right, he conceded. I will have Hao Jun continue to investigate. Ideally, he should bring the body back to the capital as proof. Satisfied with Ing Rue's compliance, Madame Fong, recalling another significant event from her past life, decided to share it to further solidify her credibility. This year, Jianzhou will suffer a severe drought. There will likely be unrest among the refugees. Your son, the prince, is currently stationed there. Perhaps you could suggest he oversee the relief efforts and quell the disturbances. He could also discreetly search for the man while he's there. Her words instilled a newfound respect in Ing Rue. News of the drought and the subsequent unrest in Jinzhou had only reached the emperor's desk last night. Even high-ranking officials like himself had only learned of it during this morning's court session. How could this woman, who rarely left the estate, know of such a matter? His curiosity piqued. He asked, "The situation in Jinzhou is currently known only to officials of the 5th rank and above. How did you come to learn of this?" Maintaining her air of mystery, Madame Fong responded with a curt, "Ask no more." Heaven's secrets are not to be divulged. Ing Rue, however, became even more convinced of her prophetic abilities. Bowing respectfully, he declared, "I will petition the emperor to assign this task to my son. It will bring both fame and fortune, further strengthening the Qin family's influence." This was precisely what Madame Fong had intended. She had personally experienced the drought in her past life. Back then, it was Mu Qianxue, the heir of the Zhengwu Duke's estate, who had quelled the refugee uprising. By suggesting Prince Qin take on this task, she aimed to steal that credit. She knew that this year's drought would be particularly devastating, leading to widespread famine and crop failure. The farmers, unable to pay their taxes or feed their families, would be forced to abandon their homes in search of survival. The number of refugees would swell, and Qi Bao's charity would be the first to offer aid, providing kanji and relief. The refugees, deeply grateful, would sing praises of the benevolent Qi Bao, calling her a living bodhisattva. Mu Qianxuan, having come to collect the hemostatic medicinal Du Qi Bao had prepared, witnessed her charitable acts and felt a surge of admiration. "Miss Qi, your kindness is truly a blessing to these people." Though Qi Bao's merit points continued to accumulate, the sight of the emaciated refugees brought her no joy. "It hasn't rained in ages," she lamented. "Food is scarce, and the refugees are numerous. My small charity can only provide kanji for so long. Without a solution to the food shortage, disaster is inevitable." Mu Changsun nodded gravely. Due to the drought, there have already been reports of refugee uprisings in Jinzhou. I've also heard that several wealthy grain merchants in Jinyang town are hoarding grain and driving up prices. Unless the root cause of the food shortage is addressed, widespread chaos is a real possibility. I've received a message that the emperor has dispatched Prince Qin Qin to oversee the relief efforts and quell the unrest in Jianzhou. However, as the heir to the Zhengwood Duke's estate, I must also return to the capital to assist. The medicinal do you've provided will be invaluable. With refugees causing disturbances and wealthy merchants hoarding grain, your continued charity work here could attract unwanted attention, potentially leading to robbery or even targeted attacks. I will leave some of my men behind for your protection. They are at your disposal. These guards are from the military, highly disciplined and skilled. Touched by Mu Qianxuan's thoughtful gesture, Qi Bao hesitated for a moment before gratefully accepting his offer. With the Mu family's guards present, her family's safety would be assured. After all, she couldn't guarantee that the masked man would appear again to save them. Having secured the medicinal due and arranged for Qi Bao's protection, Mu Qianxuan and Mu Lingyue reluctantly departed. Qi Bao, now considering the Mu siblings as friends, watched them leave, hoping for their safe journey back to the capital. The departure of the Mu siblings was a welcome development for Li Ziming. It would make it easier for him to operate in secret without fear of exposure. That night, he went to the South Wind Pavilion. He had discovered that the courtesan, Lan Qin, bore a striking resemblance to him, a resemblance he could exploit. Lan Qin and her brother, Lan Mao, prostrated themselves at Li Ziming's feet. "My lord," Lan Qin pleaded, "if you can redeem my brother, allow him to live a life of dignity. I, Lan Qin, am willing to do anything for you." Are you certain? Even if it means sacrificing your life. Lan Qin, with a bitter smile, pulled up her sleeve, revealing a body covered in whip marks and some pustule-like sores. The sight was horrifying. Li Ziming froze, instantly understanding what the young man had endured. He also knew the young man wouldn't live much longer. Lan Qin, bearing her own scars, declared her resolve. "I was sold to the South Wind Pavilion at 12. I've been ravaged for years. Now I've contracted this disease. I haven't much time left. If my worthless life can buy my brother a new beginning, I'll gladly give it. I won't hesitate to die 1,000 deaths." To further persuade Li Ziming to take him in, Lan Mao kowtowed repeatedly. Lan Qin's life was already ruined. She didn't want her brother to suffer the same fate. So, even the slightest glimmer of hope was something she would cling to desperately. Beside her, the frail Lan Mao also kowtowed to Li Ziming. "Brother, I won't let your death be in vain. I will avenge you. The man who sold us, and those who hurt you, I remember them all. I will kill them." Intense hatred and agonizing pleas emanated from his eyes as he begged Li Ziming to take him in. Li Ziming readily agreed. He already had a perfect plan. "Very well, I will take your brother away. From now on, he will be a blade in my hand. No one will be able to harm him." Qi Bao had been distributing kanji for several days, but her supply of grain was merely a temporary solution, not a cure for the underlying problem. As the saying goes, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. So, she called upon the system to exchange merit points for seeds. The aloof and stingy system, sensing a business opportunity, immediately popped up. "Welcome. The shop is now open for your perusal." Qi Bao's eyebrows shot up at the prices. One seed cost 1 merit point. She had earned a little over 5,000 merit points by running the charity and providing relief to so many disaster victims. This purchase would wipe out her savings. The system remained unyielding, its attitude a clear, take it or leave it. "If you're not buying, don't bother me," it seemed to say. Gritting her teeth, Qi Bao exchanged 5,000 merit points for 5,000 corn seeds. She decided to plant them herself first, so she could demonstrate their effectiveness before distributing them more widely. Corn was high-yielding and drought-resistant. 1 acre could produce at least 800 pounds. During a famine, this crop could save countless lives. After burying the seeds, Qi Bao used the wood spirit tree to cover the entire plot of land. The corn seedlings sprouted with visible speed. With the wood spirit tree accelerating their growth, the corn would be ready for harvest in less than half a month. Then, she could distribute the harvested seeds to the refugees. This way, they could weather the drought. Half a month passed quickly. Prince Qin, appointed by the imperial court as the drought relief commissioner, returned to Jingyang town with 3,000 soldiers. Under the guise of providing disaster relief, he secretly sought to profit from the situation and gather information about Li Ziming. After much inquiry, he finally learned of a male courtesan named Lan Qin at the South Wind Pavilion, a breathtakingly beautiful young man who might be the person he was looking for. "This time, I will eliminate you completely," he vowed. Unbeknownst to him, this information had been deliberately leaked by Li Ziming himself. Prince Qin had already discreetly arrived at the South Wind Pavilion and proceeded directly to Lan Qin's room. To prevent the madam from interfering or overhearing any secrets and spreading rumors, he tossed her a gold ingot and sent her away. Lan Qin, after careful preparation, now bore a striking resemblance to Li Ziming, mimicking his expressions and mannerisms with remarkable accuracy. The finishing touch was Li Ziming's identification tag hanging around his neck. Prince Qin pushed open the door and saw the young man before him. His expression shifted slightly. "It's him," he thought. Though his appearance had changed somewhat due to age, such extraordinary beauty was unmistakable. The face and demeanor overlapped with the figure in his memory. Lan Qin, fully embodying Li Ziming, stood up and glared hatefully. "Qin Haojuan, it's you. Even after all these years, even after I fled here, you still won't leave me alone?" Prince Qin sneered. "You recognize me?" Lan Qin's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. "Of course, I recognize you. When I was young, your Duke Qin's household treated me like an animal. I would recognize you even if you returned to ashes." Before undertaking this mission, Lan Qin had personally witnessed the deaths of those who had abused him. With his brother now under the tutelage of his master, learning martial arts, he had no regrets. This mission had to be completed. Ignoring the hatred in the young man's eyes, Prince Qin snatched the tag hanging around his neck. He needed final confirmation. He examined the wooden tag. It was indeed identical to the one he had seen before. He was now completely certain he had found the right person. Having come with the intention of eliminating him, he wouldn't give him any chance to resist. Without hesitation, he drew his sword. He thrust it towards Lan Qin's heart. "I've finally found you." Lan Qin feigned disbelief, his eyes widening as he stumbled back. Prince Qin didn't notice the glint of cunning that flashed in his eyes. He burst into laughter. "The ancestors have blessed us. I have averted the threat of extermination to the Duke Qin's household." Lan Qin's face paled, his gaze at Prince Qin venomous. He pulled out a dagger hidden in his sleeve. "If I'm going to hell, I'm taking you with me." He slashed at Prince Qin. The prince hadn't expected Lan Qin to have a hidden weapon. Caught off guard, he was actually cut, but the small wound didn't concern him in the slightest. He believed his opponent was weak and at the end of his rope. "Kill him," he commanded the guards at the door. Without a word, a guard stepped forward and delivered a fatal blow to Lan Qin's abdomen. Lan Qin coughed up a mouthful of blood. Before collapsing, a triumphant smirk played on his lips. "Master," he thought, "Lan Qin has not failed you." Prince Qin looked at the lifeless youth, a feeling of intense satisfaction washing over him. That wretched Li Ziming had been so clever in the past, with his photographic memory and sharp wit. He had bruised the prince's pride. Now, finally, he was beneath his heel. He coldly ordered his men, "Take his body back to the capital. I want my father to see what I'm capable of." Suddenly, his legs went weak, and he vomited a mouthful of black blood. Logically, such a small cut shouldn't have caused this. The guards' faces paled. They rushed to examine the dagger Lan Qin had used. "It's bad, young master. The dagger was poisoned. If something happens to you, none of us will survive." They quickly helped him into the carriage. As they retrieved the body and sought a doctor, many onlookers witnessed the scene, murmuring amongst themselves. What happened? Murder. Wasn't that the new commissioner? Hidden in the shadows, Lan Mao whimpered, biting his lip hard. His only family was gone. Li Ziming spoke softly. "Do you hate me?" Children who have suffered are often more understanding. Lan Mao shook his head. "No, master. You saved us. My brother said he didn't have much time left anyway. He was willing to die serving you." A cold smile touched Li Ziming's lips. Prince Qin wanted him dead, and the feeling was mutual. To lure Prince Qin out, he had been strategically releasing information about a young man resembling himself, hiding at the South Wind Pavilion. Over the past half-month, he had helped the Lon brothers buy their freedom and personally eliminated the men who had trafficked and abused them. He had used silver flower material gathered from Mount Gile to dye Lon Sheen's hair the same color as his own. With a few more adjustments, the resemblance was uncanny. By the time the body reached the capital, it would be decomposed beyond recognition. Coupled with the fact that the Duke Sheen's household hadn't seen him in years, and with the identification tag as proof, they would undoubtedly believe the dead man was him. The threat from the Duke Sheen's household would be neutralized. When he was strong enough, he would deal with them personally. Rest in peace, Lon Sheen. Your brother's life is in my hands now. The prince, having personally eliminated his greatest threat, was in high spirits. He paid no mind to the small wound on his chest. But in the next moment, the poison took hold, and he fell unconscious. Despite the military doctor's best efforts, he could only temporarily suppress the poison. Prince Sheen's guard were filled with despair. Physician Jean, how is he? Our mission hasn't even begun, and the commissioner is already like this. If anything happens to him, we're all dead. Physician Jean admitted his limitations. I've suppressed the poison for now, but it's only a temporary reprieve. The only cure is the legendary night orchid. I've searched countless mountains and forests over the years, but I've never found a trace of it. The night orchid is a symbiotic plant of the centennial vine serpent. That serpent is practically a demon. Finding the night orchid is next to impossible. Physician Jean's words were a devastating blow to the Duke Sheen's household. What were they to do? Physician Fan immediately instructed him to send a message to Duke Sheen by carrier pigeon. At the same time, he secretly offered a reward of 5,000 taels for information about the night orchid. Perhaps there was still a sliver of hope. That night, Li Ziming listened to Wu Hao's report. The Duke Sheen's household was offering 5,000 taels for information on the night orchid. His eyes darkened. He's still alive? The night orchid only grew in the deepest parts of Mount Gile. He had only been able to obtain it because of the protective amulet Qi Bao had given him, which shielded him from any external attacks. Anyone else would have died at the fangs of the vine serpent. Several days later, thanks to the wood spirit tree, the corn Qi Bao had planted was ripe and ready to eat. She had been busy lately and hadn't seen Li Ziming for a while. So, today, she took some corn to his residence. Just as she was about to unlock the door, it opened. A young boy, about 10 years old, appeared before her. Sister, who are you looking for? Qi Bao was taken aback. The child looked so much like Li Ziming when he was younger. She couldn't resist reaching out to pat his head. Hello, little one. You're so cute. What's your name? Lan Mao pouted. I'm not cute, and I'm not little. I'm a handsome and dependable man. Li Ziming, hearing the commotion, came to the door. Bao, he introduced, this is my new medicine boy, Lan Mao. Qi Bao couldn't help but chuckle. Back then, Li Ziming had been a child groom. Now, he had a child working for him. Li Ziming took the basket of vegetables from Qi Bao's hands and gently wiped the sweat from her brow. Why didn't you call me to carry this? It's so heavy. Your hands must be sore. Look at you, covered in sweat. A blush crept up Qi Bao's cheeks. Ever since Li Ziming had confessed his feelings, she could no longer see him as just a child. Gesture she hadn't thought twice about before now carried a different weight, a subtle thrill. Li Ziming observed Qi Bao's reaction, knowing he couldn't rush things. Being too forward would only push her away. He had plenty of patience and time to orchestrate a plan to capture both her heart and mind. Lan Mao, witnessing the scene, inwardly groaned at the sudden influx of dog food, public displays of affection, but wisely slipped away, not wanting to be a bothersome third wheel. Qi Bao boiled the corn she had brought and offered some to Li Ziming to taste. She explained her ideas for helping the drought victims and then took out a small porcelain bottle. Aze, she said, I refined the night orchid that you gave me last time into a medicinal elixir. Take it. It might be useful if you encounter any danger. Li Ziming's expression remained neutral, but his mind was in turmoil. He had believed his actions were discreet, that Qi Bao wouldn't know what he was doing. Why would she specifically give him a healing elixir? Had she somehow discovered his secret activities? Qi Bao's gift stemmed from her system's golden finger ability, which allowed her to see the 50 layers of protective shields around Li Ziming. Only 11 layers remained. She herself had only used the shields twice. It was a stark reminder of the dangers Li Ziming had faced recently. Since he hadn't told her, she wouldn't pry. just as she knew he possessed many unique abilities and secrets, but had never pressed him for answers. They both tacitly agreed not to mention these things. Li Ziming accepted the elixir and accompanied Qi Bao to the charity hall. They boiled dozens of baskets of corn and prepared a good number of seeds to distribute to the people. Don't worry, everyone will have corn to eat for now. Take these seeds home and plant them. If we work together, Qi Bao reassured them, we can overcome this hardship. The people expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Miss Fu. You're a living bodhisattva. You've saved our family. Miss Fu is so thoughtful. Qi Bao's merit points soared. For her, planting corn and saving others was also a way of saving herself. She modestly waved her hand, telling them there was no need for such praise. We help each other in times of need, she said. Li Ziming gently stroked Qi Bao's head, gazing at her tenderly. There's no need to be so humble, he said. My Bao is simply kind-hearted. The people smiled genuinely at their interaction. You two are so loving, they remarked. Miss Fu's husband truly dotes on you. Li Ziming, pleased with the term husband, smiled sweetly. However, his expression darkened when he noticed a shifty-eyed man lurking in the corner. The man seemed to be scouting something. Concerned for Qi Bao's safety, Li Ziming took some boiled corn and approached the man, intending to probe his intentions. Would you like some corn? He offered, taking particular note of the yellow ribbon tied around the man's arm. The man scoffed dismissively. A few ears of corn? You think that's enough to satisfy me? Enjoy your fill these next few days. There won't be any left soon. Li Ziming watched the man's retreating figure, his brow furrowed. The man's behavior was strikingly similar to the bandits from Black Wenjai. It seemed he would need to stay close to Qi Bao in the coming days. Meanwhile, at the border between Jianzhou and Qingzhou, Mu Qinshuan also encountered people with yellow ribbons tied around their arms. They were looting and pillaging. Fortunately, Mu Qinshuan and his men were skilled fighters. After killing a few of the most aggressive individuals, they managed to intimidate the rest. We didn't expect to run into the regular army here. Retreat, men. As the looters fled, Mu Lingyue and the others joined Mu Qinshuan. Brother Xian, are you all right? Mu Lingyue asked anxiously. Mu Qinshuan shook his head, indicating he was unharmed. Since entering Qingzhou, we've encountered more and more refugees, he observed, and some of them are even gold bandits. Could they be taking advantage of the drought to recruit refugees and bolster their ranks? Just then, a guard brought forward a gold bandit they had captured. Mu Qinshuan interrogated the bandit, demanding to know how many men they had and what their next target was. The bandit, fearing for his life, quickly confessed. There are 2,000 gold bandits in Qingzhou, plus 1,000 refugees, he revealed. We're heading to Jingyang Town in Jingzhou to rendezvous with the main force. I heard there's been a bountiful corn harvest there, plenty of food. Mu Qinshuan's brow furrowed deeply at this news. Over 3,000 in Qingzhou alone, he mused. Then there must be even more in Jingzhou. Once they combine forces, their numbers could reach tens of thousands. Mu Lingyue's expression also turned grave. Jingyang Town, isn't that where Miss Mu is? She asked. Mu Qinshuan immediately ordered the Mu family guards to escort Mu Lingyue back to the capital. He himself, with 200 guards, rode at full speed towards Jingyang. Although the emperor had appointed Prince Qin as commander, Mu Qinshuan knew the prince was incompetent and might not be able to handle the situation. He had to go back and help. He couldn't risk it, because there, among the common people, was someone he cared deeply about. Qi Bao, he thought, please be safe. Meanwhile, in the main camp of the gold bandits outside Jingyang Town, the man who had just appeared before Li Ziming was reporting his findings. A new food called corn has suddenly appeared in Jingyang Town. It's sweet, fragrant, and the harvest is exceptionally good. They also have a considerable number of granaries. What are our plans going forward? Please instruct us, Your Highness. The leader of the gold bandits, Li Yao, the former crown prince deposed during the previous emperor's reign, roared in anger. I've told you before, stop calling me Your Highness. This empire has long forgotten me. The subordinate knelt, his eyes filled with unwavering loyalty. Your Highness, you are the only true king recognized by us soldiers. One day, we will overthrow this world and return to the imperial palace. Your Highness will once again be second only to heaven, reigning supreme over all. Li Yao's brow smoothed at these words. This year's drought is a divine punishment from heaven, demonstrating its displeasure with the current dog emperor. We have been absorbing disaster victims along the way, constantly strengthening our forces. Now, as long as we seize the rich resources of Jingyang Town, accumulate grain, and establish farmland, conquering Jinzhou and taking the world will be no problem. Success is built on a mountain of bones. As for the people of Jingyang Town, consider yourselves sacrifices for my path to revenge. Once I regain the throne, I will reduce taxes and ensure 10 years of peace and stability. He issued his command. Spread the word. Over the next few days, consolidate our troops. Once the Qingzhou forces arrive, we will launch a full-scale attack and capture Jingyang Town. Upon receiving the news of his son's critical condition, Duke Yingrui immediately sought out Madame Fong. You will depart for Jinzhou at once and find a way to detoxify Haojuan. If you can save my son, the Duke Qin household will formally welcome you as our daughter-in-law, with all the proper ceremonies and betrothal gifts. You will become the official wife of the future Duke. Faced with Duke Qin offering precisely what she had always desired, Madame Fong struggled to contain her excitement. She was eager to go and confirm the situation for herself. 3 days later, Madame Fong arrived in Jingyang Town, maintaining a haughty demeanor in public. The Qin household guards, who had never met her, couldn't help but roll their eyes. Who is this? She has quite the airs about her. The next moment, Zhang Junyi rapped one of them on the head. Quiet. This is the person Duke Qin specifically sent from the capital to oversee the situation. She is our future duchess. Inside a secluded room, Madame Fong stared at the deathly pale man lying on the bed, her hands clenching beneath her sleeves. After so many years, I've returned to Jingyang Town. I never imagined it would be under these circumstances. That Li Ziming truly has the bearing of a king. Even in a crisis, he still had a contingency plan. I heard this poison is incredibly rare and difficult to cure. I came here for 2 reasons: to confirm Li Ziming's death and to find a way to save this man. Qin Haojuan, you must hold on. My destiny as the Phoenix Maiden depends on you. She knew that if Prince Qin died, Duke Qin might question her abilities and discard her. Yet, despite this, her primary concern at that moment wasn't the prince's well-being, but rather asserting her authority as the mistress of the house. Physician Zhan, she commanded, take me to the ice cellar. As they approached the area where the bodies were stored, a nauseating stench filled the air. Madame Fong scolded in disgust. I told you to preserve the body in ice. The ice has melted, and the air is filled with this putrid smell. How am I supposed to identify the body like this? Zhang Junyi explained helplessly. Madame Fong, there's a drought everywhere. Many people don't have enough to eat, let alone ice. Jingyang Town is just a small town. We're lucky to have even these few blocks of ice. Madame Fong snorted, useless, and proceeded forward with a torch to examine the body closely. The body had already begun to decompose, with suibon forming on the face. Yet, she still recognized the familiar features. As her tension eased, the pungent odor overwhelmed her, and she vomited on the spot. Zhang Junyi inwardly mocked her. So much for being so impressive. She's just a young girl after all. But the next moment, he was bewildered. She's vomiting, but she seems happy. She's actually smiling while looking at a rotting corpse. Madame Fong fought to compose herself. Inwardly, she was triumphant. Li Ziming, oh, Li Ziming, you're finally dead. This is the price you pay for daring to ignore me, for abandoning me. So what if you were destined to be emperor? At this moment, before your rise to power, you're ultimately just a weakling. See, no matter how brilliant your schemes, you still die by my hand. Elsewhere, Li Ziming noticed the Duke Qin household's reward notice posted on the public bulletin board. To prevent Qi Bao from seeing it, he quickly tore it down. Just as he crumpled it in his hand, Qi Bao caught up to him. Eze, why are you walking so fast? Li Ziming gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. Nothing. Someone posted something unsightly. It was an eyesore, so I tore it down. Qi Bao didn't think much of it. Never mind that. Let's hurry and deliver these corn seeds to the villagers of Quanshui village. Just then, 2 villagers ran towards them, shouting, "Make way. Bandits are raiding the village. We need to report to the officials." To Commander, Qi Bao's heart sank. She grabbed one of the villagers. "Uncle, where did the bandits come from?" The villager replied anxiously, "It's the gold bandits, the ones who have been causing so much trouble lately. They raided Quanshui village and harmed many villagers. We barely escaped to get help." Hearing this, Li Ziming frowned. Qin Haojuan was critically poisoned, leaving the 3,000 drought relief soldiers leaderless. Furthermore, the Duke Qin's household guards were a cowardly bunch, accustomed to relying on their master's power. They possessed little actual fighting ability. Their priority would undoubtedly be Qin Haojuan's life, not the safety of Quanshui village. Qi Bao handed the corn to Li Ziming, intending to go and rescue the villagers. "Aze, quickly return to Clear Serenity Garden and take your family to safety. I'll go and see what's happening." Li Ziming immediately handed the corn to the two villagers who had brought the news and caught up to Qi Bao, grabbing her hand. "You're just one girl, facing an unknown number of bandits. How many can you possibly save?" Qi Bao urgently replied, "Lives are at stake. Saving one is better than none. I have a protective amulet. I'll be fine." Seeing Qi Bao's unwavering expression, Li Ziming sighed softly. "How could I hide behind you and let you face this alone? I'm a man, stronger than you. Moreover, during my studies in Jingyang Town, I trained in both martial arts and medicine. If anyone's going, it should be me." Qi Bao's heart warmed. She knew that if she didn't agree, the young man would sneak off anyway. "Then let's go together. We can look out for each other. All right, we'll face life and death, joy and sorrow together." Night fell upon Quanshui village, and cries of anguish filled the air. "Spare us, good sirs. Take all the food. Just don't hurt us." All the surviving villagers were bound hand and foot, guarded by the bandits. Qi Bao and Li Ziming hid in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The leader of the small bandit group, having eaten and drunk his fill, was brimming with arrogance. I, Wang Hammer, was the first to take Quanshui village, paving the way for His Highness. In the future, when we conquer Jingyang and seize Jianzhou, I shall be credited with the first victory. Li Ziming's eyes flickered in the darkness. A bandit leader referring to someone as His Highness suggested their leader possessed a significant background. The bandits were numerous. A direct confrontation would be unwise. Li Ziming took out the antidote he had prepared. "Here, eat this." Trusting the young man implicitly, Qi Bao swallowed it without hesitation. "What did you give me? Is it really the time to be eating? Though it tastes quite good." Seeing Qi Bao's puzzled expression, Li Ziming explained with a smile, "This is a potent soporific incense I concocted from herbs I gathered on Mount Jile. We'll use it to knock them out, then rescue the villagers. What you ate was the antidote, so we won't be affected." He lit the incense. The wind, conveniently, was blowing directly towards the gold bandits. "The heavens are truly on our side. Bauer, watch closely." The gentle breeze carried the powder, which quickly dispersed into the air, unknowingly inhaled by the bandits. They assumed they were simply feeling the effects of the alcohol. Their vision blurred, and they collapsed one after another. Qi Bao couldn't help but give Li Ziming a thumbs up. "Aze, you're amazing. We can save everyone without bloodshed." Then, one of them administered the antidote to the villagers while the other cut their bonds. The villagers quickly awoke, their faces lighting up with joy upon seeing the pair. "You're the kind young lady who distributed porridge and corn in Jingyang Town. A living bodhisattva has come to save us." Qi Bao signaled them to be quiet, warning them that there might be more bandits nearby. She gave them a bottle of the antidote and asked them to help administer it to the other unconscious villagers. 10 minutes later, all the villagers were rescued. Qi Bao and Li Ziming led them towards Jingyang Town. "The commander's troops are there. It will be safe. Everyone, follow us." A child, perched on Li Ziming's neck as if he were a horse, made him feel slightly exasperated. Qi Bao, seeing this, couldn't help but laugh. "Aze, you're surprisingly popular with children." Li Ziming, ever the charmer, retorted, "Bauer, do you like children? Then let's have one of our own in the future." Qi Bao was flustered, unsure how to respond. She thought to herself, "Young man, could you please not unleash your charm so casually?" Blushing, she pushed Li Ziming forward. "How can you joke at a time like this? Hurry up and run." The villagers, witnessing this exchange, joined in the teasing. "We'll expect a wedding invitation then." Just as they neared Jingyang Town, they heard the sound of approaching hooves. Unable to determine whether it was friend or foe, Li Ziming immediately signaled everyone to be silent and hide. Everyone concealed themselves behind the trees, their hearts pounding with fear. If it were the gold bandits in pursuit, they would likely meet their end. As the riders drew closer, Qi Bao's face broke into a smile. "It's Brother Mu. We're saved." However, Li Ziming couldn't bring himself to smile. On the contrary, he felt a surge of annoyance and resentment at the arrival of this troublesome individual. "He's back." Qi Bao, oblivious to Li Ziming's emotions, emerged from her hiding place to greet Mu Qianxuan. After all, with the Mu family army's assistance, they stood a much better chance against the bandits. Mu Qianxuan, having ridden day and night, recognized the familiar figure. He swiftly dismounted. He wanted to pull her into his arms, but restrained himself, his hands trembling slightly on Qi Bao's shoulders. His heart, which had been in his throat since his frantic all-night ride back, finally settled. "Thank goodness you're all right," Mu Qianxuan breathed, relief washing over him at the sight of Qi Bao safe and sound. He placed his hands on Qi Bao's shoulders, fighting the urge to embrace her. However, Li Ziming, watching from the side, felt a surge of jealousy. He grabbed Mu Qianxuan's hand, his eyes cold. "Let go of her, or I'll chop your hand off." Mu Qianxuan was surprised by the strength of the young man's grip, but true to his upbringing as a soldier's son, he didn't yield. He wrenched his hand free, his gaze locking with Li Ziming's, neither willing to back down. Qi Bao quickly intervened, sensing the escalating tension. After all, Mu Qianxuan was the heir to the Duke of Zhengguo's estate, while Li Ziming was a commoner. "Aze, there must be some misunderstanding," she said, trying to defuse the situation. Mu Qianxuan now recognized the young man. He remembered seeing him beside Qi Bao on the night of the Qixi festival. Wanting to understand their relationship, he offered a courteous bow. "My apologies," he said. "I was in a hurry that night, and then there was the night attack. I came and went in haste, and haven't had a chance to properly introduce myself to you." Li Ziming pulled Qi Bao into his arms, a clear declaration of his claim. "My name is Aze," he stated, Bauer's fiancé. A flicker of disappointment crossed Mu Qianxuan's face. "Bauer is already betrothed? Mes apologies, Aze." Qi Bao understood the meaning behind Li Ziming's actions. He really was treating Mu Qianxuan as a rival. She didn't think Mu Qianxuan would be interested in her, though. "How did we suddenly become engaged?" she thought, her face flushing. Li Ziming looked at her with a wounded expression. "I was the child groom your family bought. Are you going back on your word now?" Qi Bao buluset glimsun. He did have a point, but she didn't want to dwell on it. Quickly changing the subject, she said, "Brother Mu, your return is timely. The gold bandits just attacked Quanshui village. They said, are they planning to take Jingyang town as their base and then conquer all of Jinzhou?" Li Ziming, frustrated by Qi Bao's evasiveness, couldn't confront her directly, but he could certainly target Mu Qianxuan. Mu Qianxuan nodded slightly. "I heard the news in Qingzhou and rode back overnight." He briefly explained the situation. Li Ziming sensed Mu Qianxuan's feelings for Qi Bao and continued to antagonize him. "Not to be blunt, but a few hundred soldiers won't be much use. Have you ridden all this way just to die?" The Mu family heir truly lives up to his reputation for brilliance. Qi Bao was exasperated by Li Ziming's hostility towards Mu Qianxuan, but she still sided with him. "Brother Mu, Aze doesn't mean it that way," she quickly interjected. "He's just saying that there are many gold bandits, and we should use strategy, not brute force." Mu Qianxuan gave Li Ziming a long look, then mounted his horse. "I understand that, Lady Qi. Take care." Li Ziming deliberately put his arm around Qi Bao. "I'll protect Bauer. You needn't worry, young master." Mu Qianxuan understood the young man's message. Taking a deep breath, he said, "I'll go and meet with the commander's troops and request reinforcements. Farewell." The villagers behind them cheered. "The Mu heir of the Zhengguo estate has brought reinforcements. We're saved. Let's go." Qi Bao, however, looked at Li Ziming with displeasure. "Aze, why did you provoke Brother Mu? He rode all this way to help us." Li Ziming didn't answer, instead telling the child on his neck to close his eyes. Qi Bao was bewildered. "I'm talking to you, and you're playing with a child?" The next moment, the young man's handsome face loomed large, and his lips pressed against hers. The rapid breaths and tingling sensation stirred deep emotions within her. She yielded to the kiss, wanting to lose herself in the moment. But but a lingering uncertainty pulled her back. I can't let myself fall any deeper, she thought. It would only hurt Aze. She pushed him away and, feeling a mixture of guilt and regret, ran off. A look of hurt flashed across Li Ziming's face. He couldn't understand. Qi Bao clearly liked him, so why couldn't she fully accept him? What was she so worried about? Why wouldn't she face her true feelings? It's all right, he thought. I'll give you time, and I'll become stronger, strong enough to give you everything you want, to be your greatest support. Meanwhile, Mu Qianxuan returned to Jingyang town with 200 Mu family soldiers. Commander Hao Jian, Mu Qianxuan of the Mu family requests an audience, he called out. I've received intelligence that the gold bandits have moved from Qingzhou to Jingyang. Quanshui village has already fallen. We must deploy troops immediately. However, it was Fu Lihua who opened the door, her demeanor haughty and dismissive. The commander is concerned with the welfare of the people and is constantly busy, she scolded Mu Qianxuan. He finally managed to get some sleep after days of tireless work. Your shouting has disturbed his rest. If the commander is not well rested tomorrow, and it hinders the relief efforts and bandit suppression, even if you are the Mu family heir, I will report you to the court, and you'll be held solely responsible. Mu Qianxuan raised an eyebrow. What an accusation. When did the Qin household acquire such a person? For the sake of the people, Mu Qianxuan swallowed his pride and politely inquired, Who are you, miss? I, Mu Qianxuan, have urgent business with Commander Qin Haojuan. Please announce my arrival. You don't even know me? It seems the Mu family's intelligence network isn't all it's cracked up to be. Zhang Jinyi stepped forward to introduce Mu Qianxuan. Young Master Mu, this is Miss Hua Li, specially dispatched by the Duke of Qin's household to oversee the situation. Their attitude irritated Mu Qianxuan. How interesting. As far as I'm aware, the court appointed Hao Juan as commander. From Qingzhou to Jinzhou, I haven't seen any concrete action taken regarding disaster relief or bandit suppression. Yet here you claim this Miss Hua Li, who seems to have appeared out of nowhere, is overseeing the situation. If word of this gets out, everyone will think Qin Haojuan is hiding behind a woman, falsely claiming credit. Fu Lihua was about to explode with rage, but Mu Qianxuan's aura intensified, a chilling, battle-hardened presence radiating from him. If you know it's inappropriate, then bring Qin Haojuan out here. Lives are at stake. I don't have time to waste words with people of unknown origin. Fu Lihua felt the pressure of his aura, deeply resentful but unwilling to lose face. Though shaken, she knew she couldn't afford to give him any ammunition. Commander Qin is currently dealing with more important matters and cannot be disturbed, she stated coldly. The military talisman is in my possession. If you insist on acting alone, I, on behalf of the Qin household, will lend you half of the 3,000 troops dispatched by the court. The remaining half must safeguard the commander's safety. Mu Qianxuan countered. Though the gold bandits are a disorganized rabble, their numbers are significant. I require 2,900 of the 3,000 troops. Fu Lihua offered 2,000. Take it or leave it, she sneered. If not, get out. Fu Lihua was a perfect example of what happens when a petty person gains a little power. In the end, Mu Qianxuan took the 2,000 troops and, combined with his own men, launched a surprise night attack on the gold bandits' hideout. Meanwhile, the rescued villagers from Quanshui village, with nowhere else to go, were all gathered at Qi Bao's small charity hall. Old Man Gu and Old Madam Chun were there to help. Qi Bao, looking at the merit values hovering above everyone's heads, couldn't bring herself to feel happy. Instead, worry not at her. Though she had saved many lives and accumulated a considerable amount of merit, Quanshui village remained occupied by the gold bandits. The villagers still couldn't return home. I hope Brother Mu can quell this banditry and return safely, she thought. Old Madam Chun, ever since Li Ziming had risked his life to protect her, had taken a particular interest in Qi Bao. Looking around and not seeing the young man, she asked, Qi Bao, wasn't Aze with you just now? Where'd he disappear to? Qi Bao also wondered where Li Ziming had gone. She knew he had secrets, and all she could do was cover for him. She offered a vague excuse to appease old Madam Chun. In reality, Li Ziming had infiltrated Mu Qianxuan's bandit suppression force. He was intensely curious about the leader of the gold bandits and wanted to capture him personally. Meanwhile, news had reached the gold bandits' camp. Scouts report that young master Mu Qianxuan of the Jinghua estate is heading our way with several thousand troops. Hearing Mu Qianxuan's name, Li Yao's face contorted with hatred. A small, insignificant Quanshui village was too much for you, and now you provoked Mu Qinshuan. Is overthrowing the empire nothing but a joke to you? The subordinate quickly begged for forgiveness. I was momentarily outsmarted. Your Highness, please give me a chance to redeem myself. I swear I'll bring you Mu Qinshuan's head. Liao waved him away dismissively. Once the subordinate was gone, however, Liao prepared to flee. He considered Qin Haojuan a useless fool, not worth fearing. But Mu Qinshuan was one of the most outstanding young talents in the current era, his strength undeniable. Years ago, Liao's 5,000 elite troops had been hunted down by the Mu family army, leaving him with a mere 500 men. With Mu Qinshuan leading the attack, running was the only sensible option. The deposed crown prince Li Yao had initially gathered the refugees to stage a rebellion, but he hadn't anticipated encountering the Mu family army. His failure to seize the throne years ago, his becoming a fugitive, was all thanks to the Mu family army. So now, he had no desire to fight. He quickly concealed his face and, escorted by 2 trusted subordinates, hurried away from the camp. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting subordinate was leading the gold bandits in a fierce battle against Mu Qinshuan. He was confident he could claim Mu Qinshuan's head. The 2 forces clashed intensely, but due to the significant difference in numbers, Mu Qinshuan's side was clearly at a disadvantage. Just at this critical moment, a volley of darts suddenly appeared from nowhere, taking down several of the gold bandits' leaders. The tide of the battle instantly turned. Mu Qinshuan's troops, their morale boosted, launched a counteroffensive. But Mu Qinshuan himself was shocked and puzzled. Where had those darts come from? Were there such skilled individuals among the ordinary soldiers? Hidden in the shadows, Li Ziming, dressed as a common soldier, smirked. Fighting a losing battle? Admirable courage. Helping you out won't hurt. Having successfully infiltrated the enemy ranks, he was ready to do what Mu Qinshuan couldn't. He removed his disguise. Donning his signature mask, he leaped towards the back mountains. It wasn't long before he found the legendary leader of the Gold Bandits, the so-called deposed crown prince. He immediately threw a homemade smoke bomb. Liao's confidants were startled. Your Highness, beware of an ambush. But the smoke scattered their formation. Liao was isolated. Li Ziming appeared instantly, knocking him unconscious. He then summoned the White Tiger, hoisted the unconscious man onto its back, and swiftly left the area. When the smoke cleared, Liao's confidants were dumbfounded. Where's His Highness? Did he just vanish into thin air? Meanwhile, Li Ziming found a secluded cave and left the White Tiger to guard the entrance. He was going to interrogate this so-called crown prince. He ripped off the black mask covering Li Yao's face. However, when Li Ziming saw the man's face clearly, his expression suddenly changed. So familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. He began to recall the past. From as far back as he could remember, he and his mother had been locked away. In that confined space, the only people Li Ziming ever saw, besides Qin Rue and his son, were virtually non-existent. And every day, he and his mother suffered abuse at their hands. From that time on, Li Ziming swore he would kill them one day. One day, a richly dressed man came to the courtyard to see his mother. Li Ziming couldn't hear or remember what they said. He only remembered the man constantly berating and hitting his mother. Finally, he locked her back in the cage. Then the man noticed him, but the way he looked at him was like looking at a dirty animal. He only glanced at him for a moment before turning and leaving. Thinking back to this, he looked at the gold bandit leader he had captured. He bore a striking resemblance to that man. Could this man be his son? To find out, Li Ziming forced a truth pill down his throat. He'd see what he had to say. About 15 minutes later, the man slowly opened his eyes, his expression dazed and confused. The truth pill had clearly taken effect. Seeing this, Li Ziming coldly asked, "Who are you?" Liao subconsciously revealed his deepest secret. "I'm the crown prince, Liao." Li Ziming frowned slightly. Could it be that the man who visited his mother was the late emperor? Then who was his mother? And who was he? 8 years ago, the previous emperor passed away. Prince Chun, in league with the Duke of Qin's household, staged a coup, forging an imperial edict to depose Li Yao as crown prince. Finally, he declared himself emperor, taking the name Qin, and Li Ziming continued his questioning. "It's widely rumored that you died in the coup 8 years ago." Li Yao answered dully. To consolidate his power, the new emperor announced the deposed crown prince's death. But I escaped with a few thousand loyal soldiers. I've been wandering from province to province these past few years, forming the Gold Bandits to reclaim my throne. The late emperor's edict and the imperial seal are hidden in Shu province. Li Ziming scoffed. You possess the imperial seal and the late emperor's edict, yet you've fallen to this state. It seems the title deposed crown prince truly fits. However, since you've fallen into my hands, you still have some value. He planned to keep Li Yao under his control, a pawn to use against the Qin family in the future. But for now, he needed to erase Li Yao's identity as the leader of the Gold Bandits, returning him from the light to the shadows. He stripped Li Yao of his outer clothing and set a plan in motion. After a night of fierce fighting, Mu Qinshuan, employing ingenious tactics, achieved a surprising victory against the main force of the Gold Bandits. He learned from capture bandits that the Gold Bandits were indeed remnants of the deposed Crown Prince's forces. He pursued them through the night. Finally, he discovered traces of the deposed Crown Prince on a mountain path. Unfortunately, the deposed Crown Prince was killed by a rock slide during his escape. His face was crushed beyond recognition. After the Gold Bandits identified his belongings, Mu Qinshuan confirmed the deposed Crown Prince's death. He returned to Jingyang town with his troops. The soldiers couldn't believe that in this battle, they had unexpectedly defeated the deposed Crown Prince's forces, whom the court had been pursuing for so long. Now, promotions and riches were within their grasp. They were glad they had followed Mu Qinshuan, their persimmon. Mu Qinshuan's prestige in the army soared once again. Hidden in the shadows, Li Ziming listened to the soldiers' cheers and smiled. Mu Qinshuan, enjoy the gift I've given you. The next day, Mu Qinshuan escorted the captured Gold Bandits and the former generals who had followed the deposed Crown Prince into the town. News spread quickly. The townspeople breathed a collective sigh of relief. They no longer had to live in fear. They thanked Mu Qinshuan. The Mu family army's reputation grew even more illustrious. Ignoring his exhaustion, Mu Qinshuan went to the charity hall to see Qi Bao. Qi Bao was relieved to see him. Brother Mu, I'm so glad you returned safely. You fought a brilliant battle. Mu Qinshuan, filled with joy, wanted to get a closer look at her. But suddenly, someone stepped between them. Li Ziming offered a provocative smile. Congratulations, Persimmon. You crushed the Gold Bandits and even captured the deposed Crown Prince. What a great accomplishment. Mu Qinshuan understood the young man's hostility. He responded with a wry smile. The Gold Bandit scourge is a disaster for the people. The Mu family eliminates harm for the people's sake. I dare not speak of merit. Qi Bao thought to herself that in such a rigidly hierarchical feudal society, Mu Qinshuan, despite his noble lineage, showed no trace of arrogance. A soldier who protected the people was worthy of admiration. She invited Mu Qinshuan and his soldiers to rest for a while in her charity courtyard. After all, they had fought through the night and must be exhausted. Mu Qinshuan was about to accept when Li Ziming interrupted him. Brother Mu, the Gold Bandits have plagued the people for so long. His Majesty must be very anxious. Escorting the prisoners to the capital to report is the most important matter, right? Mu Qinshuan's fists clenched, but he knew he had no standing to argue. He forced a laugh. Brother Zhe is right. He reluctantly mounted his horse, wanting to exchange a few words with Qi Bao, but Li Ziming wouldn't give him the chance. Get lost, he thought, and stay away from my Bao. His hand slapped the horse's rump. The horse bolted. Li Ziming was pleased. Mu Changsun sighed inwardly. Miss Qi Bao, Brother Zhe, farewell. Qi Bao felt a twinge of helplessness. Brother Mu, be careful. Until we meet again. She then turned to Li Ziming. She felt it necessary to ask, Zhe, why do you always antagonize Brother Mu? If it weren't for him, Jingyang Town would be in grave danger. Li Ziming grabbed Qi Bao's hand and pulled her into his arms. Startled, she glared at him. In broad daylight, she struggled to break free, but his grip tightened. Last time, there were children around, making it awkward. This time, he would make up for it. He wanted the world to know that this young woman belonged to him. Uncaring of the passers-by, he planted a forceful kiss on her lips. Qi Bao found herself increasingly unable to resist him. Hesitating for a moment, she returned his embrace, and they kissed passionately in the middle of the street. Li Ziming finally released her when her face flushed crimson and she gasped for breath. Bao, you are mine. You mustn't like anyone else besides me, okay? Though his words were possessive, his tone was almost pleading. Qi Bao couldn't bring herself to scold him. Let go of me first. He only held her tighter. I won't let go, Bao. I'll never let go of you in my entire life. Qi Bao's heart raced. Where had this Aze learned such sweet nothings? They were utterly disarming. She caressed his cheek and sighed. Aze, Brother Mu and I only have a working relationship. I still remember our 5-year agreement. I don't like Brother Mu. Your worries are completely unnecessary. Hearing her earnest assurances, Li Ziming finally smiled in satisfaction. Bao, I was wrong. Don't be angry with me, okay? Seeing that she couldn't push him away, Qi Bao stopped struggling. All right, it's fine. You're so scheming. She knew he had deliberately made his feelings clear. This way, no matter how Mu Qianxuan approached her in the future, he would be met with suspicion and wouldn't be accepted. After confirming the elimination of the Gold Bandit threat, Fu Lihua led his troops to Mount Jile to search for the night-blooming sandalwood. After all, the Qin heir was his carefully chosen candidate, the woman he intended to make the most honored in the world. Moreover, his fate was now intertwined with the Qin heirs. Zhang Junyi, left behind, felt a flicker of fear on Mount Jile, where wild beasts roamed freely. Miss Lihua, when a night-blooming sandalwood blossoms, the centennial vine serpent appears. This journey is extremely dangerous. Fu Liwa scolded. Coward, fortune favors the bold. A vine serpent is nothing. Your responsibility is to ensure my safety. If anything happens to me, none of you will keep your heads. Li Hua led the group deeper into Mount Jile. Recalling the Duke of Qin's promise, he felt a surge of ambition. If he were reborn, what he desired most was to defy fate and become the most honored woman in the world. Finally, he spotted a night-blooming sandalwood, its blossoms slowly unfurling. In Fu Lihua's eyes, this flower was his ticket to wealth and power, his stepping stone to the summit. Excitedly, he led the group forward. Zhang Junyi, still apprehensive, called out, "Everyone be careful. The vine serpent should be nearby." Fu Lihua paid him no mind. He had brought enough men. He would obtain the night-blooming sandalwood at any cost. An intruder had appeared in its territory. The enraged centennial vine serpent lunged out, its jaws wide open. Fu Lihua reacted instantly, ruthlessly shoving a soldier towards the giant serpent. He then seized the opportunity to quickly pluck the night-blooming sandalwood. The incident happened so fast that everyone but Fu Lihua froze, watching in horror as their companion was swallowed whole. Fu Lihua roared in frustration. "What are you standing around for? Run!" His shout snapped the others out of their stupor, and they bolted. Better one death than total annihilation. "Sorry, friend," they thought grimly. Zhang Junyi had to admit, though ruthless, Fu Lihua's judgment was sound. No wonder the Duke of Qin favored her. One life for a night-blooming sandalwood. There was no better bargain under heaven. He addressed the remaining soldiers. "Forget what you saw tonight. Escort Miss Lihua back at all costs. With the night-blooming sandalwood secured, the Duke of Qin will reward us handsomely. Once Miss Lihua becomes the crown princess, you'll all rise with her." Thus motivated, the soldiers' spirits soared. Fu Lihua, running ahead, heard Zhang Junyi's words and glanced back with a cold snort. Wise choice. Meanwhile, Li Ziming had been slipping out at night, building his own power base. He personally trained a force of absolute loyalty and formidable strength. Only then would he stand a chance against the Duke of Qin. During the day, he helped distribute corn seeds to the villagers at Qi Bao's charity hall. She had now introduced corn to several villages, but she still worried. Though high-yielding, it couldn't meet the overwhelming demand from the countless refugees. It was a temporary fix, not a cure. Until the drought ended, the people would suffer. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced the air, an imperial edict. To Jingyang town, Qi Bao received the decree. The announcement was like a thunderclap, drawing a crowd of villagers. Old Man Gu and Old Madam Chun were stunned. They never imagined commoners like themselves would receive an imperial edict. They were utterly bewildered. Despite her confusion, Qi Bao followed protocol, kneeling to receive the decree. It stated that she was summoned to the capital to be rewarded for her contributions to the drought relief efforts, specifically for introducing corn to Prince Song. She was also tasked with spreading corn cultivation techniques throughout the Tang Empire for the benefit of all. The villagers rejoiced for Qi Bao. The emperor was summoning her to the capital for a reward. Jingyang town owed its survival to her. Hadn't she also saved Quanshui village from the gold bandits? As Qi Bao accepted the edict, her merit points soared. Old Man Gu and Old Madam Chun beamed with pride. They would witness their daughter meet the emperor. She was the family's pride and joy. They knew they owed their newfound prosperity entirely to her. They were immensely proud of their daughter. Joy filled the Gu household. Only Li Ziming remained aloof. He hadn't appeared to greet the imperial envoy. He was deeply worried. The current emperor was the same Cheng Wang who had usurped the throne from Crown Prince Li Yao 8 years ago. Were Cheng Wang and Li Yao both sons of that man? This trip to the capital was an opportunity. He could investigate his true identity and why the Qin family wanted him dead. Later, Qi Bao, along with her parents, Li Ziming and Lan Mo, set off for the capital. Along the way, they saw parched fields and withered crops. Despair filled the air. Qi Bao couldn't bear the sight. Using her accumulated merit points, she secretly redeemed rain talismans at every drought-stricken area, bringing down life-giving rain. As the rain fell, the people cheered. Rain meant survival. Thus, their journey from Jianzhou to the capital was blessed with favorable weather. Coupled with their distribution of corn seeds and disaster relief efforts, Qi Bao and her companions gained widespread renown. Their boundless virtue, expressed through rain and seeds, was rewarded by the people with even more merit points, accumulating to an unprecedented 600,000. Qi Bao felt relieved. The great drought was finally over. A month later, they finally reached the outskirts of the capital. Inside the carriage, Li Ziming peeked through a gap in the curtains. No matter how you try to drive me away, he thought, I've finally returned. Qi Bao noticed the troubled look on a young man's face and gently turned his head towards her. Zhe, she asked with concern, why do you look so pale? Faced with her care, Li Ziming's fleeting bravado vanished. Basking in her warmth, he replied, it's nothing, just travel fatigue. Qi Bao, unsuspecting, looked excitedly out the window. Let's go shopping later. We have to explore this grand capital. Li Ziming knew he couldn't risk being seen. The capital was swarming with the Duke of Qin's spies. One wrong move could be fatal. He suggested that Qi Bao and her parents go ahead, while he and Lan Mo went to the residence arranged by Eunuch Tang to settle in. The emperor is busy. The date for our audience hasn't been set. We'll be staying in the capital for a while. There's much to prepare. Qi Bao nodded, not wanting to force him. She, along with her parents, disembarked and began exploring the capital, the most prosperous place in the empire. Its beauty drew gasps of wonder from Qi Bao. Suddenly, the pedestrians around them scattered. Puzzled by their panic, she saw a richly dressed man on horseback galloping towards them. Instead of slowing down, he yelled, out of the way! On my way! Make way for this young master. Move it! The arrogant shouts cut through the bustling street. The crowd, though clearly annoyed, parted like water before a ship's prow, their faces etched with a familiar resignation. Old Man Gu, startled by the sudden commotion, stumbled and fell, unable to regain his footing. He watched in horror as a horse's hooves thundered towards him. A choked cry escaped his lips. Qi Bao and old Madame Chen's faces paled. They were too far away to intervene. Just as the hooves were about to crush Old Man Gu, the strength talisman Qi Bao had given him activated, its protective energy shimmering into existence. The galloping horse, as if striking an invisible wall, was thrown violently backward, its momentum abruptly halted. Qin Yuzheng, the rider, was flung from the saddle, landing hard on the ground. Old Madame Chen and Qi Bao rushed to Old Man Gu's side, helping him up and anxiously checking for injuries. He shook his head, still dazed. What had just happened? It seemed as if the young nobleman had simply fallen off his horse. Qi Bao breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the foresight that had prompted her to purchase the strength talisman for her family. It had protected her father from serious harm. However, Qin Yozheng's guards, recovering from their shock, stormed towards them. Hold it right there. You bumped into our young master, and now you're trying to run? He's the second young master of the Duke of Qin's household. You're dead. Qi Bao glared at them. The audacity! This pampered son of a duke treated the lives of commoners like a game. If it weren't for the talisman, her father would have been trampled to death. Mother, she whispered urgently, we can't reason with these thugs. Let's go. Qin Yozheng's guards helped their master to his feet, solicitously inquiring after his well-being. Young master, are you all right? Should we take you to a physician? Qin Yuzheng, accustomed to a life of privilege and unchecked arrogance, had never experienced such humiliation. He lashed out, striking one of the guards across the face. What are you good for? If anything serious had happened to me, my father would have you flayed alive. The guard felt a surge of resentment. It was the young master's recklessness that had caused the accident, yet he was being blamed for failing to protect him. It was utterly unfair, but he dared not voice his discontent. Qin Yuzheng, seeing the guard's expression, grew even angrier. He grabbed the man by the collar. "What's that look? Are you defying me?" The guard vehemently denied any such intention. The other guard, sensing the escalating tension, quickly intervened. "Young master, they're getting away." Qin Yuzheng released the guard. "I'll deal with you later," he snarled. "After them. If you let them escape, you'll answer to me." Qi Bao, glancing back at their pursuers, felt a chill run down her spine. They were the victims, yet they were being hunted like criminals. She was beginning to understand the reality of the capital, a city where power reigned supreme and justice was a privilege reserved for the elite. She noticed a shop called Golden Jade House. Thinking it might be related to Jin Yuan and offer a chance to escape, she steered Old Man Gu and Old Madam Chun towards the entrance. Old Madam Chun hesitated. "Bao, where are we going? We shouldn't just enter unfamiliar places." Qi Bao replied, "There's no time to explain. Just come with me." They slipped inside, just as Qin Yuzheng and his guard arrived, their angry shouts echoing through the street. The arrogant second young master of the Qin household had found his prey, pursuing them right into the Golden Jade House. "Where are they? Get out here," he roared, only to be met by an unexpected obstacle. The man who emerged from the shop was someone even the Qin family dared not provoke. Such a commotion in broad daylight. Who dares to behave so recklessly in my establishment? Ah, it's the young whelp of the Qin household, riding roughshod through the streets, causing public disturbances. "Do you think this capital belongs to your family?" Qin Yuzheng cursed his luck. Of all the places they could have chosen, they had run into the Golden Jade House. Recognizing the man as Jin Yitong, the head of the Jin family, he forced himself to adopt a more respectful tone. "They bumped into me," he protested. "I'm simply holding them accountable." Jin Yitong scoffed. "They bumped into you? I saw it with my own eyes. You were the one riding recklessly. Don't think you can twist the truth just because you're the Duke of Qin's son. Besides, you're only the second son. It's your elder brother, Qin Haojuan, who will inherit the title, not you. Don't let your youth and privilege blind you to the consequences of your actions. What if someone decides to seek revenge? We commoners may have worthless lives, but a desperate man with a knife can be dangerous. Your life is precious, young Master Qin. Such risks are beneath you, wouldn't you agree?" Qin Yuzheng, seething with rage, felt the urge to retaliate, but he remembered his father's warning. The Jin family held leverage over them. He gritted his teeth and, with a forced show of restraint, turned to leave. However, Jin Yitong called out, stopping him in his tracks. Qin Yuzheng, barely containing his fury, turned back. "What now?" Jin Yitong smiled faintly. "Well, I am your elder. It wouldn't be proper for you to leave without showing the appropriate respect. What would the emperor think of your family's manners if word of this reached the court?" Qin Yuzheng, though reluctant, performed a perfunctory bow. "Qin Yuzheng," he mumbled. Jin Yitong waved him away dismissively. "Off you go then. Don't let me detain you." He turned his back, leaving Qin Yuzheng fuming. The young master's arrogance flared, but his guards quickly intervened. "Come on, young master," they urged. "The master instructed us. We can provoke anyone in the capital, except him." Qin Yuzheng finally turned and left with his guards, but the simmering rage and humiliation he felt ensured those around him suffered another wave of his wrath. Jin Yitong shook his head. "That Qin whelp will never amount to anything. These entitled brats of the Duke of Qin's household, not a single one of them is worth a damn." The danger having passed, Qi Bao emerged with her parents, bowing gratefully. "Thank you, sir, for your help." Jin Yitong's demeanor towards Qi Bao was the picture of amiable kindness. "It was nothing, don't mention it." Old Madam Chun couldn't understand how Qi Bao knew to seek refuge in this particular shop, or how she could be certain the owner would help them. Unable to contain her curiosity, she voiced her questions. Qi Bao, feeling a little awkward, admitted she wasn't entirely sure. Jin Yitong smiled and interjected, "It's because of you, perhaps. I might know you." Old Man Gu and Old Madam Chun were even more bewildered. "But we've never met. How could you know us? We have no relatives or acquaintances in the capital." Qi Bao, catching a familiar scent in the air, had a hunch. "Mother, father, smell carefully. Isn't that a familiar fragrance?" The elderly couple sniffed the air. In their haste to escape, they hadn't noticed it before, but the scent was indeed familiar. Jin Yitong laughed heartily. "The moment you entered, young lady, I recognized the scent on you." It's the same as the medicinal loo my shop sells. Hearing this, Chi Bao's suspicions were confirmed. This place is called Golden Jade House, and you sell medicinal loo. So you must be a relative of Jin Yuan from the capital branch of the Jin family. The Gu family expressed their gratitude once more. Genie Tong, his voice filled with pleasant surprise, exclaimed, "Young lady, you're the very person Jin Yuan found in Jinzhou, the one who can refine the medicinal loo. I'm Jin Yuan's father, Jin Yitong. That boy often speaks of you. What a fortunate coincidence." Chi Bao was equally surprised. "You're Jin Yuan's father? I've sworn an oath of siblinghood with Jin Yuan. So that makes you my adoptive father." Jin Yitong roared with laughter. "Of course. You saved my son's life, and you're his sworn sister. Naturally, you're also my adopted daughter." Old Man Gu and Old Madam Chun were also quite moved. What a wonderful coincidence. As they say, fate brings families together. We'll have to visit often now that we're in the capital. Just then, Jin Yun, still in the blush of newlywed bliss, rushed in. Seeing Chi Bao, her face lit up with joy. "Chi Bao, I heard the servants say a familiar face had arrived. It's really you. I know you're here to receive the imperial reward. News of your efforts in Jinzhou has spread far and wide." Chi Bao smiled and Li. "Jin Yuan, it's been a while. How are you?" She and Jin Yuan exchanged pleasantries. Jin Yuan then greeted Old Man Gu and Old Madam Chun respectfully. The elderly couple, initially overwhelmed by the attention, had now regained their composure. "Young Master Jin Yuan, there's no need for such formality. We're practically family now. Don't mention it. It's a joy to see old friends." Jin Yuan was in high spirits. "Chi Bao, since you're in the capital, I must show you around. How about I take you sightseeing these next few days?" Chi Bao, recalling the unpleasant incident earlier, shook her head. "Thank you, Jin Yuan, but we plan to wait until the imperial edict is officially announced before making any plans. It's best to keep a low profile for now." Hearing this, Jin Yuan suddenly thought of Li Ziming and lowered his voice. Is he here in the capital with you?" Chi Bao teased. "Who?" "The celestial maiden. Aze is here," Jin Yuan admitted, blushing slightly. He feigned annoyance. "Chi Bao, you're teasing me." Chi Bao explained. "Aze is waiting at the residence the palace arranged for us. He wanted to rest, and I'm also worried his face might attract unwanted attention, so I didn't bring him along today." Jin Yuan nodded. "I see. You're right to be cautious." Recalling his previous conversation with Li Ziming, he felt a pang of unease. He was worried about coming to the capital, fearing for his life. Why would he risk it? "I need to talk to him, see if there's anything I can do to help." He then suggested to Chi Bao, "Why don't we go to your new residence in the capital? I'd love to see it." Unaware of Jin Yuan's underlying concern, Chi Bao readily agreed. A short while later, Jin Yuan stepped into the residence the emperor had bestowed upon the Gu family. He couldn't help but gasp in awe. As expected of a residence granted by the emperor to a meritorious subject, it's truly magnificent. Chi Bao called out, "Aze, look who's here." A tall figure emerged from within. The eager anticipation on Jin Yuan's face instantly froze, replaced by an awkward stiffness. He stammered a greeting, a nervous thought flitting through his mind. That young man's gaze is terrifying. He wouldn't hit me, would he? Li Ziming, seeing Jin Yuan had conveniently arrived, saw an opportunity to enact the next stage of his plan. He found an excuse to send Chi Bao away. "The house has just been tidied. I'm not sure if the arrangements are to your liking. Why don't you go and take a look?" Chi Bao, suspecting nothing, agreed and reminded Li Ziming to be a good host to Jin Yuan. However, when Jin Yuan heard the young man speak, he was utterly shocked. "Last time we met, didn't you have a speech impediment?" Li Ziming's gaze, sharp and cold, fell upon Jin Yuan. "That's not important. I know what you're wondering. You didn't come here just to catch up with Chi Bao. I wouldn't risk my life coming to the capital without a good reason. I want to see the painting you mentioned, the one with the woman who bears a striking resemblance to me. Can you get it for me?" Jin Yuan's face creased with a troubled expression. "My father caught me sneaking into the ancestral hall to look at the painting last time. He scolded me and posted guards. I'm afraid it won't be easy to retrieve it." Li Ziming indicated this wasn't a problem. "Just tell me the location of your family's ancestral hall. I'll find a way to get it." So, that night, when everyone was sound asleep, Li Ziming donned black clothes and a mask and made his way to the Jin family's ancestral hall. In the darkness, two guards protecting the ancestral hall were suddenly struck by two faint silver glints. They instantly stiffened and fell asleep. Li Ziming appeared and strode into the hall. He looked at the dense array of memorial tablets of the Jin family. Following Jin Yuan's instructions, he found a blank tablet and opened the mechanism beneath beneath it. A scroll immediately fell out. Unfurling the scroll, a portrait of a beautiful woman was revealed. Li Ziming sighs behind the mask, fixed on the breathtakingly beautiful woman in the painting. An extremely complex emotion welled up within him. This was his mother. He couldn't understand how his mother's portrait ended up in the Jin family's ancestral hall. He had never seen her like this before. In his memories, his mother was either hitting him or being hit by others. They were always covered in wounds, always filthy. This sacred, pure image of her brought tears to his eyes. Just then, the door opened. A powerful aura, no weaker than his own, washed over him. Li Ziming, newly arrived in the capital, had two goals: to take revenge on the Qin family, and to investigate his and his mother's past. That night, he infiltrated the Jin family's ancestral hall to see the painting Jin Yuan had mentioned. He had never seen his mother looking so holy and pure. Lost in thought, a dark figure suddenly burst in and launched a fierce attack. "Who are you? How dare you trespass on the sacred grounds of the Jin family's ancestral hall?" Who would have thought that Jin Tong, who appeared to be a scholarly merchant, was actually a martial arts master in disguise? Caught off guard, Li Ziming's mask was torn away. He realized the opponent's strength was far superior to his own. He couldn't even block a single blow and had even exposed his face. Upon seeing the young man's face, Jin Tong was utterly shocked. He faltered for a moment, then demanded, "Who are you? Why do you look so much like my deceased younger sister?" Hearing these words, Li Ziming's emotions spiraled out of control. He grabbed Jin Tong, hitting him while demanding, "You say my mother is your sister? You dare say my mother is your sister? Your Jin family is wealthy and influential in the capital. Why would you let your own sister end up in such a state? Why didn't you care about her? My mother and I were imprisoned in the Qin residence for years, and we never saw any of my mother's family. We didn't even know you existed. Do you know how much we suffered in the Qin residence?" Faced with the young man's accusations, Jin Tong allowed him to land blow after blow, his eyes fixed on the face before him. He instinctively reached out to touch it. "Wonderful. Your eyes and brows are just like your mother's. You're Yaoer's child. You're my nephew. You're not dead. You're alive. Wonderful." Li Ziming, sensing from Jin Tong's reaction that things might not be as he imagined, stopped his attack. "You say my mother is your sister. What proof do you have?" Jin Tong clutched the portrait, tears streaming down his face. "If she wasn't my sister, why would I keep her portrait in the ancestral hall, offering incense day and night? She died unjustly. Married daughters aren't allowed in the ancestral hall. I could only hide her here. At least she wouldn't be a lonely ghost, homeless." Hearing this, Li Ziming also burst into tears and asked Jin Tong what had really happened. Jin Tong slowly began to reveal the truth that Li Ziming had been longing to uncover. 20 years ago, Jin Tong's father, Jin Ling, had traveled to the western regions to trade. On his way back, he rescued a widowed noblewoman from bandits. This breathtakingly beautiful woman from the western regions had the ability to locate gold mines. Thanks to her skill, the Jin family acquired several gold mines and rose to prominence in the capital. Jin Tong's mother had passed away early, and his father later married this western region's woman. Thus, he gained a half-sister, Jin Shueiyao. The entire Jin family treated Jin Shueiyao as their own, showering her with love and affection. The innocent and kind-hearted girl, at the tender age of 15, was in the prime of her youth. People would gladly offer her the best things in the world just to see her smile. Unfortunately, despite the numerous talented young men in the capital, with suitors lining up around the moat, Jin Shueiyao met the man who would change her life forever, Qin Rui. At that time, the naive and innocent Jin Shueiyao often snuck out of the house to play. One day, she was accosted by a group of thugs who intended to harm her. Qin Rui appeared, chased them away, and rescued Jin Shueiyao. Young, pure, and experiencing her first stirrings of love, Jin Shueiyao fell for the seemingly refined and righteous Duke of Qin's heir. From then on, they met secretly. After 6 months, the Duke of Qin sent a matchmaker to the Jin family to propose marriage. Although Qin Rui already had a wife, he was of noble status, handsome, elegant, and seemingly considerate. Jin Shueiyao, disregarding her family's objections, insisted on accepting the proposal. While the Jin family was wealthy, they were ultimately merchants, unable to compare to the Duke of Qin's household, the second most powerful family in the Tang dynasty. In the end, her family couldn't bear to see her unhappy and agreed to the marriage, providing half their fortune as a dowry. On Shui Yao's wedding day, the entire capital offered their blessings. The love story of the beautiful woman and the talented gentleman was celebrated throughout the land. Later, they would learn that this seemingly blissful union was Jin Shuiyao's gateway to hell. After marrying into the Qin family, Jin Shuiyao rarely contacted her family. Jin Yitong, fearing his sister was suffering, made numerous visits to the Qin residence, but the Qin family often used various excuses to turn him away. On the rare occasion she returned home, when asked about her well-being, Jin Shuiyao always downplayed any problems, refusing to divulge anything. Over time, her family began urging her to divorce Qin Rue. However, Jin Shuiyao stubbornly refused to leave the Qin household, even having a furious argument with her parents before storming out, completely severing ties with her family. Her mother, heartbroken by this, fell ill and remained bedridden. The head of the Jin family, believing Jin Shuiyao to be ungrateful, ceased inquiring about her affairs. At that time, Jin Yitong failed to understand the meaning behind his sister's tears. Many years passed, and Jin Shuiyao truly made no further contact with the Jin family. Until one day, a messenger from the Duke of Qin's household arrived with the news that Jin Shuiyao had died in childbirth. When they rushed to the Duke of Qin's residence, the Qin family was preparing for the burial. The Jin family wished to examine the body, but Qin Rue vehemently refused, insisting on a swift burial. The Qin family had never heard of Jin Shuiyao's pregnancy. To suddenly claim she died in childbirth was simply unbelievable. They insisted on examining the body to see what the Qin family had done to Jin Shuiyao. Being merchants, the Jin family naturally had little power to confront the influence of the Duke of Qin's household. Qin Rue, his mask of civility gone, ordered his guards to throw the Jin family out. Despite his efforts, Jin Yitong only managed to touch Jin Shuiyao's hand. This fueled his burning resentment towards the Qin family. After being expelled from the Qin residence, Jin Yitong stopped his grief-stricken father and unfolded the slip of paper he had managed to retrieve from Jin Shuiyao's hand. As he read his sister's final words, he finally understood why she had become so withdrawn in just 2 short years. It turned out that everything was a long-planned, earth-shattering lie. Years ago, the Duke of Qin's household had secretly embezzled over 1 million taels from the imperial treasury. The emperor, enraged, ordered a thorough investigation. If discovered, the Duke of Qin's household would face certain ruin. Years of extravagant spending meant the Qin family couldn't quickly replace the embezzled funds. Desperate, Qin Rue learned that the Jin family had brought back 2 women from foreign lands who could locate gold mines. The Jin family's sudden wealth had become a merchant legend. Thus, Qin Rue set his sights on Jin Shuiyao. He orchestrated a heroic rescue, and the naive Jin Shuiyao fell into his carefully laid trap. One day, after her marriage, Jin Shuiyao overheard a private conversation between Qin Rue and his father. She learned that Qin Rue had intentionally approached her and that the Duke of Qin had used her dowry to cover the embezzled funds, escaping punishment. Overwhelmed by this revelation, Jin Shuiyao inadvertently made a noise, alerting Qin Rue and his father. Qin Rue, realizing she had overheard the truth, remained unfazed. He dropped his pretense and threatened to annihilate the entire Jin family if she dared to reveal what she knew. To protect her family, Jin Shuiyao chose to endure. It was likely from that moment that she began to deliberately distance herself from her family, ceasing all contact. Having recounted the entire story, Jin Yitong's anger intensified. All these years, thanks to Yaoer's letter, our Jin family has held some leverage over the Qin household. But the Qin family is powerful. They threatened to destroy our entire family if we caused any trouble. Moreover, we lack evidence of the Qin family's embezzlement. We can't overturn a case from over 20 years ago. We can only bide our time, maintaining a balance of power with the Qin family, waiting for an opportunity for revenge. Now, your appearance proves at least that the Qin family's claim of your mother dying in childbirth is another lie. He suddenly stepped back, his expression complex. Could it be? Are you Qin Rue's son? Jin Yitong revealed the entire truth to Li Ziming. The pain and anger brought by the truth quickly turned into astonishment. Could it be? Are you Qin Rui's son? Li Ziming erupted in fury. Nonsense! How could I be his son? Qin Rui called me a bastard. Therefore, I am not his son. And my mother didn't die back then. She lived and gave birth to me. Qin Rui must have had other motives besides seizing the dowry. He fabricated the lie of her death in childbirth to deceive everyone. Hearing that Li Ziming wasn't Qin Rui's son, Jin Yitong breathed a sigh of relief, while his resentment towards the despicable Qin family deepened. Then who is your birth father? Li Ziming shook his head, admitting he too longed to know his true parentage. My mother and I were imprisoned by Qin Rui from a young age and suffered endless torment. When I was 8, unable to bear it any longer, my mother hanged herself. After her death, the Qin family threw me to human traffickers. I drifted for years before fate brought me to Bao, finally finding a home. Jin Yitong was filled with heartache and guilt upon hearing this. Child, you've suffered. It's your uncle's fault. I couldn't protect you and your mother. No matter what, you are a member of the Jin family. He then took out the Jin family's Jiaju, Lingpa, head of the family token, and offered it to Li Ziming. With this token, you can go to any Jin family shop and request up to 500,000 taels of silver. From now on, we share weal and woe. Anything your uncle can do, he will never refuse. Li Ziming accepted the token. Having the Jin family's backing would make his future path smoother. He then shared his own situation. Previously, Qin Haojuan pursued me to Jianzhou to kill me. I faked my death to escape and severely injured him. As far as the Qin family is concerned, I'm already dead. This is actually a good thing. However, the Duke of Qin's household remains powerful. We cannot act rashly for now. Jin Yitong sighed softly. Years ago, the current emperor launched a palace coup, ousting the crown prince. The minister of war, Lin, backed by the empress, and the Duke of Qin's household were his biggest supporters. Over the years, the Qin family, relying on their merit from supporting the emperor's rise, has gained his deep trust, and their power has grown immensely. Qin Rui's sister entered the palace as a concubine and gave birth to the fourth prince and princess Jiaoyue. Shaking the Qin family now is practically impossible. A dark glint flashed in Li Ziming's eyes. Is that so? I will defy the heavens. I need all the information you can gather on the current emperor's preferences. The more detailed, the better. Several days later, the recovered Qin Yuzheng and Fu Lihua returned to the Duke of Qin's residence. Princess Lin Rui, looking at her spirited eldest son, gratefully thanked Fu Lihua. This trip to Jingzhou was fraught with danger. Not only did you help us eliminate Li Ziming, but you also risked your life to save my son. You have shown our family immense kindness. Fu Lihua clasped her hands respectfully. Duke of Qin, you are too kind. With the threat eliminated, though there may be minor setbacks, as long as future obstacles are avoided, a smooth path lies ahead. Qin Rui and his son exchanged a glance, signaling him to use his charm to keep Fu Lihua firmly under the Qin family's control. Receiving the signal, Qin Yuzheng affectionately took Fu Lihua's hand. After all we've been through, Miss Lihua and I have found a connection. Meeting you is truly the greatest honor of my life. Miss Lihua, I wish to marry you. I wonder if I have the honor of spending my life with you. He finished by gently kissing her hand. Fu Lihua feigned shyness, turning her face away to conceal the glint of gold in her eyes. Young master, please, you mustn't. I am willing, but you already have a wife. I don't want to hurt anyone. Qin Yuzheng pulled her back, making a tender and earnest promise. My marriage to Su Shi was arranged by our parents. I have no feelings for her. It is a woman as intelligent and beautiful as you who has captured my heart. Don't worry, I won't let you face any difficulties. Leave everything to me. Just as he finished speaking, Su Shi, his wife, entered with tea. The two quickly separated. Though slightly embarrassed, Qin Yuzheng's resolve remained unshaken. He, like his father, Qin Rui, was a man who prioritized his own interests above all else. Su Shi, having overheard their conversation, yet well-versed in the rules of powerful families, smiled and approached Fu Lihua. I heard that Miss Lihua risked her life in Jizhou's Mount Jile, retrieving the night orchid from the centennial vine serpent and saving my husband's life. I, Su Shi, am simple and don't know how to repay such a debt. Today, I offer this tea to express my gratitude for saving my husband. Fu Lihua feigned shyness. Thank you, madam. You honor me. Su Si, my Calling me madam is too formal. In the future, when you marry into the Qin family, we will serve Haojuan together and become sisters. Fuliwa fiend innocence, rising in a flaster. I wouldn't dare. Madam and the young master are a match made in heaven. I wouldn't dare to have such aspirations. Su Shi, displaying genuine magnanimity, kindly reassured her. It is common for men to have multiple wives and concubines for the prosperity of the family. Haojuan and I have no children, and lately, for some reason, my health has been declining. I hope that when you enter our family, you will bring Haojuan an heir and liven up our household. Seeing that she had played her part well, Fu Lihua readily addressed Su Shi as sister. Qin Rue and his son were pleased with Su Shi's understanding and composure, taking her compliance for granted. After speaking with Fu Lihua for a short while, Su Shi felt a chilling weakness overcome her and excused herself to rest. Fu Lihua rose to see her off, solicitously urging her to take care of her health, while inwardly sneering in triumph. Su Shi's fading beauty and declining health were entirely Fu Lihua's doing. From the day she entered the Qin residence, she had bribed Su Shi's maid to slowly poison her. Su Shi's days were now numbered. The proud Fu Lihua would never settle for being a concubine. From the beginning, she had her sights set on becoming the young master's wife. Half a month later, the Fu family finally secured an audience with the emperor and were preparing to enter the palace to discuss the widespread cultivation of corn. Qi Bao, preparing for her audience with the emperor, had meticulously crafted matching brocade outfits with Li Ziming. As they emerged together, their appearance stunned everyone present. Brother A's and Sister Qi Bao look incredible, someone exclaimed. The fabrics available in the capital are truly exquisite, another chimed in. Fine clothes make the man, as they say. It's important to present oneself respectably when meeting the emperor. Li Ziming added his own admiration. My Qi Bao looks beautiful in anything. Qi Bao, both flattered and slightly embarrassed by his public display of affection, whispered, A's, don't say such things in front of so many people. A palace eunuch formally urged them onward. Miss Qi Bao, Master Fu, and Madam, we must depart. Only then did Li Ziming release Qi Bao's hand, saying softly, Bao, you go ahead. The emperor has summoned you and your family, so it's best I don't attend. Qi Bao understood that he had secrets that made it unwise for him to appear publicly and didn't insist. She simply reminded him, be good and wait for me at home. Li Ziming obediently agreed, watching them leave. The gentle smile on his face vanished the moment they were out of sight. Lan Mao, let's go. We have more important matters to attend to, he said. In public, Lan Mao was an innocent child, but in private, he was a cold and efficient assassin. They quickly arrived near the Qin residence. The Qin family's first young master's wife, Su Shi, had recently died under mysterious circumstances, and her funeral procession was taking place today. The large crowds and general commotion presented the perfect opportunity for infiltration. Li Ziming suspected that there might be clues left behind by his mother within the Qin residence. With the funeral of Su Shi underway, Li Ziming and Lan Mao sought a chance to slip inside, hidden in the shadows. He hoped to find some trace of his mother's past. However, he unexpectedly spotted Qin Haojuan, a man he believed to be dead, alive, and well. He quickly reassured Lan Mao, don't worry, I won't let your brother's sacrifice be in vain. Just then, he noticed another unexpected arrival, Mu Lingwei. The Mu and Qin families were known rivals, so his presence was puzzling. Dismissing it as irrelevant to his mission, Li Ziming refocused. Lan Mao, let's go to the back courtyard. Everyone is gathered at the front for the funeral. Security will be looser in the back. They landed silently on the roof of the Qin residence's back courtyard, one after the other. Li Ziming offered a rare compliment. My training these past few months hasn't been wasted. Your skills have improved. Lan Mao beamed, invigorated by the praise. After assessing the security, Li Ziming instructed Lan Mao to hide and signal him with a bird call if anyone approached. Then he dropped down into the courtyard, once again setting foot in the place that had once been his prison. The Qin residence had been a hell for him and his mother. Now, he was returning as its avenging angel. Meanwhile, at the main gate, the Qin first young master greeted Mu Lingyue with a perfunctory nod. Fu Lihua, already acting as the mistress of the house, joined in receiving the mourners. Mu Lingyue seethed with anger. Su Yuan and I were childhood friends. She was always healthy until she married into your Qin family. Now she's dead. How did your family treat her? Congratulations, Qin Shitsi. It seems you'll soon have a new wife. This must be the future Shizify, right? He sneered, gesturing towards Fu Lihua. Qin Haojuan, you're truly blind. Insulted and humiliated, the Qin first young master struggled to maintain his composure in public. He attempted to retort, hoping to provoke Mu Lingyue. Mu Lingyue simply turned and entered the residence. I'm here to mourn Su Yuan, not to look at your disgusting faces. The Qin first young master's face darkened ominously. Fu Lihua quickly intervened, whispering, "Patience. Don't let him ruin our plans. He's just a Zheng Guogong's son. He can't cause any real trouble." By now, Li Ziming had reached the small courtyard where he had once lived. It had been cleaned out. Just as he was about to give up and leave, he noticed a small wooden tiger his mother had carved for him during her lucid moments. He remembered how his mother would sometimes beat him, then try to appease him with this toy. He picked up the dust-covered tiger and noticed a seam along its belly. Using his inner strength, he pressed on the seam, and a small piece of paper fell out. It was in his mother's handwriting. Even though he was born from violation, he is my only child. Qin Rue threatened me with my child's life. I had no choice but to agree to his demands. The drugs are making me lose my mind. I almost strangled Ace. I can't go on like this. That cruel man, Qin Rue, will never let Ace go. That day, Qin Rue asked me to do one more thing for him. He promised to let Ace go if I poisoned someone. For Ace, I had no other choice. My living is a burden to him. If I die, no one can threaten him anymore. He will be happier if he can leave this place that confines him. My child, mother is sorry. I only wish for you to live a free and happy life. Tears streamed down Li Ziming's face as he finished reading. His mother had been violated, drugged, and driven to suicide for his sake. A murderous rage consumed him. Mother, I will slaughter the entire Qin household to avenge you. Just then, he heard Lan Mao's warning call. Someone was coming. Suppressing his killing intent, Li Ziming tucked the small wooden tiger into his robes and opened the door to leave. But there, standing before him, was Qin Haojuan, the man he loathed with every fiber of his being. The sight ignited the smoldering rage in his heart. He drew his dagger and lunged, plunging it into Qin Haojuan's chest. The ease with which the blade entered gave him pause. A second later, he realized his mistake. Qin Haojuan wore chainmail beneath his clothes, clearly anticipating an attack. He gripped Li Ziming's hand, a cold smile twisting his lips. Got you. Huali predicted I would face danger today. I specifically wore this impenetrable golden silk chainmail and stationed 2 guards nearby. And look, I've caught a big fish. You dare trespass in the Qin residence. I don't care who you are or what your purpose is. You're dead. 2 figures materialized in the courtyard, flanking Li Ziming and launching their attack. Li Ziming cursa inwarli. He'd been set up. At that critical moment, Lan Mao, hidden in the shadows, unleashed a volley of darts, disrupting the encirclement. Qin Haojuan and his guards, now injured, realized they had underestimated their opponent. They hadn't expected an ambush. They quickly located Lan Mao, but he, having accomplished his task, was already making his escape. With his exceptional lightness skills, fleeing was no problem. Li Ziming seized the opportunity to break free. The 2 guards cursed their master as Li Ziming slipped away. Qin Haojuan roared, "Search! He's still in the residence." The Qin guards sprang into action. As Li Ziming fled through the residence, he saw Mu Lingyue enter Su Shi's room. With his pursuers closing in, he had no choice but to follow Mu Lingyue into the room. Inside, Mu Lingyue mourned her friend. Yuan, everyone in this cursed Qin residence is putting on an act. No one truly cares about your death. I know. You were forced into this marriage for the sake of your family, but you didn't deserve this fate. I'll burn incense and paper money for you. Rest in peace. Suddenly, she heard a noise behind her. As she turned, a hand clamped over her mouth. A dagger pressed against her throat. A cold voice whispered in her ear, "Don't move. Just help me, and I won't hurt you." Mu Lingyue froze. The scent, the voice, it felt familiar. This scene, this situation, felt eerily similar to something she'd experienced before. Just then, the voices of Qin guards echoed from outside the door. This is the Shizify's room. Is it appropriate to search here? Another voice scoffed. Shizify? She's covered in a white sheet, ready for burial. Who cares? Mu Lingyue, hearing this, burned with renewed anger for her friend. Li Ziming released her. It's your turn. Mu Lingyue unleashed a furious roar, driving back the guards. Yuan died mysteriously, and now, even in death, she can't find peace. You two dare defile her room. I swear, tomorrow I'll petition the emperor to deal with you and your Qin family dogs. The guards, knowing Mu Lingyue's fiery temper and wanting to avoid a scene that would disturb the guests, backed down. We apologize, Miss Mu. We were out of line. Have you seen any suspicious individuals? Mu Lingyue grabbed an object from the room and hurled it at them. You two are the most suspicious. Get out. The guards retreated, grumbling, to search elsewhere. Mu Lingyi fumed. Even the guards dared to barge into her friend's room. It painted a clear picture of how poorly Yuan had been treated in the Qin residence. Qin Haojuan was truly despicable. When she finally turned back to confront the man who had held her hostage, he was gone. She breathed a sigh of relief. He had escaped. Meanwhile, Qi Bao and her parents finally emerged from the palace. They had maintained a facade of decorum for hours and were utterly exhausted. Stepping out, they felt like they could finally breathe again. That place is terrifying, old Master Gu sighed. Old Qin agreed. You have no idea how hard it was to maintain my composure. My legs are numb. Qi Bao added. Thank goodness everything went smoothly. We didn't make any blunders. Just then, an alarm sounded in Qi Bao's mind, emanating from her merit system. This had never happened before, and it startled her. She quickly communicated with the system in her mind. System, what's wrong? The system kept repeating, merit system fragment detected. Host, please retrieve the fragment as soon as possible. Qi Bao ushered her parents into their carriage, urging them to return home. She had something to attend to. Once they were gone, she pressed the merit system for answers. Explain. What is a system fragment? As Qi Bao left the palace grounds, the system's alarm continued to ring in her mind, urging her to find the missing merit fragment. This was something Qi Bao had never experienced in her past life. She quickly pressed the system for clarification. Explain. What is a system fragment? The merit system offered a cold explanation. During the host's rebirth, the system was impacted by the turbulence of space-time and lost a fragment. With the recent increase in merit points, the system has sensed the fragment's presence. If the fragment can be retrieved, the system's functions will be perfected, increasing luck, predicting fortune and misfortune, and doubling all future merit points earned. This was an offer Qi Bao couldn't refuse. If she could foresee disasters and misfortunes, she could prepare in advance to save lives and accumulate merit. With double merit points, reaching 100 million within 5 years would be a breeze, and she wouldn't have to agonizingly reject the young man anymore. Filled with newfound determination, she asked, System, where is the fragment? Lead me to it. The merit system stated that the distance was too great. It couldn't sense anything beyond 5 li, approximately 1.6 miles. If she could get within 10 feet, it could lock onto the target. Qi Bao was speechless. It could sense it just moments ago, and now it couldn't. Was this fragment moving? Could it have attached itself to a person? But the capital city was so vast, how could she possibly find it? The merit system offered no helpful response, simply leaving behind an irresponsible remark before falling silent again. Qi Bao began meticulously searching the streets, leaving no nook or cranny unchecked. But after an hour, she was exhausted and empty-handed. Searching aimlessly like this was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Would she have to wander the capital, relying on sheer luck? She grew increasingly suspicious of the merit system. This useless system was definitely hiding something. Perhaps her arrival in the Tang dynasty wasn't an accidental cure, after all, but a premeditated act. Suddenly, she noticed a crowd gathered ahead, the sounds of a whip cracking echoing from within. You lowly servant, how dare someone of your status try to seduce Mu Shitsi? A Huji woman, her body covered in welts, cried out in agony. She desperately tried to explain. Please stop. It's a misunderstanding. Princess, Mu Shitsi only occasionally comes to drink and appreciate the artifacts. I have barely interacted with him. Please, Princess, investigate. This was Princess Zhaoyue, the daughter of Qin Rui's sister, known for her cruel and vicious temper. Ignoring the Huji woman's pleas, she continued to lash out with the whip. I'm going to beat you to death today. Qi Bao, watching from the crowd, couldn't bear it any longer. If this continued, the woman would die. Without hesitation, she asked the system to exchange for a wind talisman and flung it towards Princess Xiaoyue. A powerful gust of wind knocked the princess off her feet, sending the crowd into uproarious laughter. Many disapproved of the princess's cruelty, but were powerless against the royal family. Seeing her in such a disheveled state, they couldn't help but relish the moment. Princess Xiaoyue scrambled to her feet, furiously berating the onlookers. "Who dares laugh at me? Also your mouth shut." The crowd fell silent, quickly dispersing. Once the crowd had scattered, Princess Xiaoyue realized the Huji woman was gone. While everyone was distracted, Qi Bao had carried the barely conscious woman to a secluded alley and used her medicinal dew to heal her wounds. The dew's effects were astonishing. The woman's injuries healed at a visible pace, the agonizing pain receding. She slowly opened her eyes. "I'm alive, and my wounds, they're gone." Overwhelmed with gratitude, she thanked Qi Bao profusely, and they exchanged names. The woman, Haju, offered 2,000 merit points. Qi Bao, determined to see her good deed through, escorted Haju home. Haju's mother rushed out to greet them. "Haju, you have a visitor." Haju quickly introduced her mother. "Mother, this is Miss Qi Bao. Princess Xiaoyue nearly beat me to death at the tavern today. If it weren't for Miss Qi Bao, I would be lying dead in the streets." Haju's mother grasped Qi Bao's hands, her voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you, miss, for saving my daughter. You are our family's great benefactor." Qi Bao smiled. "You're welcome. It was simply the right thing to do." But Haju's mother shook her head insistently. "Your kindness is beyond words. Please accept this small token of our gratitude." She offered Qi Bao a slightly yellowed pouch. Seeing the woman's earnest expression, Qi Bao reluctantly accepted. The jade pendants inside were of excellent quality and seemed quite valuable, likely heirlooms. Despite their apparent poverty, they were willing to offer such a generous gift. It was deeply touching. Qi Bao slipped the jade pendants back into Haju's mother's hand. "Elder, please keep these." She kept the pouch. Leaving Haju's home, Qi Bao looked at the character Yao embroidered on the pouch. It seemed familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before, but she couldn't quite place it. As she looked up, she spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. She hurried towards him, tapping the man on the shoulder. "Brother Mu, it really is you. What a coincidence." Mu Qinshuan turned around to see Qi Bao, whose face lit up with uncontainable delight. "Qi Bao, you look stunning in that outfit. I heard the court was rewarding the wealthy merchants of Jingzhou. I knew it had to be you. I didn't expect to run into you so soon." Qi Bao blushed slightly at his compliment. "We're in the capital to receive the reward, so we changed our clothes." Remembering Haju's plight, she quickly asked Mu Qinshuan, "Do you know a Huji woman named Haju?" Mu Qinshuan thought for a moment, then answered carefully, "Ling Yue and I occasionally dined at the tavern and admired her dancing. We're not particularly close, but I do know her." Qi Bao said, "Good. Come with me to the tavern. Haju might lose her job." She grabbed Mu Qinshuan's hand and turned to leave. Mu Qinshuan, feeling the warmth of her hand and gazing at the lively young woman before him, softened his gaze. Meeting his deeply affectionate gaze, Qi Bao's heart skipped a beat. She recalled Li Ziming mentioning Mu Qinshuan's apparent interest in her. She hadn't taken it seriously before, but now she believed it. It was actually true. However, she didn't have romantic feelings for Mu Qinshuan. She quickly withdrew her hand and avoided his gaze. "Anyway, come with me first. I'll explain the situation as we walk." Mu Qinshuan lowered his eyes, a shadow of disappointment crossing his face. He replayed the feeling of her hand in his. "For a moment there, I almost thought I had you. Even though I know will never be possible, my heart still yearns for you. Even if it's just your back, I'm willing to follow you forever." At the tavern, the owner explained that Princess Xiaoyue had ordered Haju not to dance there anymore before leaving. He didn't dare disobey. Mu Qinshuan's face darkened. Preposterous. Xiaoyue was going too far. She nearly beat the woman to death and now wants to ruin her livelihood. The tavern owner wrung his hands, caught in the middle. "Young master, Princess Xiaoyue is Consort Qin's beloved daughter, the most favored princess in the court. We commoners can't afford to offend the royal family. I've already sent Haju medicine for her injuries and 100 taels of silver as an apology. I hope you understand our predicament, young master." Mu Qinshuan nodded in understanding. "You have your difficulties. I won't make things difficult for you. You may go. Outside the tavern, Qi Bao asked Mu Qianxuan, puzzled. Why did Princess Zhao Yue want to destroy Haju so completely? I was there and overheard her saying something about seduction. Mu Qianxuan sighed. It's rather embarrassing. Our Zhen Guogong mansion has always been at odds with the Qin Guogong mansion. Zhao Yue's mother is Consort Qin, the younger sister of Duke Qin Rue. For some reason, I've caught Zhao Yue's eye. My grandfather has already informed the emperor and refused the proposal for marriage. But Zhao Yue hasn't given up. She's quite the jealous type. If any woman so much as glances at me, she'll make trouble for them. Qi Bao laughed. As expected of our young master, talented and handsome, you must have captivated countless young women in the capital. Mu Qianxuan offered a wry smile. What use is the adoration of thousands when the one I love doesn't even spare me a second glance? Oblivious, Qi Bao told Mu Qianxuan, Haju has taken the medicine, and her injuries are mostly healed. She just needs to be careful of the princess from now on. Mu Changsun nodded. Qi Bao, you have a heart of a bodhisattva. I'll definitely demand an explanation from Zhao Yue later and visit Haju as well. By the way, has Brother Ziming also come to the capital? We should all go out together sometime. Allow me to act as your host. At the mention of Li Ziming, Qi Bao felt a nagging sensation, as if there was something she needed to ask him, but she couldn't quite recall what it was. Deciding to return and see him, she waved to Mu Qianxuan. I have to go back now. We can talk about going out another time. Mu Qianxuan replied with a soft, all right, and watched her retreating figure, a bitter smile playing on his lips. In the end, I can't compare to his place in your heart. Li Ziming had already returned to their lodging. He had just hidden his mask when Qi Bao entered. Seeing her, he could no longer contain his emotions. Tears streamed down his face as he rushed forward, pulling her into a tight embrace, his body trembling. An aura of immense sorrow, despair, and rage emanated from him. Even though he hadn't spoken a word, Qi Bao could sense his suppressed anguish. It made her heart ache. Ziming, what's wrong? Li Ziming broke down, sobbing. Bao, don't leave me. Qi Bao, unsure what had happened to make him so vulnerable and pained, comforted him. Ziming, don't cry. As long as I live, I'll always be by your side. Li Ziming cried as he spoke. Bao, I used to think I was despised by everyone. My mother only brought me abuse and torment, because I was just a bastard, a child born out of wedlock, born after she was humiliated. She hated me, loathed me. That's why she wanted to kill me. But today, I finally learned the truth. Everything she did out of necessity. Even though my birth was her greatest shame, she still sacrificed everything to protect me. Why is fate so cruel to me? His voice was thick with regret and resentment. Qi Bao's heart ached and tears welled in her eyes. She knelt down and embraced him tightly. It's not your fault. He clung tightly to the light in his life, pouring out the grief and indignation in his heart. My mother hurt me because someone drugged her. She lost her mind. To let me live, she chose to sacrifice her own life. But I hated her for more than 10 years. Qi Bao cupped Li Ziming's face, earnestly telling him not to blame himself. This isn't your fault. The culprits are those bastards who hurt your mother. You're not a bastard child, a cursed seed. You were the most precious person in the world to her, and you've never been alone. Now you have me by your side, don't you? Li Ziming's heart finally calmed. Yes, at least I still have you. He embraced Qi Bao again, kissing the young woman's lips. A moment later, he released her, feigning a vulnerable air to soften her heart. Bao, can I sleep with you tonight? Looking at the young man's expression, Qi Bao couldn't bring herself to refuse. She murmured her assent, resting her head on his arm as they drifted off to sleep together. A hint of a smile finally touched Li Ziming's eyes. He hadn't wanted Qi Bao to be burdened with this, but the shock of the day had been too much, causing him to lose control of his emotions. Thankfully, she was there, preventing him from falling completely into darkness. As Qi Bao slept, she suddenly blushed and mumbled, "All right, but just sleeping, okay? No other strange things." Li Ziming looked bewildered. What strange things? Qi Bao shot him an all-new glance. Don't play dumb. Now go to sleep. Perhaps because she had cried so much the previous day and her emotions had been so turbulent, the sun was already high in the sky when Li Ziming finally awoke. Qi Bao, however, had been roused by the bright sunlight. Her gaze fell upon the wooden pendant he always wore. Looking at the inscription, she finally recognized the source of that nagging familiarity. She woke him up and retrieved the pouch Haju's mother had given her from her system space. Izay, look at this. I found this yesterday. I felt the embroidery was familiar. Look at these characters. Aren't they the same as the ones on your wooden pendant? Li Ziming eagerly took the pouch, his eyes welling up. This is my mother's handwriting. Bao, where did you get this? Take me there now. Qi Bao agreed and told him about rescuing Haju the previous day. Half an hour later, they arrived at Haju's home. Haju's mother smiled warmly. Benefactor, what brings you to our humble abode today? And this young master is... Qi Bao took out the pouch, about to ask about its origins, but Haju's mother quickly interrupted. I'm so forgetful. This pouch is an old thing of mine. It's not worth anything. Benefactor, please return it to me. Li Ziming reached out and took the pouch. Let me ask you something. Do you know Jin Shui Yao? Haju's mother trembled slightly, rising in a fluster and hastily issuing an order for them to leave. I don't know the person you're talking about. I'm not feeling well and want to rest. Please leave. Haju's mother's behavior was clearly suspicious. Li Ziming had already had his suspicions, and now he was certain she knew something. He quickly spoke, wait, it seems Jin Shuiyao's child will never be able to avenge her. Are you sure you really don't know? After all, you were a close confidant of Jin Shuiyao, weren't you? Li Ziming fought to control his anger. If Qi Bao weren't there, he would have already resorted to force to make her talk. Slowly, he pulled down his mask, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty. Look at my face. Haju's mother gasped in disbelief. It's you. It really is you. Young master, you're not dead. You're still alive. She instinctively reached out to touch him, as if afraid that what she was seeing was just an illusion. Li Ziming asked in surprise, you recognize me? But why don't I recognize you? Haju's mother laughed and cried with excitement. I watched you grow up. How could I not recognize you? It's just a pity that by the time you were about 3 years old and could recognize people, Qin Rue started killing all of Mrs. Pajau maids. Miss was a princess from the western regions. Many years ago, there was unrest in the western region's royal family. I followed Miss and Madam when Master Jinling rescued them and brought them back to the Great Tang. Later, Miss was tricked into marrying Qin Rue. I, as her dowry maid, entered the Qin manor, that den of iniquity, with her. After Miss overheard Qin Rue and his father's deceitful marriage plot, she completely broke off with him. The Qin family threatened the lives of the Jin family, so Miss began to distance herself from them. Once, during a banquet at the Qin Manor, a distinguished guest, drunk, took a liking to the beautiful Mississippi Qin Rue. Not only didn't stop him, but he even sent the man to Mrs. Chambers, allowing her to be violated. Later, Miss became pregnant. Qin Rue made her give birth to the child, and the young master was born. Even though the child was born a violation, Miss still regarded him as her only support in this life. Later, Qin Rue drugged Miss, and her mind became increasingly unclear. Often, it was I who cared for her and fed the young master. When a young master reached the age where he could recognize people, Qin Rue began poisoning all the servants who had seen the young master. I only survived because Miss threatened him with the treasure map, but I was sent to another residence and couldn't see Miss and the young master anymore. A few years later, at Miss's request, Qin Rue finally allowed me to see her. At that time, I knew disaster was imminent. Miss said that she had been drugged for years, and her health was deteriorating day by day. Qin Rue also forced her to kill people. She didn't want to commit any more sins. Miss gave me the treasure map and told me to use it to exchange for the young master's life. I obeyed Miss's orders. To prevent Qin Rue from killing after obtaining the map, I hid it beforehand. After seeing the young master released, I told Qin Rue the location of the treasure map. Of course, to save my own life, I wouldn't go with him to retrieve it. He released me, and then I told the guards escorting me the location. Later, he sent people to assassinate me, but heaven protected me. Haju's father saved me. Since then, I've been hiding in this People's Alley, changing my name and concealing my identity. Not long after, news of Mrs. Death spread. This is the whole truth. I never thought I would see you alive in my lifetime, young master. Mrs. Spirit in heaven can finally be at peace. Qi Bao listened with a face full of anger. This Qin Rue was truly vicious. No matter what, now that she knew about this, she absolutely wouldn't stand idly by. Li Ziming suddenly knelt before Haju's mother. My benefactor, please accept Li Ziming's 3 bows. He thought that if it weren't for this person risking her life to hold back Qin Rue, he might never have escaped the Duke Qin Manor alive. Moreover, She was someone his mother trusted. Haju's mother quickly bent down and helped him up. "Young master, please get up. This old servant can't accept this." Li Ziming looked at her gratefully. "You have saved both my mother and me. You are not our servant, but my wet nurse, Li Ziming's. Without you, there would be no me." Haju's mother was afraid that the young man, driven by hatred, would rashly reveal his identity. Holding Li Ziming's hand, she urged, "No matter what, the Qin family is powerful now. You must not act rashly for revenge. Miss worked so hard to protect your life. You must live well for your mother." On the way back, the pain emanating from the young man worried Qi Bao greatly. "Aze," Li Ziming immediately interrupted her. "Don't worry, I have a plan." "Bao, if you're going to try to persuade me, please don't." Qi Bao didn't like this feeling of being shut out. She said, "I know what you want to do. No one can stop you. If you can't avenge your mother, you'll live a life worse than death. But promise me, whatever you do, remember that you have me behind you. Always." The young man, on the verge of falling back into darkness, stopped because of Qi Bao's embrace. He returned the hug to his only weakness. "Fortunately, I still have you in this world." That night, Li Ziming went to the Jin residence and told Jin Yitong everything he had learned from Haju's mother. The two formulated a revenge plan. In recent years, the imperial uncle in the capital had been plagued by a severe illness and was not expected to live much longer. The Lin Manor had spread the word, inviting benevolent individuals from all over the world to come and treat him. Every day, people from all walks of life, eager to curry favor, visited the Lin Manor, but none could cure the imperial uncle. They were all driven away by the Lin Manor's people. The frail imperial uncle murmured despondently, "Even the imperial physicians and renowned doctors can't cure my illness. Am I destined to meet my ancestors like this?" Just then, the charlatan arranged by Li Ziming stepped into the Lin Manor. "Imperial uncle, I am Chu Yunzi. I have a pill that can save you from this calamity." The duke's manner was powerful. Li Ziming understood that to deal with the Qin family, the only way was to start with the emperor. Therefore, the imperial uncle's illness and his search for a cure became his stepping stone to approach the emperor. He found a charlatan with a celestial air and had Lan Mao act as his immortal attendant. Together, they arrived at the imperial uncle's residence. The Lin Manor steward, having been deceived many times, said impatiently, "Chu Yunzi, countless so-called renowned doctors have come these days, and none have been of any use. If you're here to scrounge for food, get lost." Chu Yunzi, accustomed to playing the role of a mystic, excelled at creating an aura of authority and eloquence. He flicked the pill Li Ziming had given him. "You ignorant and arrogant boy, don't blame me. If this golden pill is ineffective, I, Chu Yunzi, am willing to live and die with the imperial uncle." Using his internal energy, Chu Yunzi sent the golden pill flying into the imperial uncle's mouth. It melted instantly upon contact. The Lin Manor's steward angrily rushed forward and grabbed Chu Yunzi by the collar. "You unknown old man, how dare you feed my master something without permission? Your lowly life is nothing compared to the imperial uncle's noble status." Chu Yunzi chuckled calmly. Don't worry. You'll know soon enough." Just then, the imperial uncle exclaimed in surprise. The previously ashen-faced and deathly imperial uncle was now flushed and full of energy. He felt as if he had returned to his prime 20 years ago, full of vigor and even stronger. Feeling revitalized, he excitedly rushed forward and embraced Chu Yunzi's leg. "Master, your life-saving grace is like that of my reborn parents." The Lin Manor steward also embraced his leg and apologized. "Master, I was rude. Please forgive me." The imperial uncle quickly ordered a banquet to be prepared. In his eyes, Chu Yunzi was a true immortal, and he treated him with the utmost respect. "Master Chu Yunzi, from now on, you are a distinguished guest of the Lin Manor. He shall be treated with honors second only to the emperor himself. Master, please take the seat of honor. With such celestial skills, I must recommend you to His Majesty. The emperor has also been unwell this year. If you can win the emperor's favor, both of us will rise to great heights." Chu Yunzi maintained an air of detachment and indifference. "Wealth and honor are but fleeting clouds to me. This humble Taoist only seeks to deliver the common people, not to pursue fame and fortune." Li Ziming and Lan Mao, disguised as immortal attendants, exchanged a knowing smile. Half of their plan had succeeded. Meanwhile, Qi Bao, following the empress's decree, was cultivating new corn seedlings in the outskirts of the capital to promote planting techniques. The Fu family, young and old, were busy working in the cornfields every day. This day, after finishing her work in the fields, Qi Bao was heading home when she overheard the common people excitedly discussing the imperial uncle. I heard that a master Chu Yunzi has arrived at the imperial uncle's residence. He's incredibly divine. Indeed, the imperial uncle has been ill for so many years, practically with one foot in the grave. Now, thanks to Master Chu Yunzi, he's full of life and vigor. I even heard that his concubines are pregnant again. Many officials and ministers are now flocking to the Lin Manor. In reality, the news surrounding the Lin Manor was deliberately spread by Li Ziming's arrangements. This publicity was crucial to make Chu Yunzi's name known far and wide, increasing the likelihood of the emperor hearing about him. Listening to the gossip, Qi Bao couldn't help but worry about how the young man's plan was progressing. They had both been busy and hadn't seen each other for several days. Just then, a carriage passed by her. A warning from the system immediately rang in her mind. System fragment detected. Qi Bao jolted, her gaze snapping towards the carriage. She quickly asked the system in her mindscape, "Is it on that carriage?" After receiving an affirmative response, she immediately exchanged for a strength talisman to catch up with the carriage. This time, she couldn't afford to lose it. She followed the carriage to the gates of the Su Manor, the residence of Minister Su, the Minister of Revenue. Could the owner of the fragment be Minister Su's daughter? She immediately exchanged for an invisibility talisman, intending to follow them inside. However, the system immediately jumped out to stop her. "Host, do not approach rashly. The system and the fragment were originally one and can sense each other. If you get too close, the other party will also sense your presence. The fragment, having latched onto another host, will also try to seize your incomplete system. You are adversaries." Hearing this, Qi Bao could only wait outside, cautiously avoiding being detected and potentially absorbed. Inside the living room, Minister Su, father of Su Yuanji, obsequiously offered a cup of tea to Fu Lihua. "Our Su family was originally supported by Duke Qin. Now that Yuan is gone, we have lost our backing. It would be a blessing if you would condescend to become my second daughter. We will rely on your support in the future." Fu Lihua smiled. "Minister Su, you are too kind. To have the Minister of Revenue pour tea for me, this humble woman is overwhelmed." Despite her words, she drank the tea without hesitation. Fu Lihua desired to marry Qin Shixi as his principal wife and needed a status befitting such a position. Thus, she set her sights on the Su family. Minister Su, facing these hypocrites, felt helpless. "So, Duke, I have now followed your instructions and secured the identity of my second daughter for Miss Lihua. When do you plan to arrange the marriage between her and young Master Qin?" After Yuan's passing, many in the court believe that the alliance between our families has broken. "My position is precarious." Qin Rue replied, "I have my own arrangements for this matter. Today, I merely require the use of your residence. This doesn't concern you. Dismiss all unnecessary personnel." Qin Rui looked at Fu Lihua, about to ask for her advice on the current situation, when she interrupted him. "My lord, there's no need to elaborate. If I, Lihua, didn't understand the reason for my presence here, I would be unworthy of being Master Kohai's disciple. Recently, the imperial uncle has gained a master named Chu Yunzi. This divine physician, with his miraculous skills, has already earned the emperor's recognition. The imperial uncle and the empress have thus gained the emperor's trust. In court, the emperor clearly favors the first prince. This is the source of your concern, my lord." King Hui nodded. "Miss Lihua, you are truly perceptive." He knew clearly that Lihua was a greedy and vicious woman, not easily controlled, but her abilities were undeniable. Fu Lihua, relishing the attention, put on an air of profound mystery. "My lord is naturally aware of my abilities. There's no need for further flattery. I presume you brought me here to allow others to witness my skills firsthand." Qin Rue's gaze intensified. "Another correct guess. You truly possess the gift of foresight." Fu Lihua looked towards the inner chambers. "Three esteemed guests, you have witnessed Lihua's abilities. You may reveal yourselves now." Consort Qin emerged with the fourth prince and Princess Zhaoyue. Miss Li Hua, you're truly extraordinary. It seems we were right to seek you out. Fu Li Hua rose and gave a slight curtsy. Li Hua greets Consort Qin, the fourth prince, and Princess Xiaoyue. Even though she knew from her past life that the royal family would ultimately be overthrown, and this consort, favored above all others, would meet a tragic end. Too much had changed with her arrival. The future's trajectory was no longer certain. The fourth prince spoke, testing the waters. My future sister-in-law is truly remarkable. How'd she know who we were, uncle? Fu Li Hua smoothly flattered them. The consort possesses the bearing of a true empress, and the prince and princess have the aura of royalty. It wasn't difficult to guess. King Hui Lao Git, I told you, Li Hua has the gift of foresight. Do you believe me now? Consort Qin remained skeptical. Li Hua, can you guess why I, this consort, have come to see you today? Fu Li Hua replied, I wouldn't dare to randomly guess matters of the royal family. I use the star chart of Han Hai to deduce all things. This is calculated destiny, not mere guessing. His Majesty has yet to appoint a crown prince. The first prince, backed by the Lin Manor and Empress Lin, and the fourth prince, backed by Duke Qin's Manor and Consort Qin, are the two most likely candidates. Now, the Lin Manor has presented Chu Yunzi, who has greatly pleased His Majesty. The Emperor's favor leans towards the Lin Manor, making the first prince's chances of becoming crown prince very high. If the fourth prince loses favor, the Qin family is in danger. Consort Qin, the fourth prince, and Princess Xiaoyue were now completely convinced. Since her brother had hidden her in the manor, she should have been confined within its walls. Yet, she knew everything about the court's affairs, even their innermost thoughts. How divine! Consort Qin's attitude shifted to awe. Does she have a solution? Fu Li Hua pinched her fingers, as if calculating. Naturally there is. However, I need to see this Chu Yunzi and observe his destiny before I can devise a plan. Your Highness, please arrange an opportunity for me to enter the palace. I will meet this Chu Yunzi myself. Consort Qin's brow smoothed. She hummed in agreement. Very well, I will arrange it. Princess Xiaoyue cheered excitedly. No matter how capable Chu Yunzi is, he's just a charlatan physician. Our Li Hua is divinely insightful, predicting the winds of change. She's far more powerful than him. The fourth prince also expressed his support. Future sister-in-law, if I ascend the throne, I won't forget your contribution. Fu Li Hua had been waiting for these words. I'm already half a member of the Qin family. This is all my duty. Inwardly, she sneered. Her success meant leveraging this opportunity to gain merit in the emperor's eyes, forcing the Qin family to hasten their acceptance of her into their ranks. After seeing Consort Qin and the others off, Fu Li Hua sat alone in the garden, enjoying tea and snacks, contemplating her life. Joining the Qin family as the principal wife, supporting the fourth prince in his bid for the throne, enjoying endless wealth and honor. All of this relies on my heavenly mandate. This is the gift heaven has bestowed upon me. She knew her ability to predict fortune and misfortune depended entirely on the system fragment on her forehead. Just then, she sensed someone approaching. But when she turned, there was nothing behind her. She stared intently for a long moment, still finding no one. Was it just the wind rustling the leaves? Was I being paranoid? Hidden in the shadows, using an invisibility talisman, Qi Bao was drenched in cold sweat. That was close. Though invisible, it seemed Fu Li Hua could sense her. The merit system was exasperated. I told you, you two are connected. You can sense each other. Seeing Fu Li Hua alone, Qi Bao realized this was a rare opportunity. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she planned to use the invisibility talisman for stealth and a strength talisman for speed, hoping to catch Fu Li Hua off guard, knock her unconscious, and retrieve the fragment. She charged towards Fu Li Hua, but as if sensing her, Fu Li Hua abruptly turned and ordered her hidden guards to attack. Qi Bao was forced to stop, retreating hastily. Fu Li Hua, possessing a system fragment, was clearly not to be trifled with. The guards jumped out, shielding Fu Li Hua. She was bewildered. Li Hua, there's no one around. Fu Li Hua promptly punched a guard. Don't talk back. I say there is someone. There is someone. If something happens to me, you'll lose your head. Search thoroughly. Find whoever is here. Fu Li Hua, staring at the empty courtyard, was convinced someone was lurking, waiting to harm her. In a corner, an invisible figure watched anxiously. The system has a distance limit. I can't get close to her. What do I do? The merit system narrowed its eyes, declaring, desperate times call for desperate measures. It then bypassed Qi Bao, forcibly accessing the system interface to exchange for items. Qi Bao was stunned, watching her hard-earned merit points be exchanged for countless bombs and smoke grenades. The system declared, if not now, when? That woman is no saint. The fight for the fragment is a fight to the death. Qi Bao felt increasingly uneasy about the merit system. She grabbed it, demanding answers. What do you mean, fight to the death? Does getting the fragment back require killing? Why didn't you tell me this before? Ignoring Qi Bao's protests, the merit system hurled the bombs and smoke grenades. Hesitation is defeat. This time, I'll make the decision for you. The Qin Manor guards, bewildered, dodged the sudden onslaught, still shielding Fu Lihua with their bodies. Fu Lihua was furious and terrified. The sense of danger intensified, yet she still saw no one. How were these things appearing out of thin air? The bombs detonated, unleashing an invisible shockwave. The guards and Fu Lihua were struck, collapsing unconscious. As the smoke cleared, a furious Qi Bao grabbed the merit system. You killed them. I'm supposed to be earning merit, not taking lives. The merit system retorted, if we hadn't done that, we would be the ones dead. Qi Bao suddenly heard a whimper from the fallen woman and rushed to look. The merit system shook off Qi Bao's hand. I held back naturally. The merit system doesn't kill. It goes against its principles. Hurry and retrieve the fragment. This commotion is sure to attract others. Qi Bao hummed in agreement. She tossed an invisibility talisman onto Fu Lihua, concealing them both. This made it easier for Qi Bao to work. Without any unnecessary curiosity to lift the woman's veil, she opened her palm and began retrieving the fragment. A light, invisible to others, shone as the fragment slowly detached itself from Fu Lihua. Semi-conscious, Fu Lihua could sense a power gradually leaving her body. Panic seized her. Reaching this point hadn't been solely due to memories from her past life. It was all thanks to this mysterious power that she'd gained her confidence. Without this powerful reliance, she wouldn't be able to control every situation in the future. She couldn't lose it. A dull ache throbbed in her head as a silent struggle ensued. Qi Bao strained against Fu Lihua's resistance. She persevered, knowing that the slightest lapse would allow the fragment to be reabsorbed. The commotion finally attracted attention. The eldest young Master Qin arrived first with his men. The merit system urged Qi Bao frantically. Faster. Someone's coming. Being invisible doesn't mean you don't exist. If they accidentally bump into you, you'll become visible. Qi Bao, also panicked, replied, I'm speeding up. The opposing force made her feel dizzy. She focused all her energy on her right palm. The eldest young Master Qin, seeing his unconscious guards scattered on the ground, paled. Where's Lihua? Where did she go? Split up and find her. No matter what, bring her back to me. Lihua, you're the sharpest blade in the Qin family's arsenal. You can't afford to have anything happen to you. Amidst the tension, Qi Bao continued wrestling for the fragment. She hadn't expected Fu Lihua's mental fortitude to be so strong. Finally, the system fragment was drawn into Qi Bao's palm. Successful, Qi Bao bolted. Her invisibility talisman was about to expire. More and more Qi Manor experts were arriving. She had to escape quickly. Suddenly, her ankle was grabbed. Both Qi Bao and the system were startled. The woman had woken up. No wonder the fragment had chosen her. She was truly extraordinary. Fu Lihua wasn't fully conscious, acting purely on instinct. She drew a dagger and slashed at Qi Bao, already weakened from the struggle for the fragment. Qi Bao, her consciousness wavering, collapsed. The wound bled, making her situation even more precarious. She quickly used a strength talisman to scramble to her feet and flee. Fu Lihua, also drained of mental energy, collapsed. Her invisibility talisman wore off. The noise alerted the eldest young Master Qin. He stared in astonishment. How did she get there? There was no one there just now. He rushed over. His grand plans couldn't proceed if this woman died. Qi Bao successfully escaped the Qin Manor, but the dagger was poisoned. She was now trembling as she walked. The eldest young Master Qin had dispatched a large number of men to search for the assassin. Mu Qianxian, the capital's chief guard, received news of the assassin at the Qin Manor. Duty-bound, he joined the search. He discovered bloodstains in an alleyway and entered cautiously. He was worried and puzzled to find a bloodied, unconscious Qi Bao someone he knew. However, he trusted Qi Bao's character and believed she was the victim. He immediately stopped his men from approaching, claiming there was nothing there and ordering them to search elsewhere. His subordinates thought he was blatantly lying, clearly seeing the blood. They hesitated. Mu Qianxian feigned anger. "Are my orders meaningless now?" Seeing his reaction, they quickly responded, "No, sir. We'll go right away." Meanwhile, Fu Lihua had a nightmare. She dreamt she no longer possessed her special, accurate precognitive abilities and was a helpless, easily manipulated woman. Rage and frustration overwhelmed her, jolting her awake. She didn't know that her difficult days were just beginning. The eldest young Master Qin and Qin Rue, who had been keeping vigil, breathed a sigh of relief when she finally awoke. Fu Lihua looked around. "This is my room. How did I get here?" As she tried to recall, a splitting headache consumed her. She remembered being attacked, but hadn't seen the assassin's face. She didn't know that the forceful removal of the merit fragment from her soul was the reason she was even conscious. Seeing his distress, the eldest young Master Qin gently embraced him, offering comfort. "It's all right, Lihua. I'm here. We've checked, and your body isn't seriously injured, just a little weak. In a few days, my aunt will arrange for us to see Chu Yunzi. You'll be fine, won't you?" Fu Lihua knew what the Qin father and son's concern stemmed from. She immediately tried to access the mysterious power between her brows, attempting to foresee the next moment. Panic seized her as she realized her predictive abilities were gone. Without this miraculous power, her future as the eldest young master's wife and all the accompanying riches and honor were nothing but a pipe dream. Qin Rue and his son noticed the change in Fu Lihua's expression. Both, with veiled smiles, inquired, "Miss Fu Lihua, is everything all right? You won't back down because of a small incident, will you?" Fu Lihua knew exactly what kind of men they were. She understood the threat hidden within their smiles. "It's over," she thought. "I can't let them discover my secret. If they know I'm useless, they'll definitely kick me to the curb." She went on the offensive to mask her own predicament. "Master Qin, how dare you ask if I'm all right? What kind of guards did you provide me?" They were knocked down in an instant. Not only did they fail to protect me, but it seems they haven't even found the culprit. Instead of questioning Master Chu Yunzi's disciple, you should focus on doing your own job properly. Fu Lihua's outburst successfully dispelled the Qin father and son suspicions. Qin Rue even apologized with a good-natured smile. "You are absolutely right, Miss Fu Lihua. I will be more cautious in the future." The eldest young Master Qin, eager to appease her, chimed in, "Father, really? Lihua just woke up, and you're already bombarding her with questions. Her recovery is the most important thing." King Hui shukled avardly. "My apologies, I was too hasty." Fu Lihua snorted and lay back down. "I'm tired. You can leave now." The two men rose with strained smiles and left. Her recovery is most important. Our beautiful face is most important. They were unaware that Fu Lihua had lost her abilities, so they could only tolerate her behavior. Once the door closed, Fu Lihua's cold demeanor vanished, replaced by fear and panic. "I am screwed. Without heaven's mandate, how am I supposed to survive?" The awakened Fu Lihua wished she had remained unconscious. The loss of her special predictive ability felt like a death sentence. Meanwhile, Qi Bao lay unconscious in bed. Within her mindscape, the fragment was merging with the system. As the fragment gradually integrated, unknown, mystical forces began to heal the damage she had sustained during the struggle for the fragment. Finally, a brilliant light emanated as the merit system became whole. Her debt of 100 million merit points was halved. Combined with the merit she had accumulated recently, she now only owed the system a little over 40 million. As the splitting headache subsided, Qi Bao slowly regained consciousness. She looked around in confusion. The unfamiliar surroundings were clearly not her room. "Where am I?" Just then, Mu Qianxian entered with a bowl of chicken soup. Seeing her awake, he told her with relief, "You're in the Mu residence. You collapsed, so I brought you back." Qi Bao nodded in understanding, but seeing her new clothes, she became flustered. Mu Qianxian, understanding her concern, quickly explained, "Lin Yu, change your clothes." Qi Bao then glanced at her bandaged arm. Mu Qianxian added, "Lin Yu took care of that too. The young woman's shy demeanor only added to her charm in Mu Qianxuan's eyes, drawing him in deeper. Qi Bao, however, was relieved. At least she wouldn't have to deal with Azi's jealousy. Mu Qianxian, with a mixture of amusement and tenderness, picked up the spoon and offered to feed her. Qi Bao felt the gesture was too intimate. Their relationship hadn't reached that level yet. Startled, she instinctively waved her hands in refusal. I can do it myself. Her sudden movement, however, aggravated her wound, causing her to wince. Mu Qianxuan's heart ached. For the first time, he was firm. Your wound hasn't healed, and the poison hasn't been fully purged. It's best if you don't move. Gi bao zhe sai ho sai. All right, thank you, Brother Mu. A contented smile spread across Mu Qianxuan's face as he spoon-fed her. Qi Bao, oblivious to his gaze, finished the food in one go. Remembering she hadn't been home all night, she worried about her family. Mu Qianxian gently wiped a stray bit of food from the corner of her mouth and reassured her, I've already sent someone to inform your parents. I told them you're staying at the Mu residence for a few days to discuss business matters. I didn't mention your injury. Qi Bao met Mu Qianxuan's gentle gaze and froze. Brother Mu is so kind and thoughtful, but a pang of guilt struck her. She couldn't accept his feelings. Mu Qianxian urged her to rest and turned to leave. Qi Bao hesitated, then spoke. Brother Mu, aren't you going to ask me how I got injured? Mu Qianxian turned back, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Miss Qi Bao, if you wish to speak, you will. If not, I won't pry. Rest and recover. No one knows you're here, apart from your parents. Qi Bao offered a silent apology to him. Her mission was, by its very nature, something she couldn't divulge. Mu Qianxian was undoubtedly a good man, but Qi Bao knew her gratitude and respect for him weren't romantic. In the hallway, Lin Yu intercepted Mu Qianxian, a disapproval evident. Brother Sun, you know it's impossible between you two. Why go to such lengths? Mu Qianxuan's expression remained calm. It's none of your concern. Lin Yu knew her brother was falling hard. Unwilling to see him suffer the pain of unrequited love, she pressed on, determined to shake him awake. Brother Sun, she has a childhood sweetheart, a fiancé she's been promised since they were young. They're deeply in love. I don't object to you saving her. We're friends, after all, but I see how deeply you care, and it's going nowhere. I just feel for you. Mu Qianxian offered a wry smile and pulled his hand away from his sister's grasp. His expression, however, remained resolute. I care for her. Whether she reciprocates is irrelevant. Loving her, admiring her, seeing her smile, seeing her well, that's enough for me. My affection doesn't require reciprocation. Just her presence in my life brings me happiness. Lin Yu was at a loss for words. Ultimately, blood was thicker than water. Her brother's happiness mattered most. Brother Sun, you're such a fool. Their conversation was overheard by Li Ziming, lurking in the shadows. Consumed by possessiveness, he decided to interfere to sever any connection Mu Qianxian felt for Qi Bao. Meanwhile, at the princess's residence, Princess Jiahua learned that Mu Qianxian had brought a woman home and was showering her with attention. Consumed by jealousy, she unleashed her fury on the servants attending her. Mu Changxuan, you avoid me at all costs, manipulating your shifts to make it impossible for us to meet. You look down on me, a princess of royal blood, and choose to associate with a lowly peasant girl. I will not let you get away with this. She was being escorted to the duke's residence. Li Ziming approached Princess Jiahua's carriage. With a flick of his wrist, he incapacitated her guards with several well-aimed needles. The carriage lurched to a sudden stop, nearly sending Princess Jiahua sprawling. Furious, she erupted in a torrent of abuse. Are you trying to kill me? Why has the carriage stopped? Her tirade ceased abruptly as a dagger whizzed past her face. Terror seized her as she stared at the figure outside the carriage. Li Ziming's unsettling voice cut through the air. Close your eyes if you value your life. The usually arrogant and haughty Princess Jiahua, paralyzed with fear, obeyed. Li Ziming entered the carriage and forced a pill in her mouth, making her swallow it. Princess Jiahua burst into tears, begging for mercy. Please spare me. Anything you want, I'll do it. Just don't kill me. Her pleas fell on deaf ears. Li Ziming simply laughed. Don't worry, I'm here to help you. You desire Mu Qianxian, don't you? Do as I say, and I guarantee he'll be your consort. He whispered a series of instructions into her ear. Then, as a final warning, he sliced off half of her elaborate hair ornament with his dagger. Disobey, and the poison you've just swallowed will have no antidote. The sheer menace radiating from him convinced Princess Zhaoyue she was inches from death. She nodded frantically. I'll do everything you say. Just let me go. As he left, Li Ziming issued a chilling warning. Remember, our goals align. If you want to live, don't try anything foolish. I'll be watching. Any thoughts of revenge Princess Zhaoyue harbored evaporated. She nodded meekly and cautiously opened her eyes. Seeing her assailant gone, she burst into fresh tears. Pampered and privileged, she had never experienced such terror. Help! Someone! It was terrifying. Several days later, Qi Bao, fully recovered, expressed her sincere gratitude to Mu Qianxian and his household, intending to return home that day. Mu Qianxian was reluctant for her to leave, but he understood she couldn't comfortably remain at the Duke's residence. He offered to escort her. Qi Bao quickly declined. She felt it was best to avoid any actions that might give him false hope. Mu Qianxian smiled gently. It's no trouble at all. A minor thing. He wanted to spend more time with her, knowing their next meeting was uncertain. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but intervene. Brother Sun, if Miss Qi Bao says she doesn't need an escort, let her go on her own. She then turned to Qi Bao. Isn't that right, Miss Qi Bao? Qi Bao sensed a shift in Lin Yu's attitude, a distinct coolness, even hostility, replacing her earlier warmth. She managed a strained smile and agreed, leaving the Duke's residence alone. Mu Qianxian sighed softly, accepting her decision. He watched her go, unable to tear his gaze away. Lin Yu, her heart aching for her brother, tried to pull him back inside, but he wouldn't budge. Finally, she gave up trying to persuade him. Let fate take its course. Qi Bao's figure disappeared completely down the street, but Mu Qianxian stood there as if he'd lost his soul, letting the cold wind wash over him. As Qi Bao walked home, an old man suddenly collapsed on the ground, claiming he'd hurt his back and couldn't get up, pleading for help. The other passers-by, fearing a scam, kept their distance. Seeing this, the old man lay there, crying pitifully. Kind-hearted Qi Bao went over and helped him up. Come on, sir, let me help you home. The old man immediately beamed. Young lady, you're so kind. I'll definitely repay you when we get back. Qi Bao simply said it was no trouble at all, but she didn't know her kindness was being exploited. A sinister smirk played on the lips of someone nearby. Then, he reached out and grabbed Qi Bao's backside. One moment, he was a pathetic old man needing assistance. The next, after being helped up by Qi Bao, he brazenly groped her in broad daylight. Qi Bao felt a surge of anger. What kind of person had she just helped? Instinctively, she pushed the old man away. He laughed triumphantly. It had worked. All he had to do was fall, and the rest would be taken care of. So, he fell towards the prearranged spot. A thud echoed, followed by the sight of the old man lying in a pool of blood, his face etched with shock. What happened? Wasn't the deal just to fake a fall? Why had that person taken his life? Qi Bao was also startled by the sudden death. Unaware of the setup, she genuinely believed she had accidentally killed him. Screams erupted around her. Heavens, he's dead. That young lady pushed him. As fate would have it, officers from a Ministry of Justice happened to be passing by. Seeing the scene, they immediately moved to arrest Qi Bao for murder in broad daylight. You brazen girl, Qi Bao quickly tried to explain. Wait, it was him who, but the officer cut her off, gagging her with a cloth. They dragged her away, giving her no chance to speak. Qi Bao now realized something was terribly wrong. That old man had used his life to frame her. It was too bizarre. And how had these officers appeared so quickly? It was as if they had been lurking nearby all along. Locked in a jail cell, Qi Bao racked her brain, tried to figure out who had set her up like this. It wasn't long before she saw her parents being brought in by the officers. She rushed to support her mother, Old Chun. Father, mother, what are you doing here? Her father, Old Fu, replied, Some officers came to our house, saying you killed someone and that they had to arrest us too, Bauer. Have they hurt you? The officer locked the cell, adding a sneer. Do you know who died today? Prince Rome, a member of the royal family. Harmed the royal family, and your entire clan is punished. You'll all be waiting here for your execution. After the officer left, Old Chun and Old Fu tried to comfort Chi Bao. We know you didn't kill anyone, dear. There must be some mistake. Don't be afraid, Bauer. The truth will come out. Chi Bao's face was pale. She thought, I could use the system to escape, but my family is still in Jingzhou. Running away would only put them in danger. And defying the imperial court, I'd never be safe, no matter where I ran. What could she do? Mu Qianxian, having learned of Chi Bao's imprisonment, arrived at the dungeon entrance. But the officers refused to let him in. Mu Qianxuan's face darkened. I'm here to investigate. What right do you have to stop me? Emboldened by Princess Zhao Yue's backing, the officers stood their ground. My lord, we have orders from above. This case is under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice, not the Imperial Guard. Please leave. Mu Qianxuan's voice deepened. Orders from above? Then tell me, who gave this order? I'll go speak to them myself. The officer, of course, wouldn't reveal that. He drew his sword, threatening Mu Qianxian to leave. I cannot divulge that information, my lord. If you don't leave, we'll have to use force. Mu Qianxian, a veteran of the battlefield, scoffed at the threat from these insignificant guards. Use force? Against me? With what? He drew his own sword and lunged. The two officers, unable to block even a single blow, collapsed on the ground, immobilized. Still, they tried to warn him. My lord, you shouldn't get involved in this. You shouldn't. Mu Qianxian turned back, his voice cold. Go back and tell whoever gave you those orders that Chi Bao's affairs are my affairs. He then ordered his two guards to secure the entrance, forbidding anyone from entering. Overcoming all obstacles, he finally found Chi Bao in the dungeon. His heart ached with worry and concern. Chi Bao was surprised to see him. Old Chun and Old Fu, seeing Mu Qianxian, reacted as if they had seen their savior. They immediately knelt down. Lord Mu, you must save our Chi Bao. She would never kill anyone. There must be some misunderstanding. Mu Qianxian gently reassured them. Don't worry. I'm here to uncover the truth. Chi Bao's charitable acts during the Jingzhou disaster relief are well known throughout the capital. I believe her. Hearing this, Chi Bao quickly recounted the events. That man groped me, and I instinctively pushed him away. I never imagined something like this would happen. Mu Qianxian acknowledged her account with a hum. The constables and witnesses at the scene all claim you pushed him. That's a fact. But why were there crates hidden nearby, filled with rakes? There aren't usually constables patrolling that area, yet they appeared immediately after you pushed the man. It's all too coincidental. Old Fu's heart pounded with alarm. Young master, do you mean someone is trying to frame Chi Bao? Mu Qianxian quickly interrupted Old Fu's speculation. While it is suspicious, it's best not to speak carelessly. After all, someone has died, and it's Prince Rome. This could lead to the execution of your entire family, including those back in Jingzhou. Old Chun and Old Fu burst into tears, terrified. What are we going to do? We thought we were finally going to have a good life, but now this. This is a tragedy. Chi Bao, also panicked, asked, Brother Mu, is there anything you can do? Mu Qianxian assured her he would do everything in his power to find evidence. If it's proven to be an accident, the sentence can be reduced. If it's a trap, finding the culprit will clear your name. Chi Bao suddenly knelt before Mu Qianxian. Brother Mu, I can only rely on you now. I can't let my family suffer because of me. Mu Qianxuan's heart ached. He helped her up, comforting her, don't worry. No matter what, I'll stake my life to get you all out. I must act quickly. I'll go take care of things. You'll have to endure this place for a few days. Chi Bao felt a growing unease. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Is this directed at me or at Brother Mu? She wondered. As soon as Mu Qianxian left the Ministry of Justice, his guard reported, Young master, as you instructed, we investigated. There's usually nothing at the place where Prince Rong died. Those crates were placed there recently. We also investigated those Prince Rong met recently, and Princess Zhao Yue is among them. Mu Qianxian was puzzled. The Prince Rong's house has been powerless for years. Why would Zhao Yue seek him out? But in a flash, he understood. She must know I care for Chi Bao. This is her way of manipulating me, forcing my hand. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to visit the princess's residence. Princess Zhao Yue, informed of Mu Qianxuan's arrival, felt a mixture of joy and anger. He's finally caved. Coming to me for that commoner girl? She kicked away the male consort attending her. Quickly, let Brother Mu in. Feigning innocence, she rushed to the door. Brother Mu, you're here. She clung to him tightly. Mu Qianxian pushed her away in disgust, getting straight to the point. Zhao Yue, I ask you, what did you say to Prince Rong when you met him a few days ago? Princess Zhao Yue giggled, dismissing her consorts. She provocatively hiked up her skirt, revealing her bare legs as she reclined on the bed. Brother Mu, come lie down with me. Spend the night, and I'll tell you. Mu Qianxian was appalled. He couldn't believe the words and actions of this foreign princess. A chill ran down his spine. Unfazed, Princess Zhaiyue continued to undress, teasing him. You'll get the information you want, and you'll have me. Quite a bargain, isn't it, Brother Mu? Her behavior disgusted Mu Qianxian. He no longer wished to stay, intending to investigate on his own. Seeing this, Princess Zhaiyue sneered. You better hurry, Brother Mu. They might lose their heads by morning. Mu Qianxian was torn. He refused to be with this venomous princess. It would also drag the Duke's house into the imperial power struggles. But to save the Fu family, he would have to abandon his lifelong beliefs and his family. He never imagined he would face a situation more perilous than the battlefield. He decided to investigate further before making a decision. Unfortunately, someone wouldn't give him the time, forcing his hand. As soon as he stepped out, his guard handed him a blood-soaked package. This just arrived from the jail. They said it must be delivered directly to you, young master. He opened it to find Qi Bao's clothes covered in blood. Mu Changxuan trembled. They've already resorted to torture. He knew all too well the brutal methods used in the dungeons. How could Bao's frail body withstand such torment? His resolve crumbled. He turned back to find Princess Zhaiyue. Anticipating his return, she had brewed tea and was waiting. Mu Qianxian, barely containing his fury, demanded, Tell me, what do you want? Princess Zhaiyue laughed. Yue has always been on good terms with Prince Rong's house. I can certainly discuss the matter with them. We can easily find a condemned prisoner to serve as a scapegoat and release the Fu family. The condition is that you, Brother Mu, become my prince consort. Mu Qianxian could no longer contain his rage. He flung the teacup across the room. You orchestrated all of this. You sacrificed a powerless prince just to force me to become your consort. Princess Zhaiyue sauntered over to Mu Qianxian, pressing herself against him. Brother Mu, you mustn't speak so carelessly. Yue didn't orchestrate any of this. I merely suggested I could discuss the matter with Prince Rong's house. Otherwise, tomorrow, it might not just be a blood-soaked garment. It might be Qi Bao's head on a platter. Her words struck Mu Qianxuan's most vulnerable point. He responded with a single, clipped fine, and with a look of disgust, shoved her away. He then bit his finger, using the blood to write a marriage contract. As long as you release the Fu family, I, Mu Qianxian, will become your prince consort. His eyes, bloodshot with fury, were filled with icy resolve. Marriage, a matter of lifelong commitment, should be filled with joy and happiness. Yet, this moment was steeped in manipulation and coldness. Princess Zhaiyue didn't care if the melon was sweet as long as it quenched her thirst. Brother Mu has given me his assurance. I'll have him released immediately. Mu Qianxian was the heir to the Duke's estate. Becoming a prince consort meant forfeiting his right to inherit the title. Furthermore, the traditionally neutral Mu family would be dragged into the struggle for the throne. Despite these devastating consequences, Mu Qianxian, to save Qi Bao and her family, resolutely signed the marriage contract. And at the very moment he signed, Qi Bao and her parents were released without charge. Though they had been imprisoned, they hadn't been tortured. The blood-soaked garment that had broken Mu Qianxuan's resolve was nothing more than a cruel tactic of coercion. Hidden in the shadows, Mu Qianxian watched Qi Bao and her family leave safely. A gentle smile touched his lips. Miss Qi Bao, I was the one who brought this upon you. From now on, I won't disturb you again. Without me, you should be able to live a peaceful and carefree life. Mu Qianxuan's two guards felt a pang of sympathy for their master. Young master, we should leave now. You traded your future for their lives, and they don't even know it was you who saved them. Mu Qianxian simply replied, Let's go. Their safety is all that matters. The rest is inconsequential. By now, Qi Bao and her parents had returned to their house in the capital. Old Fu sighed. They arrested us for no reason, and then released us just as inexplicably. There must be something shady going on behind the scenes. But it's not our concern anymore. Thank heavens, it was just a scare. Li Ziming, holding clothes, was waiting for them at the door. You're back. You must have been frightened. Please go inside and freshen up. Rest well. I've had Lan Mao prepare everything. The old couple looked at Li Ziming with increasing fondness. treating him like their future son-in-law. Seeing the young man, Qi Bao felt a warmth spread through her. "Ise, why are you back? Haven't you been busy between the Lin residence and the Imperial Palace lately?" Li Ziming explained that he had received news of their arrest and rushed back. "I didn't expect you to be released so quickly." "Bauer, let's not dwell on that now. Change your clothes." Qi Bao took the clothes he offered, a little surprised. "Ise, how did you know I needed a change?" Li Ziming siga inwardly. "Bauer is still so perceptive," he calmly replied. "Who wouldn't need to change after returning from prison? Go on inside. Freshen up." Despite the seemingly reasonable explanation, Qi Bao couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, though she couldn't quite place it. After Qi Bao went inside, the expression on Li Ziming's face darkened. "I am sorry, Boat. Forgive me for resorting to such despicable means. I will destroy the Qin family soon." Meanwhile, at the Duke's residence, Mu Qianxian knelt in the study, confessing that he had signed the marriage contract. The Duke was furious. He struck Mu Qianxian repeatedly with his rosewood cane. "You disobedient child. The royal family, to balance the power of their relatives, forbids prince consorts from holding high office. By becoming a consort, you forfeit your right to inherit the title of duke. Your future is ruined. And of all the princesses, you chose Princess Zhaoyue of the Qin family. Qianxian, you have wasted years of my careful upbringing. You are utterly foolish." His family's disappointment cut Mu Qianxian like a knife. He didn't flinch or try to avoid the blows, his eyes downcast in anguish. "I have failed you, father. I have failed the Mu family, and I am willing to accept my punishment." Lin Yu, watching her brother's suffering, felt her own heart break. Others might not understand, but she knew the immense torment he had endured to make this decision. The Duke, too, was heartbroken. Mu Qianxian was his most cherished son, and he never imagined he would be so swayed by love. For a woman, he willingly became a prince consort. The cane in the Duke's hand snapped. Mu Qianxian swayed, a mouthful of blood spraying from his lips. The Duke's fury was palpable. Lin Yu couldn't bear to watch any longer. She knew her brother was the one suffering the most, and he was already gravely injured. Lin Yu decisively shielded Mu Qianxian with her own body. "Father, stop hitting him." The Duke, looking at his usually obedient daughter, his expression hardened. "Are you defying me, too?" Mu Qianxian quickly intervened. "Lin Yu, move aside. I deserve this. If father doesn't punish me, I won't find peace." Hearing this, Lin Yu, instead of moving, clung to him tighter, sobbing uncontrollably. "If you insist on hitting him, then hit me too." Finally, the Duke sighed and dropped the broken cane. He ordered Mu Qianxian to kneel for 3 days without food or water, while he himself would try to delay the wedding. Lin Yu couldn't bear the thought of her brother becoming the plaything of that vicious princess, a caged eagle with clipped wings, forced to live out his days in abject compromise. She abruptly stood up and ran out. "Brother, I know Zhaoyue forced you. I'll go to her and demand she cancel this absurd marriage." Mu Qianxian, kneeling in punishment, couldn't stop her. He managed to cry out, "Lin Yu, don't go," before darkness consumed him and he fainted. Lin Yu, burning with righteous anger, rushed towards the princess's residence, determined to make Princess Zhaoyue tear up the marriage contract and retract her decree, even if it cost her life. Suddenly, she saw the face she loathed and detested, suspiciously veiled and venturing out. She instinctively hid behind a tree, concealing herself. Princess Zhaoyue was notoriously vain and always made a flamboyant spectacle of herself when she went out. The fact that she was now sneaking out alone, veiled and secretive, was definitely odd. Without hesitation, Lin Yu stealthily followed her, determined to uncover what was going on. She suppressed her presence and ascended to the second floor of a restaurant where Zhaoyue had entered. From a private room, she heard Princess Zhaoyue's voice. "I've done everything you asked. Now, give me the antidote." Lin Yu carefully cracked the door open, just enough to see inside. Princess Zhaoyue, still veiled, accepted a pill from the other person, but hesitated to swallow it. "How can I be sure this is the antidote?" Li Ziming snarat. "Do you have a choice?" Zhaoyue, clearly intimidated by him, reluctantly swallowed the pill. Li Ziming's lips curled into a sinister smile. Colluding with Prince Rong's house, using the worthless prince's life to scare the Fu family, and knowing Mu Qianxuan's affection for their daughter, seeing the fake blood was enough to make him obediently sign the marriage contract. "My chain scheme worked quite well, didn't it? Now that you have Mu Qianxian, Neither of you are to appear before the Fu family again. Understand? Princess Xiaoyue hastily nodded. I couldn't care less about those commoners. As long as Mu Qianxian becomes my prince consort, this whole matter is over. This medicine is truly bitter. Outside the door, Lin Yu, recognizing the masked figure and overhearing everything, felt a thunderclap in her mind. They had conspired to force her brother into the marriage. How could this be? Wasn't that man supposed to be far away in Jingzhou? Hadn't Qi Bao said the masked man was her master? Why would he frame her brother? Was the Fu family some kind of bait, a trap set for the Mu family? Li Ziming, satisfied with Zhao Yue's response, chuckled. Good. I hope you never have to see me again. Remember to pay the bill. He then vaulted out the window and vanished. Princess Xiaoyue, sensing the threat in his words, sullenly replied, I know. Lin Yu also turned and left the restaurant, her heart filled with a confusing mix of hatred and bewilderment. Qi Bao, this is all your and your master's doing. Upon returning, she immediately sought out Qi Bao to demand answers. Qi Bao, completely unaware of the situation, was happy to see her. Lin Yu, what's the matter? However, Lin Yu slapped her across the face. Qi Bao, this is all your fault. Qi Bao, clutching her stinging cheek, was stunned, utterly bewildered by Lin Yu's sudden change in demeanor. Lin Yu, what do you mean? Lin Yu, barely containing her resentment, said, seeing you without a scratch on you, I understand. You weren't tortured in prison. Zhao Yue just used your clothes, stained them with blood, and completely fooled my brother. Zhao Yue didn't dare to have you beaten. Someone must have been protecting you. Qi Bao quickly responded. In prison, they did make us change clothes. They took our clothes away. But I don't understand what you're saying. Lin Yu, who had been observing Qi Bao's expression, seeing her genuine confusion, began to doubt her initial assumptions. She decided to be frank. Your masked master colluded with Princess Xiaoyue. First, he framed you for murder, then used your life to threaten my brother, forcing him to sign the marriage contract and become Zhao Yue's prince consort. Hearing this, Qi Bao was utterly shaken. She never imagined this was the truth behind everything. Qi Bao grabbed Lin Yu's hand, urgently questioning her. It was an accident. It will be cleared up eventually. But why did your brother hide this from me? Why go to such lengths? Lin Yu, her expression agitated, looked at him with indignation. Fu Qi Bao, are you truly clueless or just feigning ignorance? This was a conspiracy aimed at you and my brother. As for why my brother would sacrifice so much for you, do you really not know? Qi Bao was rendered speechless. He wasn't made of stone. How could he not feel Mu Qianquan's kindness? Unfortunately, his heart already belonged to another. Lin Yu, increasingly upset on her brother's behalf, grew more and more agitated. It's all because he likes you. Because he likes you so much that he's willing to sacrifice everything, including his future, his happiness. To save you, he'd rather give up his title as heir and marry the princess. Countless women in the capital adore my brother, yet he only favors you. It turns out to be a cruel joke. Our Mu family hasn't wronged yours in any way. Why would you harm my brother? Now your whole family is safe and sound, but my brother has lost everything. Lin Yu's words filled Qi Bao with panic and guilt. He had so many questions, but he didn't know where to begin. He tried to calm the distraught Lin Yu. Miss Mu, he said sincerely, I swear on my life, I knew nothing about this. I would never conspire with anyone to harm your brother. To be honest, I've never even seen my master's true face. His whereabouts have been unknown to me since I left Jingyang town. Lin Yu blurted out, What? You haven't seen your master's true face? Recalling that night in Fengtian village, she scoffed. I, however, had the pleasure of meeting him. He was breathtakingly beautiful, unparalleled in the world. I should consider myself lucky he didn't silence me. Qi Bao, reeling from the shock, murmured guiltily, I'm sorry, Miss Mu. I'm so sorry. To you and your brother. Lin Yu snorted. Drop the act. From now on, the Fu and Mu families will have nothing to do with each other. Princess Zhao Yue has promised my brother she won't trouble your family. You'd best be careful. With that, she left. Her purpose was served, and she didn't want to linger, lest she be discovered by Zhao Yue's spies and waste her brother's sacrifice. Every word Lin Yu uttered echoed in Qi Bao's mind. He suddenly realized the key player in all this was the masked man. A chill ran down his spine. Feeling somewhat choked, he returned to the Fu residence, struggling to control his turbulent thoughts and maintain a semblance of normalcy. Li Ziming, seeing him return, hurried over. I just bought you some candy hawthorns. Qi Bao responded with a meaningful tone. Do you think I'm a child? Li Ziming looked at him with affectionate eyes and reached out to stroke his hair. Yes, I want to spoil you like a child. Qi Bao, no longer feeling the usual flutter of affection, brushed Li Ziming's hand away. What have you been up to lately? Li Ziming replied that he had recently entered the palace through his maternal uncle's connections and had begun to cultivate relationships with some officials, but hadn't found anyone resembling his birth father. Looking at the young man he trusted most in the world, Qi Bao hoped he would confess. He asked earnestly, is there anything else? Li Ziming sensed Qi Bao's unusual demeanor, but confident that his secrets were well hidden, continued to feign innocence. No, is something wrong? Qi Bao, feeling a pang of disappointment, decided not to tip his hand. I hope you'll always be as honest as you are today. Li Ziming's heart skipped a beat. What had gone wrong? Why was Qi Bao suspicious? As night fell, Li Ziming donned his mask and silently leaped onto the roof, intending to investigate who Qi Bao had met that day. However, he found himself unable to move forward. There was seemingly nothing there, yet he couldn't take another step. Puzzled, he reached out and felt the unmistakable warmth of a human body. Knowing he'd been discovered, he chuckled. I know it's you. Come out. Qi Bao, his expression complex, removed the invisibility talisman, his form slowly materializing. Li Ziming couldn't help but marvel. Qi Bao, your magic is truly fascinating. Qi Bao ignored him, walked over, and removed his mask. The young man's breathtakingly beautiful face was revealed. Memories, almost forgotten, began to resurface. The frail and harmless young man before me is the enigmatic and formidable masked man, capable of taking on 10 opponents at once. No wonder I felt a strange sense of familiarity. I should have known. The masked man was you all along. Using the Black Wind Bandits against my family, that was your revenge. Li Ziming Lauga. But didn't you say later that while the Fu family's crimes weren't deserving of death, they weren't innocent either? And when the Fu residence was attacked, I saved you. He added, Lin Yu already told you. You even called me your master. Qi Bao shook his head, his thoughts becoming clearer, but his heart aching with a sharp pain. The past is the past. We've both done wrong. We're even. But why did you lie to me? You originally intended to kill everyone in the Fu family, but I suddenly changed. You discover my secret, so you spare my life, right? What you wanted was my immortal cultivation technique. Qi Bao's voice trembled with a mixture of hurt and anger. Yes, at first, I felt indebted to you, so I willingly gave you the protective talisman. But you felt it wasn't enough, right? That's why you said you loved me, using every trick to keep me by your side. Li Ziming, looking at Qi Bao's reddened eyes, felt a pang of guilt. No, Bao, listen to me. You can hate me for deceiving you, but my love for you is real. He took a step forward, wanting to take Qi Bao's hand, but Qi Bao flung it away. Don't touch me. Aze, you're terrifying. How foolish I was to fall for you. I sensed something was wrong, but I never suspected you. Now I'll ask you just one thing. Was Mu Qinshuan's forced marriage orchestrated by you and Princess Xiaoyue? Qi Bao gritted his teeth, staring intently at the young man, stubbornly seeking an answer. He desperately hoped this had nothing to do with him. Li Ziming remained silent for a long moment. Suddenly, he threw back his head and burst into laughter. His tragic childhood had warped his personality, so he didn't believe he had done anything wrong. Yes, he finally admitted. So what? Qi Bao looked at him, his face etched with disappointment. So what? Mu Qinshuan's future, a man's life, are they so insignificant to you? Li Ziming, displeased by Qi Bao's coldness and detachment, forcefully pulled him into an embrace. That's right. Nothing in this world matters to me except you. Qi Bao, I don't care if it's a person or a dog, 1 life or 100 lives. He dared to covet what's mine. Bao, you're mine. No one can take you away. Qi Bao, looking at the unrepentant, even self-righteous young man, nearly fainted from anger. Aze, after all these years, do you still not understand my feelings? You didn't have to go to such lengths to deal with Mu Qinshian. I always remember our promise. Li Ziming replied, I understand, but I can't tolerate him being around you. Not for any reason. You're the only person I care about in this world. I can't take the slightest risk. Qi Bao never imagined the young man behind the mask could be so obsessive and cruel. Li Ziming, you're insane. He struggled violently, but Li Ziming only held him tighter. Let me go. Qi Bao, enraged, bit down hard on the hand holding him until blood flowed freely. The young man remained unmoved, neither angry nor pained. Qi Bao, ultimately unable to bear it, released his bite. Li Ziming looked deeply at Qi Bao, licking the bite mark. Insane for you. I welcome it. Chi Bao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, deciding to give the young man one last chance. A's, I beg you, let things go back to the way they were for Mu Qianxian. He shouldn't have to pay such a heavy price. I don't want to live with this guilt forever. But Li Ziming responded without hesitation. Mu Qianxian signed a marriage contract. It's an imperial decree now. Going against it would be a slap in the emperor's face. The emperor's wrath would be swift and severe, ranging from punishment to execution. This is beyond our control now. Besides, you have no reason to feel guilty. Your Yalu saved his younger brother's life. The Mu family owes you. I can also promise you I won't harm Mu Qianxian again. The young man's possessiveness was terrifying. Chi Bao felt suffocated and heartbroken. He could no longer be with the young man as carefree as before. Finally, he spoke the words he had been dreading. Li Ziming, you don't understand anything. Leave. Li Ziming's eyes flashed with suppressed rage. Bao, what did you say? Chi Bao shouted. I said leave. Leave this place. Leave the Fu family. You found a Jin family now, your relatives. You're no longer alone in this world. Li Ziming spoke softly. You took me in, and now you want to drive me away? Have you forgotten your promise to stay with me forever? Fu Chi Bao, you'll never escape me. Remember, if you ever leave me, I'll use the lives of everyone in the Fu family to bury my broken heart. The young man's delicate features hardened with a sinister aura, a side he had never shown Chi Bao before, sharp and icy. His aggressive attitude and blatant threat left Chi Bao staring up in disbelief. What did you say? Li Ziming left with a chilling, think carefully before leaping away. Chi Bao watched the young man's retreating figure, the threat echoing in his mind, his heart sinking to the depths of despair. Now, consumed by anger and disappointment, he could only choose to yield. Guilt, pain, and self-reproach overwhelmed him, threatening to drive him mad. How had things become like this? He couldn't forgive what the young man had done. Still uneasy, Li Ziming flew to the roof of Lan Mao's room and softly called his name. Lan Mao immediately appeared. Master, I'm here. Li Ziming instructed Lan Mao to return and, from that moment on, keep watch over Chi Bao's every move. Lan Mao respectfully accepted the order and departed. Li Ziming sighed inwardly, thinking, Chi Bao, one day you'll understand. I'm doing this for your own good. Then, he stealthily infiltrated the Duke's residence, landing on the roof of Mu Qianxuan's room to carry out the next stage of his revenge plan. After their confrontation, Chi Bao couldn't let go of his resentment and began giving Li Ziming the cold shoulder. He barely spoke to the young man, his face devoid of any smiles, and refused any physical contact. Li Ziming indulet ki bao she sun king. He knew Chi Bao was angry and wouldn't be receptive to him for a while. He reasoned it was better for Chi Bao to vent his anger towards him than to bottle it up and suffer. After all, Li Ziming had plenty of time and patience to allow Chi Bao to gradually unravel his emotional knots. That night, he infiltrated the Duke's residence again, reaching the roof of Mu Qianxuan's room, and dripped a hallucinogenic drug he had concocted into the room's heating stove. The next moment, Mu Qianxian, deep in sleep, began to sweat profusely, his expression contorted in pain as he was clearly caught in a nightmare. He dreamt he was in a barren wasteland teeming with crows, being chased by a hideous monster. The monster lunged at him with its gaping maw. Mu Qianxian desperately fought back and struggled, finally managing to clasp his hands around the monster's throat. Relieved at his success, he grew increasingly excited, tightening his grip. But then, he heard the terrified screams of his maidservant. Young master, let go! Mu Qianxian abruptly woke up. He wasn't choking a monster. It was his maid. Horrified, he quickly released his grip. The maidservant scrambled away from him. Young master, we heard you having another nightmare and tried to wake you. You almost strangled her. If you keep this up, no one will dare to serve you. The two maidservants, shaken, hurried away. Having suffered multiple nightmares, Mu Qianxian was on the verge of a breakdown, especially because of the way the maids looked at him. After leaving, the two maidservants couldn't help but whisper, no wonder all the previous servants quit. He almost choked me to death just now. I think the young master has gone mad. From the rooftop, Li Ziming observed everything, a smirk playing on his lips. He had ordered Lan Mao to do this several times already. Mu Qianxian was now utterly ruined. Half a month later, the wedding of Qin Shixi, the eldest son of the Qin family, and Fu Lihua finally took place. Ever since Fu Lihua had been attacked and awakened, she had lost her ability to predict the future. Qin Rue, assuming she was playing hard to get, decided to marry her anyway. Dressed in their wedding finery, Qin Shixi and Fu Lihua stood at the entrance, greeting the guests. Fu Lihua, dissatisfied, questioned Qin Shixi. Why are there so few people at the wedding of the heir? Qin Shixi awkwardly explained. Father said that since you're marrying in as the second Miss Su, it's best not to make a big fuss. Just a simple ceremony will do. Hearing this, Fu Lihua didn't press the matter further. After all, she had little leverage now. Securing her position was paramount. Just then, Mu Qianxian approached. Congratulations, brother and sister-in-law. He hadn't dared to leave his room except for his brother's wedding. Qin Shixi was startled to see his brother so thin and gaunt, his spirit depleted. Qianxian, your health has deteriorated recently. What's going on? Mu Qianxian replied. I've been plagued by nightmares lately and haven't been sleeping well. I've seen doctors and taken medicine, but nothing seems to help. I don't know what's wrong. Fu Lihua immediately adopted the demeanor of an elder sister-in-law. Qianxian, if you're not feeling well, you should go back to your room and rest. Mu Jiangxuan yawned repeatedly. All right, don't fuss. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. I don't want to spoil your happy day or embarrass you. After Mu Qianxian left, Qin Shixi still felt something was amiss. He began to doubt Fu Lihua's abilities. He asked Fu Lihua, can you tell me what's wrong with Qianxian? As a disciple of Master Kuhai, shouldn't you be able to predict something? Fu Lihua knew that if she proved useless, she would be cast aside. Feigning composure, she brushed it off. It's nothing serious. He's probably just been playing too much lately. Don't worry. Qin Shixi responded with a hum. I hope so. You can't disappoint us again. Father was very worried after you were attacked last time. Fu Lihua replied, I understand, but inwardly, she was panicking. She realized that the position of Shixi's wife alone wasn't enough to secure her place in the Qin family. She needed to bear an heir as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Mu Qianxian, still dazed, walked towards his room. He overheard a group of young noblemen gossiping about him. Have you heard? Mu Qianxian has gone a bit mad recently. He scared off several maidservants. He looks like a ghost now, quite frightening. He used to be known as one of the twin jades along with young Master Su. Now it seems only young Master Su remains. Su Wenfei, the Su family's young master, chuckled softly. Don't say that. He's already miserable enough. It's not right for us to talk about him like this. Still, Su Wenfei continued, a smirk playing on his lips. I'd really like to see what he looks like now. I imagine it's quite a sight. Even though they maintain a cordial facade due to their family's connection, they've always been rivals beneath the surface. They're both proud young noblemen, neither willing to be outdone by the other. Hidden nearby, Mu Qianxian overheard these mocking words, his face twisting in fury. These people, when I was well, they fawned over me. Now, they're kicking me while I'm down. Already driven to the brink by the drugs that clouded his mind and fueled his volatile temper, Mu Qianxian lunged forward, heedless of the consequences. Shut your mouth, he roared. Su Wenfei stared in disbelief as Mu Qianxian tackled him to the ground, his hands tightening around Su Wenfei's throat. Mu Qianxuan's eyes burned red with a terrifying madness, his grip growing ever stronger. The other young noblemen present were horrified. Qianxian, let go of Su Wenfei. This isn't funny, they cried. But Mu Qianxian seemed deaf to their pleas, his hands still locked around Su Wenfei's neck. Su Wenfei choked out a desperate cry for help. Seeing that Su Wenfei was on the verge of losing consciousness, the others rushed forward to intervene. Qianxian, stop. Do you really want to kill him? Let go before someone dies. Ignoring their pleas, Mu Qianxian only tightened his grip. The others exchanged panicked and bewildered glances. How is he so strong? We can't pull him off. One of them grabbed a nearby rock and threatened Mu Qianxian. Let go or I'll hit you. But Mu Qianxian was lost in a frenzy, oblivious to the world around him. Consumed by the single-minded desire to strangle the man beneath him, he showed no sign of relenting. Left with no other choice, the young nobleman with the rock swung at Mu Qianxian, hoping to knock him unconscious. But instead of rendering him unconscious, The blow seemed to enrage Mu Qianxian further. With a guttural snarl, he lunged forward and sank his teeth into Su Wenfei's neck. Crimson blood bloomed, staining the ground and horrifying the onlookers. Screams erupted around them. Help! Murder! Mu Qianxian has gone mad. Alerted by the commotion, the Su family guards rushed to the scene and finally managed to subdue the crazed Mu Qianxian. Qin Rui and Lord Su arrived shortly after, their faces paling at the sight before them. Su Wenfei lay in a pool of blood, unresponsive to his father's frantic shaking. He was dead. As Lord Su pieced together what had happened from the terrified witnesses, Fu Lihua and Qin Shizi also arrived, drawn by the commotion. Father, what happened? What's wrong with Qianxian? On the very day of their children's wedding, the Qin family's younger son had murdered the Su family's heir, turning a joyous occasion into a scene of tragedy. The alliance between the two families seemed poised to shatter. Thinking quickly, Qin Rui took charge. Haojuan, he instructed his eldest son, go to the front hall and dismiss the guests. Send everyone home. The wedding feast is over. Then, turning to the horrified young nobleman, he issued a thinly veiled threat. Gentlemen, please return to your homes. Consider what you've witnessed here today as if it never happened. Tomorrow, I will have 1,000 taels of silver delivered to each of your residences. Consider it a token of apology. However, if any of you breathe a word of this, he let the threat hang in the air, knowing they were well aware of the Duke's ruthlessness. The young men hastily agreed to keep their silence, then, supporting each other, hurried away from the scene. Lord Su, his grief and rage boiling over, finally erupted. Duke Qin, my daughter died in your house not long ago, and now your son has murdered my son. How do you intend to account for this? Qin Shizi, returning from dismissing the guests, overheard his father-in-law's accusation and immediately jumped to his brother's defense. How could Qianxian kill anyone? This must be a misunderstanding. I won't allow anyone to touch my brother. Lord Su's fury intensified. Everyone here witnessed it. It's clear as day. Your family may be powerful, but the Su family is not to be trifled with. If you don't give us an explanation, I will use every resource at my disposal to seek justice, even if it means mutual destruction. Qin Shizi was at a loss for words, caught between his loyalty to his brother and the precarious position his family now faced. He turned to his father desperately. Father, say something. Mu Qianxian, still in a daze, looked up at Lord Su and snarled, Old man, if you keep yelling, I'll eat you. Qin Rui, after a moment of grim contemplation, made his decision. His younger son was ruined, and now he had caused this catastrophe. To appease the Su family and preserve the alliance, Qin Rui chose to sacrifice his son. Lord Su, he said heavily, a life for a life. Take Qianxian. He is yours to deal with. Even Qin Shizi was shocked by his father's words. He wanted to protest, but Qin Rui silenced him with a sharp look. Don't argue. Then, approaching Lord Su, he murmured, a son lost can be replaced. This is true for both of us. Let us not allow a moment of anger to destroy decades of prosperity for both our families. Lord Su, though still consumed with grief and rage, reluctantly accepted Qin Rui's offer. At least, for now, open war between their families had been averted. Having retrieved his younger son's body and returned to the Qin residence with Qin Yozhen, Qin Shizi, his face etched with grief, pleaded, Father, must we do this? The Su family is no match for us. We could easily swallow them whole. Qin Rui responded, You're being foolish. While we could crush the Su family, it would severely weaken us. With the Lin family at the height of their power, if we engage in a protracted conflict with the Su family now, damaging our foundation, we'll be even less able to compete with the Lins in the future struggle for the throne. Qin Shizi, considering his own future prospects for inheriting the dukedom, hardened his heart. I understand. Qin Rui clapped his son's shoulder approvingly. Now, you are my only legitimate son. The burden on your shoulders is heavy, but you must bear it. Qin Shizi then turned his fury on Fu Lihua, striking her across the face with enough force to send her sprawling. You useless thing, how could you not foresee such a disaster? Aren't you Master Kuhai's disciple? If you can't even predict a calamity of this magnitude, what use are you to the Qin family? Qin Shitzi rained blows upon Fu Lihua, his rage unchecked. In that moment, Fu Lihua finally understood why Li Ziming had sought such brutal revenge against the Qin family in her past life. This family was devoid of any genuine affection, capable of anything for the sake of their own interests. But this realization came too late. Bitterness welled up within her, directed at the person who had forcibly stolen her mystical abilities. But in a world so vast, how could she ever hope to find them? To maintain her precarious foothold in the Duke's household, she had to resort to her last remaining card. Qin Rue, his face a mask of cold fury, advanced on Fu Lihua. I desperately need to kill someone to vent my rage, and you, Lihua, will do. The marriage that Fu Lihua had schemed and manipulated to secure had resulted in her being beaten and berated by her husband on their very wedding day. Qin Rue was determined to unleash the full force of his grief and rage upon her. Fu Lihua, sensing the murderous intent emanating from both father and son, stared at them in disbelief. Why? She whispered. Qin Rue snarled. You were ambushed before, and your powers were diminished. I didn't blame you then. But this disaster, this could have been avoided. If you can't even predict such a thing, what use are you to me? Tell me, miracle worker, all-seeing and all-knowing, can you predict whether you will live or die today? Though her special abilities were gone, Fu Lihua still possessed the memories of her past life. She knew what was coming. Rising to her feet, she met their gaze with chilling certainty. I will not die, because the Duke's greatest enemy, Minister Lin, is about to die. Qin Rue and his son exchange a look. Perhaps this woman had only been temporarily affected by the assassination attempt, her abilities still intact. Qin Shitzi immediately adopted a gentler demeanor, taking Fu Lihua's hand. Truly, Lihua? Fu Lihua coldly replied, of course, and pulled her hand away, disgusted. Moments ago, they had been beating and cursing her, and now they were showering her with endearments. The men of the Qin family were truly despicable. Qin Rue pressed her further. And if Minister Lin doesn't die, Fu Lihua, with an air of absolute confidence, replied, then I will die. Qin Rue's expression finally relaxed. Miracle worker, with such an assurance, I am relieved. I will have someone inquire about Minister Lin's condition. For the time being, you will remain within the residence. You are not to go anywhere. Fu Lihua understood perfectly. Qin Rue still harbored suspicions, and this was his way of confining her. Trapped and with no recourse, she ignored Qin Shitzi's attempts to appease her and haughtily returned to her room, though she maintained her usual air of imperiousness. Once inside, she nearly wept with despair. If her prediction proved false, her life would be forfeit. She silently prayed that heaven would have mercy on her and allow her plan to succeed. Her plan revolved around the alluring woman with the captivating fragrance, a tool to hasten Minister Lin's demise. Night fell upon Minister Lin's residence. The already lecherous Minister Lin, ever since consuming Chiyunzi's golden elixir, had experienced a resurgence of virility, setting himself the ambitious goal of 3,000 women a month. Tonight, several court officials had sent him a tribute of beautiful women, hoping to gain access to Master Chiyunzi's coveted Dao. Minister Lin preened with self-satisfaction. Since Chiyunzi had become the imperial preceptor, the Lin family's fortunes had soared. He instructed his steward to inform the fawning officials that the elixirs were limited and they would have to wait their turn. Looking over the bevy of beauties, he felt a pang of boredom. Even the finest delicacies become tiresome with overindulgence, and the same held true for women. Just as his interest began to wane, a captivating fragrance wafted through the air, arresting his attention. He saw her then, a veiled woman, the source of the intoxicating scent. Desire flared within him. Such a delightful fragrance. He dismissed the other women, his gaze fixed on the veiled figure with a mixture of awe and lust. The woman removed her veil and gently blew a breath towards Minister Lin, instantly ensnaring him. He immediately dismissed the remaining women. He began spending his nights in passionate embraces with the charming woman before him. As spring blossomed in March, Li Ziming took Qi Bao to the White Horse Temple outside the city. Bower, This shop is my new venture in the Jean family's name. Look at this hairpin. I specially commissioned the best craftsman in the city to make it. Come, take a look. Chi Bao knew the young man was trying his best to appease her, but these weren't what she wanted. She deliberately avoided looking at it. You dragged me out here just for these trinkets? Li Ziming, don't think these small favors can offset your mistakes. Don't waste your energy. Li Ziming knew exactly how to manipulate Chi Bao. She immediately flung the hairpin at the shopkeeper. This trinket failed to please the young miss. There's no need for your shop to remain open. Return to the Jean family with your craftsman and receive 20 lashes. The shopkeeper, caught in the crossfire, pleaded for mercy. Chi Bao finally looked directly at the young man. She knew he was doing this on purpose. Just because he didn't like something, a group of people had to lose their jobs and be beaten. But she didn't want any more innocent people to suffer because of her. Li Ziming, there's no need to make things difficult for them. She picked up the hairpin and said angrily, I like it very much. I'll take it. Are you satisfied now? If you make things difficult for them, I'll hate you even more. Then she turned and left the shop. At that moment, she didn't even have time to be shocked that the young man had the power to set up a shop and control people's livelihoods. Li Ziming chased after Chi Bao, watching her cold back, his eyes filled with suppressed sorrow and helplessness. He didn't understand why he had angered her again. Had he really done something wrong? He had never been loved and didn't know how to love someone. He could only try to please her in his own way. He plucked a peach blossom and offered it to her with a smile. Bower, this flower is just like you. Chi Bao responded with a cold expression. I like a breeze, but I don't need it to stop for me. I like a flower, but I don't need to pluck it. Let's stay on the branch. It's beautiful to let it bloom and wither naturally. Isn't it good to give it freedom? Li Ziming smilat. I understand. So, I've already bought this entire peach orchard. Whether they're plucked or not, these peach blossoms belong only to you. Chi Bao just felt a headache coming on. I'm talking to a brick wall. Seeing that reasoning with him was futile, she turned to leave again. Suddenly, Li Ziming reached out and forcefully pulled her into his arms. Bower, what do I have to do to make you believe my feelings for you? To make you forgive me? You promised me you would always stay by my side, that you would become my wife. This was their first physical contact since their Cold War began. The young man's suppressed and pained voice moved Chi Bao somewhat. Perhaps he had his reasons. She was willing to give him another chance. Go with me to see Mu Qianxian. Apologize to him. Then find a way to annul his marriage to Princess Zhaoyue. If you can do these things, we can reconcile. Li Ziming believed that even without his intervention, Mu Qianxian would eventually meet the same fate. He had merely accelerated the process, sparing Mu Lingyue, who had ruined his plans and exposed the truth to Chi Bao, was already the greatest mercy he could offer. Bower, you want me to apologize to Mu Qianxian? Impossible. Chi Bao finally received this answer. Angrily, she pulled her hand away. I really can't communicate with you. They were so close physically, yet their hearts felt miles apart. Li Ziming didn't want Chi Bao involved in his affairs because it was dangerous. He believed that concealing certain things was the best way to protect her. Bower, give me a little more time, okay? When I'm finished with my business and we return to Jingyang Town, I'll tell you everything you want to know. She quickly asked how much longer. Suddenly, she smelled a strange odor coming from his hand. Because of her with spirit abilities, she knew exactly what it was. She looked at him with urgency and concern. What have you been doing? Where did the smell on your hand come from? The smile on Li Ziming's face stiffened. He tried to brush it off. Bower, what are you talking about? But Chi Bao wouldn't let him evade the question. Don't try to fool me. That's the smell of Ainli. Since you're studying medicine, you must recognize it. That stuff is dangerous. It can kill people. Do you understand? Li Ziming explained with a straight face. Bower, are you mistaken? Ainli is a medicinal herb. It has the effect of asteringing the lungs and intestines, relieving coughs and pain, and aiding sleep. How could it be deadly? Many people like the medicine I make with it. What Chi Bao didn't know was that the popular golden elixir in the capital was made from Ainli. Many officials were already using it. The young man had already controlled quite a few people with it. Chi Bao genuinely believed he was only using a small amount for medicinal purposes. She cautioned him, although it has some positive effects, it's also highly toxic. You should try to avoid contact with it in the future. Li Ziming's face broke into a smile. Bower, are you worried about me? Chi Bao had never met someone so adept at dodging the issue. Blushing with annoyance, Chi Bao muttered, ridiculous, and turned to walk deeper into the peach orchard. Don't follow me. I want to be alone for a while. Li Ziming hesitated, but ultimately didn't follow. After all, he had rented out the entire orchard. No one else could enter. He might as well let Chi Bao clear her head. Besides, she couldn't escape from the palm of his hand anyway. Walking deep within the peach orchard, Qi Bao accidentally stepped on a hidden mechanism. She plummeted downwards. The mechanism sealed shut behind her. She landed on what appeared to be a vast expanse of grass, having tumbled down what felt like endless layers from the opening. Disoriented, she sat there for a moment. She couldn't help but curse the system internally. You said my luck would improve. Come out here. I promise I won't kill you. Meanwhile, Li Ziming had also entered the depths of the peach orchard. He frowned slightly. Strange, I thought I just heard Qi Bao's voice. But where was she? Inside the secret chamber, Qi Bao had already gotten to her feet and was surveying her surroundings. She hadn't expected there to be a hidden chamber beneath the White Horse Temple. A glittering golden light in front of her caught her attention, and her jaw dropped. Piled, there was an immeasurable amount of gold, perhaps thousands of caddies worth. She quickly retracted her earlier complaints about the system. The merit system also popped up. Congratulations, host. This appears to be unclaimed gold. Since you found it, you might as well take it all. If any major disasters occur in the future, you'll have sufficient funds to help those in need. Qi Bao's luck had indeed been exceptionally good since retrieving the fragment. Now, she only owed the system 10 million merit points. Survival seemed within easy reach. She walked further inside and discovered a wooden plaque. Carved on it were the words, "Relieve the suffering of all beings. The sea of bitterness is boundless." She suddenly remembered that the White Horse Temple's fame was largely due to its former abbot, Master Kahai. Unfortunately, he had vanished many years ago, leaving behind only legends. Could this be Master Kuhai's hidden treasure? She bowed respectfully. Master Kuhai, rest assured, I won't keep a single coin of this for myself. I will use it all to help the common people. With a wave of her hand, she stored all the gold in her system's space. A quarter of an hour later, she turned to leave. The merit system danced with joy. We're rich, Bao. Accidentally falling into a secret chamber and obtaining Master Kuhai's vast fortune. Then, with a click, the stone door opened. She stepped out of the secret chamber and found herself in a meditation room within the White Horse Temple. The door behind her sealed shut, merging seamlessly with the surrounding walls. Not a single trace of the entrance remained, nor any mechanism to open it. Qi Bao couldn't help but marvel. This secret passage is truly well hidden, but it didn't matter. After merging with the fragment, it seemed she truly possessed great fortune. With so much money, she could help disaster victims and earn even more merit points. Just as she was about to leave, she overheard Mu Lingyue's voice. Brother Xian, what good is hiding here? Qi Bao instinctively moved closer to the meditation room. Mu Qinshuan's voice came from within. It's quiet here, suitable for recuperation. I've already resigned from my position as commander of the Imperial Guard. The situation in the palace is complicated now. It's best to stay out of it. Mu Lingyue watched her brother, devoid of his usual vitality, and couldn't help but ask, Brother Xian, do you regret ruining your bright future for Miss Fu? Mu Qinshian replied calmly, this was my own choice. I have no regrets. Lingyue, I know you're upset for me. Mu Lingyue interrupted him excitedly. Brother, it's not worth it. Mu Qinshian looked up at her with a serious expression. Lingyue, I know you sought out Miss Qi Bao. I know you said and did unpleasant things to her. I also know you were worried about me, so I don't blame you. But Miss Qi Bao isn't to blame for this. Overcome with emotion, Mu Qinshian coughed up another mouthful of blood. Mu Lingyi panicked. Brother Xian, your injuries haven't healed. You need to rest. I won't say anything more. Mu Qinshian wiped away the blood and reiterated. In any case, I don't want her to carry guilt and shame for the rest of her life. Understand. Outside the door, Qi Bao listened to their conversation, tears welling up in her eyes with guilt. She had never held romantic feelings for Mu Qinshian, yet he understood her thoughts so well. Since Mu Qinshian didn't want her to know, she decided to pretend ignorance, if only for his peace of mind. Inside the room, Mu Lingyue sighed. All right, I understand. I'll come see you again later. She turned and left, looking dejected. As Mu Lingyue stepped out of the meditation room, a voice suddenly called out behind her. Miss Lingyue, please wait. Mu Lingyue turned and, recognizing the person, exclaimed in surprise, It's you. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you last time not to see me again? Qi Bao quickly responded, I came here to pray for my family and happened to run into them. What's wrong with Mu Qianxian? He looks seriously injured. Mu Lingyue scoffed. So you're actually concerned about my brother? Qi Bao took out a bottle of medicinal dew and an amulet she'd exchanged for merit points, handing them over. She emphasized, this amulet must be worn at all times. It will protect Mu Qianxian from harm. Please give it to him. Consider it a token of my concern. Mu Lingyue looked at the items in her hand and softly murmured, thank you. She understood. Her brother was right. None of this was Qi Bao's fault. Mu Qianxian had misdirected his anger. Now, seeing Fu Lihua like this, he was filled with unease and regret. Qi Bao knew Mu Lingyue harbored resentment towards her, and she felt a pang of shame. Since you've accepted these, I shouldn't linger. She turned to leave, but Mu Lingyue suddenly called out, wait, don't go. Qi Bao thought, is she going to hit me again? She turned back with a nervous smile. Miss Lingyue, is there something else? Mu Lingyue stepped forward and said earnestly, I slapped you last time. I want to repay you. Qi Bao looked at the forthright young woman with a wry smile. Both Mu's siblings were genuinely good people. She reached out and hugged Mu Lingyue, whispering, I'm sorry. I'll try to find a way to stop all of this. Meanwhile, Li Ziming was frantic because of Qi Bao's sudden disappearance. Find her, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Bring her back to me. At that moment, he didn't suspect Qi Bao had intentionally run away. His real fear was that someone had set a trap in the peach orchard to harm her. Just as his worry reached its peak, Qi Bao returned. He immediately pulled her into his arms. Bao, where were you? What happened? Qi Bao concealed the matter of Mu Qianxian, explaining calmly, I accidentally fell down a slope over there. I'm not hurt, just tired. I want to go home. Seeing that Qi Bao was truly unharmed, Li Ziming breathed a sigh of relief. All right, let's go home. As long as she was safe, nothing else mattered. Back at the Fu residence, Qi Bao ate in silence, while Li Ziming stared at her intently, his chopsticks untouched. The older couple sensed the tension. Old Chun asked Fu, the grandfather, in surprise, what's been going on with those two lately? Grandfather Fu shook his head. I don't know. They've been like this since returning from the White Horse Temple. It wasn't unusual for couples to argue. Li Ziming looked hurt by Qi Bao's indifference. Qi Bao simply turned away. His pitiful, innocent act no longer worked on her. She had been fooled by that handsome face before. Now, with the whole capital buzzing about Mu Qianxuan's incident, she couldn't forgive herself, much less the person behind it all. Li Ziming instantly moved to sit in front of her, continuing to gaze at her with a pathetic expression. But Qi Bao wouldn't forgive him so easily. The Fu family matter was one thing. They were in the wrong to begin with. And the lies he had told her, she had no right to complain about those. But she wouldn't be fooled again. Unable to eat under his intense gaze, she put down her chopsticks and left the table. Li Ziming followed close behind. Qi Bao finally lost her patience. How long are you going to follow me? Are you a dog? Facing her anger, Li Ziming grinned and reached out, brushing something from the corner of her mouth. Bao, you had a grain of rice there. His impervious and shameless demeanor infuriated Qi Bao. Mind your own business. Leave me alone. Li Ziming smila widanat. Even her angry tone was a sign of progress. At least she was looking at him and talking to him again. Meanwhile, at Minister Lin's residence, since the arrival of the girl named Mei, Minister Lin had been spending every night entangled with her, his health visibly declining. Yet, he couldn't refuse Mei's seductive advances and demands. Despite being over 50, Minister Lin felt he had finally found true love. Seeing her opportunity, Mei began her scheme. My lord, we spend every night in blissful passion, but you seem to have grown thinner. Lately, you seem less vigorous. Can you no longer satisfy me, my lord? Such words were a blow to any man's pride. To salvage his dignity, Minister Lin immediately produced his secret weapon. It was I who recommended Master Qiyunzi to His Majesty. Now, the master is highly favored in the palace. Even His Majesty takes his elixirs. Do you think I wouldn't have my own secret weapon? Look, this is Master Qiyunzi's Golden Dragon Vigor Pill. It's incredibly beneficial for men. Mei sneered inwardly. The old fool had finally revealed it. She then threw herself at Minister Lin. I'm burning with desire, my lord. Show me your prowess. As she fed him the pill, she discreetly flicked another out the window to a waiting accomplice. Fu Lihua's accomplice smoothly caught the golden pill and vanished instantly. The next day, the body of Qin Yozhen from Duke Qin's household was returned by members of the Su family. Master Su sent a message saying that young Master Yozhen had died from a single, swift blow suffering minimally. A life for a life, the matter was settled. Qin Rue and his son were consumed with rage and grief. The day the fourth prince ascends the throne will be the day the Su family is eradicated. Just you wait, Su family. Qin Rue, rarely showing emotion, shed tears. He ordered a proper burial for Yojin, but discreetly, with no public mourning or memorial hall. Wiping his tears, he turned to Fu Lihua. Lihua, is there any progress with Minister Lin? Fu Lihua produced the golden pill she had obtained from Minister Lin. They brought this back last night. Minister Lin and other ministers in the palace rely on this golden pill for their strength and vitality. I've instructed Mei to use various methods, like switching the pills, to prevent Minister Lin from taking the real ones, slowly weakening him. My lord, husband, I've decided. Minister Lin's life alone isn't enough to compensate for my brother's death. With this golden pill, I can also take Shi Yunzi's life. She knew that in her past life, the emperor had died from consuming Qi Yunzi's golden pills. To gain the emperor's favor, she needed to eliminate Qi Yunzi first. Qin Rue and Qin Shitzi readily agreed. They both admired and feared Fu Lihua, sensing the depth of her ambition. Soon, a message carried by carrier pigeon arrived discreetly at Minister Lin's residence. Mei, upon seeing it, simply smiled. So, soon they want to close the net? Good. I've acquired that Zhu Luo as well. Let it all end. Mei sought out Minister Lin, and they played dice to determine how many times they would engage that night. Minister Lin, seeing the roll of 6, groaned inwardly. Even with his recent newfound vigor, he couldn't keep up with Mei's nightly demands. But Mei wouldn't let him off so easily. She leaned in, whispering seductively, "My lord, a bet's a bet. You must give Mei 6 times tonight." Minister Lin felt a wave of weakness. 6 times? Even a god couldn't handle that. Mei smiled, producing the golden pill. "Don't worry, my lord. You have this." She fed him the pill. Minister Lin, feeling a surge of energy, immediately began to undress. "Bring it on, you tempting little vixen. Let me teach you a lesson." He was unaware how close he was to death. Blinded by lust, Minister Lin believed he was simply blessed with exceptional virility, oblivious to his impending doom. After 3 rounds, he collapsed, exhausted, gasping, I can't anymore." Mei, tasked with ending his life that night, goaded him. "Can't anymore? You still owe me 3. Are you a eunuch already?" Minister Lin, stung by her words, unwilling to lose face, asked Mei for another pill. Mei, holding the switched pill, smiled coldly. She moved to give it to him, then abruptly pulled it back. "You want it? Too bad." Minister Lin, having expended so much energy, was now struggling to breathe. Confused, he pleaded, "Mei, what are you doing? Give it to me. I can't breathe." Mei, dropping her facade, sneered, crushing the pill in her hand. Minister Lin, still oblivious, cried out, "My pill. Give me my pill. How dare you?" Mei kicked him to the floor. "Old fool, did you really think I desired you? Did you really think those pills made you invincible? Did you really believe you were so irresistible that every woman should grovel at your feet? The pills you've been taking were fakes, all switched by me. You've been draining your life force. You're going to die from exhaustion." The realization finally hit Minister Lin. He had been played. You were sent to kill me. "Just one last question," he rasped. Did I ever please you? Why do this to me?" Mei smirked, making a dismissive gesture. "You were pathetic." Minister Lin, seemingly struck by her words, gasped, "Killing me is one thing, but to insult my prowess." He rolled his eyes and collapsed as if dead. Mei checked his pulse. He's dead. Mission accomplished. Time to go. She slipped off the bed and headed for the door. The feigning Minister Lin thought, "Just go. As soon as you leave, I'll be safe. I'm so clever to play dead." He was far too optimistic. At the door, Mei suddenly turned back. "Just kidding. A job like this required a finishing touch." She walked back towards him. "I was just messing with you." Minister Lin shrieked in terror. "Don't come any closer." But, depleted of energy, he was utterly powerless to resist. Mei suffocated him, the beautiful face now a mask of cold indifference. With his death, the advantage Li Ziming had carefully built began to crumble, threatening to turn into a catastrophic disaster. Heavy rain began to fall. Qi Bao, her heart heavy with unease, pushed open her window. As she'd suspected, she saw the young man standing outside, completely exposed to the downpour. Li Ziming, noticing Qi Bao's gaze, offered a weak smile. Why aren't you asleep yet? His playful, almost flippant demeanor grated on Qi Bao's nerves. That deceptively charming face. She slammed the window shut. Irritated, she called out, "Ever since we got back from the White Horse Temple, you've been clinging to me. What are you trying to do?" From outside, Li Ziming replied, "You fell into that hole at the temple. I had to search everywhere for you. I need to keep an eye on you. Make sure you don't just vanish again." Despite her annoyance, Qi Bao couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the rain-soaked youth. She pushed the window open again. "You idiot. It's cold and windy, and you're standing out here in the pouring rain. What are you doing?" Li Ziming, sensing her underlying concern, brightened. His ploy for sympathy seemed to be working. Qi Bao, exasperated, tossed him an umbrella. "You can't follow me around forever. Things will happen. There will be distance between us. Don't you think I understand that?" Li Ziming responded. "But I can't help it. You're the only person left in this world that I cherish. Without you, I don't know where I'd go." Qi Bao sighed. "Aze, I've heard enough of these words. True feelings aren't expressed with just a few sentimental phrases. I still can't get over what happened to Mu Qianxian. Stop standing out here. Go back to sleep." Lan Bao, though reluctant to interrupt the tense standoff between his master and Qi Bao, had received urgent news. He had no choice but to intrude. Li Ziming, understanding the gravity of the situation, led Lan Bao away from the house so he could deliver his report. "Master, we've received news from Minister Lin's residence. He's dead." Li Ziming's heart skipped a beat when our informant says that Minister Lin has been indulging in nightly excesses lately. He spent his days sleeping and eating, and no one dared disturb him. Tonight, when his room remained silent, the servants discovered his body. The household is saying he died from an overdose of the golden pills. Li Ziming immediately suspected the Qin family's hand in this. The pills he refined were addictive, but in the short term, they genuinely invigorated and strengthened the body. That's how he'd managed to deceive the entire court into taking them. Someone had deliberately fabricated this rumor. He realized the emperor also consumed the pills. With Minister Lin dead, the emperor would undoubtedly be suspicious. Qiyunzi was in danger. If Qiyunzi died, all their efforts would be wasted. He decided to enter the palace immediately. He instructed Lan Bao to investigate any women who had recently visited Minister Lin's residence. They were the prime suspects. Before leaving, Li Ziming glanced back at Qi Bao's room, considering whether he should send her away preemptively. He needed to keep her out of the impending courtly struggle so he could focus on his own dangerous plans. Qi Bao, though unaware of the specifics of Li Ziming's revenge plot, sensed the inherent danger. She watched his retreating figure with a growing sense of worry. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace's hall of mental cultivation, Qin Rue, having learned of Minister Lin's death, had rushed to the emperor's side. He accused Qiyunzi of providing poisoned pills. "Your Majesty, Qiyunzi is plotting treason. He's a charlatan. Minister Lin is dead, and though his fate is sealed, he introduced this treacherous sorcerer into the palace. His intentions were malicious. He deserves to be executed, his entire family eradicated." The emperor, listening to Qin Rue's impassioned accusations, shook his head slightly. He saw Minister Lin's death as a consequence of factional infighting. His sharp gaze fixed on Qin Rue. "Qin Rue, do you take me for a fool? The entire court, including myself, has consumed these pills. Why is Minister Lin the only one dead? If Qiyunzi is a charlatan, then what does that make me, the one who appointed him as imperial advisor?" "King Huyas Chiliko Tovid, Your Majesty, please forgive my outburst. That wasn't my intention. I know this matter will enrage Your Majesty, but for the sake of your reign, for generations to come, I must risk my life to speak the truth. This is one of the pills obtained from Minister Lin's residence. I can prove it's poisoned." The emperor, no fool, knew Qin Rue's character well. He shook his head. "If you want to test a pill, then test the one I regularly consume." Qin Rue broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't refuse, but his heart pounded with trepidation. The pill he held contained poison. The emperor's pill most likely did not. If they tested both, he would be guilty of deceiving the emperor, a crime punishable by death. The emperor, intrigued to see what Qin Rue would do, watched him closely. Seeing Qin Rue hesitate, he prompted, Qin Rue, why are you so nervous? Test it. Qin Rue forced a laugh. Of course, your majesty, right away. But his hand trembled, unwilling to release the pill. Suddenly, Fu Lihua, who had been waiting outside, coughed loudly, drawing the emperor's attention. Qin Rue seized the opportunity to swap the pills. Mentally, he gave Fu Lihua a thumbs up. Good daughter-in-law. Well done. Now, his panic replaced by a sneer, he addressed the emperor, Your Majesty, watch closely. The pill was dropped into the water. The liquid instantly turned black. Qin Rue then poured the water directly onto a nearby potted plant. An intensely strange and pungent aroma filled the air. The lush, leafy plant began to sizzle and wither, quickly dying. Witnessing this, the emperor's expression darkened. What? This pill is truly poisoned. This sorcerer intends to harm me. He deserves death. He immediately ordered Qi Yunzi's arrest. Qin Rue quickly intervened. Your Majesty, please calm down. Minister Lin's death has already alarmed Qi Yunzi. He's sure to be on guard. Such a blatant attempt to arrest him may not succeed. My new daughter-in-law is a true disciple of Master Kuhai. She has a plan to offer your Majesty. The emperor narrowed his eyes. Master Kuhai again. Everyone seems to be invoking Master Kuhai's name. Is this one real or fake? Qin Rue replied, Your Majesty possesses discerning eyes. You'll know at a glance. The emperor then agreed to meet this supposed disciple of Master Kuhai. Fu Lihua entered the hall and performed a deep kowtow. Fu Lihua greets Your Majesty. Long live the emperor. 10,000 years. The emperor, still skeptical, waved his hand dismissively. Get on with your plan. Fu Lihua, putting on a show, made a few Qiaoji-san, pinching fingers calculation, gestures. This humble woman has recently observed the celestial bodies and detected a demonic aura near the Earth's core. 7 days from now, precisely at Wushi San Kunun, there will be an unusual phenomenon. At that time, your Majesty will know that it is the sorcerer's doing. Fu Lihua's confidence stemmed from her memories of her past life. That day would witness a solar eclipse, a perfect opportunity to eliminate Qi Yunzi. The emperor remained unconvinced. The imperial astronomers haven't detected any unusual celestial activity. How am I supposed to believe you? Fu Lihua declared, I pledge my life and the lives of my entire family, the Duke Qin's household, as a guarantee. I am absolutely certain. Qin Rue was startled. Is she going this far? This wasn't part of the plan. Fu Lihua deliberately implicated the Qin family to ensure they couldn't abandon her. My lord, am I right? We must show His Majesty the Qin family's resolve. Qin Rue, now trapped, quickly agreed. Of course, it's imperative. Our Qin family is a protector of the dragon throne. We share the same fate. Truthfully, if it weren't for the abilities Fu Lihua had previously demonstrated, Qin Rue would never gamble the Qin family's century-old legacy on such a risky venture. The emperor finally took them seriously. If Qin Rue was willing to stake his life and family, he must be confident. So, waiting 7 days was a small price to pay. Fu Lihua, dragging Qin Rue along with her, had effectively made a solemn vow before the emperor. Now, they just had to wait 7 days for the results. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace's alchemy chamber, Qi Yunzi knelt anxiously before Li Ziming. Master, Minister Lin is dead. His Majesty will surely be wary of the pills. What should we do? Li Ziming, seeing that they were alone, removed his veil. Such a significant event, and yet there's been no reaction from the palace. I specifically came here to prepare for any potential fallout. But this eerie calm is unsettling. Qi Yunzi clung to a sliver of hope. Perhaps it's not such a big deal after all? Minister Lin's death was due to excessive indulgence. His Majesty might not necessarily suspect the pills. Li Ziming quickly cut him off. Plotting grand schemes is like walking on thin ice. We cannot afford such wishful thinking. Suddenly, a eunuch's voice sounded from outside. Grand Imperial Advisor, His Majesty has a verbal decree. Li Ziming swiftly replaced his veil and hid himself. Qi Yunzi composed himself at his desk. Enter. The eunuch then announced the emperor's decree. To acknowledge the Grand Imperial Advisor's efforts in refining the pills, His Majesty grants permission for the Grand Imperial Advisor to conduct a celestial ritual 7 days from now, to pray for the prosperity and peace of our great Tang dynasty and for its continued good fortune. Chiyunzi, maintaining his masterful demeanor, calmly replied, I humbly accept His Majesty's decree. Once the eunuch departed and the door closed, he let out a long sigh of relief and began to dance with joy. Master, did you hear? His Majesty still trusts us. Despite the emperor's seemingly unchanged attitude, Li Ziming felt a growing unease. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had overlooked something crucial. At that moment, Qi Bao dreamt of a pitch-black world filled with countless people screaming in terror. Among them, she saw Aze bleeding and running for his life. She jolted awake. What was that? Such a real sense of dread. Experiencing this ability to foresee misfortune for the first time, she hesitantly questioned the system. The aloof merit system simply responded with a cryptic, figure it out yourself. Troubled by the dream's imagery, she quickly got out of bed. Qi Bao pushed open the window and called out, Lan Bao, come out here. I know you're nearby. Lan Bao, assuming something was amiss, quickly appeared. Miss Fu, what is it? Qi Bao Gudat Lan Bao et Sitten Li. Where has your young master gone? What is he doing? Tell me quickly. Lan Bao dared not tell the truth, nor did he dare offend Qi Bao. He tried to evade the question. Miss Fu, young master isn't doing anything. You should just relax at home. Qi Bao knew she wouldn't get a straight answer from him. Annoyed, she pushed him away. Shameless, just like your young master. Lan Bao my widen. As long as Miss Fu doesn't make things difficult for me, that's all that matters. Qi Bao changed her tactic. Tell me, under what circumstances could broad daylight suddenly turn dark as night? And don't give me any of that dark clouds blocking the sun nonsense. Lan Bao thought for a moment. No dark clouds, but daytime suddenly becomes night. I know, he exclaimed. It's when someone dies. When someone dies, their eyes close, and the sky goes dark. Qi Bao's heart pounded in her chest. She recalled the scene from her dream. Could Aze be in mortal danger? She wanted to wait for Li Ziming to return so she could talk to him properly. But 7 days passed without a sign of him. Today, the weather was exceptionally fine. Looking up at the warm sun, she had a nagging feeling, a premonition that something was about to happen. Aze, where are you? Meanwhile, Li Ziming, disguised as Chiyunzi's attendant, stood by his side. Chiyunzi was already at the royal altar, reciting the sacrificial text. The emperor's carriage was parked nearby, with Qin Rue and Fu Lihua in attendance. The fourth prince and consort Qin were also present. Below the stage, numerous imperial guards stood watch, with a young Master Qin among them, hoping to seize an opportunity to distinguish himself. The emperor, recalling the withered plant, felt a sense of unease. He stared meaningfully at Chiyunzi. Accustomed to playing the mystic, Chiyunzi felt a sense of foreboding in the air today. However, all he could do now was wait and see. Standing under the blazing sun, Qin Rue was soon drenched in sweat. He quietly asked his daughter-in-law, Is it time yet? Fu Liwa nodded slightly. Almost. Li Ziming, in disguise, watched Qin Rue's every move. His expression was grave. He couldn't figure out what Qin Rue's trump card was. The next moment, a dark shadow suddenly obscured the sun in the sky. The dazzling sun was gradually swallowed by the darkness. The world instantly lost its light and grew darker and darker. Li Ziming finally understood Qin Rue's plan. Somehow, the Qin family had predicted today's solar eclipse. They were using this opportunity to frame Chiyunzi as a sorcerer, stripping him of the emperor's trust and eliminating him. I can't stay in the palace. Fu Lihua sneered triumphantly. I lived through a solar eclipse in my past life, so I remember it clearly. No prediction needed. I've lived a whole lifetime more than you. How can you possibly compete with me? From now on, the Qin family will never doubt me again. My position will be completely secure. So what if I lost that power? I can still get what I want. Meanwhile, the common people were gripped by terror. Qi Bao watched as broad daylight turned to twilight. This was the scene from her dream, now unfolding in reality. As a transmigrator, she knew this was a normal astronomical phenomenon. But in ancient times, no one could understand it. She tried her best to reassure everyone. Don't be afraid. This is a normal solar eclipse. The sun will come out soon. Lan Bao grabbed her arm. Miss Fu, what are you talking about? A solar eclipse means a demonic star has been born. There will be disasters. We need to hide. If this has come to pass, then Aze bleeding and running for his life will happen too. Worry gnawed at her. Aze, where are you? Please be safe. In the imperial palace, Duke Qin's slightly excited voice boomed. Your Majesty, look, this solar eclipse must be the work of a sorcerer. You, Qi Yunzi. As soon as you began the celestial ritual, the celestial dog came to devour the sun. You must have committed heinous acts, poisoning Minister Lin, harming the ministers of the court, and even attempting to poison His Majesty, shaking the very foundation of our great Tang. Qi Yunzi hurriedly tried to explain, but Qin Rue wouldn't let him speak. He turned to the emperor. Your Majesty, this humble minister speaks the truth. Qi Yunzi is the embodiment of the celestial dog's evil omen. He has insidiously wormed his way into your Majesty's presence, bringing with him a catastrophic disaster. The fourth prince, as prearranged, played the part of the filial son, shielding the emperor. Father, do not fear. I will protect you. Young Master Qin immediately drew his sword and commanded the imperial guards, protect His Majesty. Seize that sorcerer Qi Yunzi. The imperial guards, who had been lying in wait, rushed towards Qi Yunzi. Lacking in martial arts prowess, Qi Yunzi's facade of composure crumbled. He cried out for help. At the critical moment, Li Ziming hurled a homemade bomb, stunning a number of imperial guards. A deafening explosion rocked the area, accompanied by the piercing screams of those caught in the blast. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos, Li Ziming darted forward, rescuing Qi Yunzi. Protected by the amulet Qi Bao had given him, the swords and spears of the guards couldn't touch him. The imperial guards were dumbfounded, impervious to their weapons. What sorcery was this? Even young Master Qin, initially eager to earn merit, was paralyzed with fear. Seeing this, Fu Lihua, from her vantage point on the high platform, urgently called out to her husband, urging him to protect the emperor and the nation. At that moment, young Master Qin, noticing the emperor's gaze upon him, knew he couldn't falter. For his family, for himself, he fought down his terror. He raised his sword again. Come, you sorcerer. I, Qin Haoyun, will slay you here today. Attack. Seize this fiend. 3 ranks promotion and 100 taels of gold to whoever captures him. Motivated by the hefty reward, many guards charged forward, heedless of their own safety. Li Ziming siga inwardly. He was grateful for Qi Bao's amulet, but it wouldn't hold much longer. He couldn't stay. Qin Haoyun, fueled by adrenaline, charged towards Li Ziming. Gome, I, Qin Haoyun, will decide the victor. A Qin never yields. His battle cry was impressive, but his skills were lacking. With a single swift kick, Li Ziming sent him sprawling. He then threw another smoke bomb, grabbing Qi Yunzi and fleeing. Qi Yunzi, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaimed, Master, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Qin Haoyun scrambled to his feet and roared at the archers to loose their arrows, inwardly thanking the heavens he was still alive and hadn't overplayed his hand. Unnoticed by the others, 2 imperial guards were quietly turning against their comrades. The time had come to repay their debt. They would protect their master, even at the cost of their own lives. Master, go, they shouted, turning their weapons on the archers preparing to fire. A skirmish erupted, buying Li Ziming precious time to escape. Li Ziming glanced back at Dago and Air Mao, who were fighting desperately to protect him. It was too late to turn back. Furious, Qin Haoyun cut down Air Mao. There were spies within the palace. How many had infiltrated their ranks? Loose, he screamed. Don't let them escape. A volley of arrows filled the air. Qi Bao's amulet finally gave way. Qi Yunzi was riddled with arrows. Li Ziming, having not suffered such a setback in a long time, rushed to his side. Go in peace, he said. I will take care of your family. I promised them a lifetime of prosperity. Hearing these words, Qi Yunzi closed his eyes, dying without regrets. Alone, Li Ziming made his escape. Fu Lihua had exploited the solar eclipse, resulting in Li Ziming's devastating defeat and the ruin of all his efforts at court. Watching the fleeing figure, Fu Lihua cursed the incompetence of the Imperial Guard. They had let him get away. Qin Haoyun, seizing the moment while the emperor was still in shock, stepped forward. Your Majesty, he said, I failed to capture the sorcerer. I beg your forgiveness for disturbing your peace. Before the emperor could speak, the 4th prince interjected. Cousin Haoyun, don't say such things. If it weren't for your valiant efforts in subduing the sorcerer, who knows what might have happened? Consort Qin chimed in. Indeed, Haoyun is incredibly brave, a true general. Your Majesty, wouldn't you agree? Tugged by Consort Qin, the emperor finally regained his composure. Seeing Qin Haoyun's apparent loyalty, the emperor was greatly pleased. It was true that since Mu Qianquan's departure, the Imperial Guard had been leaderless. Qin Haoyun had volunteered for this dangerous task and even slain a sorcerer. He had truly protected the emperor. With the sorcerer dead, the celestial dog had vanished, and the sun shone brightly once more. "You have rid us of a great evil," the emperor declared. From this day forward, Qin Haoyun is appointed commander of the Imperial Guard for their service. The Qin family is rewarded with 100 acres of fertile land and 1,000 taels of gold. Qin Rue and the others were overjoyed. They had succeeded, and Qin Haoyun had gained control of the Imperial Guard. It was a tremendous victory. They kowtowed, thanking the emperor for his generosity. Consort Qin whispered to her son, "With Minister Lin's downfall, the first prince will surely be implicated. The throne will not be his." A cold glint flickered in the fourth prince's eyes. "Mother, uncle, you have done so much for me. I will not disappoint you." While the Qin family celebrated their triumph, Fu Lihua, ever the pragmatist, whispered a few words to Qin Haoyun. Immediately, Qin Haoyun issued orders to the Imperial Guard. "Begin a thorough investigation for spies within the palace," he commanded. "Focus on those appointed after Jiyunzi's arrival, and those who are absent or missing today. Apprehend all suspects." The emperor, observing this, praised Qin Haoyun's foresight. "Who knows how many spies that sorcerer planted in these past months?" he mused. "A thorough investigation is necessary." Fu Lihua seized the opportunity. "Your Majesty," she said, "don't forget Minister Lin's household, the ones who recommended that sorcerer Jiyunzi. Though Minister Lin has confined himself, his entire household, his crimes are unforgivable." The emperor himself had taken the golden elixir and was terrified of ending up like Minister Lin. His resentment was profound. He immediately issued an imperial decree, stripping the Lin family of their titles and demoting all Lin family officials by 3 ranks. The empress and the first prince were confined for 3 months. Meanwhile, at a residence on the outskirts of the capital, Li Ziming distributed his homemade healing medicine to his men. The hall was filled with his agents who had infiltrated various parts of the imperial palace. Most of them were injured, but thankfully, they had escaped quickly. Had they been any slower, the palace gates would have closed, trapping them inside. Sanji was the most agitated. He suddenly kowtowed before Li Ziming. "Master, my eldest brother and second brother, who were undercover in the Imperial Guard, were killed by Qin Haoyun. If it weren't for you saving us 3 brothers back then, we wouldn't have lived to see this day. I'm willing to give my life. Master, when will we avenge them?" Li Ziming helped him up, saying, "You're the only one left in the Zhang family. I can't let your line end. Qin Fu stole your family's fertile land and forced your parents to their deaths. You 3 brothers have suffered enough with me. Focus on logistics for now." Sanji shook his head. "I'm grateful for your consideration, Master. Your kindness is unforgettable, but I must avenge this wrong alongside you." The others echoed his sentiment. "Master, although we failed this time, we can still fight back. If it weren't for you saving us, we would have been dead long ago. For years, we've been bullied by the Qin family, by the imperial relatives. We've been wanting to strike back at them for a long time." As their leader, Li Ziming thought more strategically. "Everyone calm down," he said. "We barely escaped with our lives. We must cherish them. Revenge is a dish best served cold. I promise you, one day we will have our revenge." His men responded with a resounding, "Long live Master." Li Ziming had saved them, empowered them with the hope of vengeance. In their hearts, he was their lifeline. Li Ziming quickly hushed them. "Stop shouting. The entire capital is swarming with imperial guards and constables. Do you want to be arrested?" Immediately, everyone fell silent, afraid to cause their master any trouble. Li Ziming sighed. "For now, everyone lie low. When the time is right, we will return." With the city under martial law, portraits of the Taoist boy were plastered throughout the streets and alleys. Wanted posters for the accomplices of the sorcerer Jiyunzi were everywhere. Officials gathered the populace to read the imperial edict. This man attempted to assassinate the emperor, a crime punishable by death to 9 generations. Anyone who captures him will be rewarded with 100 taels of gold. Those who harbor him will share the same fate as the sorcerer, their entire families executed. The news became the talk of the town. Old man Fu paled when he saw the portrait of the Taoist boy. Despite the veil, he still thought it looked a lot like Aze. He discreetly tore down the poster and tucked it into his sleeve, intending to show it to Qi Bao. Their previous imprisonment had left them deeply scarred. Upon returning home, Old Man Fu immediately called for Qi Bao. come quickly and look at this. Seeing old man Fu's frantic state, old woman Chen rushed over as well. When she saw the wanted poster, her face also drained of color. Old man Fu looked at her. Old woman, you think it looks like him too, don't you? Old woman Chen's voice trembled. After all these years, I don't think I'm mistaken. That's definitely Aze. Not wanting the elderly couple to panic, Chi Bao forced a laugh. Father, mother, are your eyes failing you? How could that be Aze? There are people who resemble each other in this world. Besides, Aze is a commoner. How could he enter the palace? Being wanted by the imperial court? You think too highly of him. Father, I think you're really getting old. I'll have to treat your eyes sometime. Old man Fu, calmed by Chi Bao's boisterous demeanor, relaxed. You silly child, daring to mock your old father. Get out of here. But thinking about it, it couldn't possibly be Aze. It's just someone who looks a bit like him. The old couple truly put the matter aside, returning to their usual activities. Chi Bao's cheerful facade immediately crumbled as she stared at the wanted poster. It's Aze, all right, she thought, deeply worried about his safety and the irreversible things he might have done. She had to stop him, no matter what. She immediately went to Lan Bao's small dwelling and threw the wanted poster at him. How do you explain this? This is clearly your master. There are rumors everywhere about a sorcerer poisoning Minister Lin and attempting to harm the emperor. Attacking the royal family is a crime punishable by death to 9 generations. Back at the White Horse Temple's peach blossom forest, I smelled the scent of Ainli on his hands. Now it seems he's likely been with Chiyunzi, refining that supposedly miraculous golden elixir. Don't tell me you're using Ainli to make pills. He's wanted all over the city now. Tell me where he is. Lan Bao, under strict orders not to implicate the Fu family, refused to speak. Desperate, Chi Bao snatched the dagger from Lan Bao's belt. Chi Bao pressed the dagger against her own throat. Even now, you still won't tell me? If you don't, I'll go find him myself. If your people dare to harm the Fu family, I'll end my own life right here. Faced with Chi Bao's desperate threat, Lan Bao didn't hesitate. He knelt down and kowtowed heavily, his forehead striking the ground until blood flowed. He finally looked up, a forced smile on his face. Sister Chi Bao, if anyone's going to die, it won't be you. He couldn't disobey his master's orders, but he also couldn't bear to see Chi Bao hurt herself. This was the only way. Chi Bao, kind-hearted Chi Bao, was indeed manipulated. Defeated, she threw the dagger to the ground. Seeing this, Lan Bao stopped kowtowing and looked at her gratefully. Sister Chi Bao, you still care about Lan Bao after all. Chi Bao, however, felt utterly deflated. She took out a vial of healing balm and thrust it into Lan Bao's hand. Get up, you're all just bullies, taking advantage of my soft heart. This is medicine for your wound. Stop the bleeding quickly, and don't ever do this again. Lan Bao clutched the medicine tightly, his usual playful grin returning. Thank you, Sister Chi Bao. You're so kind. Chi Bao glared at him and turned to leave. Fine, she thought. I'll wait a little longer. I just hope he's safe this time. Once she was gone, Lan Bao's true emotions surfaced. Tears streamed down his face. He, too, was deeply worried about his master. Master, please be safe, he whispered. Because of this incident, Fu Lihua had firmly secured her position in the Qin family and earned the respect of both Qin Rue and his son. The young Master Qin was full of flattery. Lihua, you are our family's greatest benefactor. By eliminating Chiyunzi and the Lin family, you've clipped the wings of the Empress and the first prince. Father has already petitioned the Empress to bestow upon you the official title of 5th rank lady of the palace. Fu Lihua maintained a cool demeanor, showing little outward reaction, but inside she was triumphant. All of this is what Fu Lihua deserve, she thought. Then, her eyes fell upon a man in the street, and her breath caught in her throat. Her heart pounding, she leaned out to get a better look. It was him. He wasn't dead. Her 6th uncle, Fu Yoshi. Fiat gript Fu Lihua. Hadn't her entire family been burned to death? What was he doing here? He was alive. Then was Li Ziming alive too? But she had seen his body in Jingyang Town, Jianzhou Prefecture. She had seen it with her own eyes. Young Master Qin, noticing her distress, asked with concern, Lihua, what's wrong? Fu Lihua took a deep breath. Husband, she said, send someone to follow that man. Find out his name and where he lives. Fu Yoshi, now a successful scholar, had come to the capital to take the imperial examinations. His chance encounter with Fu Lihua signaled the beginning of a new wave of disaster for the Fu family. Following the address he had been given, Fu Yoshi arrived at the Fu family home. Father, Mother, Bauer, I'm here. Hearing the commotion, the family rushed out to greet him. Liushi, you've arrived. The journey from Jianzhou to the capital is long. You must be tired. Qi Bao smiled and greeted Fu Liushi. Sixth brother, it's been a long time. Fu Liushi scratched his head. Indeed, it's been almost a year. Little sister, you've grown taller. He looked around, but didn't see the striking young man. Where's Aze? He asked. Qi Bao, feeling a pang of guilt, offered a well-intentioned lie. He's busy. He's tending to the cornfield and studying medicine. He's often away from home. Don't worry about him. Sixth brother. Fu Liushi didn't press the matter and continued chatting with old man Fu and old woman Shun. The reunion brought a moment of lightness to Qi Bao, but then she noticed a dark shadow over her brother's forehead. It was a bad omen. Sixth brother, she asked anxiously, did anything strange happen on your journey here? Did you meet anyone unusual? Fu Liushi shook his head. Not at all. My journey was quite smooth. I just heard that the capital is searching for some criminal. The city gates were heavily guarded, but they didn't give us scholars any trouble. Qi Bao murmured in agreement, hoping she was just being paranoid. After 6 long months, the Fu family was reunited thanks to Fu Liushi's arrival in the capital to attend the Imperial Academy and prepare for the examinations. However, the dark shadow on Fu Liushi's forehead remained, a clear sign of impending misfortune. While Qi Bao fretted, Lan Bao, keeping watch from the rooftop, sent someone trying to infiltrate the Fu residence. Their auras clashed briefly, but the intruder retreated without revealing themselves. The incident, however, put Lan Bao on high alert, and he intensified his protection of the Fu family. 2 days later, Fu Liushi set off for the Imperial Academy, riding the horse old man Fu had personally prepared for him. Father, Mother Bao, I'm off. I'll return to visit after the ancestral tomb-sweeping ceremony. Qi Bao watched her brother ride away, the ominous shadow on his forehead weighing heavily on her mind. She prayed he would be safe. Fu Liushi, enjoying the scenery as he rode, felt a sense of exhilaration. This was truly a place befitting the Emperor's grace. Suddenly, a silver needle shot from the distance and struck the horse's flank. The horse reared in fright, throwing Fu Liushi from the saddle. He saw a large rock rushing towards him. It's over, he thought. My journey ends before it even begins. Just at that critical moment, someone hidden in the shadows, protecting the Fu family, flew out and pulled Fu Liushi away from the impending collision. The near-death experience left Fu Liushi drenched in a cold sweat. He quickly thanked the stranger in the tight-fitting outfit. Thank you for saving my life. Xiao Wu smiled. I just happened to be passing by. It was nothing. Don't mention it. While Fu Liushi calmed his horse, Xiao Wu noticed a tiny silver needle lodged in the horse's rump. Such a tactic was typical of assassins. Using his internal energy, he plucked out the needle and flung it back in the direction from which it had come. Seeing a skilled protector, the attacker immediately fled. Xiao Wu sighed. Miss Fu's premonition was right. Fu Liushi was indeed targeted. Lan Bao had instructed him to watch over the Fu family. He had been right to do so. Fu Liushi, seeing him staring intently in one direction, asked, "Is something wrong?" Xiao Wu immediately put on a smile, instinctively hiding the sinister truth. Nothing. It must have been a stone that startled the horse. It's nothing serious. I'll be going now. After profusely thanking him, Fu Liushi continued on his way. Qi Bao, realizing it was someone sent by Lan Bao who had intervened, breathed a sigh of relief. The system's predictive capture ability is truly useful, she thought. With Xiao Wu protecting her sixth brother, she could finally relax. That night, at Duke Qin's mansion, Fu Lihua stared in disbelief at the burly man before her. What do you mean you fail? The assassin, Scarface, nodded. Yes. As soon as I approached the village, I was almost discovered. Someone was on guard. Later, when he was alone, I finally found an opportunity to strike, but it was thwarted. Someone must have suspected something and sent someone to protect him. He was talking about Fu Liushi. Young Master Qin and Fu Lihua listened to Scarface's high-pitched voice and effeminate gestures with growing disgust. Such a large man, yet so unmanly, they thought. Oblivious to their reactions, Scarface continued his report. His family does indeed live in that village. I heard they also have a future son-in-law who is said to be as beautiful as a celestial being. Young Master Qin and Fu Lihua were stunned by this news. The fact that Fu Liushi was alive was unsettling enough, but this new information was even more unbelievable. Young Master Qin dismissed the assassin. Find out who is protecting Fu Yoshi and eliminate them, and get rid of Scarface. The assassin acknowledged the order and sashayed away. Fu Lihua silently cursed young Master Qin's incompetence. How many of the Fu family had survived? Hadn't they all burned to death? And what about Li Ziming? Hadn't they seen his body with their own eyes in Jinyang Town, Jianzhou Prefecture? Young Master Qin was equally bewildered. I killed Li Ziming myself. There's no mistaking his face. Fu Lihua glared at young Master Qin. Could it be a doppelganger? Did he find someone to die in his place and then go into hiding? No matter. Better to kill the wrong person than to let the right one escape. I must investigate this thoroughly. She desperately needed answers, but relying on outsiders wouldn't get her anywhere. Only the Fu family themselves could unravel the mystery. She outlined a plan for young Master Qin. This time I must show my face. Anyone who sees me must die. Unfortunately for her, she was already being closely watched by two different factions. Fu Liushi, diligently studying, was relieved that things had been peaceful lately. Suddenly, a woman in elegant robes stumbled and fell before him. Xiao Wu instinctively moved to help her. "Miss, are you all right?" The woman turned, and Xiao Wu's chivalrous intentions evaporated. She blew him a kiss, revealing bright red lips, a prominent scar on her face, and a thick, bristly beard. Any romantic notions Xiao Wu might have harbored were instantly shattered. While he was still stunned, Scarface blew a puff of sleeping powder at him and effortlessly hoisted him over her shoulder. As she walked away, she signaled to Fu Lihua. Upon receiving the signal, Fu Lihua knew that Fu Yoshi's protector had been dealt with. It was time for her to make her move. As Fu Yoshi walked down the street, he was invited to a tea house by someone claiming an old friend wanted to see him. Fu Yoshi was puzzled. Besides his parents, he didn't know anyone in the capital. Still, curiosity piqued. He accepted the invitation. Entering the room, he saw a veiled woman in elegant attire. He was even more confused. He didn't recognize her. Maintaining a respectful distance, he was about to excuse himself. Suddenly, the woman knelt before him. Fu Yoshi was completely baffled. "Miss, what is the meaning of this?" Fu Lihua removed her veil, her face a picture of innocent vulnerability. "Sixth uncle," she cried, "it's me. It's Lihua." Fu Yoshi finally recognized her. She bore a striking resemblance to his niece. "Lihua," he stammered, "but you died? How can you be here?" Fu Lihua sobbed, her face buried in her hands. "I didn't die. When my parents buried me, they discovered I was still breathing. They were afraid my grandparents would punish me, so they secretly sent me away. All these years, I've regretted what I did. I missed you all so much, but I was too ashamed to return." As she spoke, she slapped herself hard across the face. "I'm not human. I'm truly not human. I happened to see you in the capital these past few days, and I knew it must be heaven giving me a chance to atone for my past mistakes." Seeing Fu Yoshi's pitiful appearance and hearing her tearful confession, Fu Yoshi's heart softened. To err is human, he thought. Who can be faultless? It's commendable that she recognizes her mistakes and wants to change. "Please get up," he said. "Blood is thicker than water. After all, we are still family." Fu Lihua shook her head tearfully. "Sixth uncle, if you don't forgive me, I won't get up. The suffering I've endured can't begin to make up for my sins." Completely taken in by Fu Lihua's superb acting, Fu Yoshi relented. All right, I forgive you. Now please get up." Fu Lihua finally stood, thanking him profusely. After showering him with flattery, she began her subtle interrogation. "I asked someone to inquire about your news," she began, "but everyone in Fengtian village said our house burned down and everyone died. But seeing you like this, it seems you're all right. Are my parents well? And how is Aze?" Truly believing his niece had reformed, Fu Yoshi immediately reassured her. "Everyone is fine. We were indeed attacked by assassins who tried to burn us alive, but thankfully we were saved. To avoid further trouble, we secretly moved to Jinyang Town. Aze and your younger aunt are doing well. I think they're about to get married." Hearing this, Fu Lihua lowered her eyes. "That's wonderful," she murmured. "I'll have to send them a generous gift." She fought to maintain her composure, hiding any trace of her true feelings. But beneath her sleeves, her fingernails dug into her palms, drawing blood. Li Ziming is actually still alive. We were all fooled. Fu Yoshi, completely oblivious to her inner turmoil, happily took her arm, intending to take her to see the rest of the Fu family. "It's been so long. They must have forgiven you by now." You wouldn't believe it. Your younger aunt was rewarded for cultivating corn and saving people from famine in Jinzhou. Now she's in the capital, tasked with cultivation, along with your grandparents. Fu Lihua pulled her hand back, her face a mask of panic. No. This is too sudden. I'm not ready. I'm afraid my grandparents and younger aunt won't be able to accept it. It might backfire. Fu Yoshi conceded, seeing her point. This is a big shock. Grandfather and grandmother are old. They might not be able to handle it. We should take it slowly. Fu Lihua changed her plan. Sixth uncle, why don't you come to my house first? I'm married now, and my husband is in the capital. When the time is right, my husband and I will go to grandfather and grandmother together to apologize. Unsuspecting, Fu Yoshi agreed and followed her into a waiting carriage. As the carriage traveled further and further into the outskirts, Fu Yoshi grew uneasy. Lihua, is your husband's home so remote? This is quite far from the capital. Shouldn't I send someone to inform my family? Now far from the city, Fu Lihua dropped the pretense. She smiled sweetly, but her eyes held a chilling glint. Sixth uncle, don't worry. I've already sent someone to deliver a message. Even Fu Yoshi, in his naivete, finally realized something was wrong. His niece's heartfelt repentance and desire for family reunion were all a lie. He had been tricked. Before he could question her, Scarface, the assassin, appeared, clamping a hand over his mouth and tightening an arm around his neck. Don't worry, she hissed. You'll see Fu Qibao and the others soon enough. Qibao received the message. Fu Yoshi is in my hands. Come to Black Wolf Mountain within 2 hours, or he dies. She handed the note to Lan Bao and instructed him to gather the guard stationed at the Fu residence and accompany her to rescue her sixth brother. Don't let my parents know, she added. Qibao returned to her room to exchange some items from the system. Aze, if only you were here, she whispered, her voice filled with worry. Lan Bao's face also darkened. His master had given him explicit orders to protect every member of the Fu family. He whistled sharply, and figures emerged from the shadows around the estate. Everyone, arm yourselves, prepare the carriages, and follow Miss Fu to rescue her brother. Protect her at all costs. After making the necessary arrangements, he summoned Li Wu and instructed him to find his master. He feared a larger conspiracy was at play and that their current forces wouldn't be enough. Once everything was ready, a large group set off for Black Wolf Mountain. As soon as they arrived, they were met with a hail of arrows. Lan Bao, with his superior martial arts skills, was the first to react, ordering everyone to raise their shields. But the arrows were too numerous and several people were still hit. At the same time, boulders tumbled down the mountainside. Fortunately, thanks to their training, they managed to dodge them. Then a large group of black-clad individuals charged towards them. Qibao shouted, "Ambush! Retreat!" She had already noticed the lifeless look in the attacker's eyes. Although these men were sent by Aze to monitor and confine her, they had never harmed her, and she couldn't bear to see them die needlessly. Those who reacted quickly began to retreat, some fighting desperately to cover Qibao's escape. Comrades who had shared joys and hardships with her were dying before her eyes. A heavy silence fell over the survivors as they reached safety. Their numbers had dwindled drastically. Lan Bao had initially assumed they were dealing with common street thugs, a threat he and his men could easily handle. But the reality was far more grim. He knew there were likely more traps awaiting them on the mountain. Qibao, equally distressed, distributed the medicine she had refined. Thankfully, there are only injuries this time, she said somberly. We can't guarantee everyone's survival next time. Zhou Song, one of the guards, responded, Miss Fu, don't be so formal. Our master entrusted us with the Fu family safety. We're prepared to give our lives to fulfill this duty. Qibao shook her head. I can't gamble with your lives. Let's return and reassess. She climbed into the carriage, prompting the others to prepare for the journey back. Unbeknownst to them, the carriage was already empty. Qibao, using an invisibility charm and a lightness charm from her system, had slipped away unnoticed. Her retreat had been a strategic move to protect Lan Bao and the others from further harm. With the system's aid, she was confident she could rescue her sixth brother unharmed. Moreover, she was determined to uncover the mastermind behind these attacks. Watching Lan Bao and the others disappear into the distance, Qibao turned and headed back towards the mountain. Along the way, she spotted numerous skilled fighters hidden amongst the trees. The ground was riddled with traps. Every few steps presented a new danger. Thanks to her system's danger sense, she avoided them all. She was relieved she hadn't allowed Lan Bao and the others to follow. This was a suicide mission. She desperately wanted to know who was orchestrating this elaborate scheme. Qi Bao stealthily reached the mountaintop, where a large, imposing structure stood. Observing the patrolling black-clad figures, she felt a chilling sense of familiarity. Their aura reminded her of the assassins who had attacked their home in Jingyan Town. Who were these people, and why were they relentlessly targeting her family? Noticing that only one room was guarded, she surmised her sixth brother must be held there. Under the watchful eyes of two guards, she slipped inside. She found her sixth brother, his face bruised and swollen. She quickly removed the gag from his mouth. Fu Yoshi let out a muffled cry. The sound alerted the guards outside. "What's that noise? Do you want another beating?" Qi Bao slammed the door shut and swiftly knocked out the guards before they could react. Hearing the commotion, Fu Yoshi, still blindfolded, pleaded, "Please, no more. I beg you." Qi Bao deactivated her invisibility charm and removed the blindfold. "Sixth brother, it's me. Don't be afraid. I'm here to rescue you." Recognizing his sister, Fu Yoshi nearly burst into tears. Qi Bao hushed him. "Quiet, sixth brother. We'll be caught if they hear us." As she untied him, she asked, "Who kidnapped you?" Fu Yoshi's voice was filled with regret. "Little sister, I was so foolish. I should have known better. She's done so many terrible things before, but I still believed she was Li Hua. Li Hua, she's not dead. She's alive. She tricked me and brought me here." Qi Bao was stunned. But she hanged herself. How can she still be alive? And after all the wrong she's done, she wants to kill our entire family out of spite? How does she have so much power? Who are these people working for her? Fu Yoshi was equally bewildered. He couldn't comprehend how Fu Lihua could be so cruel to her own family. He recounted the events leading to his capture. Qi Bao sensed a deeper conspiracy. "I'll get to the bottom of this. The fire at our home might be connected to her as well. But right now, we need to escape. Let's put on these guards' clothes." She started stripping the unconscious men. "Sixth brother, we'll dress one of them in your clothes and tie him up here. We'll make it look like you're still captured. Then we'll find a way out. You're so clever, little sister." Qi Bao smeared dirt on the guard's face and messed up his hair to make him resemble Fu Yoshi. "Maybe we can use this disguise to get past them." She hid the other guard in a pile of hay. Fu Yoshi, the usually reserved scholar, found this whole ordeal strangely exhilarating. Qi Bao, worried that her brother's inexperience might jeopardize their escape, took out the sleeping powder Li Ziming had given him for self-defense and blew it in her brother's face. "Sleep for a while, sixth brother. I'll have a better chance of success on my own." She hid the real Fu Yoshi and prepared to take out some of the guards and create a safe escape route. She overheard a woman's triumphant laughter coming from a nearby room. Feigning the role of a guard, she stood outside the door, listening intently. "This time, we'll finally kill Fu Qi Bao and the rest of them." "Xiaogua, oh Xiao," the woman's voice hissed, laced with venom. "Don't blame me when the time comes. Blame your Fu family for their cruelty towards me. Blame Li Ziming for his ruthlessness. In my past life, Uncle Wu sold me, and I suffered unimaginable hardships. I never thought that after being reborn, I would still be repeatedly schemed against by Li Ziming. It's truly hateful." Qi Bao, overhearing these words, gasped involuntarily. So it really was Fu Lihua, and she was reborn. But her unconscious gasp alerted Fu Lihua inside. Quickly donning her face veil, Fu Lihua barked, "Who's there?" Qi Bao immediately stepped out, bowing and scraping, maintaining the persona of the guard whose clothes she now wore. Fu Lihua, thankfully, didn't recognize her. Seeing someone there, she simply ordered, "You come in here. Escort him out." Qi Bao, escorting a burlap sack figure, followed behind Fu Lihua, her mind reeling. The moment Fu Lihua put on her veil, Qi Bao recognized her. The fake Miss Su, the one who had fought for the system fragment at the Su mansion, was Fu Lihua. Now, posing as the second miss of the Su family, she had married into the Qin family. Qin Fu was Li Ziming's enemy. Could it be that Li Ziming was Fu Lihua's true target all along? That explained the rumors of her ability to predict the future. It explained the system fragment. She was reborn. The fragment's power had propelled her to her current position. Meanwhile, at the foot of Black Wolf Mountain, the sounds of fighting echoed. Lan Bao and his men had been ambushed by the black-clad figures. Knowing they were after Qi Bao, they formed a protective circle around the carriage, desperately fending off the attackers. Outnumbered and facing heavy casualties, the small band of guards was on the verge of collapse. Just then, the thunder of hooves filled the air. Li Ziming, leading a force of over 100 reinforcements, charged onto the scene. Seeing they were outmatched, the black-clad figures retreated. Lan Bao, reverting to his youthful form, rushed into Li Ziming's arms. "Master, you're finally here." Li Ziming smiled, stroking his head. "You've worked hard. Where's Miss Fu?" Lan Bao, beaming, pulled back the carriage curtain. "Don't worry, Master. Sister Fu is right here." But the carriage was empty. Lan Bao's face drained of color, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. "Where's Sister Fu?" They never got near the carriage. Li Ziming, suspecting Qi Bao had used her system's abilities to slip away and rescue Fu Yoshi herself, immediately ordered his men to follow him up the mountain. After a fierce battle, they reached the mountain stronghold. Young Master Qin and Fu Lihua stood at the entrance, their forces arrayed against Li Ziming's. Qin Fu, his face dark, sneered at the breathtakingly beautiful young man before him. "Li Ziming, you're still alive." Li Ziming, focused on rescuing his loved ones, had no time for pleasantries. "Let's settle this today." Fu Lihua stepped forward, removing her veil. "There's no need for pretense now." "Li Ziming, do you recognize me?" Li Ziming looked at her blankly. "Who are you?" When it came to psychological warfare, the young man was a master. Fu Lihua nearly fainted from the blow. "I'm Fu Lihua." Young Master Qin gestured, and a guard brought forth Fu Yoshi. "Enough talk. Take a look at this. Do you recognize him?" The Fu Yoshi before him shook his head frantically, as if pleading. "Young Master, look closely. It's me. I'm not Fu Yoshi." But the arrogant Qin Fu, mistaking his pleas for fear, raised a knife, intending to use Fu Yoshi's supposed demise to break Li Ziming. He brought the knife down without hesitation. But Li Ziming didn't react with the expected rage or loss of control. He had already recognized that this wasn't the real Fu Yoshi. Qin Fu, oblivious, taunted him. "A heartless monster like you wouldn't be moved by the death of a mere Fu Yoshi, would you? Then take a look at this. Your fiancé, Fu Qibao." A burlap sack was pulled away, revealing a figure dressed exactly like Qibao. The real Qibao, watching from her hiding place, felt a surge of panic. They had found a double. This was bad. Qin Fu, having learned of Qibao's importance to Li Ziming, gloated. "Obey me unconditionally." Li Ziming, who valued Qibao more than his own life, waved his hand dismissively. "Fine, I have a gift for you too." Capturing her took quite a bit of effort. Beneath a dark cloak, a figure in elaborate palace attire was revealed. It was Princess Zhaoyue. Seeing Qin Fu and Fu Lihua, she cried out, "Cousin, save me." Their faces paled. This was the real princess, not a mere double. This complicated matters. Involving royalty was a dangerous game. But Fu Lihua was determined to eliminate Li Ziming, no matter the cost. Qin Fu, however, quickly backed down. "Calm down. Don't hurt the princess. We'll exchange hostages." This wasn't going according to plan. Fu Lihua fumed. She needed to find a way to turn this to her advantage. She couldn't let Li Ziming escape again. As they approached the agreed-upon distance, young Master Qin, fearing a trick from Li Ziming, stopped abruptly and shoved the hostage forward. The fake Qi Bao stumbled into Li Ziming's arms. Before he could react, the imposter lunged, a broken blade flashing in her hand, aimed directly at his heart. In a lightning-fast move, her hand was seized. Li Ziming stared at the clumsy attempt with derision. "I smelled your stench from a mile away," he said, twisting the blade and plunging it into the imposter's abdomen. The woman crumpled, lifeless. Seeing her ploy fail, Fu Lihua immediately ordered her men to spring the trap. The ground beneath Li Ziming cracked open, revealing a gaping chasm. As he fell, he yelled to his men, "Go! Get out of here! Protect the Fu family!" He dragged Princess Zhaoyue down with him. Young Master Qin, triumphant at having captured Li Ziming, let out a whoop of victory. Qi Bao, who had been waiting for the opportune moment, suddenly sprang into action. Grabbing the gloating young Master Qin, she snarled, "Not so fast. You're coming with me." One after another, all four plunged into the darkness. Li Ziming, with his martial arts skills, and Qi Bao, with her system's aid, were able to cushion their fall. Princess Zhaoyue and the marginally skilled young Master Qin, however, were not so fortunate. Their free fall ended with a resounding thud. Qi Bao stumbled on landing, her footing unsteady. Her near fall caught Li Ziming's attention. He instinctively caught her around the waist, steadying her. The familiar scent reached him. He knew with absolute certainty that this was his Qi Bao. A surge of joy filled him. Young Master Qin's howls of pain broke the spell. Qi Bao, startled, pulled away from Li Ziming. Young Master Qin, struggling to his feet, pointed at the black-clad Qi Bao, his voice filled with rage. "Who are you? How dare you betray me?" Qi Bao, with practiced ease, twisted his finger. "Who I am is none of your business. I was never your subordinate, so there's no question of betrayal. Behave yourself. You're my prisoner now." Young Master Qin finally understood. The Yi run had been switched. This wasn't one of his men. "Don't get cocky. You're still on Black Wolf Mountain. You'll never escape." Li Ziming stepped forward and delivered a swift punch to young Master Qin's face. He cried out in pain. In the next instant, Li Ziming forced a pill into his mouth. Young Master Qin, terrified, tried to spit it out, but it was too late. "What did you give me?" Li Ziming smilat coldly. "Poison, of course. Obey me if you want to live." Young Master Qin, ever defiant, retorted, "Don't underestimate the power of the Qin family. I can find any renowned physician in the world. I, Qin Haojuan, will never submit to you." Without a word, Li Ziming dropped a dagger between his legs. Young Master Qin recoiled in fear. Retrieving the dagger, Li Ziming's smile turned glacial. "Then I'll just castrate you, make you a eunuch. Let's see how you enjoy being young master then." Unable to continue your family line, the threat hit its mark. The Qin family had only one male heir. Without an heir, the entire family would crumble. Li Ziming pressed his advantage, finally voicing the question that had haunted him for years. "It's time for the truth. I'm not part of your Qin family. I never posed a threat to your position. Why did your family try so hard to kill me?" Young Master Qin erupted in a torrent of curses. "It's all your mother's fault. That seductive face of hers. She's a whore. Do you think we wanted to deal with you? If it wasn't for her, we wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble." Memories of his and his mother's humiliation flooded Li Ziming. With a flick of his wrist, his sword danced across Qin Haojuan's body, shredding his fine clothes. Crimson stained the tattered remnants. Li Ziming pressed the blade against his throat. "Get to the point." Qin Haojuan, knowing this was no idle threat, blurted out, "Because of who your mother served. Your father is the late emperor." Li Ziming froze, his expression hardening. The man who had humiliated his mother, who had condemned him to a life of scorn as an illegitimate child, was the emperor, the ruler of a nation. So vile, so despicable. Qi Bao, who had overheard the story of Li Ziming and his mother's suffering at the Haizhu estate, felt a pang of sympathy as she witnessed his trembling frame, the barely contained rage radiating from him. She felt his pain as if it were her own. Seeing his vulnerability, Qin Haojuan, desperate to inflict further damage, spewed the darkest secrets he held. "Yes, Li Ziming, you have royal blood, but you're a secret the late emperor had to bury. That's why you and your mother were imprisoned in the Qin mansion for so many years. And when the current emperor ascended the throne, your very existence became a threat to his rule. That's why he ordered your death. I'm telling you, for all these years, the Fu family has only attracted trouble because of you. If it weren't for you, the Fu family wouldn't be in constant danger. You're a cursed child, a plague." Qi Bao, fiercely protective, slapped young Master Qin across the face. "Shut up, you scum." She then turned to Li Ziming, her voice softening as she comforted him. "Aze, don't listen to his nonsense. We're already a family. We're not your burden." Li Ziming remained silent, his body radiating suppressed grief and pain. "Qi Bao wodi insesten." Young Master Qin, however, was delighted. "Li Ziming, do you know where you went wrong? You lost because you weren't ruthless enough." Fu Lihua, still at the cave's entrance, added fuel to the fire. "Li Ziming, listen to me. If anything happens to my husband today, I will slaughter the entire Fu family. And your mother's Jin family, too. No one will be spared." She gestured to a black-clad figure. "Now, send men to Huang village on the outskirts. Capture those two old geezers from the Fu family." Lan Bao and the others immediately blocked the black-clad figure's path. "With us here, you won't succeed. Fu Li was neared. The Qin family has strength in numbers. Without Li Ziming, you're just a disorganized mob. If you leave, your master might live. If you don't, I'll just send someone else to capture him." Lan Bao was caught in a dilemma. Both sides remained at a standstill. Fu Lihua continued to threaten Li Ziming in the cave. One thing is certain. As long as you live, we will make the Fu and Jin families pay with their lives. Do you understand? Li Ziming, with the Fu family dead, how will you and Fu Qibao stay together? Qibao finally understood. Fu Lihua was a viper, venomous enough to kill her own blood relatives. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Her past mercy had clearly been a mistake. Young Master Qin, listening to Fu Lihua's arrangements from above, laughed triumphantly. See? I told you can't beat us. Li Ziming, silent for a long time, suddenly stood up. Grabbing young Master Qin with one hand and Qi Bao's waist with the other, he leaped, carrying them both to the surface. He looked coldly at Fu Lihua. If I die, will you spare the Fu and Jin families? Qi Bao's heart lurched at his words. She quickly pleaded, Aze, what are you saying? You don't have to die. We can find a solution. Li Ziming shook his head, a warmth spreading through his chest. As long as Bao still cared for him, he was content. Qi Bao frantically called out to the system in her mind, trying to exchange for items. However, the system seemed to have crashed, unresponsive to her calls. The system always failed her at crucial moments, increasing her panic. Fu Lihua helped young Master Qin to his feet and assured him, of course, our target has always been you, not the Fu family. I can also let go of past grievances and peacefully be your wife. Your one life in exchange for two families is a good deal. A sordid truth, a desperate threat, left the young man emotionally drained. He made a decision. Lan Bao, Ive Poison Gin Hazun. As long as they don't touch the Fu and Jin families, you will deliver him an antidote every month. If anything unexpected happens, immediately stop the antidote and let him die from the poison. Lan Bao and the others watched, tears in their eyes. Was their master truly going to do this? Li Ziming slowly walked towards the edge of the cliff. For so many years, I've been a burden to the Fu family, a burden to Qi Bao. I finally understand. It's my blood that has brought so much harm to my mother and my loved ones. They're right. As long as I'm gone, there will be peace. He turned, offering Qi Bao a faint smile. Bao, I can't stay by your side anymore. You have to take care of yourself. And for all the things I've done in the past, will you forgive me? With those words, he suddenly turned and, without hesitation, plunged into the abyss. Qi Bao cried out in anguish. Aze! She ran to the cliff's edge. The young man had traded his life for Qin Haojuan's, protecting everyone. How could she continue to hate him? How could she not forgive him? The revealed truth and the coercion had driven Li Ziming to despair, leading him to jump. Fu Lihua approached the cliff's edge, laughing maniacally and triumphantly. A bottomless abyss, shattered to pieces. Li Ziming, you're finally dead. The chosen one? So what? Even if you were the emperor in your past life, so what? You can no longer threaten me. I will become the empress of this world. Her laughter pierced Qi Bao's grief. Only one thought consumed her, to kill Fu Lihua. She drew her dagger, ready to charge, but just then, the seemingly dead system suddenly sprang back to life, stopping her. Host, calm down. Don't approach her. She still has residual power from a shard. She'll discover you. If your skin touches, the shard might return to her body. Qi Bao froze, a wave of fury washing over her. You played dead just now, and now that I want revenge, you stop me? The system remained silent for a moment before disappearing again. Qi Bao suppressed her rage and grief, glaring hatefully at Fu Lihua and young Master Qin. The two suddenly stomped their feet, and the ground beneath them began to crack. Fortunately, they retreated quickly. Otherwise, they would certainly have been injured. Everyone was shocked by Qi Bao's astonishing power. Young Master Qin, cowardly hiding behind a group of guards, finally found the courage to yell, "Don't come any closer. We'll all die together." Qi Bao finally calmed down. She needed to leave this place quickly and question the system. Lan Bao, she ordered, go to the woodshed and bring Fu Yoshi out. We're leaving. Don't engage them any further. Minimize our casualties. Li Ziming had instructed Lan Bao that if he were gone, all those he had trained should obey Qi Bao. Soon, they brought out the unconscious Fu Yoshi. Young Master Qin finally realized how ridiculous he had been. No wonder Li Ziming had been so calm. The hostage had been switched. Before leaving, Lan Bao gave young Master Qin a warning. Remember this. You're poisoned. There's no cure except for the medicine we have. If you want to live, behave yourself. Don't even think about the Jin or Fu families. Qi Bao led everyone away from the Black Wolf Mountain stronghold. Lan Bao wanted some time alone, so he told everyone to return without him. He then found a secluded spot and called out to the system. As soon as the system appeared, he seized it. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I tried to exchange for items, and you crashed on me, and you told me the shard had been absorbed. That Fu Lihua couldn't sense it or take it back. How many merit points are you going to cheat me out of? The system replied, I didn't lie to you. As long as there's no physical contact, she can't detect or reclaim it. In half a month, the shard's power will be fully refined. Then you won't have to worry. Regardless, Lan Bao sobbed. This wasn't the time to play dead. If you hadn't crashed, Aze might still be alive. The merit system's voice finally lost its coldness. Rest assured, Li Ziming isn't dead. At the bottom of the abyss, a greater opportunity awaits him. Lan Bao stopped crying, looking up in disbelief. Really, the merit system hummed in affirmation. I thought his cold heart was unchangeable, but now he was clearly willing to sacrifice himself for you. It's time you learned the truth of this world. A beam of light entered Qi Bao's mind, a torrent of fragmented memories flooding her senses. Qi Bao slowly closed her eyes, as if falling into a dream. She saw the original owner of her body in her first life. Fu Qi Bao was a truly wicked person, relentlessly abusing the orphaned Li Ziming. The boy's body was constantly covered in wounds. Fu Wujiang, having lost money gambling, secretly sold his niece, Fu Lihua, to a brothel. Li Ziming, with his knowledge of herbs, found an opportunity. He drugged the Fu family, and while they slept, he enacted his revenge. The 12-year-old boy raised a butcher knife, striking down the cruel girl. He hacked off the limbs of his tormentor, stuffing her into a water vat. Then, the boy set fire to the entire Fu estate, killing over a dozen people. Only Fu Lihua, sold to the brothel, escaped. Alone, he sought herbs in the Jile Mountains, curing his chronic illness. Later, he became a bandit, his strange powers and ruthless methods earning the loyalty of his followers. He became their leader, embarking on a life of pillaging and conquering. Eventually, he reached the capital, where he learned of his royal lineage from the Jin family. Driven by vengeance, he began to plot. Over 10 years, he transformed from bandit to nobleman. Using the Jin family's wealth, he cultivated vast poppy fields, poisoning the entire court. Stepping over countless corpses, he finally brought down the Qin family. Aided by a mysterious clan, Li Ziming rose meteorically, amassing wealth and soldiers. He became a figure second only to the emperor. But this wasn't enough. As royal blood, he refused to be a bastard. He decided to overthrow the dynasty. On the day of Li Ziming's coronation, Fu Lihua, now a slave, saw him in his imperial robes. She finally understood. The boy was no ordinary person. However, even as emperor, Li Ziming wasn't satisfied. He wanted to rule the entire continent. Poppy-derived poison became his greatest weapon. Years of war ravaged the land. Fields lay fallow, and refugees wandered. Addicts lost everything. The entire continent crumbled. The world was destroyed. Now do you understand? When order is lost, all civilization collapses. I never imagined the child of destiny I chose. He would be tainted by filth and slaughter. To prevent the world's complete destruction, I had to find a way to change everything. These scenes flashed before Qi Bao like a whirlwind, leaving her feeling deeply oppressed. So, the solution you came up with was Fu Lihua's merit? The system responded, correct. I just didn't expect that reviving Fu Lihua would be my biggest mistake. It then showed her the world of the second iteration. Qi Bao watched as the second life unfolded. Fu Lihua was reborn with memories of her first life. Knowing Li Ziming would become emperor, she schemed to get close to him. Already resentful of the Fu family, she colluded with Li Ziming to burn down the Fu estate. With her past life's memories and my bestowed luck, Fu Lihua was like a cheat, predicting fortune and misfortune. She helped Li Ziming amass immense power and successfully became empress. However, due to the trauma of being molested by the original Fu Qibao in his childhood, Li Ziming developed a deep aversion to physical intimacy. He never touched Fu Lihua, keeping her trapped in the palace. He could only satisfy his twisted desires through endless war. So, the second iteration was also plagued by constant war and widespread suffering. The entire continent fell apart, ending tragically. After 2 failures, I became more cautious. I had to find the right person. I traversed the currents of space-time and the cosmos, accidentally landing in your world. The moment I met you, I knew you were the one I was looking for. Qibao, instead of being pleased, felt anger. While you make me sound important, it feels like Fu Lihua is the protagonist, and I'm just a backup, right? The merit system replied. If not, why would she be reborn twice? Why would she have the system shard? From the beginning, the one who wanted your clothes was Fu Lihua. You're right, you are a backup. Qibao fell silent, her expression shifting rapidly. The merit system panicked, quickly trying to soothe her. Does it matter if you're a backup? What matters is that you're now this world's savior. However, these words only made Qibao sneer. I can't even save myself, my family, or my loved one. How can I save the world? Don't kid me. The merit system understood that a person without fighting spirit was terrifying. Unwilling to give up such a good candidate, it played its trump card. It seems you still don't realize how heavy your burden is. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. In both collapsed worlds, one person relentlessly attacked Li Ziming. He was Mu Qinshuan, the young master of the Mu family. But in both lives, despite his best efforts, he could only manage to perish alongside Li Ziming, unable to change the world. With both kings fallen, the world remained a poppy-infested hell. Qibao felt an indescribable pang in her heart. The merit system pressed its advantage. See, without you, the world is doomed. This time, Li Ziming has shown signs of change because of you. He's no longer so indiscriminately murderous and has developed normal human emotions. Only you can save this world. Qibao abruptly looked up. System, tell me what you really are. What's your purpose? Since things had come this far, the merit system no longer hid its true nature. I'm a heavenly Tao. My purpose is to maintain the balance of this world and guide it towards a good ending. I left a fragment of energy in the human realm. This object is guarded by a chosen foreign race. Only someone with great fortune can find it. If the child of destiny finds it, the world's destruction might be averted. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the abyss, the gravely injured Li Ziming crawled ashore and staggered deeper into the darkness. The Tianji clan, guardians of the heavenly Tao fragment, immediately sensed it. The destined child has arrived. The saintess led her people towards Li Ziming. Seeing the blood-soaked young man, they abruptly knelt. The Tianji clan greets the child of Earth's core. Before Li Ziming could understand what was happening, he lost consciousness. The Tianji clan quickly caught him and carried him back to their village for treatment. Qibao, having learned everything from the merit system, knew that since the young man wouldn't die and they would meet again someday, she should make preparations. She started back to the Fu estate. When Lord Fu received news of Li Ziming's death, he was heartbroken. Consumed by grief and rage, he vowed to bide his time and seek revenge. Not long after, Princess Zhaoyue succumbed to the poison Li Ziming had administered. With Princess Zhaoyue's death, Mu Qinshuan's engagement was annulled. Disheartened by the series of events, he volunteered to serve on the frontier. It was then that Qibao finally understood. Li Ziming had never intended to ruin Mu Qinshuan. He had calculated everything, ensuring the princess would die from the poison before their marriage. The Qin family desperately tried to suppress the truth of Li Ziming's royal lineage. Unable to cure the poison afflicting young Master Qin, they were temporarily unable to act. Time flew by. A month passed. Without the poppy-laced Danyao pills/elixirs to sustain them, the emperor and the high-ranking officials of the Tang dynasty, all addicted, suffered withdrawal symptoms worse than death, their health deteriorating daily. Young Master Qin also suffered immensely from the poppy's grip. Li Ziming only provided 1 pill a month, leaving him in endless agony the rest of the time. The poison had rendered him infertile, and Fu Lihua remained unable to conceive an heir. Her position within the Qin household became increasingly precarious. Qin Rue watched his favored son writhe in agony during his episodes, his face a mask of grim fury. With one twin dead and the other crippled, his lineage faced extinction. He was forced to consider how to revive his family's fortunes. At this time, rumors began to circulate in the capital. Fu Lihua, the young master's wife, was a reborn individual who knew the secret to immortality. This was Qi Bao's revenge, setting them against each other. Qin Rue immediately imprisoned Fu Lihua, demanding she reveal her secrets. Fu Lihua's current predicament was 10 times worse than what Li Ziming's mother had endured. To avoid further conflict with the Qin family, Qi Bao, after fulfilling the imperial decree to cultivate corn, took her family back to Jingyang town. She established the Changfeng Escort Agency, a convenient cover for her travels to aid those in need and continue her search for the young man. 2 years passed, and Qi Bao had built a solid reputation for the escort agency. Today, she was preparing for another journey. Lord Fu and Madame Chun watched their daughter with heavy hearts. It's been 2 years. Do you truly believe Aze is still alive? You go out searching for him every so often, but you found nothing. Qi Bao, understanding their plea for her to give up, replied firmly, "Father, mother, there's no need to say more. I have to go. I will find him." At the gate, Lan Bao and the others were ready to depart. "Sister Fu, where are we going this time?" 2 years later, Qi Bao's appearance resembled her past self even more. Closing her eyes, she sensed something. "Qingsheng," she declared. Sanji expressed her concern. "Miss Fu, Qingsheng is remote and rife with bandits. It could be dangerous." Lan Bao rapped Sanji on the head. "What are you afraid of? When has Sister Fu's intuition ever been wrong? If she says it's all right, then it's all right." Sanji considered their past journeys. Indeed, they had always returned safely. And so, they set off towards Qingsheng. As they neared Qingsheng, the stench of blood grew heavy. Corpses littered the landscape, evidence of a recent fierce battle. Lan Bao, driving the carriage, cautiously asked, "Sister Fu, should we continue?" Qi Bao, whose purpose was to aid those in need, and whose system abilities had grown stronger, felt confident in protecting herself and others. Without hesitation, she instructed Lan Bao to proceed into the city. Meanwhile, in Yuzhou, a similar scene of carnage unfolded. The saintess of the Tianji clan personally led her people, using her powers of suggestion to interrogate the last remaining bandit. "Have you seen anyone carrying this dragon and phoenix pattern?" The mind-controlled bandit answered truthfully. 2 months ago, we ambushed a merchant caravan. We killed everyone except for an old man and a young boy who escaped. They seem to have that pattern." They headed towards Qingsheng. Having received the information she sought, the saintess ordered the bandit killed and set off towards Qingsheng. "Master, we've finally found the person you seek." Meanwhile, Qi Bao's carriage entered Qingsheng. Just inside the city gates, they witnessed a portly, middle-aged man brutally beating a young boy. "You little brat, you dare steal from me? I'll beat you to death." Lan Bao, Nawing Sita Fusha Compasino, quickly asked, "Sister Fu, should we intervene?" Qi Bao replied, "We don't know who's in the wrong. Let's observe for now." The man's blows grew more forceful. "Where did you hide my money?" The boy, bruised and bloodied, remained silent. The man, realizing he was about to kill the boy, clicked his tongue in frustration. "Fine, you win. Consider this few taels of silver a gift from me." He stormed off in a huff. The motionless boy finally stirred, spitting out the ingot of gold he had been hiding in his mouth. Clutching it tightly, he struggled to his feet and headed straight for a nearby medical clinic. "Dr. Chun, I brought the money." Dr. Chun, seeing the boy covered in blood, jumped back in alarm. "What happened to you?" The boy, presenting the silver with both hands, explained what had transpired. "I stole the money from that bully. Didn't you say he extorts and harasses people every day? His money was ill-gotten anyway. This is taking from the people and using it for the people." Dr. Chun, clearly acquainted with the boy and worried about his injuries, pulled him inside. "You reckless kid, come in quickly." Qi Bao, having witnessed the scene and convinced of the boy's good nature, followed them into the clinic. Inside, Dr. Chun was feeding a white-haired old man a bowl of herbal medicine. "You two are lucky to have made it into Qingsheng alive. Those bandits are truly vicious. I'm giving you this medicine at cost. You have to understand a doctor's livelihood." The old man nodded. "We understand. Thank you, Dr. Chun. But I hear a mysterious group has wiped out the bandits nearby. It should be much safer now." The boy, having his wounds treated, hurried over to check on the old man. Seeing the boy's injuries, the old man's heart ached. He quickly got out of bed and rushed to his side. If anything were to happen to you, how could I face your father in the afterlife? The boy grinned and flexed his arm. Don't worry, I'm tough. I can still find work and buy you medicine. At that moment, Chi Bao stepped forward. Excuse me, she said, placing a stack of banknotes in Dr. Chen's hands. This is a donation for your clinic. Dr. Chen stared at the banknotes, stunned. It was a full 3,000 taels. He stammered, "This is too much. We can't accept this." Chi Bao raised a hand. "Please accept it. Consider it for the people of Qingcheng." Seeing her sincerity, Dr. Chen relented. "Thank you, kind lady. I will put this money to good use and treat as many people as I can." Chi Bao turned to the boy. "I heard you're looking for work. My group is new to Qingcheng and needs a guide. Are you interested?" The boy immediately agreed. He returned to his room to pack his belongings. The old man asked, "Are you sure about going with that young lady?" The boy nodded. "Sister Fu is wealthy and kind. In these chaotic times, it will be safer with her." The old man hesitated. Now that they were alone, he reverted to his habitual address. "Young master." The boy sighed. "I told you not to call me young master anymore. Father is dead. I'm just an ordinary person. From now on, you are my uncle." The old man dropped to his knees. "Young master, please don't think that way. I am unworthy of such a title. The master sacrificed himself, and you are his only heir. We must reclaim what we have lost." The boy disagreed. "Uncle, can't you see reality? We're barely surviving. What revival are you talking about? As long as there are no natural disasters or human calamities, wouldn't it be good to live as commoners, far from all the scheming and strife?" The old man sighed. "There will always be disasters and calamities in this world. Only by standing at the top can we have lasting wealth, peace, and security." The boy looked at the box in his hand, his expression darkening. Is standing at the top and looking down on the world really that important? Even now, we still cling to this broken box. Because of it, so many of our people have died, and we're reduced to being hunted everywhere. Seeing the boy's intention to destroy the box, the old man pleaded, "Master, please don't. This is our last memento." In the end, the boy placed the wooden box back into his pack. "Father, if your spirit is in heaven, please protect us." The next morning, the boy and his uncle boarded Chi Bao's carriage. The old man expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Fu, for giving us a livelihood. Although we've only been in Qingcheng for 2 months, he's traveled to every village nearby to find medicine for my injuries. He knows the area very well. It's truly remarkable for someone his age." The boy blushed. "Taking care of you is my duty, uncle." Chi Bao was also impressed by the boy. "I hear Qingcheng is plagued by bandits. Life must be difficult for everyone. In such chaotic times, it's remarkable that he's brave and resourceful enough to venture out for medicine. He's truly loyal and righteous." The boy, remembering his past experiences being hunted, shuddered involuntarily. "I heard the bandits have been wiped out recently, except for the largest group. But at this rate, the Menghu's stronghold's destruction is only a matter of time. The hard times are almost over." Chi Bao noticed the boy's trembling, assuming it was due to the hardships he had endured because of the bandits, unaware of the deeper meaning. The boy, seemingly sensing her gaze, quickly changed the subject. "Let's not talk about that. Where do you need me to take you, Sister Fu?" Chi Bao replied, "Take me to the poorest, most remote village in this area." Unbeknownst to the boy, named Lin Zai, because of this encounter with Sister Fu, they had just narrowly avoided a great danger. Because the saintess of the Tianji clan was on their trail. She knocked on the clinic's door. Dr. Chen opened the door and saw a group of people in the dark of night. Figuring nothing good could come of it, he said, "I'm sorry, we're closed. We were just about to lock up." The saintess stopped him and used her bewitching gaze. "Where is Lin Zai?" They had investigated thoroughly and knew Lin Zai had been recuperating here for the past 2 months. They were certain they had the right place. Ensnared by the bewitching gaze, Dr. Chun could only answer truthfully. He and his uncle left this morning with a young woman named Fu Chi Bao. They said they were going to a nearby village for disaster relief. I don't know which village specifically. With a general direction, the saintess immediately turned and left to continue her search. Dr. Chin suddenly felt weak, as if he had just escaped a great danger. That woman has the power to bewitch people. She made me tell the truth without even realizing it. They're clearly up to no good, but they're not bandits. Why are they looking for Lin Zai? Lin Zai, you be careful. Meanwhile, Chi Bao had arrived at the poorest village in Qingcheng. Lan Bao banged the gong and shouted, "Free porridge and rice. Everyone gets a share." Chi Bao, using her system space, brought out a large amount of food. The villagers, hearing the commotion, rushed towards them, many with tears in their eyes. The rumors are true. We heard there was a kind Miss Fu in Jianzhou who helps the poor and disaster victims. Today, the living Bodhisattva has finally come to our village. We're saved. They saw not only rice, but also meat. Chi Bao gestured to the livestock nearby. These are for your village. The oxen can plow the fields, and you can raise the pigs and chickens. Everyone will have meat to eat from now on. Lin Zai and Uncle Lin were overjoyed to have become Chi Bao's guides. Sister Fu is so rich. Looks like we've struck gold. We won't have to worry about food or clothing anymore. Just then, 3 burly men carrying large knives approached. Hey, little girl, you're here to give away food and money, right? Well, give it to us. Chi Bao had just arrived at the poorest village in Qingsheng and given the villagers a large amount of food and livestock. As the villagers cheered, 3 burly men carrying machetes entered the village. Dozens of villagers instinctively backed away. Only Lan Bao and Sanji were excited. Finally, some trouble. Finally, a fight. This journey has been too peaceful. I'm going stir-crazy. The two were about to spring into action, but Chi Bao signaled them to stay put. Dealing with 3 such men would be too easy. She wanted to awaken the villagers. Lan Bao and Sanji, though bored to tears, obeyed Chi Bao's silent command. They suppressed their eagerness and stood aside to watch. The leader of the thugs threatened Chi Bao. If you don't give it to us, we'll take it ourselves. Chi Bao readily agreed. Go ahead and take it. Take as much as you can. Her easy agreement made the thugs hesitate. They suspected a trap. Are you serious? They asked suspiciously. Chi Bao looked at the villagers. There was so much cruelty in the world. She couldn't protect everyone single-handedly. She needed to inspire these villagers to protect themselves. Let me make this clear, she said. This is all the food and grain there is. If they take it all, you'll continue to starve. We may not be able to control natural disasters, but some things we must fight for ourselves. If you always rely on others for help, it will only be a temporary solution, not a permanent one. Think carefully. The villagers began to murmur amongst themselves. What should we do? These 3 bully everyone in the village. We can't afford to offend them. What if they retaliate later? Despite their superior numbers, they were afraid to resist. So, the 3 thugs began to help themselves to the food, mocking the villagers as they did so. The youngest, Lin Zai, couldn't stand it any longer. He grabbed a wooden stick and swung it at the leader. Stop! This is our food. The boy's action enraged the thugs. You little brat, you're asking for a beating. We'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Seeing this, Uncle Lin quickly stepped forward to shield the boy, urging him to run. But Lin Zai stood his ground, refusing to back down. One of the thugs kicked Uncle Lin aside. You old fool, we'll deal with you later. Then the 2 thugs began to beat Lin Zai mercilessly. That'll teach you to show off. We'll beat you to death. The villagers just watched. That kid isn't even from our village. Why is he sticking his neck out for us? What should we do? Gibao Sai In Wali. So many villagers, yet not one had the courage of this boy. Though her heart ached for Lin Zai, the villagers hadn't learned their lesson yet. She had to remain impassive. The leader of the thugs walked towards Lin Zai, his machete raised. You little punk, you dare hit me? I'll kill you. I have a reputation to uphold. Once again beaten black and blue, Lin Zai looked at the villagers with a mixture of anger and disappointment. Are you just going to watch? This food was meant for you. Are you really going to let them steal it? Your constant tolerance and appeasement will only invite more cruelty. You can't even protect what's yours. How can you expect outsiders to save you? The villagers hung their heads in shame, their silence heavy with years of oppression. They had long forgotten what it meant to resist. Seeing this, the leader of the thugs burst into laughter. Smart move. You little brat, save your breath. Just accept your fate. He raised his machete, ready to strike Lin Zai down. But just then, a pebble struck him, interrupting his swing. The man turned around furiously. Who threw that? Do you want to die? Do you know what happens when you anger us? But his question was answered by a volley of stones. The villagers, finally roused to action, united in their defiance against injustice. Dozens of village men, armed with sticks, stood their ground. Get out of our village, they roared. The 3 thugs panicked. Their usual reign of terror relied on the villagers' fear. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, they knew resistance meant a beating. Boss, things are looking bad. Let's get out of here. The 3 thugs fled, terrified of the villagers' approaching sticks. Lin Zai watched them scamper away, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. He was clever. He had seen through Chi Bao's plan and played his part perfectly. The villagers villagers rushed to Lin Zai's side, helping him up. "Thank you, young man. You helped us find our courage again. If it weren't for you, we might have cowered forever." Qi Bao watched this scene with a warm heart. However, her foresight warned her of an earthquake the following morning. She began to make arrangements for the villagers to evacuate and avoid the disaster. Uncle Lin helped Lin Zai to the side, tending to his wounds, his voice filled with emotion. "Young master, have you noticed? This innate quality you possess, this righteous aura, this air of a leader, it's the mark of a true emperor. You were born to rule." Lin Zai, uninterested in the throne, quickly stopped him. "Don't say that anymore." Just then, Qi Bao approached, placing a hand on Lin Zai's head. "Lin Zai, you did well today. I hope you'll always do what's right and follow your conscience." Lin Zai, already a devoted admirer of Qi Bao, beamed. "I just felt that the food was hard-earned. Sister Fu's kindness and generosity shouldn't be wasted." Qi Bao smiled. "Lin Zai, tell the villagers that they absolutely cannot sleep in their houses tomorrow night. Everyone should gather in the open fields outside the village with their valuables and food." Lin Zai puzzled, that's why. Qi Bao's voice was serious. To survive. Before coming to find Lin Zai, Qi Bao had already instructed Lan Bao to return to Qingcheng with the escort agency and use food to lure everyone out. They had to be in the open at midnight, not indoors. Lan Bao, though confused, always followed Qi Bao's orders without question. Lan Bao was distributing food on the outskirts of Qingcheng, having already drawn out most of the city's residents. As he handed out the rations, he told them there would be more food and meat that night, available to anyone who returned at midnight. One villager, curious, asked why they had to come back at midnight. Sanji, struggling to explain, was interrupted by another villager who chuckled. "Free food, and you're asking why? I'd stay up all night for this." Another villager chimed in. "I heard there's another group in robes giving out food, also saying we have to stay outside the city tonight. Are you working together?" Lan Bao turned to Sanji. "Someone else is doing the same thing? Did Sister Fu arrange this?" Sanji, preoccupied, shook his head. "No." Lan Bao thought, "Strange, but good." Sister Fu said the more people who come out, the better. Meanwhile, on the other side of the outskirts, the Tianji clan was not only distributing food, but also providing medical aid. The Saintess, empowered by the heavenly Tao, also possessed the ability to foresee fortune and misfortune. They had attracted most of the poor and needy. For those unwilling or unable to come, the Yuming Jun had been dispatched to bring them out by force. With all preparations in place, they hoped to minimize casualties. The Saintess listened to her clan's report, then looked towards Li Ziming, the silver-haired figure in black robes, standing nearby. "We must save as many lives as possible. Qingcheng and its people are crucial assets for our master's reign." That night, Qi Bao used her system fragments to pinpoint the exact time of the earthquake. At the same time, the Saintess of the Tianji clan was also calculating the time. Following Qi Bao's instructions, Lan Bao and the others gathered everyone together, tying ropes around their waists and securing them to the trees. Qi Bao and the Saintess spoke almost simultaneously. "It's here." The next moment, the earth lurched violently, throwing everyone off their feet. Panic seized the crowd. "Earthquake! Everyone, be careful!" Less sturdy houses crumbled, the ground splitting open beneath them. Lan Bao and Sanji, using their martial arts skills and the ropes they'd tied, managed to save several people from falling debris. Qi Bao gathered the villagers together, shielding them with a protective barrier. The collapsing buildings and shifting earth couldn't touch them. "Don't be afraid," she reassured them. "We'll be all right. It will be over soon." Inside the city, some of the wealthier families who hadn't heeded the warnings now scrambled out of their homes in terror. Those who were too slow were buried beneath the rubble. After about 10 minutes, the tremors subsided. The villagers wept with joy. "We're alive, thanks to Miss Qi Bao. Long live Miss Qi Bao." Gratitude poured over Qi Bao. She had saved thousands of lives, and her merit points soared. She hoped Lan Bao and Sanji had managed to save most of Qingcheng's residents as well. As people returned to their homes, sifting through the wreckage for their belongings and food, the most precious commodity in the aftermath of such a disaster, Magistrate He's son, young Master He, arrived with a group of constables. The villagers, assuming they were there to help with the recovery, felt a flicker of hope. That hope was quickly extinguished when young Master, he ordered his men, seize all their money and food. The villagers, already reeling from the earthquake, were plunged into deeper despair. Those who resisted were beaten and robbed. "Young master," he sneered, "Qingcheng is far from the capital. My father is the magistrate. What can you do to me? We're going to be rich." A villager, his leg broken in the earthquake, cried out in anguish, "We pay exorbitant taxes. We pay protection money, and now you rob us? You're the real bandits of Qingcheng." Enraged, "Young master," he advanced on the injured man, brandishing a wooden club. "You dare speak to me like that? You don't know who runs this city. I'll kill you." At that critical moment, Li Ziming entered the city with a group of black-clad figures. With a single stroke of his blade, he killed young Master He, saving the despairing villager. The crowd gasped, stunned into silence. Li Ziming then ordered his men, "Kill these abusive constables." The constables, finally recovering from their shock, blustered, "Do you know who you've killed? He was the magistrate's son. We are officials of the court. You dare defy the government? You're courting death." Li Ziming's voice was cold. "I'm here to kill vermin like you. This rotten court will be overthrown by my hand." Realizing they were facing a rebellion, the constables scattered in terror. Li Ziming gestured, and his men swarmed forward. The constables were swiftly dispatched. Then, the black-clad figures dispersed, tending to the injured villagers. Tears streamed down the villagers' faces. "Finally, someone has come to help us. The He family has oppressed us for too long. We're so remote. The imperial court ignores us. Magistrate, he ruled like a tyrant, doing whatever he pleased." Li Ziming's lieutenant raised his voice. "People of Qingcheng, do not fear. From this day forward, you will have better lives. We are here to liberate Qingcheng. Our medics will continue to treat the injured. Those who need help can find them outside the city, dressed in white robes. They will provide food and shelter. The rest of you, follow me. We attack the magistrate's office. Qingcheng will have a new ruler." The villagers cheered. "You are the ones giving out food outside the city? This is wonderful. We will have good lives now. You are the saviors of Qingcheng. The earthquake destroyed our homes, but the magistrate's men only cared about stealing our food. And you, the invaders, are helping us, killing corrupt officials, providing food and shelter." The hearts of Qingcheng's people had already turned to Li Ziming. It was true. In this lifetime, because of Qi Bao's influence, Li Ziming had developed a sense of compassion. With the Tianji clan's foresight, he had provided aid and seized Qingcheng, listening to the cheers and approval of the people. For the first time in 2 years, a genuine smile touched his lips. The saintess, seeing Li Ziming standing alone, approached him. "Master, the chaos you desired has begun." Li Ziming, pleased with his men's efficient response to the earthquake, praised the saintess. "You've done well." This simple, almost casual compliment sent a thrill through her. "Thank you, master. Praise me more. I crave your praise." She threw herself into his arms, reaching for his mask, longing to see his face once more. Li Ziming's good mood evaporated, replaced by utter disgust. He seized the saintess by the throat. "I told you not to touch my mask." The saintess, oblivious to both the venomous tone of his warning and the stark finger marks blooming on her neck, was lost in a delirious haze, intoxicated by the physical contact. "Master, he touched me." Li Ziming, already cold by nature, grew even more chilling. He flung her aside. "Do what you're supposed to do." Then, he turned and walked away. "That saintess is a bit twisted, isn't she?" someone muttered. "Master nearly choked her to death, and she acts like it's a reward." The saintess, just regaining her feet, heard a messenger arrive. "The person you were searching for has been found. He's currently in Yunkai village." A smile spread across the saintess's face. "Gather our forces. We depart at once. If we find this person, Master will be pleased." Meanwhile, in Yunkai village, Qi Bao extended her divine sense, searching for any signs of further tremors. Suddenly, she detected a white-robed woman, radiating a system-like aura and a palpable killing intent, approaching Yunkai village. The saintess, hurrying towards the village, also sensed a familiar surge of auspicious energy. The system fragments Qi Bao had absorbed were originally a sacred relic, guarded for generations by the Tianji clan. The Tianji clan, imbued with the essence of the heavenly Tao, were its guardians, tasked with maintaining order in the mortal realm. This connection granted them the power to commune with the stars and predict the future. However, this power was not infinite. Since the loss of the fragmented relic, the Saintess could only divine the future accurately every 7 days. Now, sensing the relic's aura, the Saintess was ecstatic. She urged her followers onward. Faster! Not only is the person Master seeks there, but the sacred relic of the Tianji clan is as well. We must retrieve both. 100 miles away, Qi Bao felt a sudden surge of unease. She quickly withdrew her divine sense, masking her own power. Changfeng Escort Agency, Linzai, come with me. Now, having witnessed Qi Bao's abilities, they trusted her implicitly, following without question. Qi Bao's sense of foreboding intensified. With Uncle Lin, an elderly man, slowing their pace, she desperately searched for a solution. Suddenly, the white-robed woman appeared before them. Stop right there. Qi Bao instinctively scanned the black-clad figures behind the woman, searching for a familiar face. Unable to confirm Li Ziming's presence, she decided concealing her identity was the wisest course of action. Her gaze met the Saintess's. Outwardly calm, both women felt a tremor of recognition. The aura had vanished, but this woman before her exuded a familiar, compelling force. It must be emanating from her. Retrieving the relic would be difficult if this woman was its guardian. In that brief moment, the Saintess weighed the risks and rewards. Master's task took precedence. The relic could wait. She pointed at Lin's eye. You will come with us. I promise no harm will come to anyone. Seeing their aggressive stance, Qi Bao moved to shield Lin's eye. Do you know her? She asked him. His bewildered, I don't know her, filled him with gratitude for her protection. Then there's no reason for him to go with you, Qi Bao stated coldly. You barge in here demanding someone who doesn't even know you. What gives you the right? The Saintess scoffed. I'm not asking. This is an order. The black-clad figures behind her drew their swords, menacingly. The Changfeng Escort Agency members also drew their weapons, facing off against the intruders. Such arrogance. The Changfeng Escort Agency is not to be trifled with. Qi Bao knew, despite the similar numbers, that the blood-soaked, battle-hardened figures opposite them were far superior fighters. A fight would be a guaranteed loss. Lin Zai, noticing Qi Bao shak and unwilling to see Sister Fu and the escorts injured on his behalf, made a decision. He couldn't repay their kindness with such a burden. As tensions reached a breaking point, he quietly spoke. I'll go with you. Uncle Lin gasped, nearly crying out Lin Zai's true identity, the last surviving heir to the throne. Lin Zai squeezed Uncle Lin's hand reassuringly. This was the best way. At least no one else would get hurt. But Uncle Lin couldn't bear to watch his young master sacrifice himself. What meaning was there in living if his master was gone? He drew his dagger and lunged at the black-clad figures. I'll fight you. Miss Qi Baorun, the Saintess, annoyed by this unexpected turn, sneered. So you seek death. I'll grant your wish. She was about to unleash her powers of illusion when Qi Bao swiftly knocked Uncle Lin unconscious. Her plans thwarted, the Saintess let out a cold laugh. Lin's eye was deeply moved by Qi Bao's actions. Sister Fu, thank you for saving Uncle Lin's life. We've only just met, and you've done so much for us. In my next life, I will be your ox or horse to repay your kindness. As the Saintess departed, she cast a lingering glance at Qi Bao. If it weren't for Master's important mission, I'd take this woman too. I'll be back for you. After Lin's eye volunteered to go, Qi Bao remained silent, watching the group disappear into the forest. She instructed the escorts to take Uncle Lin back to Yunkai village, help the villagers heal, and rebuild the village. I'll be back soon, she assured them. The escorts, having traveled far and wide with Qi Bao over the years, knew her skills were exceptional. They diligently followed her orders, understanding the importance of not hindering her. Qi Bao redeemed an invisibility talisman and an invulnerability talisman, then set off in pursuit. Deep within the forest, Lin's eye was bound to a large tree, surrounded by black-clad figures to prevent any rescue attempt. The Saintess ripped open his outer garment and let out a satisfied chuckle. It really is you. Your real name is Li Zilin. Your biological father is the deposed crown prince, Ming Lu. Although your father gave you a name filled with meaning, hoping you would one day return to the capital and become the emperor, that will never happen. The woman's words struck Lin Zai like a blow. How could they know so much? Ignoring Lin Zai's unspoken questions, the Saintess used a confusion technique on him. Tell me, Where are the late Emperor's edict and the imperial seal that your father entrusted to you? Linzai felt his mind begin to cloud, his mouth opening instinctively, just as he was about to reveal the location. A deafening explosion erupted in the distance. The earth-shattering tremors caused the Saintess to frown. Has the Earth Dragon not finished its rampage yet? The disturbance interfered with her confusion technique. She immediately led her men to investigate the commotion. Linzai can't run anywhere while he's tied up, she reasoned. As soon as they left, Qi Bao deactivated her invisibility talisman, rushed over, and cut Linzai free, pulling his clothes back together. Linzai could hardly believe his eyes. Sisterfu, how did you get here? Meanwhile, the Saintess, staring at the large crater in the ground, realized she'd been tricked. Damn it, a diversion. She raced back at breakneck speed. Qi Bao grabbed Linzai and pulled him along. What do you think I came for? Run. The Saintess and her men were already in pursuit, close enough to see each other. Qi Bao threw several smoke bombs, buying them precious time to escape. However, they ran straight into the territory of the fierce tiger bandits, the largest bandit group in Qingqing. Sister Fu, we can't go there, Linzai warned. If we're caught, we'll meet the same fate. We'll hide first, Qi Bao replied. She had intentionally led them towards the fierce tiger bandits. With the bandits present, the black-clad figures wouldn't dare to act rashly. Hearing the approaching footsteps behind them, Linzai knew they had no other choice. Caught between a wolf and a tiger, he could only trust Sister Fu and take his chances. As expected, the Saintess halted her pursuit upon seeing the fierce tiger bandit territory. We stop here. Do not pursue. The Netherworld Monarch's followers looked at her in surprise. Saintess, why aren't we pursuing? Confronting the fierce tiger bandits now would be unwise, the Saintess explained. They are numerous and powerful, and Master hasn't subdued them yet. We are too few to take them on. We must return and inform Master. They can't have gone far. We'll wait for the right opportunity. Let's go. Using her danger-sensing ability, Qi Bao avoided the patrolling bandits and found a secluded corner to hide. Linzai breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Sister Fu. You saved me again. Qi Bao suddenly looked at him with a serious expression. Linzai, your real name is Li Xiling. Your father is the deposed crown prince, Minglu. Linzai knew then that Sister Fu had overheard the earlier conversation. He decided to drop the pretense. Yes, I'm the son of a deposed crown prince. Everything that has happened to me is because of my identity. He worried that his deception would displease Sister Fu. The next moment, Sister Fu leaned in close, lifting his chin, her gaze fixed intently on his face. Linzai blushed, his heart pounding. Sister Fu, why are you staring at me? Qi Bao didn't answer, her expression growing serious. No wonder she had always felt an inexplicable familiarity with Linzai. So, this young man was Azay's nephew. The white-robed woman had mentioned the imperial seal and the edict. Could it be that Azay was the one who instructed the Mystic Clan to find Linzai? Confirming that Linzai was Li Ziming's nephew intensified her protectiveness. In her past lives, with Mei Shi and Fu Lihua, had Azay obtained the imperial seal and the edict from Linzai? Was that how he so smoothly gained acceptance from the court officials and rightfully ascended the throne? 2 years had passed. If Azay were still alive, why hadn't he returned to Jingyang Town to find her? What had happened during this time? No matter what Azay was like now, she had to do everything in her power to prevent the young man from continuing down that destructive path. It was also time to find Azay and reunite with him. Lost in thought, she suddenly became aware of activity within the fierce tiger bandits' hideout. Go check it out. Those black-clad figures just looked in and left. These two who ran and might be spies. Linzai's face paled instantly. Someone's coming. We're trapped between a tiger and a wolf. What are we going to do? Qi Bao calmly reassured him. Don't panic. Zhu Laosi, the fierce tiger bandit's fourth in command, surrounded them with his men. 2 little rats ran in here. They look like ordinary commoners. Who are you? You've got some nerve barging into our fierce tiger bandit territory. What's your connection to those black-clad figures outside? Qi Bao feigned helplessness, retrieving a gold ingot from her system space. We were passing through when they targeted us. They took everything we had, all because we were carrying a small fortune. This is the last piece. I offer it to you, kind sirs, only asking that you spare our lives. The bandits' eyes lit up instantly. The fourth in command snatched the gold ingot and pocketed it. After their initial elation, two of the bandits expressed concern. Fourth in command, those black-clad figures have wiped out all the other mountain bandit groups around the capital. Do you think they're after us? It's only because we have so many men that we're safe for now. If a fight breaks out, we'll suffer heavy losses. What should we do? The fourth in command snapped. What's there to be afraid of? Tie them up and bring them to the boss. Chi Bao then noticed the terrain. No wonder the fierce tiger bandits were the largest bandit group in Qingqing. Their location was a natural fortress, easy to defend and difficult to attack. The fourth in command brought Chi Bao and Lin Zai to the main hall. Boss, look what I brought you. Wang Dahu, the leader of the fierce tiger bandits, sat on a raised platform in the hall. Upon hearing the fourth in command's words, he slapped him across the face, snatching the gold ingot from his pocket. Don't think I don't know you're hiding loot. Good things should be offered to the boss first. That's the rule in the fierce tiger bandits. Understand? The fourth in command responded respectfully, yes, but inwardly seethed with resentment. The boss had humiliated him in front of all his underlings. He swore to repay him tenfold one day. The underlings whispered amongst themselves. Fourth brother got told off by the boss. It's all because he's too greedy. After dealing with the fourth in command, Wang Dahu turned his attention to Chi Bao. His eyes, usually devoid of interest in women, now glittered. What a pretty girl. Lin Zai, unwilling to let Wang Dahu's lecherous gaze linger on Chi Bao, lunged at him. You pervert. Get away from her. But the difference in strength was too great. Wang Dahu didn't even flinch while Lin Zai was lifted off the ground by his throat. You little brat, you looking for death? Seeing this, Chi Bao quickly intervened. Great boss, you're a mighty hero. Surely you wouldn't hold a grudge against a mere child. Hearing this, Wang Dahu immediately released Lin Zai and laughed. The beautiful lady is right. I was being too rough. Such a pretty girl shouldn't be tied up. Untie her. With her hands free, Chi Bao calmly allowed Wang Dahu to appraise her. The more he looked, the more he liked her. Not only was she beautiful, but she also didn't seem as fragile and dull as other women. He burst into laughter. I've decided. Wang Dahu, am going to take you as my wife. Amidst the cheers of the bandits, Lin Zai's eyes reddened. If it weren't for him, Sister Fu wouldn't be suffering this humiliation. If anything happened to her, he would never forgive himself. Wang Dahu brandished his dagger in front of Chi Bao's face, the threat clear. Beautiful lady, do you have any objections? Chi Bao remained calm throughout. Just you wait, you toad. I'll make you lose your wife and your army. She pushed the dagger away and smiled. No problem. Wang Dahu hadn't expected her to agree so readily. He had been prepared to force her, and now he was momentarily stunned in disbelief. His underlings cheered. Great boss, you're amazing. This girl must have been captivated by your handsomeness. Wang Dahu, however, wasn't swayed by the flattery. He looked seriously at Chi Bao. Don't you try to trick me. Let me make this clear. If you try anything funny, I'll kill your entire family. Chi Bao looked directly into Wang Dahu's eyes and smiled. Great boss, you're a man of rules. Kidnapping sounds so unpleasant. I'm willing to marry you, but it has to be done properly. You have to marry me according to tradition. The girl's audacity made Wang Dahu like her even more. Interesting. For so many years, I've been the one setting the rules. Today, the tables have turned. Fine, I'll agree to your terms. Someone, prepare a room for the beautiful lady. Inside the room, Lin Zai glanced at the guards outside the door and whispered, Sister Fu, are you serious? Chi Bao shook her head. Of course not. This is just a delaying tactic. We're outnumbered, so we have to use the fierce tiger bandits against the men in black. Let them fight amongst themselves, and then we'll find a chance to escape. That gold ingot today was bait. Bandits are greedy. They'll definitely attack the men in black for the gold. That's when we'll have our chance to slip away. Hearing this, Lin Zai made a decision. He took out the wooden box he had been desperately protecting. Sister Fu, I know you're someone with great abilities. This item is dangerous and will be taken away sooner or later. I want to entrust it to you for safekeeping. Rumor has it that the deposed crown prince's son possesses the imperial seal. Aze is probably searching for this too, isn't he? Chi Bao considered for a moment, then agreed. I'll keep it safe for you. She placed it directly into her system space. No one but her could access it. Now we just wait patiently. Several days later, the fierce tiger bandits located the men in Black's hideout. Zhu Laosi, the fourth in command, charged forward with a group of bandits. "Brothers, there's a mountain of gold waiting for us. Charge! Don't be cowards. Riches and glory await us." With this rallying cry, he ignited the bandits' bloodlust, sending them surging forward. He himself, however, stayed behind, letting these cannon fodder charge first. "I'll swoop in and reap the rewards without a scratch." There were only a dozen or so men in black in the entire camp. They even feigned panic and began to flee towards a specific location. "Where did you come from? You fight dirty." A sneak attack. Their actions boosted the bandits' morale. As they pursued deeper, Zhu Laosi grew even more smug. "Their defenses are so weak. They clearly underestimate our fierce tiger bandits. This surprise attack is a complete success. I, Zhu Laosi, deserve the most credit." Having hidden at the back for a while, he saw one of the men in black stumble and fall. He looked easy to bully. So, Zhu Laosi stepped forward to claim the credit. "This one's mine." But just as he swung his blade, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. A sword had pierced him. Then, all around them, a dense swarm of men in black suddenly appeared, surrounding them completely. Zhu Laosi finally realized what had happened. "We're screwed. This was a trap. They lured us in." Li Ziming made a grand entrance, his gaze cold as he surveyed the murderous bandits. His presence commanded respect. The bandits, who had thought victory was within their grasp, now realized with terror that they had walked into a death trap. A few of the underlings, showing some backbone, refused to be sitting ducks and prepared to fight to the death. However, their leader, Zhu Laosi, was the first to surrender. He rushed to Li Ziming, kneeling and kowtowing. "Hero, spare my life." The saintess, with her perverse possessiveness, kicked Zhu Laosi away. "Get away. Don't touch Master with your filthy hands. Master is mine." Li Ziming tossed a bag of gold at Zhu Laosi. Their appearance was a godsend for Li Ziming, a perfect opportunity. With gold before him, Zhu Laosi instantly forgot the danger he was in, reaching out greedily for the glittering prize. Suddenly, a chill ran down his neck, jolting him back to reality. Li Ziming's voice boomed. "Do you want the gold, or do you want her life?" Terrified, Zhu Laosi groveled on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. My life, please, hero, don't kill me." Li Ziming stated his intentions plainly. "Lead us into the fierce tiger bandits' stronghold. This gold is yours." Upon hearing this, Zhu Laosi agreed without hesitation. In his eyes, there was only himself and money, no loyalty or brotherhood. Following Li Ziming's instructions, he picked 2 chests of gold and pretended to have captured a group of men in black, leading them into the fierce tiger bandits' stronghold. Wang Dahu, having received the news, came out to greet them. Seeing the scene before him, he laughed heartily. "Fourth brother, what a great achievement." Zhu Laosi immediately launched into his act. "Big brother, we've wiped out the men in black, and we've seized a mountain of gold. All this gold is for you, and these captives will be our free laborers from now on." Wang Dahu, pleased, grasped Zhu Laosi's hand, putting on a display of brotherly affection. "Good work, my dear brother. I won't forget your contribution. You will be handsomely rewarded, and everyone will be celebrated." However, a seed of doubt lingered in his mind. He knew Zhu Laosi to be cowardly and greedy. It was strange that he would hand over all the gold after such a rare victory. But confident in his own authority, he believed Zhu Laosi couldn't pull off any tricks. Meanwhile, Zhu Laosi sneered inwardly. "Just keep those things safe for now. In the end, it will all belong to me, Zhu Laosi." The 2 bandits, each harboring their own schemes, maintained a facade of harmony. Only Qi Bao sensed the danger. "I need to change the escape plan." She had originally intended to instigate a fight between the bandits and the men in black, then seize the opportunity to escape. But unexpectedly, the bandits actually returned with gold and captives. Something was clearly amiss. Therefore, Qi Bao slipped a drug into the bandits' drinking water, planning to knock them out and escape while they were unconscious. Meanwhile, she was forced into a bridal gown, a red veil concealing her face. Her mind raced frantically. It's over. Am I really going to be forced into marriage this time? In the main hall, Wang Dahu and Zhu Laosi, each harboring their own ulterior motives, seemingly drank their wedding toasts with boisterous camaraderie. The underling pouring the wine couldn't help but think, why are they spilling so much? Are they raising fish in their bowls? It was clear that both Wang Dahu and Zhu Laosi were wary of each other, trying to get the other drunk. Yet on the surface, they were all smiles and congratulations. Congratulations, big brother, on welcoming your beautiful bride. Let's celebrate this joyous occasion with more drinks. The underling filled their bowls to the brim. Both men then surreptitiously splashed the wine outwards, not a single drop entering their mouths. Afterward, they both tacitly displayed their empty bowls, pretending to be enjoying themselves immensely. Seeing that neither was intoxicated, they agreed to continue drinking. The underling pouring the wine was speechless. If you don't want to drink, just stop pretending. What a waste. Zhu Laosi, sensing the time was right, declared, Big brother, look at the wedding gift I've prepared for you. Immediately, several bandits brought forth a group of bound men in black. These captives will serve as Miss Chi Bao's dowry servants, toiling for you both from now on. Wang Dahu, oblivious to the impending danger, felt a surge of brotherly affection for Zhu Laosi. The auspicious hour had arrived. Chi Bao, in her bridal attire, entered the hall, escorted by Lin Zai. All eyes were drawn to Chi Bao. Her beauty captivated them. Wang Dahu was utterly mesmerized, eager to skip the ceremony and proceed directly to the bridal chamber. He impatiently approached her, reaching out to lift her veil, yearning for a kiss. Lin Zai clenched his fists, wondering why the bandits hadn't succumbed to the drug yet. Had it not taken effect? Just as Wang Dahu's hand touched Chi Bao's veil, a whooshing sound echoed through the hall. Li Ziming, masked and radiating an aura of menace, burst through the window. His entire being exuded violent energy. With a single stroke of his sword, he sent Wang Dahu tumbling to the ground. Chi Bao was his inviolable treasure. Anyone who dared to touch her would die. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone in the hall. Wang Dahu was caught off guard. He's been ambushed. There's an assassin. Everyone, be careful. Chi Bao instinctively shielded Lin Zai, who was equally shocked. Wang Dahu was the strongest in the stronghold, yet he was felled in the blink of an eye. This newcomer is incredibly powerful, and that figure seems familiar. A suspicion formed in Lin Zai's mind, leaving him deeply unsettled. Zhu Laosi was the first to react in the hall. Excellent. This is my chance. He then cut the ropes binding the men in black he had brought in earlier. Though confused by their master's premature action, the men in black knew to obey without question. They immediately attacked the other bandits. The sounds of screams and clashing steel filled the air. The bandits couldn't believe their eyes. Zhu Laosi has betrayed us. He's working with outsiders. Zhu Laosi erupted in laughter. Look out for number one. That's the only way to survive. My master promised me that if we take fierce tiger bandit territory, I'll be the new leader. His words had barely left his mouth when Wang Dahu, lying on the ground, suddenly lunged at him with a knife. He struggled to his feet, snarling, Zhu Laosi, I knew you were treacherous. I've been waiting for this. That blow wasn't enough to kill me. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. Knowing he was no match for Wang Dahu, Zhu Laosi shrieked in terror. Master, save me. Just as Wang Dahu's blade descended, Li Ziming flashed forward, intercepting the blow. His aura of violence intensified. Which hand did you use to touch her veil? Wang Dahu was shocked by Li Ziming's power and bewildered by the question. Without waiting for an answer, Li Ziming severed the hand that had touched Chi Bao's veil. Still consumed by rage, he snarled, How dare you lay your eyes on what's mine? He then delivered a final, fatal blow to Wang Dahu. This time, there was no coming back. Seeing this, Zhu Laosi puffed up his chest, his arrogance returning. Now I, Zhu Laosi, am a leader. But in the next instant, his newly acknowledged master silenced him with a swift thrust of his sword. The reason? He was too noisy. Zhu Laosi stared at Li Ziming in disbelief as he died. Master, why? Li Ziming's response was cold and indifferent. A mere insect. You served no further purpose. With both Wang Dahu and Zhu Laosi dead, the fierce tiger bandits were leaderless and terrified. Li Ziming turned and roared at the remaining bandits. Surrender and live. Resist and die. The bandits immediately dropped their weapons and fell to their knees, begging for mercy. We surrender. Spare us, great hero. The carnage finally ceased, but the hall was littered with corpses. Lin Zai, having never witnessed such a scene, felt his desire for the throne diminish even further. Li Ziming, suppressing his bloodlust and violent aura, slowly approached Qi Bao. He pulled her into a fierce embrace. Finally reunited with the woman who occupied his every thought, his icy heart began to thaw. In that moment, Qi Bao couldn't define her emotions. 2 years of agonizing waiting, weiqi, and torment, the young man she yearned for was finally before her. Yet, instead of joy, a surge of anger coursed through her. She tried to push him away, but his strength was overwhelming. Even using considerable force, she couldn't break free. Li Ziming released her, his expression a mixture of heartache and guilt. His voice trembled with apprehension. "Bao, it's me. I'm back." He reached out to lift her veil. Tears streamed down Qi Bao's face. "Only I can lift your veil. Do you understand? Only I can marry you. Anyone who dares to covet you deserves death." The familiar, possessive tone sent a shiver down Qi Bao's spine. She looked up at the tall, imposing man before her and reached for his mask. "For 2 years, I searched everywhere. Where were you?" Since awakening, Li Ziming had worn the mask, never removing it, not even for the Saintess. He had been waiting for Qi Bao to be the one to unveil him. Qi Bao pounded her fists against his chest, demanding answers. "You're alive. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you send word?" Li Ziming held her tightly, gently caressing her cheek. "Bao, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong before. I'll never do anything to hurt you again. Bao, please forgive me." Qi Bao had already forgiven him. Her primary concern was his whereabouts for the past 2 years. "Are these men in black your followers?" Li Ziming Siga. "Bao, it wasn't that I didn't want to contact you. I had no choice. After falling off the cliff, I landed in Worry-Free Valley. I was unconscious on a jade bed for a whole year. When I finally awoke, I consumed countless rare herbs and treasures within the valley, healing my injuries and becoming even stronger. However, perhaps due to the severity of my injuries or the potency of the herbs, I would often lose control, consumed by a bloodlust. Even my memories became fragmented. Only the amulet you gave me could restore my clarity. The Heavenly Secrets clan of Worry-Free Valley proclaimed me their destined leader. Their mission has always been to assist the destined leader in overthrowing chaotic times. My arrival allowed them to finally emerge from seclusion. I also awakened my mother's inherited talent, the ability to sense gold deposits. So, I led the Heavenly Secrets clan to the western regions and retrieved a vast amount of gold to fund our cause. With the gold and the aid of the Heavenly Secrets clan, I established the Netherworld Army. Until I had the strength to challenge the Imperial Court, my presence would only endanger the Fu and Jin families. Hearing his explanation, Qi Bao's anger dissipated entirely. "Aze, you've suffered these past 2 years. It's good to have you back. We've all been waiting for you." Li Ziming looked at her anxiously, unsure if her words signified forgiveness. Sensing his unease, Qi Bao embraced him. "Aze, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you." The warmth of her embrace calmed Li Ziming's heart, dispelling much of his inner turmoil. Qi Bao whispered a request in his ear. "Aze, I know you came here for the late Emperor's edict and the imperial seal that Lin Zai possesses. I have those items now. You can have them, but please spare Lin Zai. He's not a bad person. He has no desire for power. His existence won't threaten you." Li Ziming's gaze shifted to the corner where Lin Zai hid. "So, that little ghost is the deposed crown, Prince Ming Lu?" Lin Zai instinctively ducked further behind the pillar, avoiding Li Ziming's gaze. The chilling aura Li Ziming had exuded during the earlier slaughter filled him with dread. Qi Bao smiled and stepped between them, retrieving the wooden box Lin Zai had given her. She slipped it into Li Ziming's hand. "I know I can't stop your ambition, but at least don't kill innocent people. Don't destroy your own stars." Li Ziming was never a benevolent man. He would do whatever it took to achieve his goals. But Qi Bao had spoken. He paused for a moment, then pocketed the box. Agreed. Relieved to have her request granted, Qi Bao beamed. "Thank you, Aze." Though time had changed them both, the young man before her, despite everything, still possessed the same heart she remembered. "Li Ziming gen li gitski baosha forhet." "Bao, there are still some skirmishes I need to settle. Wait for me here. Don't leave." Qi Bao smiled and nodded. "Go. I'll be right here waiting. I won't go anywhere." The coldness that had settled over Li Ziming these past 2 years seemed to melt away. replaced by a warmth he hadn't felt in ages. His heart light, he departed. Qi Bao, watching him go, turned to the suddenly appearing system, voicing her concerns. Although the Aze before me is still him, I feel his Rui Qi and bloodlust have intensified. The Heavenly Secrets clan has killed many people these past few years. I've interacted with the Heavenly Secrets clan, and I sense their motives aren't pure. It doesn't seem as simple as just alchemy. She paused. System, they're your followers. Do you know anything? The system replied. The Heavenly Secrets clan are individuals possessing spiritual bodies. Originally, I granted them power, making them guardians of world peace, tasked with following the true Dragon Emperor to end the chaotic era. By doing so, their clan would receive merit. The Emperor's purple aura and the power of merit would make them stronger, granting them abilities and longevity beyond ordinary humans. This is heaven's gift to them. However, they are bound to Worry-Free Valley and can only emerge during times of great turmoil. Furthermore, they are forbidden from abusing their powers to harm the common people. However, what you said also holds merit. Li Ziming's inexplicable loss of control, his violent aura, and the impurity I sensed after his contact with the Saintess are indeed unsettling and amiss. If one day you can visit Worry-Free Valley, I might be able to understand the reason. Currently, I can only discern that Li Ziming's violent aura has intensified, though he appears harmless in your presence. Regardless, this is a good thing. As long as you remain by his side and find a way to minimize his bloodshed, you can save him. Qi Bao felt a pang of frustration. System, it seems it all falls on me in the end. I didn't need you to tell me that. Just then, the Saintess stormed in, fury etched on her face. Sensing her arrival, the system vanished instantly. Before Qi Bao could react, the Saintess of the Heavenly Secrets clan lunged at her with a dagger. Master has never treated me with such tenderness. How dare you? Qi Bao, already suspicious of the Heavenly Secrets clan's motives due to Li Ziming's increased bloodlust, unleashed a burst of fragmented power, wanting to test the Saintess. She engaged the Saintess without fear. The Saintess was skilled, but Qi Bao was no pushover. Bolstered by her Strength Talisman and Golden Body Talisman, she easily disarmed the Saintess, then held the dagger to the Saintess's throat. In their first true confrontation, Qi Bao had the upper hand. The Saintess, shocked and enraged, hissed, "This woman has truly mastered the power of the sacred artifact." Humiliated, she snarled at Qi Bao, "Thief! You stole our Heavenly Secrets clan's sacred artifact. Now you want to steal my master." Qi Bao pushed her away, exasperated. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The Saintess glared at Qi Bao. "Admit it, you clearly possess the power of the sacred artifact. Our Heavenly Secrets clan's sacred artifact was stolen by you." Qi Bao scoffed. "How ridiculous. Spiritual objects choose their own masters. It's clear you weren't recognized, so the sacred artifact left you. Our clan's sacred artifact chose to acknowledge me as its master. Therefore, I should be your Saintess." The Saintess reeled, stunned. Outmatched both physically and verbally, she could only shout, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" Qi Bao returned the dagger. "Why don't you try to kill me and see if you can reclaim your sacred artifact? Putting aside whether you have the ability, if you so much as scratch me, let's see how your master deals with you." The Saintess's hostility towards Qi Bao stemmed more from Li Ziming's affection than the sacred artifact. Hearing these words, she gritted her teeth and demanded, "Who are you? You seem very close to Master. What is your relationship?" Looking at her potential rival, Qi Bao didn't bother hiding her feelings. "My name is Fu Qi Bao. I am Li Ziming's fiancé. Do you have a problem with that?" The Saintess felt as if struck by lightning. This woman was Master's fiancé? No, impossible. I don't believe it. She lunged at Qi Bao again, but a long sword flew through the air, blocking her path. The Saintess paled. She recognized it as Master's sword. Both women turned to the doorway. Li Ziming, accompanied by his Netherworld army and members of the Heavenly Secrets clan, stood there. Having finished his business, Li Ziming had immediately sought out Qi Bao, only to witness someone attempting to harm her. This crossed the line. The Saintess, oblivious, was thrilled to see her master's face beneath his mask once more. Li Ziming strode forward and slapped the Saintess hard across the face. The Netherworld army and the Heavenly Secrets clan watched in stunned silence. Master had struck the Saintess for that woman? Was he truly that protective of her? The Saintess, struck by Li Ziming, didn't react with the expected anger or confusion. Instead, a look of perverse satisfaction spread across her face. "Master has touched me again. The other members of the Heavenly Secrets clan, after their initial shock, erupted in outrage. Master, how could you strike our saintess? She has done so much for you. Yes, how could you do this, Master? The saintess stared at her clan in bewilderment. Wasn't this a loving caress? Before Li Ziming could speak, the Netherworld army, his personally assembled force, began a clash verbally with the Heavenly Secrets clan. What are you barking about? How dare you question Master? Master's commands and actions are absolute and unquestionable. The Heavenly Secrets clan refused to back down. The saintess is our leader. The argument escalated. Observing the scene, Qi Bao began to piece things together. These Heavenly Secrets clan members, while ostensibly subservient to Li Ziming, clearly didn't truly follow him. Their purpose in joining his conquests wasn't so simple. Could it be solely for the merit they gained? Regardless of the Heavenly Secrets clan's peculiarities, for now, they were a force Li Ziming needed. If a rift formed between them because of her, it would be a costly mistake. So, she released a burst of fragmented power, shouting, "Silence!" The Heavenly Secrets clan was stunned again. Their power was suppressed. They looked helplessly at Qi Bao, sensing the power of the sacred artifact, a power even stronger than the saintesses. This unprecedented force was unlike anything they had ever encountered. Most immediately fell to their knees. Li Ziming looked at the imposing Qi Bao with a smile. Worthy of being my woman. He hadn't seen her smile like this in a long time, a genuine, heartfelt smile. This scene further fueled the saintess's jealousy. She roared, "What are you doing? I am your saintess." Her outburst caused a division within the Heavenly Secrets clan. Some immediately stood up, while others hesitated. "Don't just stand there. The saintess told us to stand. But this girl's sacred artifact power is stronger." The saintess, consumed by rage, stormed up to Qi Bao. "I challenge you. A wager for the position of saintess. Do you dare?" Qi Bao, recalling the system's words, replied fearlessly, "How do you propose we compete?" The saintess declared, "Before Master becomes emperor, we will compete to see who contributes the most to ending this era of chaos. Whoever makes the greatest contribution, the first in merit, will be the saintess. If you lose, you must surrender the sacred artifact." Qi Bao couldn't help but smile. The Heavenly Secrets clan didn't know the true source of their power. The way of heaven resided within her. Winning would be child's play. This woman was practically handing her the victory. The saintess, oblivious to the reason for Qi Bao's amusement, burned with even greater hatred. "If you insist on this, then I will do everything in my power to drive you away from Master's side." Qi Bao suddenly stepped closer, her aura radiating outwards. She wouldn't refuse the freely offered position of saintess. "Then I shall reluctantly accept your inevitable defeat." She turned and walked towards Li Ziming. "Izay, let's go." Li Ziming responded with a hum, then looked towards Lin Zai hiding behind a pillar. "Little one, come here." Lin Zai hurried to Qi Bao's side, seeking her protection. He had realized that this domineering and violent man only softened in her presence. Qi Bao softly reassured him, "Don't be afraid. You should, possibly not be a bad person." Lin Zai cautiously approached Li Ziming, who reached out and patted his head. "Your father is not dead. Though he was caught in the Jianzhou bandit uprising, I did not kill him. The one who died was a double. I have kept him hidden. If the opportunity arises, I will arrange a reunion for you." Lin Zai's eyes filled with tears of joy. Is it true? He had never imagined he would see his father again. Li Ziming replied, "You will know in time." He had kept the former crown prince alive, believing him more useful that way. Now, with the imperial seal and the edict in hand, there was no need to kill them. Lin Zai bowed deeply to Li Ziming. "Thank you." To him, reuniting with his father and living a peaceful life was all that mattered. He had never desired the throne. Li Ziming responded, "Fate is something you seize for yourself. There is no need for thanks." He then took Qi Bao's hand and instructed the Netherworld army, "Keep a close watch on this child. Don't let him get lost or harmed." He led Qi Bao back to their room. The saintess watched their clasped hands and Li Ziming's gentle expression, consumed by jealousy. "One day, I will drive you away. Master is mine." After subduing fierce tigers, tiger done. Li Ziming eradicated all the bandits in Qingqing. The people of Qingqing would no longer suffer from bandit raids. He ordered his men to clear the bodies and blood from the stronghold and integrate the captured bandits into his ranks. He then returned to his room with Qi Bao to catch up. Looking at the cheap wedding dress she wore, meant for another, he found an eyesore. Let's change you out of that. Qi Bao, seeing the expectant look in Li Ziming's eyes. Qi Bao blushed crimson, quickly covering Li Ziming's eyes. Even if I wanted to change, she scolded playfully, I wouldn't do it here. Li Ziming caught her hand, gazing at her tenderly. When will you wear this for me, Bao? A bittersweet joy filled Qi Bao's heart. She caressed his cheek, as if to confirm he was truly beside her. Is this real? I'm so afraid this is just a beautiful dream. Li Ziming watched her, his expression focused and gentle. His usually turbulent emotions settled into a profound peace. If you don't believe it, pinch me. He guided her hand to his cheek and tugged, even feigning a cry of pain. Qi Bao quickly withdrew her hand. Why would you pinch yourself? Li Ziming loga. See? It hurts. It's real. Boat, Aimbak, Aze is back. He cupped the back of her head, drawing her into a deep kiss. His warm lips carried an intoxicatingly cool fragrance. The sensation, so real and tangible, brought tears to Qi Bao's eyes. She embraced him fiercely, returning his kiss with fervor. Li Ziming was overjoyed. This was the true acceptance he had longed for. The last threads of restraint snapped. He pulled her down onto the bed, wanting to meld their warmth, to be inseparable for all eternity. They surrendered to the passion of their reunion, a testament to 2 years of unspoken longing. Later that night, Qi Bao woke to eat. Li Ziming, usually alert and sharp, remained deeply asleep. A pang of tenderness echoed in Qi Bao's chest. She wondered how long it had been since he had truly rested. These past 2 years must have been so hard on you, Izze, she whispered. The next day, Lan Mao and the members of the Changfeng escort agency, having received the news, arrived to reunite with Li Ziming. By the end of the month, Li Ziming, leading the Netherworld Army and the Heavenly Secrets clan, had taken complete control of Qingqing, becoming its city lord. He then declared before all the citizens that Qingqing was severing ties with the imperial court, freeing them from oppressive taxes and forced labor. The citizens, long weary of the emperor's inept policies, erupted in cheers, their support for Li Ziming unwavering. Mid-year, the emperor, ravaged by his opium addiction, passed away. The first prince, having fallen out of favor due to the Chu Yunzi incident, was bypassed for the throne. The fourth prince, son of consort Qin, ascended thanks to the powerful backing of the Qin family. Qin Rui, now the emperor's maternal uncle, became the regent, wielding true power. The Qin heir was granted the title of Grand General, Defender of the Nation, though his health continued to deteriorate. He wondered how much longer he could hold on. For the past 2 years, Fu Lihua had been imprisoned by the Qin heir, subjected to horrific treatment, forced to consume blood and flesh. Yet, she clung to life, driven by a premonition that if she died now, there would be no second chance. Upon his ascension, the fourth prince decreed the construction of lavish palaces, a massive undertaking that required the conscription of 30,000 men and a year's worth of taxes from the entire nation. The people, barely recovered from the drought, were filled with resentment and outrage. Mu Qianquan's father, speaking on behalf of the people, pleaded with the new emperor to reconsider, to alleviate their suffering and revoke the decree. The fourth prince, facing opposition to his very first imperial edict, was furious. Qin Rui seized the opportunity to eliminate a long-standing rival. With the Qin family's power at its zenith, he would not allow the Mu family to rise again. Mu Qianquan's father was publicly reprimanded and stripped of his salary for 3 years, his reputation in tatters. At this time, news of Qingqing's rebellion reached the court. The new emperor and Qin Rui, seeking to weaken the duke's household and punish the Mu family, dispatched Mu Qianquan to quell the uprising in Qingqing. News of this reached Qingqing swiftly. Li Ziming immediately summoned everyone to the meeting hall. Mu Qianquan, the Mu heir, has been sent to subdue us. Do you think this is a blessing or a curse? The saintess answered without hesitation. A curse. Mu Qianquan is the most formidable general in the entire Tang dynasty, both in personal combat and strategic command. He is the only one who can rival master. This will be a fierce battle. Li Ziming and Qi Bao exchanged a knowing smile. The saintess puzzled, asked why they were laughing. Qi Bao explained, "That's why your divination skills are still lacking. There won't be a war. We will resolve this peacefully." Unaware of the connection between Mu Qianxuan and them, the Saintess remained skeptical. "I don't believe you. Let's make a wager. One final gamble to decide the victor." Qi Bao Shenlai widened. "Very well. If I'm wrong, you get the sacred artifact. If you're wrong, the position of Saintess is mine." Half a month later, Qi Bao and Li Ziming stood atop the city walls, overlooking the approaching army below. Mu Qianxuan observed Qingcheng. The city walls were unguarded, a strange sight. The imperial court's intention to suppress Qingcheng was public knowledge. Why were they so unprepared? Just as he was puzzling over this, the city gates opened. Out walked a familiar face he hadn't seen in years. Mu Qianxuan's eyes widened in surprise. "Qi Bao, is it really you?" Qi Bao offered a gentle smile. "Mu Qianxuan, it's been a while." The soldiers under Mu Qianxuan's command, seeing this, instinctively notched their arrows. "Halt! Do not approach our general." Mu Qianxuan waved his hand. "Hold your fire. Lower your bows. Remain in formation. I will handle this." Mu Qianxuan was unaware that Li Ziming was the one who had taken Qingcheng. The reports he had received stated that Li Ziming was dead. He still held a flicker of hope regarding Qi Bao. "What are you doing here?" he began, reaching out a hand. Mid-gesture, he felt a sudden chill, a sharp, focused gaze fixed upon him. He noticed Li Ziming standing nearby and instinctively retracted his hand. He now understood why Qi Bao was here. His own feelings for her would never be reciprocated. He would bury them deep within his heart. As long as she was happy, that was all that mattered. He ordered his troops to set up camp outside Qingcheng and await further instructions. He then took 2 of his personal guards and followed Qi Bao into the city lord's mansion. Li Ziming revealed to Mu Qianxuan the truth of his resurrection. Mu Changsun sighed. "So that's what happened. Li Ziming, you truly are blessed with great fortune. It's been 2 years since we last parted ways. I never imagined we would meet again like this. Fate truly is a fickle thing." Li Ziming, his heart now open to Mu Qianxuan after his reconciliation with Qi Bao, spoke warmly. "Mu Qianxuan, I'm glad to see it's you leading the troops." Mu Qianxuan's 2 guards murmured to each other. Is it wise for the general to venture so deep into enemy territory? It seems they are old acquaintances. Hopefully, he can persuade them to surrender. Just then, the Saintess burst through the doors, a triumphant laugh echoing through the hall. "Master, you're so brilliant, luring the enemy general right into our hands." Her words were easily misinterpreted. Mu Qianxuan eyed the doorway warily. "Who are you?" The Saintess, brimming with self-importance, drew her dagger and lunged at Mu Qianxuan. "I'll claim this prize. Your head will be a fine gift from Master." Trusting Qi Bao and Li Ziming, Mu Qianxuan hadn't suspected this was a trap. He braced himself, ready to counterattack. However, Li Ziming reacted even faster, kicking the Saintess away before she could reach Mu Qianxuan. The Saintess went flying, landing hard on the floor. She looked up in disbelief. "Master what?" Li Ziming glared at the presumptuous Saintess. "Do not presume to understand my intentions." He then ordered a netherworld soldier to drag the Saintess away and lock her up under strict guard. The Saintess, seething with indignation, couldn't accept Li Ziming's treatment. "You'll regret this, Master. You will." Her words had no effect on Li Ziming's decision. He knew the Heavenly Secrets clan had their own agenda and had never truly considered them allies. Their relationship was one of mutual exploitation. Having dealt with the unwelcome interruption, Li Ziming turned apologetically to Mu Qianxuan. "My apologies, Mu Qianxuan. I'm afraid you've witnessed an unpleasant scene." Mu Qianxuan returned to his seat. "It's nothing. Given our different positions and the current tensions, such incidents are to be expected. Besides, she posed no real threat." Li Ziming, you said you were glad to see me leading the troops. Why is that? Although we are old friends, you are now rebels against the throne. If we cannot reach an agreement today, we will be enemies on the battlefield tomorrow. Li Ziming smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Mu Qianxuan, you misunderstand. I'm not seeking to negotiate peace. Whether this war happens or not is entirely up to you." Mu Qianxuan was completely baffled by this statement. Qi Bao, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "Mu Qianxuan, we want to show you something." She then took his hand and led him outside. Soon, they arrived at the outskirts of Qingcheng. The hillsides were covered in fields of corn. Commoners were harvesting the corn, their faces beaming with contentment. Seeing Qi Bao, they greeted her warmly. Qi Bao, city lordly, greetings. Qi Bao waved back with a smile. Uncle San, how are you? Hello, everyone. Two of the farmers, noticing the stranger with Qi Bao, smiled at Mu Qinshuan. This must be a friend of Qi Bao and City Lordly. Here, have some of this corn. Times are tough with the new emperor raising taxes again. Grain is precious. Mu Qinshuan accepted the corn from the elderly couple, stammering his thanks. Mai Shen smiled. No need to thank us. You're a friend of Qi Bao and City Lordly, so you must be a good person. Mu Qinshuan could see the genuine joy on the faces of these people. He turned to Qi Bao. You're not the city lord. Why do they treat you with such reverence? Qi Bao replied, I know what you're wondering, Mu Qinshuan. Let's keep walking. We can talk as we go. After witnessing the lives of the people of Qingsheng and their genuine emotions, Qi Bao and Li Ziming brought Mu Qinshuan to the city's administrative office. Looking at the mountains of ledgers, Mu Qinshuan picked one at random and opened it. He was instantly stunned by what he saw. The emperor has passed away. The fourth prince has ascended the throne, but he's nothing more than a pleasure-seeking puppet within the vast Tang dynasty. Only the Mu family of the duke's mansion remained a beacon of integrity. Yet, they faced joint suppression from the new emperor and Qin Rui. Mu Qinshuan had been manipulated into leading the expedition against Qingqing. Qi Bao and Li Ziming, however, showed him the realities of the people's lives, leaving him to decide whether this pointless war should be fought. After casually glancing through a ledger, Mu Qinshuan's heart filled with rage. It contained Qingqing's tax records for the past 15 years. Qingqing was remote, and the court-mandated taxes were relatively light. Yet this ledger showed that the Qingqing government had collected twice the amount. Li Ziming raised an eyebrow. A nobleman like you, raised in the capital, wouldn't understand. There are many false accounts, erroneous entries, and misjudged cases here. Take your time and look through them. Mu Qinshuan sat down on the floor and began flipping through the ledgers one by one. His expression grew darker with each page. The Mu family were known for their bravery and integrity, unskilled in conspiracies. For generations, they had defended their country, each adult member personally experiencing the battlefield, risking life and limb for the prosperity of the nation and its people. But only now did he understand the darkness lurking beneath the surface. Before my expedition, I had reviewed Qingqing's basic situation. These decades of tax records and miscarriages of justice don't match the court's records at all. Not only were taxes increased, but many cases were also deliberately concealed. Li Ziming spoke softly. Now you understand why the people of Qingsheng welcomed us. Qi Bao looked at Mu Qinshuan, who had fought for the people until his death in her previous 2 lives, and sighed. After we took over Qingsheng, we enforced strict military discipline and greatly improved public order. We re-examined all the past miscarriages of justice and brought justice to many. We also distributed seeds for free and abolished all taxes. The people keep what they harvest. Everyone can eat their fill, and our army doesn't take a single thing from the people. We are farmers in peacetime and soldiers in wartime, entirely self-sufficient. Qingqing's harvest is now better than ever before. Having food to eat, clothes to wear, and a home to return to are the most precious things. The people of Qingsheng are now living peaceful and prosperous lives. Mu Qinshuan, can you bear to, or rather, do you have the right to, destroy such a wonderful city? Mu Qinshuan was speechless. From a personal standpoint, he could make a decision immediately. But the Mu family had been loyal to the emperor for 10 generations. They were staunch royalists. His current position made it difficult for him to decide. Qi Bao naturally understood his predicament and continued to persuade him. The new emperor is indulging in extravagant construction projects and forcibly conscripting laborers. The people throughout the land are groaning under his oppression. Brother, do you truly believe the dynasty you support is righteous? Mu Qinshuan was also conflicted. I know these are turbulent times. I know there's no perfect ruler. But my family has served the court for generations, receiving the emperor's salary and sharing his burdens. I don't know what to do. Seeing this, Qi Bao stopped talking, took Li Ziming's hand, and walked out, leaving Mu Qinshuan some space to think. Whether to fight or not was a weighty decision, not easily made. As she left, Qi Bao sighed. I hope Brother Mu can figure it out. Li Ziming didn't want this rare good man in these chaotic times to become cannon fodder for the new emperor and Qin Rui. Reality was cruel and Mu Qinshuan had to recognize it. Although we don't necessarily need his strength, good people are rare these days. If possible, I don't want to kill him. Mu Qinshuan was also weighing his options. Should he continue to be blindly loyal to such a corrupt court? Father, were we wrong? In the end, Mu Qinshuan decided to station his troops outside Qingsheng and remain inactive. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, the saintess wasn't about to sit and wait for her demise. She was using her bewitching gaze to break her restraints and weave a trap, planning to control Mu Qinshuan. Half a month passed. The new emperor's taxes grew heavier, and more people, left with no other choice, abandoned their homes and flocked to Qingsheng. Li Ziming welcomed them all. Mu Qinshuan's prolonged inaction against Qingsheng was already an act of defiance. Having witnessed the increasing influx of refugees into Qingsheng, he finally made his decision. At that moment, a scout delivered another imperial decree urging him to attack and pacify Qingsheng immediately. Mu Qinshuan took the decree and tore it to shreds. His action shocked the soldiers. General, what is the meaning of this? Mu Qinshuan declared authoritatively, "Raise the flag. My orders supersede all others. Whether to attack and when to attack is this general's decision." Li Ziming's spies within Mu Qinshuan's army quickly relayed this news. Soon, Li Ziming received the message and informed Qi Bao, but his expression was grave, tinged with worry. Mu Qinshuan wasn't stupid, just too upright and inflexible. His understanding of the court was limited, and his awareness of the world's dangers was even more naive. Qi Bao was equally worried. Qin Rui now controls the court. The Tang dynasty is no longer the era of the Mu and Qin families as twin pillars of the empire. Qin Rui is just waiting for the Mu family to make a mistake so he can find an excuse to uproot them completely. Li Ziming immediately ordered Lan Mao to take the Changfeng Escort Bureau and rush to the capital to secretly protect the Mu family. Qi Bao added, "Don't forget the Jin family, where your master is staying." Li Ziming gently rubbed his forehead. "It's time to tell them I'm still alive. My uncle and the others must have had a difficult 2 years." Li Ziming's return had rekindled Lan Mao's usual lively spirit. "Don't worry, I'll complete the mission." Thousands of miles away, the capital received the message. The new emperor, learning that Mu Qinshuan had refused his command, flew into a rage in the imperial study. His pride was wounded. Qin Rui, however, laughed instead of becoming angry. "Your Majesty, you're being foolish. We didn't send Mu Qinshuan expecting him to actually recapture Qingsheng. We simply wanted to use this opportunity to weaken his army. Now, by openly defying orders, he's handed us the perfect excuse. Since he's so foolish, we'll reluctantly accept his head." Hearing this, the new emperor's face lit up with a smile. As expected, Imperial Uncle sees things clearly. He immediately issued orders to blockade the Duke's mansion, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. Simultaneously, he recalled Mu Qinshuan, ordering him to return to the capital to answer for his crimes. The Imperial guards swiftly surrounded the Duke's mansion, sealing its gates. Mu Linyu tried to reason with them. "Why are you locking us up? Now that the Qin family supports the new emperor, their reputation is already suffering. Do you want to eliminate the Mu family and seize all the power for yourselves?" The Imperial Guard responded coldly, "Watch your words. Speaking carelessly is a capital offense. It's your brother, General Mu, who disobeyed orders outside, implicating the Mu family. As long as General Mu obediently returns to the capital to confess his crimes, the misunderstanding will be cleared up and everything will be fine. Just stay put in the mansion." Old General Mu's heart had grown cold towards the court. "Linyu, the Qin family is determined to eradicate us. We must find a way to inform your brother." Mu Linyu understood. They were using the Mu family as hostages to lure her brother back and then eliminate them all. She immediately began writing a letter. The moment she released the carrier pigeon, it was shot down by an arrow. "Miss Mu, please refrain from any further actions. Otherwise, you won't see General Mu again." The Mu family members were filled with worry. Now, their greatest concern was Mu Qinshuan's safety. "Brother, please don't come back." A few days later, Mu Qinshuan received the imperial decree ordering him to withdraw his troops and return to the capital. It stated that there was no need to attack Qingsheng anymore. He found it baffling. Li Ziming, upon receiving the news, went to Mu Qinshuan's camp with Qi Bao. "Brother Mu, Don't you understand? You disobeyed the emperor's orders and refused to attack Qingqing. This is a summons to return to the capital for punishment. The new emperor ascended the throne and imposed heavy taxes. Old General Mu remonstrated with the court and was flogged as punishment. Didn't you know? We have informants in the capital. If you go back, you won't return alive. Mu Qianxuan was indeed unaware of his father's punishment, as he hadn't received any carrier pigeons from home for a long time. Qi Bao urged him again. Brother Mu, we sent someone to the capital on horseback a few days ago. We believe they'll bring news of the Mu family soon. Just wait a few days. Mu Qianxuan, who had been hesitant until now, finally decided to join Li Ziming's side and rebel against the court. The Mu family had always been loyal to the court, but excessive loyalty could lead to their utter destruction. Meanwhile, Lan Mao and Sanji's horses, enhanced by Qi Bao's swift travel talismans, were getting closer and closer to the capital. They marveled. These talismans Miss Qi Bao gave us are incredible. They've tripled the horse's speed. This is truly traveling 1,000 miles a day. This way, we can reach the capital quickly and gather information. The rest of the Chongfeng Escort Bureau, although without the talismans, would arrive in the capital only a few days later. By then, we can enter the capital separately, so as not to arouse suspicion. We'll definitely make it in time to save the Mu and Jin families. The Saintess, after much effort, finally managed to use her bewitching gaze. She called out to the guard. The guard, thinking the Saintess, with her eyes covered, posed no threat, boldly turned around and asked what she wanted. However, in a blink of an eye, he was captivated by the Saintess's bewitching gaze and obediently unlocked the cell door. The Saintess stepped out of the cell and mesmerized all the guards. She then made her way to Qi Bao's courtyard, her eyes glinting with malice. Fu Qi Bao, you troublesome woman. I won't care about clan rules anymore. I'm going to kill you. Just as she was about to strike, she noticed Mu Qianxuan outside Qi Bao's door, completely drunk, gazing longingly at Qi Bao's room and muttering to himself. The Saintess instantly understood. Mu Qianxuan was in love with Fu Qi Bao. She abandoned her plan to kill Qi Bao herself, deciding to use Mu Qianxuan instead. A drunk person was easily manipulated. She approached Mu Qianxuan and forced him to meet her gaze, activating her bewitching gaze. Loving someone you can't have must be painful. Let me help you get her. Just do as I say, and she can be yours. You can be together forever. Her seductive voice echoed. Mu Qianxuan knocked on Qi Bao's door. Qi Bao, thinking it was Li Ziming, hurried to open it. Qi Bao was suddenly pulled into a tight embrace by Mu Qianxuan, who murmured affectionately, "Bao." Completely bewildered, Qi Bao stammered, "Brother Mu, have you been drinking?" Mu Qianxuan, emboldened by the alcohol, confessed, "I'm so useless. Only when I'm drunk can I call you Bao." Under the Saintess's control, Mu Qianxuan led Qi Bao towards the back mountain. Unaware of anything amiss, Qi Bao, puzzled, asked, "Brother Mu, where are we going? You're hurting my hand." They reached the edge of the cliff, where Mu Qianxuan finally stopped and released Qi Bao's hand. He asked, "Qi Bao, what are your plans with Brother Zaming?" Rubbing her sore wrist, Qi Bao replied, "Nothing special," growing increasingly uneasy by Mu Qianxuan's strange behavior. "Is it the alcohol?" she wondered. Mu Qianxuan remained silent after his question, and a sense of foreboding washed over Qi Bao. "Brother Mu, it's late and cold. We should go back," she urged. Mu Qianxuan turned, his gaze intense. "Bao," he began, "there's something I've always wanted to ask you. If Li Ziming wasn't in the picture, would you be with me?" Qi Bao harbored a lingering guilt towards Mu Qianxuan, remembering how her affection for him had led to Li Ziming's schemes. She answered firmly, "Brother Mu, there are no ifs. I don't want to discuss hypotheticals. I don't want you to dwell on such thoughts." Mu Qianxuan gave a bitter laugh. "Bao, you're always so honest and direct. You won't even try to appease me with a lie. I envy him. I've never even had a moment of your affection, yet I've lost you countless times in my heart." As he finished speaking, his eyes flashed white, his own will fading as the Saintess took complete control. A venomous resentment twisted his features. "I hate him," he hissed. "I hate him for being in your life from the beginning. I hate him for captivating you so completely." Finally realizing something was terribly wrong, Qi Bao cried out, "Brother Mu, you've been bewitched." Mu Qianxuan laughed. "Bewitched, perhaps, but I've never felt so clear-headed. Without her influence, I would never have dared to speak my true feelings. It's liberating." The Saintess, watching from afar, felt a jolt of alarm. Mu Qianxuan was proving unexpectedly resilient. It was the first time she'd encountered someone who retained self-awareness while under her control. They both must die, she decided. Gripping Mu Qianxuan's wrist, Qi Bao pleaded, "Brother Mu, come back with me. I can help you break free from her control." But the white light in Mu Qianxuan's eyes intensified as the saintess reasserted her dominance. He grabbed Qi Bao and yanked her towards the precipice. "I've decided," he declared, "we'll be together forever." The sudden suicidal action startled a cry from Qi Bao. They plummeted downwards. Her scream seemed to penetrate Mu Qianxuan's bewitched mind, momentarily breaking the saintess's hold. He instinctively grabbed a branch jutting from the cliff face, halting their fall. The saintess watched in disbelief. Fu Qi Bao, with her sacred artifact, was troublesome enough, but now this mortal, Mu Qianxuan, was proving equally difficult. Qi Bao noticed that one of Mu Qianxuan's eyes had returned to normal, a sign that he was resisting the bewitchment. Mustering all his strength, Mu Qianxuan pushed Qi Bao onto the ledge, murmuring an apology. "I'm sorry, Miss Fu." It was clear to Qi Bao that this wasn't Mu Qianxuan's true intention. Even in that perilous situation, his first instinct was to save her. Qi Bao couldn't bring herself to blame him. Quickly, she hauled him up beside her. "Brother Mu, never mind that now. We need to get out of here." Mu Qianxuan, gasping for breath, nodded weakly. Seeing this, the saintess, desperate, sacrificed a portion of her own life force to amplify her bewitching power. Mu Qianxuan's head throbbed as he struggled against the renewed assault on his mind. He wouldn't let himself endanger Qi Bao again. Fighting the saintess's control, and to maintain his clarity, he drew his dagger and stabbed himself in the leg. The jolt of pain shattered the saintess's hold. Fully conscious and enraged, Mu Qianxuan scrambled to his feet and charged towards the saintess's hiding place. Meeting his murderous gaze, the saintess recoiled in fear. This Mu Qianxuan possessed a formidable will. She turned to flee. "Stay away from me," she shrieked. But the saintess, with her limited fighting skills, was no match for the trained warrior. Mu Qianxuan caught up to her, his voice cold. "Don't move. You can't escape." Her bewitching gaze no longer had any effect on him. Just as Mu Qianxuan cornered her, figures emerged from the surrounding shadows, members of the Tianji clan. The saintess, seeing her reinforcements, burst into triumphant laughter. "You're the ones trapped now. The white robe guards are all mine. What can the two of you do against the entire Tianji clan?" As Mu Qianxuan considered their predicament, Li Ziming appeared from behind. The Tianji clan members parted ranks, their expressions wary. Before Qi Bao could speak, the saintess rushed to Li Ziming's side, clinging to his arm and twisting the narrative. "Master," she cried. "They were trying to elope. When I caught them, they tried to kill me to silence me." Knowing Li Ziming's jealous nature, Mu Qianxuan quickly countered. "What are you talking about? It was clearly you." Qi Bao, internally scoffing at the saintess's blatant lie, couldn't help but chuckle. "Is the saintess of the Tianji clan here to perform a comedy routine?" she quipped, unable to contain her amusement. The saintess, indignant, demanded, "What are you laughing at?" Li Ziming, without a word, backhanded her across the face. "I'm laughing at your stupidity," he stated coldly. The saintess's smug smile instantly froze. He struck her again. "Do you really think I'm a fool?" A chilling iciness filled Li Ziming's eyes. He was done with the ruthless, self-proclaimed clever saintess. He was ready to kill her. The saintess felt the killing intent radiating from him, and her heart twisted in agony. He actually wanted to kill her. She had believed for the past 2 years that she held a special place in his heart. It had all been a delusion. This cold-hearted man only cared for Fu Qi Bao. Her heart shattered, and she reacted instantly. She darted to the side of the Tianji clan members, ordering them to protect her. But the individuals who should have been unquestionably loyal and obedient remained motionless. Not one of them moved to comply. The saintess whirled around, fury contorting her face. "What are you doing? Protect me. We need to leave here." Still, the Tianji clan members didn't react. Qi Bao slowly approached. "Don't you understand?" she asked, her voice calm. "They saw everything you did tonight. They saw your wickedness, your incompetence." In the eyes of the Tianji clan, You're no longer worthy of being their saintess. As soon as Chi Bao finished speaking, the Tianji clan members spoke. You have been blinded by your own greed and arrogance. You're disqualified. You do not embody the Tianji clan's belief in saving the world. The saintess couldn't believe her own clan was turning against her. Desperate, she made one last, futile attempt at justification. This isn't how it's supposed to be. This is all your fault. Fu Chi Bao. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened. I'll kill you. Both Li Ziming and Mu Qianxuan simultaneously drew their swords, shielding Chi Bao. With a single, swift stroke each, they ended the loathsome saintess's life. Even in death, her resentment lingered, her furious gaze fixed on Chi Bao. I won't accept this, she rasped, her voice fading. Chi Bao raised her hand, absorbing the saintess's remaining power. Then don't, she replied coldly. You reap what you sow. This was all your own doing. The Tianji clan members showed no remorse for their former saintess. Instead, they knelt before Chi Bao. We greet our new saintess, they chorused. Chi Bao had effectively taken control of the Tianji clan, and their loyalty now belonged entirely to Li Ziming. The saintess of the Tianji clan, having violated the clan's tenets, was abandoned by her people, who now embraced Chi Bao as their new leader. With this, Li Ziming had eliminated a significant threat and consolidated his power to oppose the imperial court. Soon after, Lan Mao secretly arrived in the capital and smuggled the Jin family out, sending them to Qingcheng. Sanji also reached Jingyang town in Jingzhou prefecture and arranged for the entire Fu family to travel to Qingcheng. The duke's mansion remained tightly shut under heavy guard. Inside, Mu Qianxuan's father paced anxiously. The Mu family had been confined for 7 or 8 days now. They had tried to send word to Mu Qianxuan, but their messages couldn't get past the guards. Was this truly a dead end? Just then, Mu Lin, you noticed the floorboards shift. A stranger emerged from beneath the floor. The heavy guard around the Mu mansion had made infiltration difficult. Lan Mao had brought several men and dug for days to create this tunnel. Startled by the sudden appearance of the stranger, Mu Linyu instinctively demanded, "Who are you?" Old General Mu quickly clamped a hand over Mu Linyu's mouth. If the guards outside heard them, they would be in serious trouble. Linyu, be calm, he whispered. Someone who would dig a tunnel to get in here at this time cannot be our enemy. Lan Mao bowed respectfully. Wise words, General Mu. I come on my master's behest, seeking something. Mu Linyu blurted out. Who is your master, and what do you seek? Lan Mao replied. I cannot reveal my master's identity, but what I seek will undoubtedly save your family. Old General Mu then wrote a letter and handed it to Lan Mao. This letter explains everything, he said. If you can deliver it safely, I believe the situation will change. Lan Mao accepted the letter with both hands. Rest assured, General Mu, I will deliver this letter to Commander Mu Qianxuan. This is not just for the Mu family, but for the sake of all under heaven. He then produced a small pouch from his robes. This is for my master, he said. Inside, you'll find detailed instructions on how to use its contents. With that, he slipped back into the tunnel and disappeared. As the floorboard slid back into place, Mu Linyu, still bewildered, asked, Father, why didn't we just escape through the tunnel? Old General Mu, his years of experience lending him a certain insight, had a suspicion forming in his mind. That young man didn't suggest we leave with him. He must have his reasons, old General Mu mused. The capital is swarming with the Emperor's spies. With our large family, how far could we possibly run? Perhaps our remaining in the capital is of more use to his so-called master. Lan Mao emerged from the tunnel into a bustling street corner in the capital. He immediately whistled, summoning a black hawk. This hawk was used by the Tianji clan for communication. He carefully tucked old General Mu's letter into a small pouch attached to the bird. He then affixed a swift travel talisman given to him by Chi Bao to the hawk. This would drastically reduce the delay in communication caused by distance. Donning a wide-brimmed hat he had prepared earlier, Lan Mao melted into the crowd and began to make other arrangements. War was on the horizon. One day later, the Black Hawk arrived in Qingcheng. Li Ziming and Chi Bao immediately delivered the letter to Mu Qianxuan. Upon seeing his father's handwriting, Mu Qianxuan's expression became a mixture of emotions. His family was indeed imprisoned. Li Ziming took the opportunity to analyze the situation. Brother Mu, he began, do you believe us now? If you return to the capital, everyone in the Mu household, including yourself, will die. If you don't return, your family will die. After a moment of silence, Mu Qianxuan ordered his troops to break camp and return to the capital with all haste. Upon receiving the command, the Mu family army sprang into action. Li Ziming probed further. "Brother Mu, have you finally decided to join us?" Mu Qianxuan, still relatively naive in the ways of darkness and political maneuvering, declared excitedly that he wasn't returning to rebel. He insisted there must be some misunderstanding, and that if he returned, there was still room for negotiation. Seeing the ominous cloud hanging over Mu Qianxuan, Qi Bao, knowing a return to the capital meant certain death, tried to reason with him. "Brother Mu, how can you be so foolish?" Li Ziming suddenly grabbed Qi Bao's arm, interrupting her. "Leave it, Bao. Let him go. He's blinded by his loyalty. The Mu family has been loyal to the throne for 100 years. Li Ziming explained to Qi Bao. "Unless he sees it with his own eyes, he won't believe he's been abandoned. As long as the emperor hasn't issued an execution order, Brother Mu will cling to the hope that things can be salvaged. He'll understand soon enough." Mu Qianxuan led his army back towards the capital. However, alongside his troops marched Li Ziming's Netherworld army and the Tianji clan's White Robe Guards. The Mu family army felt a palpable sense of unease and reluctance. Why were they following? Weren't they afraid of confrontation? They had interacted peacefully in Qingsheng and didn't want to fight each other. After marching for some distance, Mu Qianxuan could no longer contain his curiosity. He turned to Li Ziming and Qi Bao. "Why are you following us?" he demanded. "Although I haven't ordered an attack, you are rebels." "Rebels? Do you understand? If the court learns we're traveling together, I'm finished." Li Ziming shuklat. "Brother Mu, we're merely traveling in the same direction. Besides, the court doesn't care whether we're friends or foes." Mu Qianxuan, resigned, turned back and grumbled, "Just go, and stop flaunting your affection in front of me." Qi Bao and Li Ziming exchanged a knowing glance. They were intentionally traveling together, knowing Mu Qianxuan was heading into grave danger. They couldn't simply let him walk to his death. A few days later, the emperor received an urgent report from his scouts. Mu Qianxuan and the rebels were marching on the capital together. He couldn't believe it. Mu Qianxuan betraying the court? His expression darkened considerably. Prince Qin, too, looked grim. Even at full strength, he was no match for Mu Qianxuan, let alone in his current, weakened state. Qin Rui, still consumed by his personal vendettas, actually laughed at the news. "Such good fortune, Your Majesty. Think about it. Whether Mu Qianxuan has truly betrayed us is irrelevant. As long as he's with the rebels, we have justification to eradicate the entire Duke's mansion." The emperor, lacking any strategic foresight, agreed, finding Qin Rui's words persuasive. He gestured for the eunuch to continue his report. "According to reliable sources, the rebel leader is Li Ziming." Qin Rui's smile vanished, replaced by a look of stark terror. "How can it be him? Li Ziming, he's dead." Li Ziming had become Qin Rui's personal demon. He trembled at the news. Li Ziming faked his death again. How many times must we face this terrifying opponent? The emperor, too, was afraid. Li Ziming's princely status posed a significant threat. He immediately ordered the arrest of the Jin family and dispatched troops to Jingzhou to apprehend the Fu family. A few days later, the imperial guards returned empty-handed. Both the Jin family in the capital and the Fu family in Jingzhou were gone. This news sent a wave of panic through the new emperor and Qin Rui. It was clear now, Li Ziming had moved them long ago. His intention was a decisive battle. The emperor immediately ordered troops from every prefecture and county to intercept Li Ziming's army. The imperial guard in the capital, under Prince Qin's command, were tasked with fortifying the city's defenses and increasing patrols. Prince Qin accepted the command, but his heart pounded with apprehension. Could he, with his weakened body and limited abilities, truly hold them back? As Li Ziming and Qi Bao advanced, their ranks swelled with new recruits. Under the immense pressure of the current regime, rebellion was inevitable. The people of the Tang dynasty had suffered for too long. Wherever there was food, clothing, and justice, the people flocked. As Li Ziming's banners and reputation reached a city, its citizens rose up in support and joined his cause. In a mere month, a significant number of cities had declared their independence from the Tang dynasty and pledged allegiance to Li Ziming. Meanwhile, Mu Qianxuan's forces finally arrived at the capital. Both armies stood before the city gates, facing off against Prince Qin. "Mu Qianxun, you are a Tang general. Why are you consorting with rebels? Prince Qin demanded. Li Ziming simply smiled, offering no response. He needed Mu Qianxuan to fully grasp the reality of the situation. Loyalty, after all, was a two-way street. Mu Qianxuan sighed in exasperation. He's the one following me, not the other way around. Get your facts straight, Qin Rue, he retorted. Prince Qin, despite struggling to even draw his bow, notched an arrow, attempting to use moral outrage as a weapon. This past month, so many cities have rebelled. Why haven't you, as a general, stopped them? Mu Qianxuan was momentarily speechless, his expression a mixture of confusion and dawning realization. As they marched together, he had witnessed the jubilant welcome Li Ziming received from the common people. Everything he had seen and heard along the way spoke of the imperial family's corruption. How could he, in good conscience, fight against such a force? Prince Qin loosed the arrow. You traitor, you have nothing to say for yourself. Mu Qianxuan, with a swift movement, snatched the arrow from the air. My Mu family has served the throne loyally for 100 years, and with a single word, you brand us as rebels? Qin Rue, I think you're the one with ulterior motives. Prince Qin let out a sinister chuckle. Mu Qianxuan, I order you and your Mu family army to lay down your arms and surrender immediately. Otherwise, you will be executed without mercy. Mu Qianxuan drew his sword, holding it defensively. Lay down our arms? Then we become lambs to the slaughter. I don't trust you, Qin Rue. Bring the new emperor to me. Let him speak. Li Ziming, observing the exchange with amusement, smiled. Brother Mu still has some sense left, but not enough. On the city walls, Prince Qin ordered his men to bring forth the Mu family. If you don't surrender, I'll kill your entire family. Mu Qianxuan stared as loved ones held captive on the wall. The last flicker of hope within him died. This was precisely the outcome Li Ziming had intended. He hadn't allowed the Mu family to escape earlier, saving them for this very moment, to force Mu Qianxuan to confront the true face of the imperial court and join his cause without reservation. With a smug grin, Prince Qin pressed his sword against old General Mu's throat. Mu Qianxuan hesitated, still reluctant to surrender. Qianxuan, don't surrender. Old General Mu cried out. Even if we surrender, we won't survive. The new emperor is determined to eradicate us. Go. You still have a chance to live. Realización davnet on Mu Qianxuan. If I hadn't seen this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. My Mu family has been abandoned, and all because of the Qin family's thirst for power. I foolishly believed the emperor was a noble man. The Mu family army was in turmoil. What do we do? Do we fight? We're outnumbered. Even if we don't fight, we're deserters now, hunted by the imperial court for the rest of our lives. We're trapped. Li Ziming frowned slightly. The Mu family army was wavering. This was the moment of greatest vulnerability. Then, Mu Qianxuan did something completely unexpected. He knelt. He held his own sword to his throat. King Hui, your Qin family fears the power of my Mu family. If I die, the Mu family will no longer pose a threat. Spare my family. Spare the Mu family army. I'll die right here, right now. Prince Qin erupted in delighted laughter. To think the Tang dynasty's greatest military genius would kneel before me. How satisfying. But wouldn't it be even better to kill all of you? Mu Lin you couldn't bear to see her brother humiliated by this wretch. She lunged at Prince Qin. Now, Prince Qin, sent sprawling by the sudden impact, flew into a rage and ordered their execution. Li Ziming Smilath. The show was about to begin. As if on cue, Mu Linyu and her two companions easily broke free of their bonds. Then, as the Imperial Guard attacked, their swords and spears bounced harmlessly off the trio. This eerily familiar scene sent a chill down Prince Qin's spine. What's happening? Is this that sorcerer's invulnerability spell? Why did the Mu family have it too? This was the protection Lan Mao had given them before leaving, along with detailed instructions on its use. The Mu family had secretly tested it, preparing for this very moment. Li Ziming had never intended to use the Mu family as mere pawns. He had given them a lifeline, ensuring their survival to better secure this victory. Mu Linyu and the others leaped from the city wall. Thanks to Lan Mao's protection, they landed unharmed. Mu Qianxuan and the Mu family army watched in stunned silence. Invulnerable to blades, light as feathers. What kind of power was this? The old general is safe. We're safe. Mu Qianxuan straightened, his resolve renewed. With the hostages no longer a factor, it was time to fight. He raised his sword. The great battle commenced. Prince Qin ordered his men to attack. Arrows and boulders rained down upon the army below. The Mu family army watched the massive stones hurtling towards them, their faces ashen. This wasn't something they could withstand. A direct hit would turn them into paste. But just then, Li Ziming's Netherworld army suddenly shielded them, their attacks shattering the boulders mid-air. The fragments rained down harmlessly. The ferocious, sure-kill tactic was thwarted. Everyone below the city walls remained unscathed. On the ramparts, Prince Qin stared in horrified disbelief, as if he'd seen a ghost. They could cut boulders? How preposterous! His Imperial Guard were equally dumbfounded. The soldier who had shattered the boulder was just an ordinary foot soldier. If he possessed such terrifying strength, what hope did they have? Mu Qinshuan looked at Li Ziming with newfound awe. No wonder the Netherworld army, despite its smaller numbers, had been so unstoppable. It seemed every single soldier was incredibly skilled. The eyes of the Mu family army lit up. They felt a surge of reassurance. Having such allies was a tremendous relief. In truth, Qi Bao had, in preparation for this decisive battle, exchanged a substantial amount of resources for strength talismans and speed talismans. Every member of the Netherworld army was equipped with both. This was going to be a complete rout. Li Ziming, seizing the opportunity, ordered the Netherworld army to launch a full-scale attack, aiming to breach the Imperial city as quickly as possible. The two sides clashed fiercely. An arrow loosed by the Netherworld army flew straight towards Prince Qin. The selfish Prince Qin yanked a nearby Imperial guard in front of him, using the man as a human shield. He survived. This act of self-preservation left a bitter taste in the mouths of the surviving guards. Their commander didn't even treat them like human beings. When disaster struck, he only cared about saving his own skin. They couldn't trust someone so callous. Their morale plummeted with every passing moment. Firstly, their opponents were too strong. Secondly, their commander was despicable. The thought of surrender began to creep into their minds. The fighting continued relentlessly for a month. The Imperial Guard suffered heavy casualties, exhausted and increasingly demoralized. The new emperor, anxious and furious, piled on the pressure. Prince Qin, how dare you? An entire month, and you still haven't broken through the enemy lines. The Grand Tang dynasty is besieged in its own capital by a paltry rebel force, unable to enter or leave. What have you been doing? This was the first time the new emperor had spoken so harshly to Prince Qin. Prince Qin attempted to explain. Your Majesty, though the rebels are few, they are impervious to blades and incredibly agile. Each one can fight 10 of our men. They all possess some kind of sorcery, just like that Taoist boy who escaped before. The emperor scoffed, dismissing his words. Excuses? One sorcerer is enough of a stretch. Thousands? If that were true, the Tang dynasty would already be theirs. Prince Qin cursed inwardly. Easy for you to say, you're not the one fighting on the front lines. Why don't you try fighting them? Maintaining a respectful facade, he explained that they had suffered heavy losses this past month and were on the verge of collapse. Hearing this, the emperor became even more enraged. Not enough men? What about the reinforcements from the other cities? Are they all dead? Prince Qin found it difficult to speak. The truth was humiliating. There had been a contingent of troops arriving from Yangzhou. Prince Qin had been overjoyed, envisioning a pincer attack that would crush Li Ziming. Li Ziming, encamped outside the city, had also received reports of these reinforcements, assuming they were Imperial troops. He immediately prepared for battle. But then, the Yangzhou army raised a white flag. Don't shoot! Don't shoot! General Mu, General Li, we're here to surrender. Please let us join you. When Prince Qin relayed this incident, the atmosphere in the throne room became unbearably awkward. The emperor ground his teeth for a moment, then erupted, slamming his fist on the table. You're telling me our reinforcements joined the rebels? How is that possible? Prince Qin could only offer a helpless shrug. Not all of them, Your Majesty, but a significant portion. Qin Rui sighed. The art of ruling required both taking and giving. But the emperor only took from the people, never giving back. Naturally, it was difficult to win their hearts. But now, such reflections were useless. The rebels were the gates. He stepped forward and offered the emperor a suggestion. Your Majesty, we could pretend to negotiate peace. The emperor cut him off abruptly. I've just ascended the throne. You want me to negotiate peace? I can't lose face like that. Qin Rui continued to persuade him with a forced smile. Your Majesty, I said pretend. We can ambush them later. But the emperor remained adamant, his impatience growing. No pretending, no ambushes. I want to defeat them head on. Tomorrow, Conscript more soldiers. Anyone with a bit of strength, man, woman, old, or young. Send them all to the battlefield. Qin Rue and Prince Qin exchanged glances, both seeing the same helplessness in each other's eyes. If they could, they would have slapped the emperor. They were trapped in the city, and he still clung to his arrogance. But it wasn't quite the end of the line yet. The emperor was still the emperor, and they were still his subjects. They ceased their Chansuo persuasion, accepting his command. The once bustling streets of the imperial city were now deserted, the shops shuttered. The faces of the common people were gaunt and pale, begging in the streets. "Kind sir, spare some food, please." The capital had been under siege for a month. Money was useless. Grain had been seized to feed the army. A month ago, we were well off. Now we're reduced to begging. Lan Mao sighed and pulled a large flatbread from his robes, offering it to them. It was a lifeline. He listened to the man's grateful words, a knot of unease tightening in his chest. This war needed to end quickly. The common people were the ones suffering. His master, Li Ziming, and Qi Bao wouldn't want to see this. Up ahead, several imperial guards are dragging people off the streets for conscription. Men to the front lines, women to support roles. An elderly man protested, explaining he had already served in his youth and was now too old and frail. The guards didn't relent. They kicked the old man to the ground. "Old fool, stop your whining. You can still lift a sword or throw a rock, can't you? Or, at the very least, you can be cannon fodder on the front lines. Consider it dying for your country." It was a blatant example of the rot that started at the top and spread down. The Tang dynasty was truly beyond saving. The guards, still sneering, suddenly noticed Lan Mao. Their eyes lit up. Most young men had already been forcibly enlisted. Here was one they'd missed. Lan Mao quickly explained he wasn't from the capital. The guards ignored him, rushing forward to seize him. All under heaven belongs to the king. All within the 4 seas are his subjects. As long as you're Tang, you're ours. They shoved a uniform into his hands and forced him to press his thumbprint onto a conscription contract. "Congratulations. You are now a glorious soldier of the Tang dynasty. The weighty responsibility of defending our homeland rests on your shoulders." Lan Mao was speechless at this forced sale, but this worked in his favor. He could infiltrate the enemy ranks and hasten the war's end. He offered no resistance as he followed the guards back to their barracks. From the city walls, Qin Rue and Prince Qin watched the scene unfold. Prince Qin couldn't help but voice his concerns. "Father, we're running out of men. We're running out of food. Many of our reinforcements have joined the rebels. Do we even have a chance?" Qin Rue clapped his son on the shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry. The Tang dynasty won't fall so easily. Our treasury and granaries are still full. After this battle, you and I will be the greatest heroes." He paused. "You stay here and watch. I'm going back to rest." Prince Qin felt a flicker of doubt. He had a distinct feeling his father had other plans. "Father," he thought, "should I believe you?" The entire capital had been reduced to a desperate state, grabbing at anything and anyone they could. The battle had raged for a month. The Netherworld army, thanks to Qi Bao's talismans, had suffered no deaths, but there were many injured. Lin Zai worked tirelessly as a medic, moving between the wounded. Despite being a member of the Li imperial family, he had grown up among the common people, understanding their hardships and sharing their joys. Everyone loved and respected the young boy. Li Ziming watched from afar. His nephew was truly remarkable. He called out to him, "Lin Zai, look who's here." Dressed in servant's clothes, Prince Mingli smiled at Lin Zai. Lin Zai's eyes instantly reddened, tears streaming down his face. "Father, you're alive. It's a miracle." He rushed into his father's arms. Prince Mingli stroked his head tenderly. "I know, Lin Zai. You've been through so much. Such a young child, shouldering the burdens of life." Guilt and heartache welled up within him. After expressing his longing, Lin Zai wiped his tears contentedly. "Father, please don't call me Lin Zai anymore. The Li dynasty is gone. We're lucky to be alive in these chaotic times." Prince Mingli nodded. Father and son knelt before Li Ziming. "Master," they said, "we are eternally grateful that you spared our lives. From this day forward, we will change our names and follow you, fighting for your ideals." Li Ziming raised them to their feet. "You are not fighting for my ideals, but for a new world. A world of peace and prosperity. a world for everyone. This war will soon be over. Our world is coming. On the capital's walls, the forcibly conscripted citizens were repairing fortifications and carrying weapons. Weakened by hunger, they could barely lift the weaponry. Seeing this, the Imperial Guards lashed out with their whips. "You worthless old fool. Stop pretending to be dead. Move!" A teenage boy rushed forward, crying, "Don't hit my grandfather. My father already died on the front lines. How many more of us do you want to kill?" Hearing this, the guard became even more violent. "Get out of here, or I'll beat you too." Once on the front lines, you're a soldier, old or young. His whip, raised midair, was caught by Lan Mao. The guard felt his wrist nearly snap. "Let go of me, you rookie. You're defying orders. You want to die." Lan Mao stood his ground, shielding the boy and his grandfather. The long-suffering citizens rallied behind him. "Enough is enough," Lan Mao warned. "The people's anger is about to boil over." The Imperial Guard knew this young man wasn't someone they could easily intimidate. Despite their resentment, they slunk away. The young boy who had been begging earlier could bear it no longer. "Grandfather," he whispered, "let's escape. There's no life for us here." The old man quickly clamped a hand over his grandson's mouth. "Don't speak such nonsense. That's treason. They'll execute us." But the thought of escape took root in the minds of many. They toiled through the morning, their resentment simmering, clinging to the promise of a meager meal. When the Imperial Guards finally tossed them a single steamed bun, the old man cried out, "Sir, weren't we promised 2 buns a day? This isn't enough. How can we work without any strength?" The guard kicked the old man to the ground. "Shut your mouth, old man. Be grateful you get anything at all. Even we soldiers are running out of rations. Complain again, and I'll throw you to the front lines as cannon fodder." The boy helped his grandfather up, apologizing profusely to the guard. Suddenly, a rich aroma of meat drifted on the air. The tantalizing smell made their stomachs clench with hunger. Following the scent, they saw Li Ziming's rebel army below the city walls, cooking meat stew and roasting lamb legs. The rebel soldiers, their faces gleaming, looked healthy and energetic. The stark contrast in their treatment was a painful reminder of their own deprivation. Li Ziming, ever the strategist, had 2 members of the Tianji clan unfurl a banner. "Abandon the darkness and embrace the light," it proclaimed. Food and shelter provided. The people on the city walls stirred restlessly. "I'm so hungry," someone muttered. "The Imperials don't treat us like humans anyway," another whispered. "We're doomed here. Let's go over to the other side." Just then, Prince Qin fired a flaming arrow at the banner, reducing the tempting offer to ashes. "This is what happens to traitors," he roared. "Death to all who betray the Tang." Heads bowed, the people on the walls exchanged glances. In their minds, the Imperials were the true rebels. Death loomed either way. They were ready to gamble. Prince Qin, observing their plummeting morale, felt a growing unease. At this rate, they were bound to lose. He needed to request more rations from the emperor, enough to feed the starving masses. He entered the palace to seek an audience with the new emperor. It was the emperor's dinner time. While his soldiers starved on the front lines, the emperor dined on a table laden with 7 or 8 dishes. Chicken, duck, fish, and pork, a seemingly balanced meal. But the emperor took a bite of meat and promptly spat it out. "How can it be so disgusting? What is this?" He overturned the table in a fit of rage. Can a man even eat a decent meal during wartime? The eunuchs prostrated themselves, begging for mercy. "Your Majesty, the war has depleted our resources. The soldiers and laborers are starving. We have done our best to ensure your sustenance." The emperor, however, responded by kicking the nearest eunuch. "Nonsense. I am the emperor. How can commoners expect the same luxuries as me?" He finally turned his attention to Prince Qin. "What is it, General Qin?" Prince Qin, his request for rations dying on his lips, realized the futility of appealing to this spoiled emperor. He mumbled an excuse and withdrew, his heart heavy with resentment, while his soldiers and the people starved on the front lines. The emperor, safe within the palace walls, complained about the taste of his food and wasted precious resources. How could such a dynasty not fall? The image of the rebel soldiers feasting on meat, coupled with the promise of food and shelter, finally swayed the laborers on the city walls. That night, while the Imperial Guards changed shifts, they tied ropes to the battlements, preparing to descend into Li Ziming's camp. The old man turned to his lookout. "It's ready. Let's go. Let's escape this hell," he whispered. "Who cares about rebels or Imperials? The soldiers in this city are the real rebels. That Qin fellow is nothing but a bandit leader. Hurry now." A chilling voice cut through the night. Do you know that desertion is punishable by death? The old man scrambled to his knees, begging for mercy. Sir, spare us. We're as good as dead here anyway. Give us a chance to live. Why don't you join us? He pleaded to the guards. That Sheen fellow doesn't care about you soldiers, and the emperor doesn't care about his commoners. This dynasty is doomed anyway. Unbeknownst to them, Lan Mao had been quietly delaying the changing of the guard, making their escape possible. He now dropped his pretense, pulling out a piece of paper and handing it to the old man. Give this to the commander on the other side, he instructed. Understanding dawned on the old man's face as he tucked the paper away. I knew from the moment I saw you that you weren't one of them, he said gratefully. I knew it, the old man exclaimed. Don't worry, I'll deliver this safely. He then descended the rope, disappearing into the darkness below. After watching him reach the ground, Lan Mao cut the rope, eliminating any trace of their escape. He had infiltrated the Imperial Guard for this very purpose, to ensure the safe passage of that slip of paper. Now that his mission was complete, it was time to bring this war to an end. The laborers who had defected to Li Ziming's army sat around crackling bonfires, devouring food they hadn't tasted in days, finally eating their fill. Tears streamed down their faces, a mixture of relief and sorrow. Finally, one whispered, "We're full. We're alive." Chi Bao and Lin Zai arrived with more steam buns. Don't worry, Chi Bao reassured them. Everyone here will have enough to eat. The old man led the others in bowing deeply to Chi Bao. Thank you, young lady, for taking us in. If there's ever anything we can do for you, please don't hesitate to ask. Inspired by Li Ziming's ideals, Lin Zai fervently corrected him. You don't need to work for anyone. We're fighting to reclaim our homes, our land. Chi Bao smiled and ruffled Lin Zai's hair. Well said. The old man then remembered the paper Lan Mao had given him. Young lady, he said, presenting it to her, someone asked me to give you this. Chi Bao's eyes widened as she read the message. This could change everything, she exclaimed. Lan Mao did it. He's brilliant. She turned and hurried back to the main camp to find Li Ziming and Mu Qinshuan. This is it, she announced. We're going to win. Li Ziming examined the paper, a detailed map of the imperial city, complete with patrol routes. Well done, Lan Mao, he said, a grin spreading across his face. With this, we can find a weakness in their defenses. Mu Qinshuan clasped his hands in excitement. Brother Zhe, your strategic mind is truly remarkable. I am in awe. Li Ziming basked in the praise, especially coming from his former rival, the ever-victorious general. Your admiration is well-deserved, Qinshuan, he replied with a chuckle. Chi Bao nudged Li Ziming playfully. All right, enough boasting, she said, bringing them back to the matter at hand. When do we launch the final attack? Those laborers said the city is running out of food and morale is low. They can't hold out much longer. Mu Qinshuan spoke up. Now is the perfect time. They'll be in chaos after discovering so many laborers have escaped. Li Ziming, who genuinely admired Mu Qinshuan's military prowess, readily agreed. Brother Mu, your tactical brilliance is unmatched, he declared. We'll attack tonight, just as you suggest. Mu Qinshuan grasped Li Ziming's hand firmly. We're ready, he said. We've been waiting for this. Tonight we end this. Chi Bao smiled, a sense of profound satisfaction washing over her. In the previous 2 lifetimes, these 2 men have been bitter enemies, ultimately meeting their demise together. In this life, they were allies, working together to bring peace to the land. Finally, the cycle of destruction was broken. They had all survived. Meanwhile, Prince Qin, furious upon discovering the laborers' escape, unleashed his rage on the Imperial Guard. You useless fools, he roared. You couldn't even keep watch over a handful of laborers? The guards, already harboring resentment towards the court and Prince Qin, glared back defiantly. Sensing their insubordination, Prince Qin drew his sword. What's with those looks? He snarled. Do you dare defy me? Just then, a volley of flaming arrows rained down from the sky. Caught completely off guard by the night attack, Prince Qin and his men, still clustered together from his earlier tirade, were easy targets. Many, lacking any protection, became human shields, their bodies riddled with arrows. Chaos erupted. Below the city walls, Li Ziming and Mu Qinshuan's combined forces surged forward. The 2 leaders drew their swords in unison. Attack, they commanded. Let's end this. The battle began, a deafening roar of clashing steel and war cries echoing through the night. The very foundations of the city walls trembled. Empowered by strength talismans, the Netherworld army scaled ladders, their assault relentless. The Imperial Guard, their morale shattered, fought with diminishing ferocity. The city gates, however, held firm, resisting even the mighty blows of the Netherworld Lord. Watching his men fall around him, Prince Qin panicked. He turned and fled. "Hold them off," he shouted over his shoulder. "I'll go to the palace for reinforcements." The remaining Imperial Guards, already demoralized, watched their leader abandon them once again. The notion of loyalty and sacrifice became a cruel joke. They lost all will to fight. Meanwhile, Prince Qin raced back to his family's estate. Before he even reached the door, he heard a commotion inside. "Tie them up tightly," a voice urged. "Hurry, the city gates won't hold much longer. It's only a matter of time before they fall. I hope my son can hold them off long enough for us to escape. I can always have another son, but I can't replace my lover." Prince Qin froze, his heart turning to ice. He had suspected his father was planning to abandon the city, but he had assumed he would be taken along. He stormed inside, his face contorted with rage, and grabbed Qin Rue by the collar. "Father," he seethed, "you were going to leave me behind? What do you mean? I can always have another son," he demanded. "Am I nothing but a pawn to you?" He knew his father was cold and selfish, but he hadn't realized the depths of his depravity. Seeing that his plan was exposed, Qin Rue shrugged off his son's grip. "Qin Haojuan, what is this attitude?" "King Huitong did it. Your body, your very being, comes from your parents. Your life is a gift from me. If you weren't such a useless wretch, unable to hold the city gates, would I be in this predicament? Think of the Qin family, not just yourself. As long as I live, the Qin household endures. You're already a failure, so why not at least serve the family one last time?" Prince Qin, each word a fresh wound, crumbled under the relentless barrage of insults. No one wants to die, and certainly not while being called a failure by their own father. In a fit of rage, he drew his sword and slashed at Qin Rue. "Shut up," he screamed. Qin Rue stared in disbelief, eyes wide. You dare! Patricide," he gasped, attempting a final reprimand, but the words died in his throat. The shock and trauma pushed Prince Qin over the edge, his mind snapping. He lunged forward, delivering a fatal blow. Who could have imagined that Qin Rue, a man rotten to the core, would meet his end at the hands of his own son? A new plan forming in his fractured mind, Prince Qin turned and headed straight for the palace, intent on finding the new emperor. He was stopped at the palace gates by the Imperial Guard. "General Qin," they challenged, "the battle is raging. Why have you abandoned your post? Furthermore, without the Emperor's summons, you may not enter the palace armed." Their condescending tone, their air of superiority, was another jab at Prince Qin's already raw nerves. He reached for his sword, ready to force his way through. The Imperial Guard responded in kind, drawing their own weapons. "What do you think you're doing?" they demanded. The air crackled with tension. Just then, the new emperor emerged. "General Qin," he inquired, "what is the meaning of this?" Suppressing his fury, Prince Qin explained the loss at the city gates and requested the deployment of the Imperial Guard. The emperor, however, seemed preoccupied with other matters. His face darkened. "You dare stand before me without kneeling?" he roared. The emperor's attitude infuriated Prince Qin, but he swallowed his anger, clinging to his new purpose. "The rebels are at the gates," Prince Qin pleaded. "Surely this isn't the time for such formalities. The situation is dire. I cannot remove my armor. We must deploy the troops immediately." The Imperial Guard scoffed. "We are the Emperor's last line of defense," they sneered, "the elite of the elite. We don't mobilize on a whim. If anything were to happen to His Majesty, 10 of your heads wouldn't be enough to pay the price." The Emperor nodded in agreement. "Indeed, General Qin," he said, "my safety is paramount. I am the Son of Heaven. Without me, there is no empire, no subjects." The Emperor's words, echoing his father's sentiments, filled Prince Qin with despair. "The city gates are about to fall," he cried. "What good is defending the palace if the rebels breach the walls? We'll all die." He was immediately struck across the face. "Insolent," the Emperor shrieked, following up with a swift kick. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner? You are guilty of treason." Prince Qin, facing such incompetent leadership, finally snapped. "You think you're the Son of Heaven?" he spat. "Without us, you're nothing." He drew his sword and lunged, striking the Emperor down. "Now or never," he roared. "Bring the Imperial Guard under our control. Bolster our forces. We still have a chance." His soldiers, witnessing the act, drew their own swords and attacked. "The general is right," they shouted. "Kill those who disobey." While the rebel army battered the city gates, chaos reigned within the palace walls. Li Ziming's forces pressed their attack, unaware of the internal strife consuming their enemy. Lan Mao, having slipped away from the fighting, cut down the guards of the city gate and threw it open. "Master," he announced, "the gate is open." Li Ziming grinat. "Well done, Lan Mao," he shouted. "All forces advance. Now is our chance." The Imperial Guard, witnessing the open gate and their fleeing commander, froze in shock. "The general is gone. The gates have fallen. We're doomed." Li Ziming's voice boomed across the battlefield. "The tide has turned. Surrender, and your lives will be spared. Lay down your arms and avoid needless bloodshed. I promise all prisoners will be treated with respect. The war is over. You can all survive this." The Imperial Guard, abandoned by their leaders, readily surrendered. "We yield," they cried, throwing down their weapons. "We won't fight for them anymore." With the battle at the gates won, Li Ziming and Mu Qianxuan led their forces towards the palace. An eerie silence hung in the air. The streets were deserted. "It's strange," Mu Qianxuan remarked. "There's been no resistance since the gates fell. Have they all abandoned their posts and fled?" "We must proceed with caution," Li Ziming replied. "I intentionally left the east gate open for the remaining soldiers to escape. It's not surprising some have fled, but we must remain vigilant within the palace walls." Upon entering the main hall, they were met with a gruesome sight. The floor was littered with bodies. The only living person was Prince Qin, seated upon the throne. He looked up at Li Ziming and Mu Qianxuan, a manic grin spreading across his face. "You finally arrived," he cackled. Unconcerned with Prince Qin's apparent madness, Mu Qianxuan demanded, "Where is the emperor?" Prince Qin laughed. "The new emperor sits before you," he declared. "The old one is dead by my hand. I, Qin Haojuan, am your new ruler. Now kneel before me." Li Ziming drew his sword, pointing it at Qin Haojuan. "I think you've gone mad." Prince Qin burst into laughter. "I am mad. My father abandoned me. The old emperor abandoned me. I fought alone, defending this empty city for a month. I should have gone mad long ago. Even if it's only for a day," he continued. "I will stand at this pinnacle and look down upon the world." Li Ziming and Mu Qianxuan shook their heads. "Give it up, Qin Haojuan. Accept your fate." Prince Qin scoffed, drawing his own sword. Li Ziming smiled. "Qin Haojuan, you still want to fight? Who have you ever defeated?" Suddenly, Prince Qin turned the sword on himself. "No one decides my fate but me," he declared. With that, he plunged the blade into his chest, impaling himself upon the dragon throne. Li Ziming, witnessing the scene, shook his head in disbelief. "How tedious," he muttered. He then turned to Yu Mingjun. "Burn him, along with that rotten chair." Meanwhile, Qi Bao led Lan Mao to the Qin household. Lan Mao looked around warily. "Sister Qi," she said, "the war is almost over. Why are we risking coming here?" Qi Bao replied, "There's someone here I must see." She walked alone into the woodshed where Fu Lihua was imprisoned. Looking at the woman's ashen face and frail body, Qi Bao felt no pity. "Fu Lihua," she said coldly, "you're still alive?" Fu Lihua looked up and sneered. "I didn't think I'd see you again, little Qi. Perhaps I clung to life just to see this day." Qi Bao grabbed Fu Lihua's chin, her eyes burning with hatred. "I finally understand. You are the source of all the chaos in this world. A's mistress, the Jin family's concubine. You latch on to anyone who can help you climb higher, then discard them when they're no longer useful. You'd even turn on your own family," Qi Bao continued. "Because of you, Ace constantly walks on the edge of darkness. The chaos in this world, the disruption of the natural order, it's all because of you." Fu Lihua suddenly bit Qi Bao's hand. Qi Bao reacted instantly, slapping her across the face. A leopard can't change its spots. Fu Lihua laughed maniacally. "Everyone for themselves. If I don't look out for myself, who will? You, little Qi, have always been pampered. Li Ziming loves you. Jinyu loved you. Everyone loves you. Should I wag my tail and beg for scraps from you?" Even now, Fu Lihua felt no remorse. Qi Bao slapped her again and again. "Excuses, all excuses." Fu Lihua struggled furiously. "I'll kill you, Fu Qi Bao." Suddenly, Qi Bao cut the ropes binding Fu Lihua free. Fu Lihua stared at her in confusion, completely bewildered. "Take a good look," Qi Bao said. "The Qin household you clung to, the Qin dynasty you hoped for, it's all gone." Lan Mao looked at Qi Bao, puzzled. "Sister Fu, are we just leaving? Aren't we going to do anything with her?" "Qi Bao not dead. Let's go. She's less than human. There's no point. She won't live much longer anyway. Let her die knowing the truth." Fu Lihua, imprisoned and tortured for years, knew nothing of the outside outside world. Now, seeing the carnage at the Qin household and the palace, the fires burning in the distance, she knew she had lost. Her dreams of wealth and power were gone. Was I wrong from the beginning? She wondered. Is this heaven's retribution? She gasped, unable to catch her breath, and died there in the street. 1 month later, Li Ziming ascended the throne, changing the dynasty's name to Ming. This day also marked his wedding to Qi Bao. He abolished the imperial harem, declaring that Qi Bao would be his only empress. He exempted the nation from taxes for 5 years and distributed 5,000 dan of grain seed to every prefecture and county. The people prospered and the empire was united. And so, our friends, the story of Yandere husband comes to an end. You finished another drama. New dramas are coming soon, so stay tuned.